In a dark ritual, ancient inscriptions appeared. A crowd of cultists in red robes were performing a summoning ritual. A stream of energy filled with suffering souls was fired. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a cult leader observed his monster army attacking. Swordmaster Ray Chang roared, declaring he would carve a path for his comrades. Following him was Gravekeeper Jorg Vilmeyer, riding a skeletal beast and leading an army of the undead. Saint Maria Jaeger also commanded her troops, shouting that they must stop the ritual at all costs. But a voice echoed, declaring it was too late as the ritual crystal shattered, and the tower's difficulty adjusted to 12 hard. The tower's objective updated as one of the red-robed cultists easily took down a knight. Another group, including a woman in a blue dress and a person carrying a scythe, were also present on the battlefield. From within a green poisonous mist, the 5th season boss emerged. He was known by the title Elder of Plague. A new objective was given: defeat the Elder of Plague, who was slaughtering the soldiers. Green magical tentacles rose from the ground, ensnaring and destroying the warriors. Ray Chang lay defeated on the ground amidst his fallen comrades. Meanwhile, Maria Jaeger fought fiercely, her body radiating holy light. However, a dark attack from the Elder of Plague struck, corroding and disintegrating the warriors. Ray Chang could only watch the scene in horror, sweat pouring down his face. Kneeling in despair, he heard the panicked screams of soldiers calling out for their leaders. The Elder of Plague looked down coldly, sneering. "Foolish mortals." The Elder of Plague lunged, roaring, "Where do you think you're running?" A massive green energy slash swept across the battlefield, tearing through the ranks of soldiers. Suddenly, a shadowy figure in black armor with a purple cloak appeared, blocking the attack with their sword. The surviving soldiers looked in astonishment at the newcomer, one exclaiming, "We're saved!" The hero's face was recognized and cheers erupted. It's Hero King. Hero King Kang Yu-sung immediately charged into battle, his body enveloped in dark blue energy. The Elder of Plague hastily swung his weapon to counter the lightning-fast attack. Two streams of green and blue energy collided violently. The Elder of Plague's red eyes flashed with a malevolent glint behind his mask. They both lunged at each other in midair. A world-shattering confrontation began. Below, Maria Jaeger could only watch helplessly as the energy storm raged. She desperately screamed the hero's name, Kang Yu-sung. The Elder of Plague sneered, "It's foolish to face me alone. The hope of humanity will die." Kang Yu-sung thought to himself, "I can't let them see my full potential." He smirked confidently. "So I've thought very carefully about that." The Elder of Plague was suddenly overwhelmed by a blue light, exclaiming in horror, "How can this be? Impossible!" A colossal pillar of blue light erupted, engulfing everything in a blinding radiance. Kang Yu-sung's allies, a veteran warrior and an assassin, were stunned by the sight. Other soldiers also couldn't hide their amazement and hope as one said, "We." As the light faded, Kang Yu-sung stood there, and cheers of victory rang out. "We won!" After the fierce battle, a system notification sounded, declaring Season V concluded. The system announced the Elder of Plague had been defeated, and rewards were given to outstanding players. Player Kang Yu-sung, for defeating the final boss, was awarded mythical equipment and the title Elder Slayer. Hearing Maria Jaeger's call, Kang Yu-sung looked up, thinking of victory in his mind. He believed that with this, the world could continue to exist for another year. At a press conference, his unparalleled achievements were announced. 4 consecutive seasons of first place, a hero among heroes. He was introduced with the most prestigious title, Hero King, Kang Yu-sung. Elsewhere, a little girl cheered as she saw her idol appear. Her entire family joyfully watched Hero King on television. On the streets, people discussed his feats, while merchandise was sold everywhere. The press conference host, on behalf of the heroes, invited Kang Yu-sung to share a few words. Kang Yu-sung remained silent, tapping his fingers on the table with a detached expression. Sitting beside him, Maria Jaeger whispered anxiously, begging him to answer politely. She clasped her hands pleadingly, reminding him that the interview was being broadcast live. At the UN interview room in Geneva, Switzerland, other top players were also watching intently. The host continued, asking them to recount the heroic performances that saved the world. Kang Yu-sung suddenly leaned into the microphone, smirking, "Hero, my ass, it's all about the money." All the reporters and staff in the room were stunned into silence by his answer. Maria Jaeger's eyes went wide with utter horror. Kang Yu-sung leaned back, concluding with a cold statement. "I became rotten a long time ago." One day, the world suddenly turned into a game. Across cities, colossal towers rose, obscuring the sky in the people's terror. A few days later, monsters poured out of the towers, mercilessly slaughtering humanity. Everyone believed the apocalypse had arrived. Amidst the chaos, a woman stumbled while trying to escape. Tears of despair rolled down her cheeks as blood splattered around her. However, amidst that chaos, a young man rushed out to block a monster's attack to protect her. That's when players appeared. They hunted monsters with extraordinary abilities, and used that power to protect innocent civilians. It was soon realized that the tower break phenomenon could be prevented if the towers were conquered within the allotted time. Thus, players with special abilities were reborn as the world's heroes. Returning to the present, Hero King Kang Yu-sung's controversial statement echoed, "I became rotten a long time ago." At his home, he sat before his computer, thinking he did everything for money, even urging people to buy t-shirts and posters. He scrolled through a suggested post on a forum and smirked, criticizing its quality. This was the Player Forum, an international community that naturally formed in this gamified world. It served as a hub for sharing conquest information and trading items among players. He read a heated debate about his statement, and a user suddenly asked if it was Hero King himself who commented. Kang Yu-sung froze, wondering in surprise how they knew it was him. He browsed through the excited comments, including a reporter threatening to camp outside his house until the new season began. Kang Yu-sung stood on the balcony, squinting at the morning sun. He pulled the curtains, looked down at the massive crowd of reporters, and resolved that he couldn't ignore this. In his mind, he pictured being surrounded by the media shouting questions about the new season and boycotting his merchandise. They questioned him about his previous retirement announcement, wondering why he was still competing. With a smirk, Kang Yu-sung retorted by asking if they knew what celebrities usually say after causing trouble. His smug smile was evident. "I will repay with good results," he said, extending his hand as a promise. The reporters were completely bewildered, not understanding what he meant. Suddenly, the entire crowd screamed in horror as an unexpected event occurred. The ground shook violently, causing everyone to stumble and fall. A system notification appeared, announcing the start of Season VI, Endless Labyrinth. As the tower structure began to form, the system explained the new game rules, warning that the aerial tower would descend to the ground. The massive architectural blocks of the tower began to descend from the sky, along with a call to conquer it, to protect the world. Amidst the chaos, Kang Yu-sung calmly pulled up his hood and leisurely walked away. Flyers advertising his merchandise fluttered, making the reporters realize he had used them as bait to escape. The system notification confirmed he had reached his intended location. Kang Yu-sung stood at the foot of a colossal tower pillar, remarking that there wasn't a soul around. He strolled leisurely down the deserted street, thinking that the first day of any season was always this quiet. At the same time, Elder of Steel and Elder of Frost observed his actions and bestowed their blessings upon him. Receiving a notification about his enhanced abilities, Kang Yu-sung, while on the phone, smirked, asserting that all his actions had a reason. Kang Yu-sung reveals all his actions, including selling goods, were a charade to receive rewards from the elders. His act immediately pays off as the Elder of Gold and Legend bestows upon him the Legend Puller blessing. Returning home, Kang Yu-sung smiles smugly and decides to open all his unclaimed rewards at once. The Legend Puller blessing works its magic, turning one of his rewards into a dazzling golden item. He sweats nervously as he realizes he's bound to receive a legendary-grade item. The reward is revealed to be a legendary equipment, the Golden Zealot's black cloak with golden cross embroidery. He gleefully calculates his loot, which includes a legendary armor, a skill, and a hero-grade artifact. Donning his new cloak, Kang Yu-sung resolutely declares his entry into the tower. Meanwhile, the Elder of Gold and Legend reclaims the blessing and redirects it to his t-shirt business. Kang Yu-sung is teleported at high speed into the new season's tower. He lands on the solid floor of the first floor. Immediately, a pack of Blood Moon orcs roars, demanding his death, and the system announces the target is to defeat the final boss. Unfazed, Kang Yu-sung smirks, ready to test his newly acquired hero-grade skill. He activates the Create Frost Blade skill. A magnificent sword forged from pure frost materializes in his hand. Thanks to his high ice magic aptitude, he receives the additional Frost Breath effect and silently thanks the Elder of Frost. Kang Yu-sung charges straight into the middle of the orc pack. His icy blade slices through the enemies, freezing them instantly. The frozen orcs begin to shatter into pieces. The frozen orcs shatter into fragments of ice. Kang Yu-sung calmly walks through the icy battlefield littered with enemy corpses. He confidently strides among the ice statues that were once monsters. A barrage of notifications appears, confirming his level-ups, skill enhancements, and completion of the first floor. He smirks, thinking it's a good start, and wonders if he should go save the world again. Immediately after, a notification appears stating he has entered the third floor. Kang Yu-sung's expression suddenly turns tense, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. Below, a large orc tribe is gathered, completely unaware of his presence. They are celebrating joyfully, raising their cups and laughing together. Upon spotting Kang Yu-sung, the orcs roar with excitement, seeing him as the warrior who will lead them to Valhalla, and vowing to fight to the death with honor. Kang Yu-sung raises his ice sword, asking them to hold on. He leaps down, declaring he will show them what true heaven is. After the battle, only an empty arena remains, stained with blood. Kang Yu-sung enters the 4th floor, thinking to himself that leveling up easily is great, but the lack of rest floors is quite tiring. He cautiously surveys his surroundings, assessing the situation on the new floor. The system announces that a group of Warsong bodyguards is blocking the path to the chieftain's room. He sarcastically muses that these monsters look too obviously like elites. Suddenly, another notification appears, stating that the Elder of Steel has blessed the battle of the Warsong bodyguards. A guard roars as his body emanates a powerful aura, declaring that the Iron Lord has blessed them. The Warsong bodyguards roar, "Valhalla awaits us. Where is the warrior who will lead us to Valhalla?" They charge towards Kang Yu-sung, singing their war song in honor of the Elder of Steel. "They really don't give me any rest," Kang Yu-sung thinks to himself, and swings his ice sword. He charges into the encirclement, skillfully dodging the giant axes of the armored orcs. His eyes narrow, focusing on analyzing the enemy's movements. He blocks a powerful attack, his ice blade clashing against a guard's gauntlet. Kang Yu-sung leaps over an enemy, continuing his agile assault. A swift, cold slash flashes through the air. However, he realizes the attack only grazed their armor, and thinks to himself, as I suspected, it didn't do much damage. He concludes that these elite warriors must have ice resistance. Kang Yu-sung leaps high above the group of guards. Surrounded, he admits he needs to inflict fatal wounds but currently lacks a suitable skill. He recalls his incredible luck, not only receiving the hero-grade skill Create Frostblade but also artifacts of the same grade. Determined to act, he opens his inventory, revealing the hero-grade artifact is less than, Frozen Heart is greater than. He hesitates as he reads the artifact's warning that improper use could turn the user into an ice statue. From below, the Warsong bodyguards mock him, shouting that those without honor cannot enter Valhalla. They begin throwing their axes towards him. Realizing this is no time for hesitation, Kang Yu-sung decisively equips the artifact. A powerful surge of ice magic erupts from him as the system announces he has received the Glacier Synergy effect. The system announces that the effects of ice attribute skills have been enhanced. Feeling his magic surge and fatigue dissipate, Kang Yu-sung smirks, asserting that in this world, equipment is everything. A Warsong bodyguard roars aggressively, declaring another battle will begin. Kang Yu-sung focuses ice energy into his left hand, beginning to shape something. A shimmering crystalline ice armor quickly encases his arm and shoulder. He easily blocks the guard's powerful axe swing with his ice sword. Instantly, a layer of frost spreads from the point of impact, covering the Warsong bodyguard's head. Amidst the enemy encirclement, Kang Yu-sung stands tall as a level-up notification appears. Another guard's axe shatters upon impact with his ice sword. The remaining Warsong bodyguards watch in horror as their bodies begin to freeze. Kang Yu-sung calmly faces another attack, his enemy's weapon already cracked from the cold. He delivers a clean slash, taking down 2 more enemies and leveling up once again. He now wields a second ice sword and an ice gauntlet for both offense and defense. He swings both swords, creating a deadly arc of frost. A massive ice pillar erupts from the ground, flinging a guard into the air and earning him another level. Kang Yu-sung has now mastered fighting with 2 ice swords. The last surviving Warsong bodyguard can only stare in disbelief at the incredible power. He dashes at blinding speed, unleashing countless slashes while continuously receiving level-up notifications. The attack culminates in a net of icy slashes, tearing apart the final enemy. A final Warsong bodyguard falls to Kang Yu-sung's assault. Standing amidst the battlefield of corpses, he breathes a sigh of relief. Phew, finally done with this floor. Kang Yu-sung tells himself that his damage calculations were off, and he seems to have gotten rusty. He recalls the final blow with a smug smile. A series of notifications appears, confirming his level up and completion of the elite floor. Additionally, he receives a random skill card pack and 1,000 achievement points, then decides to open the pack. The card pack reveals a mysterious, glowing card. To his disappointment, it's just a common metal-grade skill called is less than stab is greater than. Nevertheless, he decides to equip it, and a surprise blessing from is less than sword sharpener is greater than greatly enhances the skill's effect. Equipped, Kang Yu-sung heads towards the gate leading to the next area. A stranger greets him and comments that he's still alive. The person, Automata, responds to his sarcasm with cold logic that his survival is more beneficial for sales. Automata, the shop manager, urges him to use the 1,600 achievement points he's collected before he dies. Kang Yu-sung ignores Otamada's offer to buy card packs and asks to see the item list. He decides to purchase a speed potion and a fire potion, costing him 300 points. With Otamada continuing to bother him, he covers his ears and tries to ignore him. A system notification appears, stating he has entered the boss floor. The giant boss on its throne rises, roaring a challenge of honor. Kang Yu-sung quickly creates an ice shield to defend against the first attack. Kang Yu-sung smirks as he faces the boss, sarcastically commenting on its massive size. He throws a fire potion, unleashing the item's power. The boss roars in pain as it's engulfed in a fiery explosion. Despite this, its shadow stands ominously within the flames. It charges out of the fire, roaring a battle cry and swinging its colossal axe. The enraged boss searched for Kang Yu-sung, who quickly moved to another position. Kang Yu-sung rushed forward with incredible speed, the ice sword in his hand radiating cold energy. He slid under the giant's feet, slashing at its ankle. Looking at the ice sword, he thought to himself that thanks to the blessing, even ordinary skills became useful. As Kang Yu-sung turned to leave, a voice echoed, declaring the battle was not yet over. The boss, identified as the Blood Moon Singer, roared and activated its berserk skill. Kang Yu-sung merely smirked, thinking that a game that was too easy was boring. The boss's threatening voice once again affirmed that it was not over. The Blood Moon Singer let out a final roar as the power from its berserk skill exploded. Facing the boss's charge, Kang Yu-sung created a giant ice wall for defense. The wall shattered from the shockwave alone, making him realize a direct hit would be the end. Even so, he remained confident that it wouldn't happen if it couldn't hit him. The boss poured all its strength into it, smashing the ice shield into pieces. Dodging the attack, Kang Yu-sung took a defensive stance, a green aura enveloping him as he began to count down. Kang Yu-sung continued to stall, maintaining an energy shield while the countdown ticked. The boss unleashed a devastating punch, but Kang Yu-sung quickly jumped back to evade it. As the countdown ended, Kang Yu-sung, holding an empty potion bottle, declared time's up. The giant boss collapsed and disintegrated, as a system notification confirmed he had cleared the boss floor. A series of system windows appeared, announcing he had conquered the Tower of the Blood Moon Orc tribe and received his rewards. He looked at the card pack, wondering if it was too easy, but then smirked, thinking it was the best reward at Tier 3. The skill card pack opened, emitting a blue icy energy as he decided to choose the ice element. Kang Yu-sung's expression turned to shock as the system announced he only received a normal card with the Ice Bolt skill. He looked at the card with disappointment, muttering that this was exactly what he expected from a trash game. The scene shifted to a new tower, a dark lava cave of the devil-worshipping imp. Inside the tower, a swarm of imps attacked Kang Yu-sung, screaming that he was a heretic. Kang Yu-sung calmly faced the horde, gathering icy energy into his fist. He continuously used his new skill, firing ice bolts that struck the imps. Kang Yu-sung was thoroughly enjoying himself as he wiped out the monsters, and his ice bolt skill quickly leveled up. After the first wave ended, a notification appeared, signaling the start of the second wave. A larger army of imps poured out, fanatically begging their demon king for death. Kang Yu-sung let out a sigh at the sight. With a confident smile, he began to accumulate a massive amount of ice energy, vowing to send them all to hell. A giant wave of ice surged forward, instantly freezing the entire imp army. After clearing the enemies, Kang Yu-sung received a notification that he had leveled up, and his ice bolt skill had become stronger. He looked down coldly, calling them disgusting heretics. Suddenly, another group of imps, led by an imp heretic, appeared, screaming that they would use his blood to sacrifice to the demon king. The imp heretic cackled and ordered his followers to charge. Instantly, Kang Yu-sung dashed at blinding speed towards the leader. He delivered a devastating kick to the imp heretic's face, causing it to yelp in surprise. The leader's body quickly froze, and the system announced the effect had been applied. Standing before the immobile enemy, Kang Yu-sung said he had arrived just in time for him to test something. The system displayed the enhancement effect of Glacier Synergy, and he began to explain. He smiled confidently as countless ice weapons began to form around him, talking about the maximum number of ice weapons he could create. At this level, as a forest of sharp ice spears appeared, ready to strike, he swung his hand, directing all the ice spears to charge directly at the imp heretic. The leader's icy body began to shatter under the barrage of weapons. Countless ice spears pierced its body, completely finishing off the enemy. Kang Yu-sung landed and received a notification that he had successfully defeated the imp heretic. He was also notified that he had cleared the tower and received an equipment draw ticket, which he immediately used. The reward was a useless silver armor set, but he noticed the separated ice weapons had not weakened. Kang Yu-sung pondered, assessing the true potential of his newly enhanced power. A system notification appeared, stating that a force within the tower had taken notice of Kang Yu-sung, surprising him. It was a special event, an invitation from the Shadow Council, a mysterious faction led by elders. The system extended a formal invitation, promising dark power and protection if he accepted. Kang Yu-sung found himself surrounded by members of the council, one of whom spoke, "We remember you, mortal." That member extended a hand, inviting him to join their whispers. Kang Yu-sung thought to himself that the Shadow Council wasn't a bad choice, as he had joined them in the 5th season anyway. He spoke, saying that while he would love to join, he knew there were other factions who wanted to destroy the council. The council responded confidently that their veil would also cover him, and asked if he had forgotten their power. Yu-sung affirmed that it was precisely because he knew their power that he said so, and then the council asked what he truly wanted. He smirked inwardly, knowing that mere words wouldn't achieve his goal. With a confident expression, Kang Yu-sung boldly declared his demand, a shadow beast. He also demanded a rare dark element skill card, leaving the council members stunned. An angry member warned him not to overestimate himself, but Yu-sung indifferently cut him off. He turned to leave, feigning disappointment and declaring he no longer wanted to cooperate, lamenting that he had done so much for them without reward. Just as he was about to leave, a council member ordered him to stop, and Yu-sung turned back with a triumphant smile. Instantly, a cat-like shadow creature with glowing purple eyes rose from the ground. The system announced that Kang Yu-sung had received a shadow beast. The shadow creature rubbed against his leg, and he received the special achievement, Found a Cat, along with 100,000 points. Kang Yu-sung bent down to pet his new creature, calling it a good boy. The Shadow Council asked if the reward of the rare skill card Shadow Blade was enough to convince him. Kang Yu-sung smiled with satisfaction, accepting the glowing skill card. He declared he would join the Shadow Council, officially becoming a member of the faction. Afterward, Kang Yu-sung stretched contentedly in the middle of the city, feeling that this season was going very smoothly. As he wondered about his next plan, he was suddenly called out by a crowd and rushed towards. He turned back, slightly surprised by their sudden appearance. Kang Yu-sung sighed, seemingly accustomed to being noticed. The media crowd surrounded him, bombarding him with questions about conquering 2 Tier 3 forces and aiming for the #1 spot. Blinding camera flashes in his eyes, he arrogantly replied that it was all because he was good. A reporter mentioned that the Chinese swordmaster had also cleared a Tier 4 tower, indicating a fierce competition this year. Kang Yu-sung then asked about the number of participants in that group. The reporter explained that the swordmaster's group had 5 people, but 4 had already died. He scoffed at his opponent, thinking that the guy only knew how to use his teammates as meat shields. Another reporter quickly chimed in with breaking news that the swordmaster had just entered the Tier 5 tower. Kang Yu-sung again asked about the number of people, and was told that this time the swordmaster was alone. He smirked, thinking that rushing into the race at the beginning of the season was pointless, because everyone knew that Saint Maria Jaeger was focusing on gathering skills and items first, and Gravekeeper Georg Vilmaer also didn't seem like he would join the game right away. Kang Yu-sung closed his eyes in thought, guessing that the Gravekeeper was planning to hoard items at Tier 4. When asked about the swordmaster, Kang Yu-sung began his answer. He bluntly called his opponent a madman, leaving the media crowd stunned. A reporter asked if he intended to give up the race, but Kang Yu-sung casually replied. He smirked and declared that he was also a madman, and he would be the madman who wins. While a reporter nervously advised him to be careful with his words, Kang Yu-sung shifted focus and asked for directions to the Tier 5 tower. Immediately after, he stepped into a glowing magic circle to prepare for teleportation. Standing in the center of the circle, he summoned ice energy as the system declared only one thing held the glory of victory. A series of notifications appeared, stating that the elders were betting on him, with Elder of Frost urging him not to disappoint her. Kang Yu-sung read the information about the War Tower, a historical battlefield, and realized the price was far beyond normal. He deduced that the player already in the tower was none other than Ray Chang, and decided to enter to begin the real game. The system announces he is entering the War Tower, where the historic siege of Palace Fortress is about to take place. Kang Yu-sung is surprised to be asked to choose between 2 opposing factions, the Kavalis Empire or the Rodea Kingdom. He discovers that the Empire faction has already been chosen by another player, and he humorously muses about the situation. Kang Yu-sung decides to choose the Rodea Kingdom, believing that the weaker side will yield greater rewards. He suddenly appears in the middle of the strategy room, startling the Rodea soldiers present. One soldier frantically exclaims that a player has arrived, while Kang Yu-sung calmly observes his surroundings. A soldier with blonde hair joyfully clasps his hands, believing his arrival is a blessing from God. Another soldier also exclaims in delight that this guest has come to save them. Kang Yu-sung confirms this is the strategy room, noting the impending battle, then asks to sit down and inquires who the commander is. The atmosphere in the strategy room of Palace Fortress is extremely tense. An arrogant official suddenly speaks up, scolding Kang Yu-sung for his attitude. The person angrily stomps forward. He introduces himself as Muta Duchamp, the commander of this place, and the head of the Duchamp Marquisate. Kang Yu-sung interrupts, calmly asking Muta directly if he thinks they will win this battle. Muta Duchamp confidently declares that despite their lack of resources, their fighting spirit is boundless. Kang Yu-sung quietly listens to the boasts about generals having the fighting spirit of 100 men, but as Muta was still rambling, Kang Yu-sung unexpectedly landed a punch to his stomach. Standing over Muta's fallen body, he declares, "From now on, I am the commander here." The other soldiers, though shocked, appear excited by this sudden change. Immediately, Kang Yu-sung begins to take charge, requesting a report on their troop numbers and those of the Empire. He is informed they only have 5,000 infantry conscripted from serfs, of which only about 900 know how to use a bow. Kang Yu-sung realizes the force disparity is hopeless, but fortunately, this world has no mages or magic. He contemplates his opponent, the Sword Master, who is not only a brute force user but also a disciple of the Elder of Steel. Normally, a player can only make a pact with one elder. However, Kang Yu-sung's case is special, as the Elder of Gestures himself turned him into a player who can receive rewards from multiple sources. Conversely, an elder can have many players under their command, but only one is favored with the title of disciple. The elder will support the disciple wholeheartedly, but there are limitations. For example, the Swordmaster cannot use skills unrelated to the Elder of Steel as his primary attacks. After analyzing everything, Kang Yu-sung smiles confidently, thinking this battle isn't too bad. Kang Yu-sung ponders, unsure if these Rodea soldiers are real people or just virtual beings within the tower. He dismisses useless thoughts, focusing on the more pressing issue: how to boost their fighting spirit. In the sky, black feathers gently fall like an omen. Suddenly, a soldier on the rampart loudly announces that a great guest has arrived for the Rodea kingdom. The soldier further announces that Muta Duchamp has been dismissed, and Kang Yu-sung will be the new commander. Hearing that their old commander has been deposed, the Rodea soldiers murmur amongst themselves with joy, believing the Lord is watching over them. The soldier reports that the army's morale is soaring, causing Kang Yu-sung to smile with relief that his worries were in vain. Suddenly, Kang Yu-sung startles and turns around, sensing danger approaching. A guard shouts from the watchtower, alerting them that the Empire's army has begun its attack. Outside, the enemy soldiers in red armor are swarming up ladders and firing arrows at the ramparts. A soldier explains that the enemy's attack is fierce, and Kang Yu-sung agrees, summoning his ice sword, ready to fight. He smirks, thinking the name Shadow Beast is too long, and decides to call it Blackie. Immediately, he calls out Blackie, and a massive mass of darkness begins to form, terrifying the soldiers nearby. As the monster takes the form of a giant black panther, Kang Yu-sung raises his sword and orders it to show its power. Giant shadowy tendrils lash down from the ramparts, causing the attacking Empire soldiers to look up in astonishment. What is that? The soldiers panic, shouting about something large and black on the ramparts, but their commander barks at them to maintain formation. The commander, in the middle of shouting orders, suddenly cries out in pain as a shadowy tentacle attacks him. He looks down in horror, unable to believe what is happening to his body. Immediately after, countless giant shadowy spikes erupt from the ground, brutally slaughtering the entire Empire army. An Imperial soldier cried out in panic, "Monster, run!" as shadows lunged forward. In desperation, the soldier shouted his final order, "Forget this wall, head for." Instantly, a wave of cold swept through, freezing the entire Imperial army. From behind, Kang Yu-sung calmly remarked, yes, you look quite hungry." He commanded, "Eat up, Blackie," and the colossal shadow beast appeared, ready to devour its enemies. Shards of ice shattered, signaling the end of the frozen army. Witnessing the scene, Rodea's soldiers raised their shields in astonishment and defense. Kang Yu-sung continued to unleash another wave of frost upon the enemy forces. He glanced across the battlefield with a cold expression, completely in control. Standing atop the wall, Kang Yu-sung mused that the Swordmaster wasn't present, and a player revealing themselves was a double-edged sword. A Rhodian soldier cheered excitedly. "The player is with the Kingdom of Rodea." The narration explained that within the tower, this was not a battle for survival. If a player lost, they were simply expelled from the tower, and the assault was considered a failure. Kang Yu-sung asserted that even without death, he couldn't accept defeat, then realized his opponent's move. Simultaneously, A mysterious dark energy was also decimating the Imperial army. The battlefield became a wasteland, littered with the corpses of soldiers from both sides. Kang Yu-sung wondered what his opponent was doing and why they hadn't appeared yet. Suddenly, a sword plunged straight down from the sky into the middle of the battlefield. Countless other swords followed, raining down in a torrent of weaponry. Rhodian soldiers looked up at the bizarre sight, one asking, "What is that?" Numerous glowing swords descended upon the battlefield, causing a Rhodian soldier to exclaim they were moving on their own. From above, Kang Yu-sung observed the sword rain, thinking, where did he get an hero-tier skill card? He smirked, contemplating, was it luck? Or could it be that the Elder of Steel himself bestowed it? Kang Yu-sung stomped his foot, preparing to engage. As Kang Yu-sung gathered his strength, Ray Chang observed from afar and assessed, he's prepared a lot while hiding. Ray Chang, who had just arrived, gave a confident smile and thought, but I haven't been idle either. Kang Yu-sung charged forward, enveloped in a powerful aura of darkness. He moved with incredible speed, his shadow blade cleaving through everything in his path. It's too late, my leveling is complete, he confidently declared as the is less than shadow blade is greater than skill window appeared. Rhodian soldiers cried out in alarm, mistaking the new player for an Imperial ally. Ray Chang smirked, realizing, as expected, I guess he's targeting me. The appearance of two powerful players completely turned the tide of the battle. Kang Yu-sung raised his ice sword, provocatively asking, but don't tell me you think you can defeat me with just that? Ray Chang explained the skill's weakness, that intricacy was inversely proportional to the number of swords. While Kang Yu-sung planted his sword into the ground, a massive wave of frost erupted, shattering the ground. The blizzard surged from Kang Yu-sung's position, blocking all incoming swords. Ray Chang looked up at his neutralized swords, hearing Kang Yu-sung's voice. Well, I told you, things like that wouldn't work. Ray Chang gritted his teeth in anger, his hand tightening on his sword hilt. Kang Yu-sung's eyes gleamed with determination, his focus entirely on the battle. He wore a smug grin, clearly in control of the confrontation. A skill, Shield of Seraph, was activated to reflect the enemy's attack. A young warrior cried out in pain as he was struck by his own attack. The shield shattered, and the system announced a cooldown of 167 hours. Ray Chang taunted, asking why with such meager sword manipulation skills he hadn't thought of taking the fortress. The warrior glared at his opponent. He sternly asked Ray Chang what he thought winning this tower meant. He declared that unless he defeated Ray Chang, the Empire wouldn't win, regardless of whether the fortress fell. Ray Chang seemed amused, asking if he truly wanted to defeat him knowing that. The warrior affirmed that players were heroes, and it was a hero's duty to protect the world. He continued his speech, stating that a bully who didn't understand that duty was unworthy of being the hero king. Ray Chang clapped sarcastically and asked if the others' guild members were part of the world he had to protect. The warrior froze for a moment, Ray Chang's words clearly hitting a nerve. Overcoming his hesitation, he charged forward, shouting an incomprehensible threat at Kang Yu-sung. He loudly declared his name as Li Jinwu as he continued his assault. Ray Chang scoffed, replying that he thought he'd be alive longer, and summoned countless sharp ice shards. Without hesitation, Li Jinwu charged straight through the ice storm. He maintained a determined expression on his face as he dodged the shards. Ray Chang created an ice sword, ready for the finishing blow. Suddenly, Kang Yu-sung appeared, swinging his shadow blade and shattering the ice shards as Ray Chang's taunts about shallow talent echoed. Kang Yu-sung and his shadow beast stood firm after neutralizing the attack. Li Jinwu reminded him that the elders were watching, and failure would carry a heavy meaning. Kang Yu-sung simply smiled and casually asked, "Why should I fight?" Immediately after, he encased his sword in frost energy. Kang Yu-sung suddenly dashed, gliding past a stunned Li Jinwu. Angered, Li Jinwu shouted that Kang Yu-sung was a coward, only using words to attack psychologically. But then he paused in confusion at the inexplicable action. Looking down from the wall, Li Jinwu wondered what Kang Yu-sung was doing in the middle of the battlefield. A thought flashed through Li Jinwu's mind as he realized the opponent's true intention. He understood that Kang Yu-sung's display of power from the start wasn't to rally the defenders. Instead, Kang Yu-sung charged directly towards the panicking Imperial soldiers. Realizing the audacious plan, Li Jinwu cursed and rushed after him. He desperately shouted, "Stop, Kang Yu-sung," but only received a smirk. Meanwhile, at the Imperial command tent, soldiers were screaming in panic and trying to flee. A high-ranking commander, Duke Garmut, slammed the table in anger, not understanding why their allies weren't acting. The Duke's fury filled the command tent. Having closed in on his target, Kang Yu-sung whispered, "Found you." He entered the command tent and declared that there was never just one way to win a game. Kang Yu-sung swung his frost sword, ready for the decisive blow. He charged through the commanders at terrifying speed, making them fear if the gods had abandoned them. Imperial soldiers shouted orders to protect Duke Garmut at all costs, but Kang Yu-sung had arrived like a storm, cutting down all who stood in his way. He stood amidst the wreckage and the bodies of fallen soldiers. None could survive his chilling sword strike. Suddenly, Li Jinwu appeared, pointing at Kang Yu-sung and shouting, "You!" Kang Yu-sung turned back, mockingly suggesting Li Jinwu should have shed his officer's uniform and blended in with the soldiers. Li Jinwu gritted his teeth in anger. As Kang Yu-sung explained, his sole objective was to halt the Empire's advance. In a fit of rage, Li Jinwu attacked, roaring, "You Goryeo bastard!" A system notification appeared, declaring Kang Yu-sung had broken the palace siege. Li Jinwu punched the ground in despair as he read the historical record of the Empire's defeat by an unknown assassin. He clenched his sword hilt, unable to accept the harsh reality. Two opposing notifications appeared. Kang Yu-sung had successfully raided the war tower, while Li Jinwu had failed. The reward for the victor was to take a skill card from the loser, including the hero tier skill, Sword Manipulation. Kang Yu-sung taunted, "Oh, it's nice of you to give me all this," leaving Li Jinwu to curse in helplessness. As Li Jinwu shouted he would kill him, Kang Yu-sung casually replied and chose the Sword Manipulation skill. The system confirmed Kang Yu-sung had received the hero tier skill and immediately equipped it. As a result, he gained the Steel Synergy effect, enhancing his equipped metal attribute skills. Expelled from the area, Li Jinwu shouted his final threat. "Don't think this is the end, Kang Yu-sung." Kang Yu-sung held the skill card he had just acquired and let out a satisfied burp. Season 2 began, with Kang Yu-sung in casual attire, crushing a can under his foot. Kang Yu-sung recalls a familiar scene from his dream. A mysterious voice asks him, the child of 1,000 talents, if he wants to become a hero. He always dreamed of that fateful day when he sat amidst mirrors reflecting himself. His hand reached out, picking up a soulless white mask. Facing him was the Elder of Jesters, who declared that he would become the hero of heroes, but also a laughingstock. The entity scoffed, stating that no joke was more amusing than that. Kang Yu-sung raised the jester mask to cover his face, as the system confirmed the agreement between them had been signed. He woke up abruptly in bed, sweat pouring down after the nightmare. Nearby, a phone rang incessantly. The screen showed 4 missed calls. Immediately after, someone began banging on the door, shouting Yu-sung's name and demanding he open it. Still tired, Yu-sung wondered why the dream was so intense, and who would disturb him so early in the morning. He opened the door and sarcastically greeted the uninvited guest, a man he called the Director General. The man was introduced as Park Tae-shik, also known as Master Park. He was a top 30 player who had made a pact with the Elder of Assassins. With the alias Deathblade, Park Tae-shik was also the Director General of the National Intelligence Agency. Park Tae-shik inquired about Kang Yu-sung, but he curtly replied that he had no time. As Park Tae-shik complained about the state of the world, Kang Yu-sung inwardly mocked his peace efforts. Park Tae-shik wondered why Yu-sung wasn't answering his calls, to which he casually replied he was sleeping despite it being morning. Suddenly, Kang Yu-sung kicked away the food box in Park Tae-shik's hand, sending him tumbling in surprise. Kang Yu-sung taunted Park Tae-shik, telling him to re-evaluate his life instead of selling t-shirts with the Hero King's image. He asked Park Tae-shik to stop calling him by that nickname, while Park Tae-shik retorted that his lifestyle resembled that of a child of darkness. Park Tae-shik wondered why Yu-sung, despite earning so much, still ate at a Chinese restaurant, but he happily praised the jampong there as delicious. Hearing this, Park Tae-shik leaned back, excitedly ordering 2 large portions of jampong and a bottle of sorghum wine. Yu-sung began to recall his story with this man, from before the world turned into a game, when a gamer friend was showing him the match progression. The friend told 5-year-old Kang Yu-sung that it was over and he just needed to not die. The people around in the internet cafe were amazed by his victory, exclaiming that it was as expected from Kang Yu-sung. Back then, Park Tae-shik was just an internet cafe manager, quietly observing his talent. He approached and suggested Yu-sung debut as a professional player, leaving the young boy stunned. Yu-sung recounted that Park Tae-shik had persuaded his parents. He also volunteered to take care of and hone his talent. Then one day, after Yu-sung turned 18 and was awaiting his official debut, they confidently stood before sponsors. But then the first season arrived. The tower break event occurred for the first time, signaling the end of peace. Amidst the devastation, Yu-sung lay unconscious on the ground. He woke up covered in blood, looking around in panic. His eyes welled up, reflecting the image of an approaching horror. A giant shadow monster lunged at the completely helpless Yu Sung. Just then, a decisive foot landed on the railing. Park Tae-shik appeared, blocking the monster's claw with a shadow blade right in front of Yu Sung. With glowing red eyes and an enraged expression, he pushed back the monster to protect him. Park Tae-shik rushed to the panicked young Kang Yu Sung as the boy cried out for his mother. Horrified, Yu Sung witnessed his parents lying motionless on the floor, his eyes brimming with tears, his face contorted with extreme pain. Yu Sung's flashback recounted that on that day, he lost both his father and mother. But on that fateful day, he also found his only hero, when Park Tae-shik placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Returning to the present, Yu Sung directly asked Park Tae-shik why he had come to find him. Park Tae-shik paused for a moment before answering. He revealed he came because of the association. Yu Sung immediately showed suspicion and annoyance, asking what else the association wanted from him. The Korean Player Association, or KPA, was introduced as an omnipotent organization controlling all players in the country. Park Tae-shik mentioned the Player Academy, but Yu Sung sarcastically called it a slave training center. He explained that the association wanted to invite Yu Sung to their first graduation exam, though he was sure he would refuse. While Park Tae-shik was about to decline the invitation on his behalf, Yu Sung unexpectedly announced he would go. Park Tae-shik was stunned by his unusual decision and messaged the association that Yu Sung would attend. Yu Sung gave a noble reason, but Park Tae-shik knew he had other intentions and directly asked about the price. With a sly smile, Yu Sung requested the exam be moved to 5 a.m. the next day. Immediately, at the Player Academy's exam center at 4:55 a.m., students were enthusiastically fighting. They discussed the presence of the Hero King and complained about having to take the exam so early. Kang Yu Sung stood silently in the hallway as an automatic door opened. An association official proudly introduced the training program, but Yu Sung interrupted with a sarcastic question about the students' actual abilities. The president of the Korean Player Association, Lee Sung-ho, invited Kang Yu Sung to personally evaluate the academy's first flag bearer. Kang Yu Sung coldly walked past, stating that the conditions remained as previously agreed. He declared that since he was the examiner, the decision of graduation was also in his hands. Lee Sung-ho smiled as Yu Sung entered, thinking to himself that he was too self-willed. He remained confident in his plan, believing that even the Hero King couldn't defy them. However, the smugness of Lee Sung-ho and his subordinates quickly shattered in horror. Kang Yu Sung ruthlessly eliminated each student one by one, coldly declaring them failed. Only one female student remained. She accepted her fate, but Yu Sung unexpectedly announced she had passed. When asked why, Yu Sung explained that she passed because she was the luckiest. He emphasized that, for a player, luck was the most important factor. Yu Sung declared the exam over and requested the cameras be turned off, at which point an automated voice congratulated the graduate. Association officials angrily rushed forward, questioning Kang Yu Sung's actions. Yu Sung responded by exposing their scheme, leaving Lee Sung-ho speechless. He revealed that all the students were children of influential families, and he was only called to be a test subject for data collection. Yu Sung sarcastically implied they expected him to train these useless individuals into the association's attack dogs. Lee Sung-ho trembled with rage at Yu Sung's words, calling him an insolent brat. He shouted, claiming Yu Sung knew nothing about organizations and was just an arrogant fool. Lee Sung-ho justified that players were merely weapons of the nation, and their actions were for the country's peace. With a sinister expression, he declared that what the world needed was a war hero. Finally, Lee Sung-ho earnestly pleaded with the Hero King to understand the country's situation and cooperate with them. Kang Yu Sung smirked, thinking about the association's intention to turn players into instruments of war. He continued his thoughts, mocking the short-sightedness of those people, believing they would soon realize their folly when everything was taken away. While Lee Sung-ho was trying to persuade, an assistant rushed in with urgent news. Looking at the tablet, Lee Sung-ho froze, his eyes wide with horror. He looked up, stammering fearfully as he looked at Kang Yu Sung. Kang Yu Sung feigned concern with a sinister smile, declaring that the Player Academy might have to close its doors right after opening. As Lee Sung-ho wondered where the leaked video came from, Kang Yu Sung reminded him of his backing from the National Intelligence Agency. Immediately, the scandal erupted worldwide with sensational headlines, exposing the Korean Player Association president's statement. Lee Sung-ho gritted his teeth, trembling with anger, and called out Kang Yu Sung's name. Kang Yu Sung provocatively smiled, asking a loaded question as a system notification indicated a surge in provocation level. His actions were praised by the Elder of Jesters, who bestowed a gift box upon him. After leaving, Kang Yu Sung stood outside the building, looking up. He smiled and thanked someone he called uncle. That person was Park Tae-shik, who reassured Yu Sung that the government also didn't want the association to become too overbearing. Park Tae-shik further explained that conflicts between the two sides were not uncommon, which relieved Kang Yu-sung. Incidentally, Kang Yu-sung asked Park Tae-shik to take him to a level 5 tower. A new quest in the Pale Desert Tower appeared as he sat in the car, ignoring someone's warning. The system announced his teleportation to a caravan camp in a desert oasis. There, a caravan was being fiercely attacked by desert monsters, screams echoing in despair. At the most dangerous moment, a player appeared from the sky to provide rescue. A desperate merchant cried for help as monsters charged, believing players always appeared as saviors. And just then, Kang Yu-sung appeared with cold, sharp eyes, surrounded by ice crystals. He began to write his own legend, unleashing a rain of ice swords that decimated the monsters. Landing softly on the ground, Kang Yu-sung announced his presence. The surviving merchants couldn't believe their eyes at the scene that had just unfolded. Kang Yu-sung casually said they could call him a player, an apostle, or whatever title they wished. The caravan rejoiced, hailing him as the Apostle of Light, which Kang Yu-sung found subtly confusing. Sensing something strange, he asked if there were any other dangers besides the desert monsters. A merchant cheerfully explained they were in the Holy Kingdom's territory and would arrive in just 4 days. Kang Yu-sung inwardly lamented rushing in anger without resting, but a merchant worriedly inquired about him. He reassured them that as long as he was there, the monsters wouldn't be a problem. While a creature was eliminated in the distance, Kang Yu-sung accepted the guard duty, and the merchants profusely thanked the kindness of the Apostle of Light. He inwardly relied on the life necklace to recover his depleted stamina. Afterward, Kang Yu-sung remembered the reward box he had to open himself. Inside was a hero-grade item, the Growth Stone, surprising him with its value. He decided that dealing with these individuals didn't require such a precious item, and chose to put it away. Suddenly, a swarm of giant scorpions emerged from the sand and charged to attack. Kang Yu-sung summoned his familiar and commanded, "Blackie, it's time to eat." The shadow beast lunged, easily devouring a scorpion in an instant. Despite this, Kang Yu-sung thought he couldn't let his familiar do all the work, and prepared to join the fray. Kang Yu-sung unleashed a blast of icy energy, using his sword to attack the desert scorpions en masse. He inwardly mused about the sword that could move at his will as it automatically sliced through a monster. Kang Yu-sung deemed it a rather useful skill. He severed the leg of another scorpion, and immediately received a level-up notification. The less than sword manipulation is greater than skill also leveled up, but he wondered if that was all there was to it. Feeling the ground tremble, he guessed that things weren't over yet. As predicted, a colossal scorpion monster emerged from beneath the sand. Kang Yu-sung recognized it as a mature sand predator, with dozens of ice swords hovering around him. He smirked, knowing this would happen, and that tonight wouldn't be a peaceful sleep. With glowing eyes, he called out the name of his shadow familiar, Blackie. Blackie appeared from the shadows with a wicked grin and blazing purple eyes. The shadow beast lunged, sinking its jaws directly into the head of the giant scorpion. Meanwhile, Kang Yu-sung summoned a vortex of ice swords that spun around him. Countless swords flew out simultaneously, embedding themselves deep into the monster's tough exoskeleton. He smiled confidently, his hands radiating icy energy as he controlled the swords. An ice sword materialized and shot forward with incredible speed. The mature scorpion was torn apart in the brutal storm of ice swords. After defeating the boss, Kang Yu-sung received a barrage of level-up notifications for both himself and his skills. The battle concluded, restoring peace to the caravan in the vast desert. Suddenly, a group of knights in white armor with Red Cross emblems appeared in the distance. Kang Yu-sung turned to ask the merchants about the knights who had just appeared. A merchant explained they were brave warriors serving the god of light, but Kang Yu-sung inwardly doubted it, as they had done nothing the previous night. He recalled the chaotic scene during the monster attack, realizing the knights had prioritized protecting the goods over human lives. When asked, the merchant stated they were knights of the Knightly Order of the Blood Cross. The knight's commander lifted his visor, revealing an aged and stern face. Kang Yu-sung approached with a provocative smile, directly asking what precious item their carriage was hiding. The commander coldly replied, asking the Apostle of Light not to concern himself with the carriage. He sternly stated that Kang Yu-sung should focus on the mission entrusted to him by God. Kang Yu-sung merely smirked inwardly at this attitude. From somewhere, a mysterious observer commented that these were knights who could use aura heart, and the appearance of the Apostle of Light would complicate matters. The commander's warning only piqued Kang Yu-sung's curiosity further. He wondered how valuable the cargo inside was that they had to protect it so meticulously. The commander looked at him with wary eyes. The nearby merchant panicked, trying to dissuade Kang Yu-sung. Suddenly, the merchant screamed as someone grabbed him. Kang Yu-sung pulled the merchant back and quickly erected an ice shield, blocking an incoming arrow. With blazing eyes, he menacingly warned them if they didn't want to die. He ordered everyone to lie down as a rain of arrows descended upon them. A scream echoed as someone was hit by an arrow. The ambush was carried out by a group of foreign cavalry charging from afar. A foreign knight rode while firing arrows, while the knight commander was enraged by the kingdom's territory being violated. The cavalry quickly retreated after the swift attack. Kang Yu-sung observed, wondering if this was a hit-and-run attack and how the knights would react. The knight commander shouted loudly, ordering the cargo to be protected at all costs and raising an aura shield. While the knights were solely focused on defense, a merchant screamed in pain as he was attacked, making Kang Yu-sung realize they had been abandoned. He quietly muttered that, of course, they would prioritize protecting their precious cargo first. A system notification appeared, confirming the current mission was to escort the caravan and transport the cargo safely. With a determined expression, Kang Yu-sung decided to act on his own. He charged directly towards the cavalry, attacking from a distance. He swung his ice sword with immense force. A confident cavalryman shouted that the enemy's attack couldn't reach them, but from the ground, where the sword struck, a shadow spear unexpectedly emerged. The spear pierced the horse, sending both rider and mount flying into the air. Kang Yu-sung immediately leaped up, intercepting the falling enemy. He raised his ice sword, preparing to finish off the target mid-air. But upon clearly seeing the opponent's face, Kang Yu-sung suddenly froze in surprise. The attacker beneath the hood was a desert elf, with characteristic pointed ears. Just then, another arrow whizzed past Kang Yu-sung's face. He quickly created an ice shield to block the incoming arrow. Noticing the arrow was enveloped in a glow, he realized these attackers could also use auras. A desert elf charged, yelling, "Die, you damned heretic!" Kang Yu-sung easily blocked the attack with his ice sword. He restrained the attacker, pressing his sword to their neck and asking about the contents of the carriage, but only received fury. Taken hostage, the desert elf screamed for their comrades to fire arrows without concern for them. Following the order, the desert elf cavalry simultaneously fired a rain of arrows towards them. Kang Yu-sung immediately created a massive ice explosion, completely neutralizing the attack. Despite being overwhelmed, the desert elf stubbornly declared they would reveal nothing. Kang Yu-sung calmly explained that he only needed information to decide which side to support, leaving the opponent stunned. He began to display his power, asking if they thought that wiping everyone out would be too difficult for him, then unleashed a fierce torrent of ice. The desert elf looked in horror at the countless sharp ice shards floating in the air. Kang Yu-sung warned that if there were any unnecessary actions, all of their comrades would die. Threatened, the desert elf tremblingly called him an intruder, while Kang Yu-sung repeated his question about the cargo. The provocation worked, and the individual angrily revealed they were escorting Princess Syria. Realizing this faction had kidnapped the princess of the other faction, Kang Yu-sung smiled and ordered them to leave. The desert elf hesitated, but Kang Yu-sung advised them to choose the path of life, rather than die in vain. After a moment of silence, the elf accepted and prepared to withdraw. Kang Yu-sung watched the desert cavalry gallop away. Immediately after, a knight of the Blood Cross approached, calling him the Apostle of Light. The knight questioned why he had spared the heretics, and Kang Yu-sung simply replied that he needed to confirm a few things. Despite the questioning, Kang Yu-sung advanced towards the carriage and demanded the knight yield. The knight adamantly refused, stating they could not obey him, even if he were the Apostle of Light. Kang Yu-sung then unleashed a dark aura, warning the knight to step aside while he was still speaking politely. Threatened, the knight could only utter a cry of fear as Kang Yu-sung approached the carriage. He used his power to force open the wooden doors. Inside, he looked down at a chained figure and asked if they wished to be saved. It was a dark-skinned woman with pointed ears, bound by chains. The woman smirked defiantly. She raised her head proudly, asking if he thought she needed pity from a heretic, revealing her identity as Cilia, princess of the Ayubid kingdom. Just then, a warning from the Elder of Light appeared, reminding Kang Yu-sung of his mission. He clicked his tongue, deeming there was no other way, and created an ice dagger. Kang Yu-sung used the ice dagger to shatter the chains, simultaneously breaking the warning display. Cilia was stunned as the handcuffs shattered, and a notification for the hidden achievement Princess Rescue appeared. The knights outside were also astonished, while Kang Yu-sung received 300,000 achievement points. The tower's objective was updated, and the floor's difficulty increased to hard. Kang Yu-sung smiled with amusement, thinking the freedom of this game was insane. Suddenly, a hostile message from the Elder of Light echoed, declaring he would pay the price as light angels appeared in the sky. An army known as the Watchers of Light descended, introduced as enforcers of the Elder's will. Witnessing the descending messengers, the knights cheered joyfully, calling for the punishment of the heretic who defied the light. Celia irritably asked Kang Yu-sung what he was thinking, while he calmly commented on the knight's rapid change in attitude. Kang Yu-sung confidently declared that he too had someone he could trust. He unleashed his dark power, receiving support from the Elder of Shadows. The Shadow Council immediately bestowed upon him a buff called Veil of Darkness. Within the darkness, the knights panicked, crying out that they couldn't see anything. Kang Yu-sung smirked triumphantly, thinking the rewards for choosing this side were indeed better. Immediately after, the knights were impaled by dark spears from beneath the ground. A shrill scream echoed as more knights fell in the darkness. The Watchers of Light in the sky showed displeasure at the intervention of darkness. One of them immediately called upon the power of light to retaliate. 5 Watchers jointly unleashed a blinding light, dispelling the darkness and revealing the bloody battlefield. However, Kang Yu-sung's darkness did not dissipate, but coiled around the Watchers. One Watcher angrily roared at the mortal who dared to resist. It gathered its strength, preparing to unleash a light attack named Radiant Dawn. However, Kang Yu-sung easily blocked the attack with his sword, astonishing the Watchers. Completely overwhelmed, the Watchers vanished in disbelief, and the system declared Kang Yu-sung an enemy of the Light Followers. As a result, his favorability with the Shadow Council skyrocketed, and he calmly remarked, "Only one down." He received a series of notifications about his increased dark status and aptitude, muttering that he could now see a little. Another notification appeared, warning that the tower's unfathomable forces were observing his every action. Kang Yu-sung explained that the tower world and the world inside the tower are 2 different concepts. The Knightly Order of the Blood Cross and the Desert Elves are merely entities existing within the tower. As for the Elders, where their power resides, they belong to the tower world itself, on a higher plane. Players are the representatives standing between these 2 worlds, and this concept becomes even clearer when a force serving an Elder directly intervenes within the tower. However, players are not merely puppets executing the will of the Elders. As the desert merchants once hailed him as an apostle of light, he recalled the moment a desert elf was enraged when Princess Syria was called merchandise, and he realized he could act on his own will. If one can see through the hidden meanings behind the words, players can decide more for themselves than they imagine. Being part of the Shadow Council, he calculated that opposing the Light faction would yield better rewards. Once a calculation was made, there was no need to hesitate, Kang Yu-sung told himself as he counted the remaining 5 enemies. Even the Elders cannot defy the rules that bind them, he thought to himself as a Watcher of Light roared, calling him an insolent fool. No matter how much the Watchers of Light hated him, they still charged down to attack. As long as this place remained a Tier 5 tower, they could not summon an angel of a rank higher than Tier 8. Because it was a rule of the tower, a Watcher of Light screamed, "Destroy the darkness with light." The entire army of angels chanted, "Destroy the darkness," darkened, in unison, then descended like a rain of light. Spears of light rained down, piercing even the Knightly Order of the Blood Cross who were screaming in pain. A knight, pierced through the chest, asked in astonishment, "O Messenger of Light, why?" Kang Yu-sung smiled, remarking that the destructive power of a Tier 8 entity was insane, and they didn't care about their followers at all. He thought there was nothing unfair about this, recalling how these very knights had massacred the desert elves. In any case, this chaos would soon end, he thought to himself, feeling the incredible power from his enhancement effect. A notification panel appeared, describing the legendary grade skill, is less than Veil of Darkness, is greater than, as capable of creating a shadow domain, boosting the user's stats, and weakening enemies by up to 50%. Kang Yu-sung took a stance with his ice sword, acknowledging that the enemy was certainly powerful as a spear of light flew towards him. Kang Yu-sung dodged a spear of light and calculated his first move. Meanwhile, Princess Syria could only watch the battle in fear. Suddenly hearing a voice, she flinched in fright. Kang Yu-sung approached and lifted her, declaring that he had found his target. He immediately called Blackie's name. Then he ordered it to take an item and protect the princess. He decided to use a hero-grade advanced growth stone on Blackie. The fragments of the stone dissolved into energy and transferred into the shadow beast. Syria screamed in terror, "Visitor!" as she saw another light attack rushing towards them. Blackie, after being enhanced, immediately grew larger to shield them. Syria squeezed her eyes shut as she was enveloped in safe darkness. The beast roared, using its body to block the deadly rays of light. The light attacks violently collided with its shadowy body, but Blackie remained steadfast, completely absorbing all damage. Seeing the princess was safe, Kang Yu-sung smiled and shouted, "Shadow Blade!" A Watcher of Light scoffed that a mortal's blade was useless against them, but countless ice and shadow blades rose from the ground, rushing towards the light entities. The Watcher responded by summoning a Sword of Radiance. Kang Yu-sung charged in, directly confronting the opponent's light weapon. Reflected in the Watcher's eyes was an astonishing sight. His sword had multiplied into 3. Kang Yu-sung controlled countless ice swords, charging into battle with the flying Watchers of Light. One of the enemies was immediately struck down by an ice sword, falling to the ground and creating an explosion of light. However, Kang Yu-sung realized that close-quarters combat was a disadvantage when the ground beneath his feet was unstable. He pondered whether he should continuously move while fighting. Suddenly, an unexpected danger made Kang Yu-sung jump with alarm. A Watcher had circled behind him and pierced through his shoulder. Despite the wound, Kang Yu-sung quickly moved to escape the dangerous situation. He wondered in astonishment why they were still so fast despite being afflicted with debuffs. A hastily created ice shield for defense immediately shattered before the opponent's power. Kang Yu-sung crossed 2 ice swords to block the next attack. Blood from his wound splattered in the fierce engagement. Standing on the crumbling ground, he irritably thought that these flying foes were truly annoying. With determined eyes, Kang Yu-sung wished he could deal with all of them at once. He decided to use a different method, channeling a surge of dark energy into his hand. But the Watchers of Light attacked in unison, scoffing that his old trick wouldn't work. Kang Yu-sung screamed in pain as he was engulfed by the high-intensity light energy. His entire body was submerged in the red hue of extreme pain. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and he gritted his teeth, cursing in despair. Finally, Kang Yu-sung collapsed to his knees, a sword of light piercing his chest, delivered by a Watcher. Kang Yu-sung's ice swords shot towards the Watchers of Light. A Watcher of Light ordered its companions to charge and tear him apart. But the system announced that the is less than death swindler is greater than blessing had activated, reversing his instant death into nothingness. The sword of radiance that had pierced Kang Yu-sung's chest suddenly vanished. The Watcher of Light who had dealt the blow stared in shock at its empty hand. Realizing something was amiss, it frantically screamed for everyone to stop. But Kang Yu-sung declared it was too late, as countless dark blades appeared, completely turning the tide of battle. He charged into the enemy formation, unleashing a devastating rain of swords. With the is less than, death swindler is greater than blessing, having just saved his life, Kang Yu-sung was confident it was time to end the battle. The first Watcher of Light was pierced by countless ice shards, its body shattering. Another was engulfed in a storm of blue icy energy. Mid-air, Kang Yu-sung skillfully dodged counterattacks while continuing the slaughter. As a golden feather fell, he gently landed on an ice pillar he had created. With one final massive energy attack, he wiped out the remaining angelic entities. Kang Yu-sung leveled up 3 times consecutively, and the temporary enhancement effect also disappeared. He stood alone amidst the bloody battlefield, surrounded by the corpses and shattered wings of his enemies. Exhausted, he let out a sigh of relief, sweat trickling down his temples. He turned to look at the destroyed merchant caravan. The ground was strewn with the bodies of the Knightly Order of the Blood Cross, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Amidst the battle, Blackie, in the form of a small cat, clung to Kang Yu-sung's leg. He bent down, remarking that Blackie looked even smaller than before. Princess Syria of the elf tribe approached and called out to him. She confusedly asked why he would betray his own kind to save her. Kang Yu-sung casually replied that it was because the rewards on this side were better. Syria remained skeptical, fearing he would demand a ransom for her life. Meanwhile, Kang Yu-sung simply stroked Blackie's head, who was behaving obediently. He scoffed, saying he was in the final stages of misanthropy. Seeing Syria silent, he then said he was just joking because she asked strange questions. Kang Yu-sung approached, his shadow stretching to envelop Syria like a pair of dark wings. A few days later, both rode horses to the border of the elf kingdom of Ayubid. Syria smiled, expressing her deep gratitude and an indescribable debt to the visitor from another world. Kang Yu-sung reminded her that he still had rewards to collect, making Syria tease him for being all talk. She then held out her hand and told him to take this. A system notification appeared, congratulating Kang Yu-sung on completing the tower and receiving the token of trust. He was surprised to read the item description, learning it was a token bestowed by Princess Cilia. A line of future history appeared, revealing that Cilia later succeeded to the throne and became queen. The scene shifted to 4 hours earlier. Kang Yu-sung was on a train approaching Busan Station. It turned out that Park Tae-shik had contacted him and requested him to go to Busan. In a previous conversation, Kang Yu-sung asked Park Tae-shik if anything was happening in Busan, and received the answer not yet. He wondered why he had to go there if nothing was happening yet, so Park Tae-shik explained that an incident was about to occur. Their target was Natasha Ivanova, a notorious international criminal player belonging to the Black Players Group. After being pursued by the Russian government, she had fled to Busan port and started clearing a tower with 4 subordinates. The most concerning thing was that Natasha also possessed a legendary skill card, Veil of Darkness. Back in the present, Kang Yu-sung had just arrived in Busan and received a call from Park Tae-shik. He irritably demanded a car be sent to pick him up. Park Tae-shik informed him that Ivanova's group was inside a level 5 tower. Information about the zombie apocalypse tower appeared, a level 5 survival mission with the objective of surviving until the designated day. Kang Yu-sung decided to enter the tower amidst the ruined city landscape, which had once been quarantined due to a deadly virus. As soon as he stepped inside, he was stunned by the horrifying sight, admitting that it far exceeded his imagination. A new quest appeared, requiring him to fight hungry infected creatures and a secret unit of the Tyrella Corporation. Immediately after, a hideous monster formed from countless merged human bodies appeared. Kang Yu-sung immediately took a defensive stance, summoning ice swords and shadow blades, unable to believe this was called a zombie. He stood frozen before the chaotic scene. Suddenly, his shadow beast automatically appeared in the form of a small black cat, surprising Yu-sung, who called out Blackie. The shadow cat bared its sharp fangs, flashing a demonic grin. Blackie transformed into a giant shadow entity and charged straight towards the flesh monster. At the same time, another horde of zombies emerged from the ground. Transforming into a colossal shadow whale, Blackie snatched and swallowed the grotesque monster. Blackie transformed into a colossal shadow whale. Emerging from the darkness, Kang Yu-sung mused that Blackie's power was completely different after being fed growth stones, though he was a bit confused by the whale form. Returning to the form of a black cat, Blackie let out a smug meow. Amidst the ruins, Natasha Ivanova cracked her knuckles, preparing for the encounter. She faced Kang Yu-sung, saying she knew he would come, and he too recognized his enemy. With a dramatic gesture, Natasha sarcastically welcomed the hero of heroes. She was confident that someone like him would never let a villain like her pass by peacefully. Kang Yu-sung called her by name, his hand already gripping his ice sword. He exposed her background, a member of the Red Mafia, pursued by the Russian government, and having fled to Busan port with her subordinates. Natasha feigned surprise, asking if he intended to arrest her, but Kang Yu-sung coldly denied it. He wondered why they could be so calm, while simultaneously summoning a barrage of ice swords to float around him. Natasha mused, believing the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service had underestimated her. She asked if Kang Yu-sung and his comrades intended to corner her and turn her into zombie bait. Drawing a large gun, Natasha scoffed at him for daring to come despite knowing her identity. Kang Yu-sung burst out laughing, asking in return if she thought he came here to be zombie bait. He declared his true purpose was to seize her legendary grade skill, then launched the ice swords forward. Natasha easily dodged the attack with a somersault and said she had known this beforehand. With a belligerent smile, she ordered all her subordinates to attack. One of Kang Yu-sung's swords plunged into the ground, creating a powerful explosion. As ordered, Natasha's subordinates simultaneously unleashed a hail of bullets towards Kang Yu-sung. He and Blackie dashed through the gunfire, dodging with ease. Kang Yu-sung quickly closed in, swinging his ice sword directly at Natasha. However, Natasha merely looked up with a challenging smile. Kang Yu-sung then unleashed dark energy from his body. He plunged his sword into the ground, activating the Veil of Darkness skill, which enveloped the entire area. Standing amidst the darkness, he smirked to himself. Did she disappear? Immediately he had to erect an ice shield to block an incoming volley of bullets and muttered, 3 riflemen and a sniper, huh? Other bullets continuously struck the ground as he moved to dodge. He realized something was wrong. Ignoring the first bullet, swinging his sword to create a blast of ice, he thought, this is getting strange. He mused while the ice wall blocked bullets. As far as I know, the Veil of Darkness affects everyone. He wondered with a confident smile. So, how am I being targeted so precisely? A meow sounded as Blackie landed on his shoulder. Kang Yu-sung smiled and said, right, it's too obvious. I think you should help me here, Blackie. Blackie let out a joyful, drawn-out meow, agreeing. Meanwhile, a subordinate was complaining. The ice shield is too hard, we need to think of something else. He suddenly flinched when he saw a black cat emerge from the shadows and exclaimed, a cat? Immediately, sharp shadow claws pierced through his body. One of Natasha's subordinates screamed in pain as shadow spikes impaled him. His comrades frantically shouted, warning everyone to stay away from the cat's shadow. Amidst the ice shards, Kang Yu-sung scoffed, realizing they could see Blackie's shadow. He drew his knife and said that even if they could see it, they couldn't do anything. Suddenly, Natasha Ivanova appeared behind him, holding a knife to his throat and restraining Kang Yu-sung. He calmly retorted, but she warned him not to underestimate her faction's intelligence capabilities. Natasha revealed she knew about his unusual achievement points in the level 5 tower. She continued to analyze that he had played on hard mode, and then only lingered in lower-level towers. Natasha ordered her subordinates to deal with the cat first, while Blackie was slaughtering them. Restrained, Kang Yu-sung chuckled meaningfully again. He looked directly at her and challenged, "How do you plan to kill me?" Immediately after, his body began to disintegrate, revealing it was merely a decoy. Natasha was stunned, speechless at the unexpected turn of events. She hastily raised her knife to parry as a barrage of ice swords flew in to attack. The real Kang Yu-sung appeared, saying he knew from the start that this wasn't the Veil of Darkness, but merely a trap. He admitted his senses had been affected, proving she had the ability to directly interfere with them. Surrounded by ice swords, Natasha began to sweat nervously. Kang Yu-sung smiled, deducing there was only one possibility left, a skill that could manipulate the target's visual information. He confidently concluded it was a legendary grade illusion skill. Kang Yu-sung's illusion dissipated at Natasha's feet. Her illusion skill Oculus was broken, revealing the true scene. Natasha Ivanova knelt, helpless, as sharp ice swords pointed directly at her throat. Kang Yu-sung scoffed, saying only those who know how to deceive are good at it, and she didn't seem to have the knack. He coldly declared that she was the one about to become zombie food. Kang Yu-sung prepared to unleash another attack with icy energy. Suddenly, he paused, his gaze fixed on a distant direction with a look of surprise. Natasha was also stunned to see the ice blades suddenly stop in mid-air. Meanwhile, a drone hovered over the city's B-16 sector, reporting the detection of multiple survivors. A player wearing a black bandana received a ruthless order: eliminate them all. Realizing he was facing combat robots, the player frantically sought an escape route. A giant combat robot landed, blocking his escape. The robot announced it would begin enforcing security protocols. From a distance, Kang Yu-sung witnessed an explosion and received a system notification about a player's death. He pondered deeply, wondering whether to intervene and break through the defensive shield first. Suddenly, a colossal red energy pillar descended from the sky, engulfing the entire area. Kang Yu-sung hastily raised his hands to defend against the destructive light. A gigantic clock appeared amidst a space full of gears, accompanied by a system notification. This is a waste. Natasha Ivanova was utterly bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Kang Yu-sung looked down at Natasha and the remaining player, coldly remarking that her two subordinates had died without having time to use their achievement points. Unexpectedly, a pointy-eared merchant appeared, pointing at Kang Yu-sung and declaring it was all his fault. Kang Yu-sung merely smiled back sarcastically, saying he felt very sorry. He provoked the merchant, offering forgiveness if they bought a card pack, while another child merchant nearby asked if candy was needed for an apology. The pointy-eared merchant suggested Kang Yu-sung sell the promise of a legendary card to Natasha, who was over there. The merchant turned to Natasha, warning that she had the second highest achievement points and should use them all before she died. Natasha bowed her head, understanding the gravity of the merchant's threat. The merchant continued to press, asserting that Natasha would surely die and could only survive if she drew a mythical card from a card pack. After being enticed by the merchant, Natasha angrily decided to buy skill card packs. Kang Yu-sung was slightly astonished when he heard Natasha state her total achievement points: 374,000 points. With a determined expression, Natasha declared she would use all those points on random skill card packs. Kang Yu-sung casually sat down, preparing to watch the unfolding drama. Natasha began opening the card packs, but the first results were only common grade cards. She continued opening them, and was extremely disappointed, as most were still common cards, with only an occasional rare card. The child merchant sitting nearby tried to encourage Natasha not to give up, believing she would soon receive a mythical card. Natasha bit her nails in despair as the results showed no improvement. Kang Yu-sung observed coldly, secretly thinking that the most interesting thing in the world was watching someone else's house burn down. A pile of useless common grade cards lay discarded at Natasha's feet. As Natasha desperately held the last card pack, the child merchant again offered comfort, saying she still had 7 cards left. Natasha Ivanova told herself that she had to get a good card, otherwise she would surely die. She desperately hoped for at least a hero-grade skill, but Kang Yu-sung merely mocked her bad luck. The elf merchant suggested Natasha use her remaining 4,000 points to buy recovery potions, but she remained silent. Just as Kang Yu-sung thought it was all over, the child merchant invited him to buy a card pack. The elf merchant explained that since Natasha had drawn all the bad cards, she had become a sacrifice for good luck. The merchant asserted that this was the perfect time for Kang Yu-sung to draw a legendary card. Kang Yu-sung felt the offer was worth a try, while a notification showed the Elder of Hell was worried. Angrily, Natasha screamed curses at Kang Yu-sung and someone she called scrap metal. Kang Yu-sung decided to buy a pack, saying he could sympathize with her anger, and spent 10,000 achievement points. He received a common grade is less than Ice Bolt is greater than skill card, and the system suggested merging it with a skill he already possessed. He secretly thought that upgrading a familiar skill was still better than getting a useless skill he had never heard of. After the upgrade, Kang Yu-sung turned to ask Natasha Ivanova about her next plan. Natasha suddenly grabbed his collar, angrily demanding he be silent and listen. Amidst Kang Yu-sung's confusion, the elf merchant said goodbye as Natasha's eyes glowed red. Both were suddenly teleported away. Kang Yu-sung only managed to let out a cry of surprise. They appeared in the middle of a ruined city, where Natasha screamed, "Go die!" as a massive explosion occurred. A gigantic robot leg crushed ice shards on the ground. A squad of combat robots advanced, announcing they would enforce security protocols. As the order "Eliminate the witnesses" rang out, Natasha turned to call Kang Yu-sung. Kang Yu-sung exclaimed, "What?" in astonishment as Natasha grabbed him and teleported away. From the perspective of a fallen player, Kang Yu-sung single-handedly charged into the army of combat robots. He focused intensely, his blue eyes flashing with determination. He leaped into the air, severing a robot's head with his ice sword. Facing laser beams from above, he summoned ice spears in retaliation. A rain of ice swords was created, pouring down onto the fiery battlefield. Two combat robots merged their weapons, preparing for a destructive energy attack. They fired a colossal beam, forcing Kang Yu-sung to brace himself in defense. Pushed back, he sarcastically asked if all of this belonged to a pharmaceutical company. He even thought he should buy some shares of that company when he returned home. Immediately after, his hand erupted with a fierce, icy aura. He declared that today, this place would be wiped out, while countless ice crystals formed around him. With a confident smile, Kang Yu-sung concluded his declaration that they would be delisted. The icy storm immediately tore apart the entire army of combat robots. A system notification appeared, confirming he had completed the zombie apocalypse tower, and allowing him to choose a skill from the defeated players. Kang Yu-sung smiled, saying he didn't need to think much about this choice. The system confirmed he had chosen the is less than Oculus is greater than skill, and a painful scream echoed. When the raid ended, the defeated players, including Natasha, were revived and writhed in pain. Kang Yu-sung deduced that those killed by Blackie would suffer the pain and be unable to escape. Kang Yu-sung turned and walked away, leaving Natasha Ivanova exhausted on the ground. He said indifferently, "Well done." Natasha looked up, bewildered, and asked, "Why?" Kang Yu-sung coldly replied that if she wanted to be caught, she should turn herself in. It had nothing to do with him. "Are you going to let me escape?" Natasha angrily questioned. As he walked, he sarcastically told her to go and tell everyone that the Hero King was a wonderful person. He turned back with a smug smile, explaining that at least one person had to survive to tell the tale. However, he secretly thought the real reason was to acquire the legendary skill and enjoy watching her points deplete. Immediately after, on a phone call, Park Tae-shik roared, questioning why he spared someone who wanted to stab him in the back. Kang Yu-sung tiredly replied that he wasn't a psychopath and wanted to live with a little humanity. Park Tae-shik angrily yelled, reminding him of those people's intentions, but Kang Yu-sung merely teased back. While Kang Yu-sung sat on a high-speed train, Park Tae-shik continued to lament about having raised him. Finally, Park Tae-shik gave up and instructed him to be careful, not to make him worry. Kang Yu-sung smiled warmly, thanking him for his concern. He pondered his role. To those saved, players were apostles, visitors, but to the world, they were also weapons, measures of military might, imbalances of power. The narration echoed, asserting that players were not heroes, but merely wartime heroes. Like Natasha Ivanova, they were people who wouldn't hesitate to destroy the enemies of their homeland. Kang Yu-sung mused to himself, "Do they also want me to become such a hero?" Walking down the street, Kang Yu-sung overheard a couple recognize him as the Hero King, and he secretly thought about the meaninglessness of the hero title in this world. Realizing he had let his guard down, he quickly pulled up his hood to cover his face. The couple continued to chat. The woman thought the Hero King seemed arrogant, but the man believed he was a good person in real life. As they walked away, their conversation still echoed, praising him as the most active player and the world's savior in Season 2. Hearing them mention selling t-shirts for charity, Kang Yu-sung merely chuckled to himself, thinking he was actually just greedy for money. Amidst the modern city landscape, mysterious towers still floated in the sky. Suddenly, a group of people ran towards him and called his name, making Kang Yu-sung realize he had been discovered before he could get home. With a determined expression, he thought he'd rather hide in a tower than be caught. Immediately, Kang Yu-sung was teleported to the Tower of Swords and Magic, where clerics were kneeling and cheering his arrival. Two knights joyfully exclaimed that the Saintess's warrior summoning ritual had succeeded. Kang Yusung muttered the word Saintess with a knowing smile. A veiled woman approached to welcome him, the warrior summoned from another world. She revealed herself as Elysia Celestina, the 37th Saintess of the land of Holy Celestina. Kang Yusung smirked, seemingly having immediately guessed the nature of this quest. He confidently took her hand and declared himself a warrior who resolves everything quickly and thoroughly. When he asked how he could help, Elysia began to explain the situation of the Philia continent. Kang Yusung interrupted her, anticipating the cliché story of a war between celestials and demons. Elysia was surprised by his insight, but continued to present the war between light and shadow, along with the urgent need to reactivate a divine weapon. About 30 minutes later, Kang Yusung smiled and suggested, "Excuse me, but shall we start saving the world from the threat of the demon tribe?" Elysia continued her speech, explaining that the real story had only just begun, and that the Celestials were concerned about humans abusing the power of the divine weapon. Kang Yusung merely stood silently with his arms crossed, clearly looking bored. Suddenly, he turned and walked away, causing Elysia to frantically call after him. "Warrior, where are you going?" She hastily grabbed his arm, but he casually replied that he was going to work, even as she questioned him about not knowing the divine weapon's location. Kang Yusung retorted by asking if she knew where the divine weapon was, and when Elysia admitted she didn't, he asserted that it made no difference then. As Elysia still tried to stop him, Kang Yusung growled, "But," as an ominous aura began to emanate from him. Suddenly, a fierce explosion of dark energy erupted right in the middle of the Great Hall. From within the magical vortex, demonic hands with sharp claws and a pair of horns began to reach out. Elysia cried out in horror as she recognized the terrifying presence. A gigantic demon king appeared, making her wonder and shock how the demon tribe could have infiltrated this sacred land. A brave knight drew his sword and charged forward, shouting for the monster to retreat because this was not a place it could set foot in. The knights immediately unleashed holy light attacks towards the demon king. However, the monster easily blocked the attack with its bare hands, astonishing the knights. Another knight desperately cried out that both holy magic and sword aura were useless. The demon king growled, gathering a blazing red energy sphere in its hand, preparing to counterattack. Just as it unleashed its destructive blow, Kang Yusung stepped forward and loudly demanded everyone to retreat. Elysia and the knights anxiously called out his name, offering to help. Kang Yusung reassured them that he was fine, and erected a massive ice wall to completely block the Demon King's attack. Elysia cried out a warning as the ice wall was shattered by the Demon King's dark energy. After the shockwave, she was stunned to realize that Kang Yusung had thrown himself into danger for their sake. In despair, Elysia knelt down, clasping her hands and praying to the goddess for mercy. The other priests and knights also knelt in unison, begging for mercy. As the ice wall shattered, Elysia screamed in terror, calling out the warrior's name. She anxiously asked if he was hurt, seeing Kang Yusung clutching his head in pain. Kang Yusung explained that that bastard had fled and sent a psychic message about the demon tribe taking over Arch. The message ended with a warning, telling Kang Yusung not to interfere and to get lost. Elysia couldn't believe what she had just heard, her face showing clear horror. Kang Yusung firmly stated that they had no time to hesitate and asked her about any place where Arch could be hidden. Realizing that destruction was imminent, Elysia admitted that there was a place she had in mind. With a determined expression, Elysia immediately took action. Both rode their horses out of the city, Kang Yusung saying with satisfaction that they were now on the right track. He turned to Blackie, praising its performance with the roar earlier as very good. An image showed Blackie in its small form having created a fierce roar from the shadows. Blackie responded to its master's praise with an innocent meow. Kang Yusung told himself that, since he had used an illusion, he would temporarily not use Shadow Blade, and also asked Blackie to seal its shadow spikes. Elysia anxiously asked if they should slow down, but Kang Yusung firmly stated that it was fine. He smirked to himself, satisfied that his method was much more effective, and that was how to use a legendary skill, revealing that the Demon King was merely an illusion from the is less than Oculus is greater than skill. A grand building was introduced as the Adventurers Guild. Inside, Kang Yusung asked an employee about the requirements to enter the dungeon, and was told it was an adventurer's license. The employee gave him a waiting slip with the number 216. While waiting, Kang Yusung and his companion, Elysia Celestina, sat at a table amidst the guild's noisy atmosphere. Another adventurer approached and began introducing the place, the labyrinth city of Garcia. They explained that Garcia was a neutral city located between the nation of Celestina and the Draga Empire, built around an ancient labyrinth. Kang Yusung secretly thought this was an ideal place to hide the ancient weapon Arch. Just then, the call for number 216 rang out, catching Kang Yu-sung's attention. The guild employee asked them to sign a document. As Kang Yu-sung was about to sign, Alicia cautiously stopped him. He read the harsh terms. The guild would not be responsible if an adventurer died and would confiscate all found assets. The employee explained that the dungeon offered opportunities for wealth, but also came with dangers. She emphasized that all choices and responsibilities belonged to the adventurers. And Alicia agreed and signed. Kang Yu-sung sarcastically commented on how lives were valued in the memorandum before putting pen to paper. After completing the procedures, the female employee smiled and wished them good luck. Both entered the ancient labyrinth, and a system notification confirmed they had reached the first floor. Kang Yu-sung and Alicia immediately took a combat stance, ready to face what was coming. A pack of monsters, consisting of a black wolf and many red-eyed rats, charged out from the shadows. Kang Yu-sung used an ice sword to block the wolf's attack and signaled Alicia to act. Alicia responded, her hands emitting a powerful stream of light. A holy beam of light pierced through the head of the rat monster, instantly finishing it off. Both delved deeper into the mine, and Kang Yu-sung remarked that they had reached the 5th floor faster than expected. He turned to praise Alicia, saying it was thanks to her good fighting and her amazing blessing magic. Alicia recalled the times Kang Yu-sung had eliminated monsters and cleared the path for them. She was unaware that in a similar situation, Kang Yu-sung simply wanted to drive others away from his hunting ground. Misinterpreting that action as kindness, Alicia was moved and said that if everyone helped each other, they wouldn't have to fear demons anymore. Kang Yu-sung was about to speak further when a strange voice rang out, welcoming the newcomers. A group of fierce-looking individuals suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Led by a burly giant, the leader roared, questioning why they dared to do business in the dungeon without paying. And Kang Yu-sung calmly realized they were the dungeon bandits. Alicia looked bewildered upon hearing the name dungeon bandits. Kang Yu-sung explained that gangs like these, also known as adventurer hunters, existed in every major dungeon. The leader held out his hand, demanding they surrender everything they had. Alicia frantically stepped forward, trying to negotiate peacefully. However, Kang Yu-sung smiled and offered to tell the thieves a story. He began to fabricate a grand tale that he was a warrior from another world who had come to save this world from the invasion of demons. The bandits looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what he was saying. Kang Yu-sung continued, introducing Alicia as the 37th Saintess, and stating that they were searching for the ancient weapon Arch to save the world. He ended the act by pleading with them to let them go for world peace, both flashing radiant smiles. The bandit gang was completely stunned by Kang Yu-sung's absurd story. Finally, the leader snapped out of his daze and angrily yelled at his subordinates about Kang Yu-sung's nonsense. A bandit scoffed, thinking Kang Yu-sung had gone mad from fear. Alicia Celestina stood frozen, completely bewildered by what was happening. Kang Yu-sung secretly sighed, annoyed that he had anticipated this outcome. The leader growled, declaring that once inside the dungeon, no one could escape, but Kang Yu-sung unexpectedly lunged forward. With terrifying speed, Kang Yu-sung swung his sword, severing the arm of the bandit who had just mocked him. The unfortunate bandit screamed in pain as Kang Yu-sung stared coldly at him. Amidst the chaos, the leader roared in fury as his subordinates shouted that Jim had been taken down. Kang Yu-sung calmly created an ice sword, while the leader swung his massive axe and charged. He quickly fired a blast of icy energy, taking down another bandit. A commanding voice rang out, questioning who dared to strike down her subordinate. A blonde female warrior with an axe stepped out of the shadows, smiling and remarking that Kang Yu-sung seemed more capable than he looked. Alicia was astonished to realize it was the friendly female employee from the Adventurers Guild. Kang Yu-sung calmly explained to a bewildered Alicia that the Adventurers Guild and the bandit gang were colluding. He revealed their scheme was to corner new adventurers, forcing them to pay money in exchange for their lives. Alicia was horrified to hear that even without money, human bodies always held value for them. She couldn't believe the brutal truth that had just been exposed. The female guild employee laughed loudly, mocking Alicia's naivety and asserting that it was the law of this labyrinth city. She yelled that it was too late and swung her massive axe, charging to attack. Kang Yu-sung's ice sword fiercely clashed with the blazing axe. Kang Yu-sung smirked, warning his opponent to watch her step. The female bandit leader was horrified as she was swallowed by a surge of purple shadow energy. Kang Yu-sung unleashed a vortex of darkness, sweeping away the entire bandit group without a trace. From within the purple smoke, the silhouette of the shadow beast Blackie gradually emerged with glowing red eyes. Immediately after, Blackie transformed into a cute black cat and let out a cheerful meow. Kang Yu-sung said to a still-stunned Alicia Celestina, Saintess, the path is clear now, let's go. Alicia composed herself and replied, and together they ventured deeper into the labyrinth. They entered an ancient, vast, and desolate hall, with colossal stone pillars. As night fell, Kang Yu-sung suggested they rest by the campfire and continue tomorrow. Alicia sat silently by the firelight, her expression pensive and full of thought. Kang Yu-sung noticed this and spoke up. Your expression has been quite gloomy ever since we encountered those bandits in the labyrinth, he continued. This world must feel very unfamiliar without the title of Saintess, doesn't it? Alicia looked up, expressing her feelings. I can't believe we have to fight our own kind when the world is on the brink of destruction. Then she turned to him and asked, Warrior, are you already used to things like this? Kang Yu-sung replied, a fleeting image of Lee Sung-ho crossing his mind, along with the philosophy that this new world needed a war hero. He said with a bitter smile, It's the same in any world. Alicia looked at him, seemingly understanding something, and simply replied, I see. She continued to ask curiously, What kind of place is your homeland, warrior? Kang Yu-sung looked up, beginning to recount. My homeland has endured countless threats. He explained that the real problem was that no one had foreseen and prevented the disaster, which made Alicia quickly apologize. A memory flooded back, showing a young Kang Yu-sung in a panic with his comrades, and he said, The first time. No, I thought everything was fine, until the third time. Kang Yu-sung continued to reminisce. But when I came to my senses, back in reality, Alicia sadly said that at some point, everyone was only busy looking out for themselves. Then she asked about him. Kang Yu-sung smiled in response. Me? What do you think? Both fell silent by the campfire in the vast ruins. Alicia pondered, trying to guess the meaning behind his answer. She looked up, seemingly having found her own answer. Kang Yu-sung's eyes gleamed as he recalled painful memories. He suddenly burst into laughter, finding her thoughts naive. What? No way. The space became quiet again, with only the crackling of the fire remaining. Kang Yu-sung suddenly noticed the unusual silence, and wondered, why is it so quiet? It's as if time has. An elf merchant suddenly appeared, invitingly. Are you awake? Care for some card packs? He refused to buy cards, asked to see the item list, and muttered about needing 2 more levels. A few days later, on the 100th floor, a winged monster roared, claiming the chest will be our demon tribe's share. Die, warrior. Meanwhile, Alicia was surrounded by a swarm of snakes, desperately creating a sphere of light and begging for mercy. Kang Yu-sung didn't hesitate to charge straight into the mouth of the giant python. Inside, he unleashed a slash combining ice and shadow energy. The attack hit its mark, making a Medusa scream in extreme agony. As Medusa's hand disintegrated, it still tried to pray to the demon god, while Kang Yu-sung coldly finished it off and received a level-up notification. He sighed tiredly, admitting the battle was tough, and received 10,000 achievement points. After defeating Medusa, Kang Yu-sung received a special reward and mused about the timely appearance of the demon tribe. Alicia smiled brightly, praising Kang Yu-sung's feat. Kang Yu-sung showed Alicia their reward, which made her rejoice in surprise. On a stone pedestal, a brilliantly glowing crystal appeared. It was the arch they had been searching for. Kang Yu-sung remarked that the ancient weapon looked quite simple and received the quest item Arch Fragment, White. Immediately after, the ground shook violently as Alicia realized the labyrinth was collapsing. A blue teleportation gate appeared, and Kang Yu-sung figured it was their exit. Both stepped out of the gate. Alicia sighed in relief, seeing that they were safely outside. Suddenly, an armored man appeared, welcoming Saintess Alicia and the warrior from another world. The man stood before a formidable army, thanking them for making it easy for the Empire to find the arch. His name was Milvus Draga, the Grand Prince of the Empire, and he demanded they hand over the arch to him. Alicia realized in dismay that they were not on the same side. While Kang Yu-sung confirmed Milvus's identity, Milvus threatened to spare their lives if they obediently complied, but Alicia firmly refused, asserting that the arch's power was to protect the world. Milvus sneered, revealing that he also possessed an arch fragment, and declared he would use that power to make the entire demon tribe kneel. Seeing the conversation was futile, Milvus ordered his army to attack, while Kang Yu-sung pulled Alicia back. Milvus clenched his fist, exhorting his soldiers that it was time to prove their loyalty and courage. The Black Guards simultaneously raised their flaming swords, and a notification appeared, stating that the final part of the scenario had begun. Prince Milvus's entire Black Guard army charged forward, targeting the power of the arch. While Alicia prayed, she quickly cast a series of buffs on Kang Yu-sung, preparing him for battle. Kang Yu-sung's ice swords surged forward, piercing and tearing apart the Black Guard army. A Black Guard frantically urged Milvus Draga, "We must retreat, Your Highness. We cannot hold out any longer." Milvus roared in anger, ignoring the advice and focusing on the arch shard that was emitting intense purple energy in his hand. He refused to give up. No, not yet, and tried to control the arch shard's increasingly chaotic power. The dark purple energy from the arch shard erupted, and Kang Yusung immediately sensed the anomaly. Kang Yusung turned to warn, "Saintess, it seems the arch's power is losing control," astonishing Elysia. A massive energy vortex formed, and Kang Yusung quickly created a giant ice shield for defense. Dark energy enveloped Milvus, causing his body to begin transforming into a monstrous form to the horror of his subordinates. A black guard timidly asked, "Are you all right, Your Highness?" As the prince's eyes glowed crimson and horns began to sprout. Completely out of control, Milvus shoved aside his own loyal soldiers and yelled, "Get out of my way, you useless fools!" While the black guards screamed, "The prince has turned into a monster." Kang Yusung calmly requested, "Saintess, please reapply the buffs." Kang Yusung summoned an elaborate ice armor that enveloped his entire body, ready for a direct confrontation. He declared, "Earthquake potion, fire potion, activate," then threw 2 potions down, causing the ground to immediately crack open. A massive pillar of fire erupted from the ground, engulfing the monster Milvus within it. Kang Yusung, in his ice armor, charged straight through the sea of fire, swinging his sword at the enemy. The icy blade cut a deep gash into the monster's chest, making it scream in pain. Milvus roared in fury. "This damned warrior!" It frantically charged towards Kang Yusung, yelling, "Do you think I can't catch you if you hide in a sea of fire?" Inside his ice helmet, Kang Yusung merely smirked confidently. Milvus Draga, in a frenzy, lunged to attack amidst the icy energy. "Your eyes have blurred from power intoxication. That's why you're seeing illusions, isn't it?" Kang Yusung mocked from above. He delivered a decisive slash, creating a massive pillar of icy light that struck down upon the prince. Milvus's eyes widened, blood gushing from his mouth as he took the finishing blow. After the battle, Kang Yusung stood tall, ice sword in hand, his helmet having dissipated. A system notification appeared, confirming he had found the last arch shard. Immediately, a brilliant pillar of light shot into the sky, making Kang Yusung secretly think it looked like a mobile game cutscene. 2 shards, one blue and one purple, began to swirl together. They merged into a complete pyramid, emitting a powerful aura. "The arch has," Elysia Serestina exclaimed in astonishment, and at the same time, Kang Yusung received a notification that he had leveled up. Perfect timing, he thought to himself as he held the artifact, the system notifying him that he had reached level 50 and could enter the Awakening Tower. "It's all over. Take it," Kang Yusung said, extending the arch towards a stunned Elysia. "You're going to give the arch to me?" Elysia asked back skeptically. Kang Yusung explained that besides the Saintess, no one else could control this power, and he himself was not worthy. He jokingly asked if he should hand it over to the Draga Empire, startling Elysia into a panic. "Think of it this way," Kang Yusung said as he placed the arch in her hand. "Better to use it yourself than to hand it over to those bastards," he continued, warning about the dangers of power and the madmen corrupted by it in the world. "But the Saintess will fight by gathering everyone's strength, won't she?" he affirmed with a smile. Elysia remained silent, bowing her head to look at the powerful artifact in her hands, lost in thought. Elysia Serestina smiled serenely, clutching the arch artifact tightly, and thanking Kang Yusung for helping her feel at ease. Kang Yusung breathed a sigh of relief as the notification panels appeared, confirming he had completed the tower and gained the Saintess's absolute trust. Brilliant sunlight shone through the window, signaling a return to the real world. Lying in bed, Kang Yusung mused about the week that had passed since he left that tower. He scrolled through an article praising him as the Hero King, thinking that these achievements weren't too shocking compared to his recent experience. Realizing it was still mid-January, he decided to put everything aside to focus on something more important. A few days later, Kang Yusung walked down the street, hastily trying to escape the crowd of reporters and fans chasing him. Amidst interview invitations, he decisively chose to enter a newly appeared tower gate. The crowd was stunned as he vanished, confusedly asking each other which tower it was since no information appeared. One person in the group realized in a panic, could it be that he had entered the Awakening Tower? Inside the dark space, a mysterious voice echoed, welcoming the child of 1,000 faces, 1,000 talents it had been waiting for. Kang Yusung's blue eyes snapped open, and he bluntly demanded to skip the nonsense and start the test immediately. He stood in an infinite space, surrounded by countless floating mirrors, each reflecting a different silhouette. The mysterious voice commented on his impatience. One of his reflections smirked maliciously, its eyes turning crimson, while the other voice declared it would begin immediately. Right now, the voice echoed as the clone stepped out of the mirror, ready to fight. All the surrounding mirrors simultaneously shattered into pieces. Kang Yu-sung calmly walked on the glowing shards beneath his feet. He steadily advanced into the darkness, sword in hand, ready for the challenge ahead. A clone of Kang Yu-sung with a clown mask mocked him for his calm demeanor. Unfazed, Kang Yu-sung calmly summoned multiple ice swords, preparing for the confrontation. The masked clone also mimicked his actions, creating identical blades with a sneer. Both launched their attacks simultaneously, and the ice swords clashed, creating a dazzling energy explosion. Kang Yu-sung immediately charged forward, swinging his sword while manipulating the shadows on the floor with his other hand. An intense, high-speed aerial battle ensued as they moved amidst a storm of flying swords. The clone easily blocked an attack with its glowing shield, a confident smile hidden behind its mask. Kang Yu-sung realized he was fighting an imposter who could perfectly replicate his attacks. They unleashed massive waves of ice, and the two overwhelming torrents of power clashed violently once more. He recalled facing similar challenges before, silently thinking that even so, he didn't want to summon dark spikes from below. However, his clone proved equally agile, dodging the dark spikes while parrying ice shards. The clone coldly watched Kang Yu-sung charge through the deadly terrain it had just created. A system notification appeared, stating that the is-less-than Shield of Seraph is greater than had repelled the attack, as a golden barrier shattered the incoming swords. Just as a fatal blow was about to land, the is-less-than Death Swindler is greater than Blessing activated, nullifying the attack and saving his life. The battle reached another climax as the energy from their swords clashed, shaking the space with pure power. In a bind, Kang Yu-sung called out to Blackie, but a system notification stated that summoning the spirit beast was restricted. Realizing that plan wouldn't work, he quickly devised a new, simpler strategy to defeat his opponent. With renewed determination, he charged forward through the chaotic storm of ice and magic. The clown-masked clone raised its glowing ice sword, ready to face the final assault head-on. Kang Yu-sung smirked, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. In their final attack, he and his clone simultaneously pierced each other. "Why so serious?" the clown-masked clone asked with a grin. Its voice echoed as blood spread beneath their feet. "You can be a hero, or you can be a villain. What we become on this stage is what we desire, so there's no need to be too serious." With its mask cracked, the clone reached out and said that in this world, nothing is worth being serious about. Then it grabbed his face in a surge of purple energy. "There's a spell that can shut your mouth," Kang Yu-sung retorted, his eyes now glowing purple. He placed his hand on the clone's mask, unleashing dark energy. The clone began to disintegrate into particles of shadow as Kang Yu-sung absorbed it. When it was all over, he stood alone in the empty space, holding the clown mask. He stared at the mask as it began to attach itself to his face. Now wearing the mask, he summoned an ice sword and wondered if there was anything left to do. The Tower of Awakening Overseer appeared as a giant jester, bestowing a new face and talent upon the child of 1,000 faces. The scene shifted to outside a modern hospital. Inside, Park Tae-shik was urgently running down the corridor. He burst into the hospital room and was astonished to see Kang Yu-sung awake. Park Tae-shik gasped, too stunned to speak. Lying in bed, his body wrapped in bandages, Kang Yu-sung fiddled with ice crystals and asked in surprise, "You're here?" Park Tae-shik sarcastically remarked on Kang Yu-sung's rapid recovery from his injuries. He teased, calling Kang Yu-sung the Hero King and urging him to go maintain world peace. Kang Yu-sung complained about having to work despite being stabbed in the chest, but Park Tae-shik brushed it off. However, Park Tae-shik admitted that this was no ordinary wound, nor was his awakening. Kang Yu-sung replied nonchalantly, not particularly bothered. He explained that awakenings at level 50 take different forms, and his challenge was to defeat himself. The reward he received was his own talent, allowing him to regain his existing skill cards and stats. The system appeared, allowing Kang Yu-sung to synthesize and enhance his skills, including the legendary is less than Oculus, is greater than skill. After confirming he had received everything necessary, Kang Yu-sung immediately asked about his next mission. Park Tae-shik revealed the mission was to find and eliminate a true villain, a black player causing mass arsons. A silver-haired man in a red ceremonial suit stood amidst the burning city, relishing the desperate screams. He brandished his conductor's baton, declaring that fools must tremble before him. Calling himself the Great Maestro, he proclaimed he would lead everyone to the magnificent art of destruction. Amidst the sea of fire, the system announced that the Elder of Fire had bestowed a bounty upon player Bak Dong-soo. Bak Dong-soo shrieked with delight, grateful that the Elder of Fire was the only one who understood his art. As law enforcement approached, he scoffed, calling their guns mere walking sticks for fools. Law enforcement could only curse helplessly at the chaos. Kang Yu-sung and other players arrived at the scene just as the criminal ran into a tower. He realized the arena tower's entry limit was only 2 people, and rushed in before the gate closed. Standing atop a building, Kang Yu-sung gazed thoughtfully at the city, engulfed in flames, thinking that even if players weren't heroes, a player burning down the entire world was simply unacceptable. He determined that this was no ordinary madman, and charged straight into the tower. Inside, a colossal arena appeared with a wildly cheering crowd. Baek Dong-soo arrogantly spoke, asking who the peasant was this time. But then he was stunned to realize his opponent was Kang Yu-sung. "Yes, it's me, you crazy bastard," Kang Yu-sung replied while conjuring a massive ice sword. Baek Dong-soo shrieked with excitement, calling Yu-sung the Hero King, and believing he would understand his art. But Yu-sung secretly thought of him as an idiot. Kang Yu-sung wearily wondered why the world was full of lunatics, prompting Baek Dong-soo to question him. Hearing those words, Baek Dong-soo's face darkened with anger. He roared, enraged that his art was being disrespected, and unleashed his unique skill, Hellfire Orchestra. Kang Yu-sung swiftly dodged a fiery flute that shot towards him like a missile. Baek Dong-soo continued to conduct the orchestra, firing powerful streams of flame from the trumpets. Amidst the barrage of fire, Kang Yu-sung calmly realized that his enemy's characteristic was sudden bursts of rage. Baek Dong-soo flinched in alarm as the flame on his conductor's baton was suddenly extinguished. He immediately commanded a giant fiery timpani to crash down from above. Other drums appeared, encircling Kang Yu-sung in a cage of fire, and Baek Dong-soo triumphantly yelled that he had caught him. However, Kang Yu-sung easily shattered the fiery cage with a blast of icy energy. He charged forward, declaring that such things couldn't capture him, and that it was time to end the match. Baek Dong-soo unleashed a fiery cross-shaped attack. Inside the flames, a figure that appeared to be Kang Yu-sung was being incinerated. He laughed maniacally, believing he was about to create a masterpiece, but a voice echoed, asking him what he was looking at. From within the sea of flames, the figure spoke. "That's my afterimage," the real Kang Yu-sung said as he appeared right behind a stunned Baek Dong-soo. Kang Yu-sung showed surprise upon seeing that his opponent had dodged his lightning-fast attack. Clutching the wound on his neck, Baek Dong-soo screamed in panic that an illusion couldn't have a voice. With a smug smile, Kang Yu-sung held his ice sword and refused to explain. A system panel revealed the secret. The legendary skill is less than Oculus is greater than could grant illusions. Substance for 3 seconds to deal physical damage. Kang Yu-sung scoffed that he would fill the stands for him, then created dozens of illusionary copies of himself. With a cold expression, he began to announce the upcoming performance. He concluded that this would be Baek Dong-soo's final live performance before his death, and ordered the illusions to attack. Surrounded, Baek Dong-soo still smiled defiantly, concentrating his last flames in his hands and whispering about his art. He roared that his art was immortal, and unleashed a final explosion. Kang Yu-sung pierced through the flames, overwhelming the attack, and a system notification confirmed his victory in the match. He gasped, looking at the notification screen amidst the ruined arena. Realizing that the tower's rules didn't allow killing other players, Kang Yu-sung irritably looked at the 2 exit options. He decided to pursue, choosing Calais, France, as his destination to deal with Baek Dong-soo's artistic disease. In Calais, Baek Dong-soo looked up with determination, while Kang Yu-sung stood on a balcony, observing him from afar. Kang Yu-sung had found his target in Calais, France. Standing high above, he summoned an ice sword and yelled, questioning Baek Dong-soo if he thought he could escape. Immediately, Kang Yu-sung plunged down, swinging his sword to create a massive icy energy trail. Baek Dong-soo realized in horror that he had been caught in a devastating ice vortex. As the fatal sword strike was about to finish off Baek Dong-soo, who was looking up with a desperate expression, a brilliant golden light explosion suddenly erupted, blocking the attack. Kang Yu-sung turned back with a surprised expression at the unexpected intervention. A blonde woman stood there, surrounded by her retinue, the one who had created the protective aura. She sternly ordered Kang Yu-sung to lower his weapon. Kang Yu-sung was stunned, asking why she was there. He realized it was Saintess Maria Jaeger, the guild leader of the Order of Knights Hospitaller. Maria explained that the French government had requested her cooperation in the investigation, and she had been waiting there. Kang Yu-sung grinned, offering her a hand to stab the arsonist criminal in the gut. Maria firmly refused, stating that she couldn't let him kill this person. She explained the principle of only killing in special circumstances, making Kang Yu-sung inwardly mock her saintess attitude. He sarcastically remarked that she was truly a saintess, But Maria only replied that hatred would only breed hatred. She advised Kang Yu-sung not to become a monster just because his opponent was one. Maria emphasized that she was doing this for Kang Yu-sung himself, but he retorted that his actions were also for her benefit. Looking at the collapsing Baek Dong-soo, Kang Yu-sung warned of international repercussions if they didn't thoroughly resolve this matter. Baek Dong-soo swung his conductor's baton, unleashing a fiery attack. A terrifying explosion engulfed the area in a sea of flames. However, Kang Yu-sung's attack was blocked by a golden shield, making him wonder why an attack from within couldn't penetrate it. Maria Yeager explained that the person she was trying to protect was Kang Yu-sung himself. She declared the case closed and that they would handle the criminal's handover so he could rest. Kang Yu-sung silently looked down with a pensive expression. He reluctantly accepted, saying that if the saintess had spoken, he had no other choice, and dispelled his ice magic. He turned and walked away, muttering that he had traveled all the way to France in vain. Suddenly, his feet sank into a pool of purple shadow spreading across the ground. From within the shadows, countless sharp tentacles rose, lunging towards Maria and her retinue. Maria confidently raised her hand, declaring that the attack would have no effect. Kang Yu-sung merely smirked, admitting that he had also anticipated it. A massive wave of dark energy enveloped everything, disorienting everyone. Maria was horrified, realizing the true scale of this skill. One of her people stepped into a spreading pool of blood. Maria's entire entourage screamed as they were pierced by golden light swords, and a system notification indicated that the provocation level had skyrocketed. Kang Yu-sung stood among the corpses, while the system announced that the Elder of Jesters was honored. He coldly questioned Maria, asking if she knew how many people, including children, had died at Baek Dong-soo's hands. He asserted that he could not and had no reason to spare this criminal's life, while Maria's subordinates were still holding the weapons that had killed their comrades. Kang Yu-sung argued that the black players destroyed the world even faster than the towers, but Maria Yeager vehemently objected. He sarcastically retorted, asking if one who pierces a monster's belly is also a monster. Then he answered himself with a smirk, admitting that it might indeed be so. Amidst the surrounding entourage, Kang Yu-sung maintained a confident smile as he faced Maria. Maria Yeager earnestly insisted that he was not a monster. Kang Yu-sung merely responded with a cold, unwavering gaze. Later, at a different location, he received a phone call. On the other end, Park Tae-shik yelled furiously, questioning his cruel actions. Kang Yu-sung casually asked why he was angry when he himself had told him to kill the target. Park Tae-shik roared that he never meant for him to carry out a public execution, revealing that the French government was demanding his extradition. He ordered Kang Yu-sung to return immediately tomorrow morning. However, Kang Yu-sung ignored him, citing his personal life and stating he would report his schedule later. He decisively hung up while Park Tae-shik was still futilely shouting his name. Back in the luxurious room, Maria Yeager thanked him for his help. Kang Yu-sung explained that he was merely repaying her and had no reason to refuse. Maria smiled in relief upon hearing those words. He invited her to rest comfortably and said he would see her tomorrow morning in Paris. Maria silently shed a tear, thinking to herself that he truly had a resolute character. As she turned to leave, Kang Yu-sung asked if she had anything else to say. Maria Yeager smiled and replied no, then wished him a good night. She paused at the door, appearing hesitant. In her heart, Maria wondered if making such a request would truly be all right. Immediately after, a system notification appeared, transporting them to the Revolutionary War Tower in Paris. A chaotic scene unfolded on a cobblestone street, where horse-drawn carriages were speeding wildly. Inside a carriage, Kang Yu-sung used an ice shield to block bullets while the system announced the objective was to complete the scenario. He glanced back with determination, firing ice arrows at his pursuers. Kang Yu-sung discussed with Maria, now clad in armor, that they would block the enemy at the bridge ahead to protect the royal family. Both jumped from the moving carriage, landing on the stone bridge. Maria and Kang Yu-sung landed decisively, ready for battle. Standing on the bridge, Kang Yu-sung summoned an ice sword and provoked the enemy to charge. A voice rang out, ordering the soldiers to cease fire. An army commander confronted them, surprised, asking why a traveler was interfering in this matter. The commander questioned Maria, reminding her that she had once fought for the Revolutionary Army and a new era. He shouted emotionally, calling her the Saintess and asserting that they could not win without her. With tears streaming down his cheeks, the commander roared, asking why she no longer fought for justice. Maria silently closed her eyes as the soldiers pleaded for her to return, saying they did not want to fight against her. Kang Yu-sung turned to look at the confused Maria and asked if this was why she needed his help. He smirked, realizing that this was not her first time in this world. Maria Yeager revealed this wasn't her first time in this world. She had arrived through a 5th-level tower with the ideals of liberty, equality, fraternity. In a flashback, she once fought without hesitation for the Revolutionary Army's commander, holding their flag high. Kang Yu-sung realized the slogan was identical to that of the Great Revolution from before, which slightly flustered Maria. He said that the people she once fought for justice had now become enemies, and offered her a chance to switch sides. But Maria insisted that they had to fight against the Revolutionary Army to clear this tower and reach the 6th level. Kang Yu-sung confirmed they would stick to the plan, teasing that she couldn't change her mind anymore. Maria smiled, saying she felt relieved to be accompanied by Kang Yu-sung. The Revolutionary Army commander stepped forward, recalling their noble actions in the past. Immediately after, a revolutionary soldier was sent flying by Kang Yu-sung's energy attack, causing his comrades to scream in horror. Kang Yu-sung smirked, scoffing at the word noble. He created an orb of energy, asking Maria if they still looked like apostles carrying out God's will. The commander issued a final warning, asking them to retreat to avoid further bloodshed. But he resolutely refused, declaring he would fight for his captain even if the opponent was a traveler. The commander ordered the counter-tactics to begin, and the magic-armored soldiers started activating. They were ordered into a tactical formation, their entire bodies glowing with energy. The entire army deployed their magic armor, ready for battle. A soldier shouted the slogan, "For liberty and equality," while accumulating energy. Immediately, a volley of blue energy projectiles was fired from the army. Kang Yu-sung calmly faced the incoming barrage, while Maria soared high into the air. A series of system notifications appeared, confirming Maria Jaeger was using her Saintess title to bestow buffs upon Kang Yu-sung. The system announced the blessing Saintess's protection was amplified by 1000%. Kang Yu-sung felt time slow down as his defensive power and evasion ability skyrocketed. With extraordinary speed, he glided, easily dodging every attack. He glanced at Maria Jaeger, who was ready for battle, and silently pondered his upcoming plan. Maria shouted, asking Kang Yu-sung to step back so she could charge to the front lines. "I'm turning out the lights," Kang Yu-sung calmly said, as dark energy began to envelop a stunned Maria. Submerged in darkness, Maria frantically called his name in vain. In the darkness, Kang Yu-sung moved like a phantom, cutting down the armored soldiers. He admitted the 6th-level tower's army was very strong as he blocked a soldier's attack, but he hadn't expected them to be able to accurately analyze his movements even in the dark. Cornered, Kang Yu-sung shouted, "Saintess, raise your shield!" Maria desperately replied that she couldn't fight, and asked him to dispel the veil of darkness. "You don't need to interfere," Kang Yu-sung replied coldly, as his sword pierced through the enemy. He revealed he was just trying to fully experience the power from her buffs, standing on the back of the shadow beast Blackie. He smirked. "Experience is shared anyway, right?" Maria was stunned upon hearing his explanation. As the darkness dissipated, Kang Yu-sung declared the battle over, his face stained with a few streaks of blood. Before Maria's eyes was the sight of Kang Yu-sung and Blackie standing amidst countless scattered soldier corpses. She was completely silent, unable to utter a word in the face of such overwhelming power. Kang Yu-sung gently extended his hand and said, "Take my hand." Kang Yu-sung, riding on the back of the giant Blackie, declared they should quickly pursue the Fat King. Maria Jaeger sternly warned that all efforts would be in vain if the castle they fled to fell. As Blackie carried her, she said he didn't need to go to such lengths, but Kang Yu-sung casually asked if it wasn't great and comfortable this way. He smiled confidently, suggesting she just buff him and enjoy the rewards, while he would annihilate everything. Confused, Maria clutched his hand and said she hadn't called him to do these things. Kang Yu-sung replied that in the end, everything he did was for her benefit. Saintess. Fierce flames erupted, incinerating a ducal tower. In the streets, gunshots echoed along with orders to massacre the enemies of the revolution. An officer on horseback shouted loudly, ordering the extermination of all supporters of the old regime by Sir Ironblood's command, sparing no one. Amidst the desolate scene and scattered corpses, Kang Yu-sung and Maria stood silently. Maria cried out in horror as she witnessed the entire duchy engulfed in flames. She couldn't believe why the Revolutionary Army would act so cruelly towards even innocent civilians. Kang Yu-sung explained that was their ideology, and those they left behind would suffer the same fate. Suddenly, a system alert appeared. Sir Ironblood's close bodyguards, the Iron Blood soldiers, were blocking the way. He smirked, remarking that it was good they were no longer a revolutionary army fighting for a great cause, but had transformed into an easily identifiable group of criminals. Seeing tears stream down Maria's cheeks, Kang Yu-sung said that from now on, everything would go dark, as a notification board appeared, declaring they had cleared the Revolutionary War Tower and received generous rewards. Upon returning, Maria was surrounded by a crowd of reporters, barraging her with questions about conquering the tower with the Hero King. Kang Yu-sung stood silently beside her, watching her face the media. As Maria tried to answer solemnly, Kang Yu-sung interjected, calling it a hot night in many respects. Kang Yu-sung teased Maria that the only reason a man and a woman would enter a tower together was for a date. He added to it by recalling how she had called him honey in a moment of crisis, which flustered Maria. Amidst the media crowd, Maria yelled at Kang Yu-sung to shut up, causing the level of provocation to skyrocket. This action amused the elder of jesters so much that the system announced he was rolling on the floor laughing. Kang Yu-sung wore a smug smile, while Maria, behind him, also smiled, seemingly having accepted the situation. Immediately after, he received skill card packs as rewards from the Elder of Shadows and the Elder of Assassins. He then received the Pathfinder's Sixth Sense blessing from the Elder of Pathfinder. Sitting in the car, Kang Yu-sung showed Maria headlines about their hot night and said it was too late to correct them. Maria simply responded with a knowing smile. The two entered the Tower of Icy Death, facing an ice dragon and an army of skeletons. Kang Yu-sung hesitantly apologized to Maria, but she replied mischievously, calling him honey. When he was about to ask her for a buff, Maria brushed him off and charged forward herself with radiating power. She was stunned when she heard Kang Yu-sung comment about a cold night after a hot night. Maria furiously unleashed a powerful surge of light energy towards the enemies. After the battle, Kang Yu-sung breathed a sigh of relief when the system announced the tower had been successfully conquered. For the next month, the Hero King and the Saintess's conquests continued, starting with the Swarm Defense Tower. Together, they overcame a series of challenges, conquering the Grave Robber's Tower, the Hunter's Tower, Sand Hell, and the Spider Queen's Tower. At the airport, Maria, in casual clothes, called out to Kang Yu-sung, who also seemed to have just remembered something. He turned back and asked about the custom of hugging and kissing when parting ways abroad, making Maria exclaim that she was truly jealous of him. At the airport, Maria Jaeger commented on Kang Yu-sung's amazing recklessness, and he asked if it was a compliment. She smiled and confirmed, saying it was good that he was a player she could trust. Kang Yu-sung replied that he should be the one saying that, then bid her farewell. As Maria and her entourage departed, she waved and wished him a safe journey. He silently watched her retreating figure, muttering thanks. Maria stopped, thanking him on behalf of the world for his efforts. On the flight back, Kang Yu-sung pondered the concept of for the world. He stroked Blackie, thinking that even if cooperation was effective, national interests and human suspicion remained obstacles. While he was engrossed in thoughts of inviting the Saintess to his country, Blackie suddenly complained about being petted too much. Kang Yu-sung was startled and amazed, asking why Blackie could talk, and was told it was because it had evolved. He wondered why it hadn't spoken sooner, and Blackie irritably replied that it hated watching him flirt with women and urged him to open the card packs. Suddenly remembering, Kang Yu-sung summoned the reward card packs and told Blackie to pray for him to get a legendary card. He was confident that if his previous decks were just a jumble of cards, then after opening all of these, he would be able to build a true skill deck, and ordered the system to open all rewards. The system announced he had received Steel Synergy, making him realize his old deck had too many impurities that didn't fit the theme. Because of that, he hadn't been able to receive the class enhancement effect. After making his choice, dark energy enveloped Kang Yu-sung, as the system confirmed he had learned the Shadow Assassin class and received a powerful synergy effect. That night, he lay in bed with Blackie, planning to find a tower to test his new deck upon arrival. Outside, countless towers still hovered in the city sky, like a constant reminder. Soon after, Kang Yu-sung, known as the Hero King, appeared on the street, causing passers-by to buzz with questions about what he was doing there. Kang Yu-sung walked straight to the entrance of a club in broad daylight. Inside, a young man was slumped over, fast asleep. Yu-sung suddenly kicked the table, shouting loudly to wake the other person up for being late. The young man woke up in a daze, wondering who this stranger was. Yu-sung coldly ordered him to stand up and follow him immediately. His sharp gaze caused a nearby glass to shatter into pieces. Ordered around, the young man looked defiant and asked Yu-sung if he knew who his father was. He boasted that his father was the chairman of Ox Group, but Yu-sung merely calmly asked him back. Yu-sung grabbed his hair, scoffing that he was just an idiot from a cursed family. Then, he dragged the young man out onto the street and shouted for everyone to make way for the Hero King. In a flashback, Yu-sung told an association official that he wanted to find some rookies to carry. The official then introduced a promising rookie who had just awakened. Back in the present, Yu-sung skeptically asked how such a person could be called promising, and if he had ever conquered a Tier 3 tower. The young man then recognized the Hero King, his attitude immediately changing as he eagerly asked if he had come to carry him through a Tier 4 tower. Yu-sung indifferently replied that he was already sick of Tier 3 towers. The system announced they had entered the Tier 4 Tower Butcher's shop, where another knight had already fallen. Yu Sung kicked the knight away and challenged him to show his skills. The knight only managed to reveal an expression of utter horror. From the shadows, a horde of burly butcher monsters appeared, cheering for fresh meat. The poor knight was thrown straight towards the butcher horde like bait. Pressed by the rookie knight, Kang Yu Sung coldly replied that he doesn't take orders from those weaker than him. The knight frantically screamed, threatening that Kang Yu Sung wouldn't be safe if he died here. Kang Yu Sung thought to himself, even with good equipment, this knight still doesn't know how to fight, but being carried isn't so bad. However, he despised privileged individuals who didn't want to fight but only reap benefits. While the knight desperately cried out, "Save me!" As the plea was uttered, Kang Yu Sung used his is less than shadow step, is greater than skill to appear right in front of him, declaring that he should have done so from the start. He said if he wanted to be carried, it had to be his way, then unleashed an attack that wiped out the monster butchers. The knight, terrified again, pointed upwards, warning of a swarm of monster bats swooping down. Without a hint of panic, Kang Yu Sung raised his hand, preparing to activate his is less than bloodbind, is greater than skill. A giant vampire bat was summoned from blood, capturing the entire swarm of smaller bats, as per the skill's description. After everything was over, the knight became arrogant again, threatening to tell his father if Kang Yu Sung didn't behave properly. Kang Yu Sung grabbed the collar of his armor, asking how long it would take him to teach the knight a lesson and successfully reform him. The knight innocently asked what his plan was, and Kang Yu Sung smirked, saying the answer was, "There is no answer," he said with a cold expression. Then activated his is less than assassination. Notice is greater than skill on him. The system panel appeared, detailing the mark of death and the series of extremely powerful debuffs caused by the skill. "What did you do?" the knight stammered, as the purple mark of death enveloped him, and the system announced that the debuff level had exceeded his stats. He immediately coughed up a large mouthful of blood, his body unable to withstand the curse. As the knight's body disintegrated in a pool of blood, Kang Yu Sung declared that he doesn't carry people like him. "If you're bitter, get stronger and come back for me," Kang Yu Sung said, smiling and flicking an item he had just received. The scene shifted outside the tower, where the knight was kneeling before Kang Yu Sung amidst the crowd's astonishment and murmurs. "What's happening? Why is everyone looking at me like that?" The knight mumbled in extreme confusion. Kang Yu Sung coldly asked the knight, "You don't even realize you died painlessly, do you?" The knight furiously yelled, threatening that Kang Yu Sung wouldn't be safe after touching the son of the Ox group. Kang Yu Sung merely chuckled, asking in return if there was any reason for him to feel uneasy. The knight smugly insisted that Kang Yu Sung didn't understand the power of a large corporation. Suddenly, Kang Yu Sung closed in, scoffing. "Are you going to send assassins?" He grabbed the knight's hand, asserting that even national-level enemies couldn't do anything to him. Kang Yu Sung broke his opponent's finger, disdainfully asking if a company could be bigger than those entities. He lightly flicked the terrified knight's forehead and challenged, "Go ahead and try." Suddenly, a system notification appeared, announcing the new event Labyrinth Race during the Endless Labyrinth season. The system revealed that the Elder of Jesters had a significant influence on the tower's rules, then congratulated Kang Yu Sung for being chosen as a Labyrinth runner. Immediately, he was teleported to Labyrinth 999, where 4 other players lay unconscious on the floor of Group A. Kang Yu Sung dejectedly raised a hand to cover his face. He looked at the cowering knight and thought, "What a brat." Then he glanced at the other players, judging them as individuals who couldn't fend for themselves. A man with a goatee in the group woke up, exclaiming in surprise as he recognized the Hero King. The entire group quickly woke up, overjoyed to be on the same team as Kang Yu Sung. He could only scratch his head, wondering about these people's skill levels, suspecting they were all rookies. A blue information portal appeared before the group. The rules panel for Labyrinth 999 was displayed, stating that killing other players would result in revival, but dying by the labyrinth would not. The group members discussed animatedly, one suggesting they kill each other when in danger, while another expressed absolute trust because the Hero King was there. Kang Yu Sung dejectedly declared that he would die for his teammates, not for the tower, then proclaimed himself the Hero King's ride driver, and asked everyone to report their abilities. The system announced that the group had entered Labyrinth 999, the man-hunting forest, and simultaneously, the Pathfinder's Sixth Sense blessing was activated. Kang Yu Sung easily used ice magic to eliminate a goblin horde blocking their path. Thanks to the guiding blessing, the team advanced smoothly, but Kang Yu Sung still felt uneasy. He secretly sighed in frustration as he looked at his team's lineup, from the one with only good equipment to the child who had just become a player yesterday. He deduced that if his weak lineup was created to balance power, then the opposing teams must consist entirely of veteran players at level 40. Realizing his team was prime bait, Kang Yusung flashed a cunning smile and called everyone to gather. While the group was still bewildered, Blackie suddenly emerged from the shadows as Kang Yusung announced they had visitors. A group of opposing players charged forward, shouting demands to slaughter everyone. Kang Yusung moved like a phantom, using an ice sword to take down 3 enemies in an instant. He smiled and explained to the fallen enemies about the 5th rule. If the majority of a team's members die, the remaining ones will also be eliminated. 2 players from another team witnessed the scene and cried out in horror. Suddenly, giant spikes erupted from the ground, impaling both of them, and the system announced that Team C had been eliminated. Kang Yusung was stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat as he realized the true meaning of eliminated. The 2 Team C players were mercilessly torn apart by the labyrinth's spikes. Standing next to Blackie, Kang Yusung gasped as the system confirmed the 2 players had failed, and he recalled the 2nd rule. He bitterly explained that he killed the enemies to save them, because if they were killed by the labyrinth, they couldn't be revived. He hadn't expected eliminated to mean such a gruesome death. From above, a masked figure in black was secretly observing the retreating survivors of the enemy team. The observer recognized the Hero King's presence and the deadly nature of the rules, determined to report back to his teammates. Just then, Kang Yusung suddenly appeared right behind him and asked what he was staring at so intently. Caught red-handed, the anonymous observer stammered, claiming to be a fervent fan of the Hero King. Kang Yusung smiled meaningfully, asking if the person had come here alone. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, another player team was on the move. A scout ran to inform his teammates that Group A had been found. The entire team quickly set off, preparing for an ambush. The scout reported that there was only one high-level individual, while the rest were weak, and the team decided to attack the weaker members, such as the assassins. As they entered a dark path, the scout began to worry, wondering if they were on the right track. Suddenly, the entire team was caught in a deadly trap, and their leader could only apologize. The leader screamed in despair, cursing the one who had led them to their deaths. Blood splattered, and a system notification appeared. Group B has failed. Soon after, the notification of Group E's failure also appeared next to the scattered corpses. Another scene of slaughter unfolded as Group D was annihilated by icy slashes. Amidst the shattered ice, Kang Yusung stood as the system announced his successful conquest of the labyrinth. His teammates, unaware, were overjoyed and profusely thanked him for helping them win. However, they were confused when the reward consisted of only 2 blessing tickets for the entire group, requiring unanimous consent to claim. The player with the goatee questioned the meager number of rewards, and Kang Yusung indifferently confirmed that it was only natural. He declared that since he had done all the work, he would take all the rewards and asked if anyone objected. As Kang Yusung was about to claim the rewards, a voice rang out, telling him to stop. The rookie knight stepped forward, extending his hand to demand a reward ticket and threatening to overlook what happened in the previous tower. The player with the goatee angrily questioned him, but the brazen knight declared that he was the only one who helped hunt monsters and thus deserved it. The argument erupted. The rookie knight roared, "You bastard! Who do you think I am?" While the player with the goatee challenged, "Do you want to try me?" The knight contemptuously called his opponent a presumptuous brat, but the older man was equally sharp, retorting, "Shut up if you don't know anything, you old geezer." Kang Yusung silently watched the pointless argument with cold eyes, his patience having run out. The 2 remaining teammates desperately tried to intervene, even suggesting rock, paper, scissors to settle it fairly. However, in a flash, Kang Yusung struck down both instigators, leaving the survivors stunned in horror. He coldly looked at the remaining people, questioning, "You should know your place. After receiving experience points and achievements, what more do you want?" Then he asked directly, "Does anyone here still think they're entitled to more rewards?" Overwhelmed with fear, the 2 surviving players frantically shook their heads, abandoning all claims. The system announced that Kang Yusung received all the rewards, and shimmering golden cards appeared in his hand. Upon opening the random blessing ticket, he was surprised to find it was an EX grade ticket. Back in his room, with Blackie curled up in his lap, he sighed in disappointment again, having only received 2 B-grade blessings. Is less than, fire resistance is greater than, and is less than fair wind sails is greater than. However, the system notified him that he already possessed is less than fire resistance, is greater than, and suggested combining them, which he immediately agreed to. The combination was successful, creating a new A-grade blessing called is less than flame stopper is greater than, significantly enhancing resistance to fire-based attacks. He mused that these permanent blessings were, in the long run, even more valuable than skill cards. While considering finding a fire elemental tower to test his strength, he began planning his next challenge. He suggested the level 6 Phoenix Nest, but Blackie unexpectedly spoke up, complaining that it didn't like fire and wanted to go somewhere dark and cool. Finding his companion's pickiness amusing, Kang Yu-sung was suddenly interrupted by a notification. An invitation from the is less than Tower of Sanctuary and Holy War is greater than was sent, activated by his is less than token is greater than accessory. The system displayed detailed information. A large-scale war tower, high difficulty, level 7, and only the owner of the token could participate. With a confident smile, Kang Yu-sung accepted the challenge, realizing he had no time to rest and decided to enter the tower. Kang Yu-sung entered the Tower of Sanctuary and Holy War. Queen Syria on her throne whispered that the goddess of shadows had answered her prayers. She smiled, welcoming Kang Yu-sung, saying that he too had heeded her summons. A flashback showed Syria in chains, yet still defying the heretics. Another image showed her confidently raising a fist with a sparkling golden ring. Kang Yu-sung smiled, realizing it was the princess from before. The royal guards immediately blocked his path, demanding he show respect, but Syria ordered them to stop. She explained that she owed an immeasurable debt to this person, who was willing to become her ally. Kang Yu-sung mused, acknowledging that Syria had been very successful in becoming queen in the previous tower. He politely inquired about the queen, but in his mind, he wondered why she was seeking him out again. Syria began to speak of the Holy Land, a fortified city in the desert. She revealed that it had been occupied by the Ayyubid elf kingdom. Pope Urbano III had died of shock upon hearing the grim news. The succeeding pope, Gregorio VIII, had risen to call for the reclamation of the Holy Land. He summoned the human kings, King Richard the Lionheart, Barbarossa Bloodbeard, and Supreme King Philip II, initiating the Third Crusade. A fierce battle erupted between the desert elf warriors and the human knights. Kang Yu-sung realized that this was a religious conflict. Standing on the balcony, he analyzed that both factions were heretics, and the fortress they stood upon was the enemy's next target. Syria turned, her gaze resolute, and asked if he would fight for them. Kang Yu-sung squinted into the distance, easily identifying King Richard, the Lionheart's army, astonishing Syria as the distance was at least 2,000 meters. Kang Yu-sung decided to use his secondary skill set. Swapping is less than Oculus is greater than, for is less than, Ice Bolt is greater than. He activated the Pathfinder's Sixth Sense Blessing, transforming the is less than Ice Bolt is greater than skill into an ice sniper rifle with superior range and damage. With a confident smile, Kang Yu-sung reassured Queen Syria that she had nothing to worry about. A golden eagle soared in the clear sky. From atop the high cliff, Kang Yu-sung observed the eagle and the numerous human troops arrayed on the desert. He squinted, focusing his aim on a target at an extreme distance. Through the scope, the knight army appeared clearly. The first shot hit its mark. A knight was instantly struck down and screamed in horror that it was the guest from yesterday. A commander quickly ordered everyone to raise their prepared shields. Immediately, the entire cavalry unit activated their blazing shields. The next ice bullet struck the fiery shield and shattered. Kang Yu-sung muttered, realizing these shields were blessed by the Elder of Fire, a familiar opponent to someone favored by the Elder of Frost like himself. The commander ordered the second unit to prioritize locating the attacker. Kang Yu-sung merely shrugged, casually saying, "Oh well." Then he suddenly launched himself off the cliff, free-falling onto the battlefield below. As he fell, he simply said, "Let's go." Riding on the back of a giant blackie, Kang Yu-sung plunged into the melee between the human knights and elf warriors. Meanwhile, the knights were facing a rain of arrows from the elf army. The commander dismissed the suggestion to join the main unit, emphasizing that finding the mysterious attacker was the top priority. A knight confidently shouted that the infidels' arrows could not pierce the shield of the god of light, but immediately after, an arrow struck his comrade directly in the head. A desert elf warrior smiled, realizing the guest's plan had succeeded. That person looked towards the enemy's main unit, which was gathered in the distance. Meanwhile, a human knight was pierced by a shadow tentacle, desperately screaming about an apostle fighting for infidels. Another soldier also screamed in pain as darkness covered his eyes. Blackie transformed into a giant creature, emerging from the sand and scattering the entire army. Amidst the chaos, King Richard the Lionheart appeared and roared, ordering his soldiers not to be afraid. Blackie, in the form of a small cat, merely observed silently. Richard urged the army not to retreat. Leading the counterattack with his blazing sword, he roared, demanding that his soldiers not turn their backs on God. The entire army responded in unison, "For God," and charged towards a giant shadow. Richard appeared surprised by the sight before his eyes. Blackie's giant shadow jaws were about to swallow the charging army. The king raised his sword, declaring he would act according to God's will as he summoned a pillar of fire. He unleashed a powerful slash and ordered his soldiers to kill the infidel. Richard's army ignored the elf warriors, aiming directly for Kang Yu-sung, who stood alone. The knights screamed amen in fanaticism, their eyes blazing with fervor. Seeing that sight, Kang Yu-sung merely gave an amused smile and exclaimed, "Oh my." He calmly faced the charging cavalry as ice crystals began to form in his hands. Kang Yu-sung concentrated icy energy into his palms, preparing to counterattack. A massive explosion kicked up sand on the battlefield, signaling the attack had been unleashed. An elf warrior reminded Kang Yu-sung, "O guest, please focus only on your target." Then, the elf warriors swore in unison, "From now on, by the Queen's command, we shall annihilate the infidels." With blazing red eyes and fanatic smiles, they charged into battle. Kang Yu-sung thought to himself, "This side is no less fanatical." The elf army, riding fierce desert beasts, charged directly towards the human army. The battle began as an agile elf warrior lunged to block a blow from a mounted knight. The entire battlefield plunged into chaos as the two armies furiously slaughtered each other. The blood of the human knights began to splatter, staining their armor red. From above, King Richard silently observed the sight of his soldiers being massacred. Suddenly, he plunged into the fight, swinging his blazing sword and striking down an elf warrior. King Richard's blazing red eyes flashed beneath his helmet as he said, "Well." At the same time, Kang Yu-sung had also identified his main target. He created an ice sword and an ice axe, declaring, "Now it's balanced." King Richard looked up as he sensed Kang Yu-sung approaching and growled, "Oh, outsider." The two faced each other. King Richard roared, "You dare disrespect me?" He roared in anger, swinging his sword to attack. Kang Yu-sung merely smirked, thinking, "That's an enemy who will drop items when defeated." He touched King Richard's helmet, wondering if a dragon's heart was truly inside, as Mark of Death was activated. The system announced that the target was afflicted with weak point exposure, and combat stats were sharply reduced. Nevertheless, King Richard still roared, "Do you think I'll surrender so easily?" King Richard roared, refusing to submit to an infidel. He poured all his remaining strength into launching an explosive attack amidst a sea of flames. Kang Yu-sung was astonished, having not expected his opponent to still possess such power after suffering countless debuffs. To gain that power, King Richard stabbed himself with his sword and offered his blood to his lord. He pleaded for power to annihilate the infidel before him. Facing the desperate attack, Kang Yu-sung calmly changed tactics, switching skills from "is less than," "ice bolt is greater than," to "is less than," "sword manipulation is greater than." A barrage of ice swords was created, clashing directly with the king's furious flames. Suddenly, countless bloody hands reached up from the ground, clutching tightly onto King Richard. Chains of blood completely bound the king, extinguishing his attack. Kang Yu-sung realized that thanks to the battlefield drenched in blood, his binding skill had become stronger than ever. He raised his hand, declaring that all necessary conditions had now been met. A magic circle centered around him appeared, marking the skill's range across the corpse-strewn battlefield. With a brief command, Kang Yu-sung ordered the dead, "Rise." Dark energy surged, and a fallen knight began to stir, red eyes glowing from within his helmet. King Richard, still tightly bound, witnessed the horrifying sight with utter fury. Standing before his own army of undead, he still stubbornly roared that this dark magic couldn't stop him. But in King Richard's eyes, horror overshadowed his rage, as he saw his loyal army now obeying the enemy. The "is less than dead soldier raising is greater than skill" had transformed the corpses into dark warriors, repurposed to serve in battle. Reflected in the king's pupils was his army of knights, now dead soldiers, advancing towards him. Surrounded by his own dead soldiers, King Richard screamed in horror. In utter despair, the king could only plead for help from the god of light. Suddenly, the army of shadows disintegrated, as the system announced the "is less than dead soldier raising is greater than skill" had been cancelled due to being out of range. Kang Yu-sung coldly approached King Richard, who had completely collapsed. He swung his sword, decisively ending his enemy's life. Returning to the Ayubid kingdom, Kang Yu-sung carried his spoils of war. He opened the box and solemnly declared it to be the head of Richard the Lionheart. In the Great Hall, Queen Syria thanked him but reminded him that the Holy War had only just begun. Afterwards, Kang Yu-sung sat alone in his room, lost in thought. He silently gazed at the quiet night sky outside the window. His face reflected a sense of tranquility after the fierce battle. But then his gaze sharpened, full of calculation. His blood-stained hand slowly clenched into a fist. Kang Yu-sung appeared in a new outfit with an eye patch and a black cloak with a cross, looking like a monk. He stepped into a mysterious space where glowing magic circles illuminated the ground. An elf merchant suddenly appeared and called out to him, The merchant informed him that his Create Frostblade skill had reached max level, and offered him an awakening stone. Kang Yu-sung smirked meaningfully. He replied that he had been wondering why they hadn't appeared. The system announced that Kang Yu-sung used 1,000 achievement points to buy an awakening stone. Upgrading the skill is less than, Create Frostblade is greater than, to hero grade is less than, Frost Craftsman is greater than. In the middle of the battlefield, Kang Yu-sung sighed, holding a sphere of ice. He sarcastically remarked that it was a beautiful day to die, as he faced an entire army alone. An enemy knight seemed relieved, believing they could easily handle the lone intruder. However, Kang Yu-sung merely smirked, scoffing that their boss didn't seem to want to show his face. Although the camp was heavily damaged, the enemy forces remained entrenched inside. They refused to leave the camp, forcing Kang Yu-sung to declare that he would break in himself. In another development, Queen Syria informed a guest that Barbarossa the Bloodbeard had made a move last night. She revealed to Kang Yu-sung that Barbarossa had secretly moved his troops, and this information had been leaked from the human faction itself. Kang Yu-sung was surprised, knowing that the three kings participating in the Holy War were originally enemies. Syria explained that they were still secretly vying for power, and this was an opportunity not to be missed. Since Barbarossa had the strongest forces, Syria suggested that Kang Yu-sung lead her elite army to attack him. Back in the present, Kang Yu-sung thought to himself that his original plan was just to assassinate and quickly leave. He pulled back the curtain and entered the command tent, but found no trace of his target. The cold from his feet spread, freezing the wooden floor. Spotting someone sitting in the corner, he asked what the person was doing hiding there. Suddenly, the red-haired man collapsed to the floor, his wooden cup rolling beside him. Dark red liquid spilled out from the cup. Kang Yu-sung narrowed his eyes, realizing something was wrong. A plume of black smoke rose from the puddle, making him instantly wary. Poison? Kang Yu-sung smirked, realizing he had fallen into a more complex trap than expected. A dark-skinned female warrior rushed in, while Kang Yu-sung irritably wondered about the true nature of the Holy War. The female warrior announced in horror that all the soldiers outside were dead. He pondered the selfishness of nations, who fought internally and assassinated each other instead of facing a common enemy. His foot crushed a wooden object, causing the dark liquid inside to splatter. Kang Yu-sung exclaimed that the situation was ridiculous. Queen Syria was stunned, wondering if they had been poisoned by their own allies, and if this trap had another purpose. Kang Yu-sung explained that the mastermind probably wanted to ensure success, despite the Holy War being imminent. He analyzed that this action was carried out precisely because of the Holy War, to monopolize glory and disrupt the balance of power. Syria thought he only needed to deal with the Supreme King's army, but Kang Yu-sung denied it. He explained that because the goal was the Holy War, an army that lost its king would be absorbed into another force. Meanwhile, at an army camp, a knight was rushing towards the command tent. The knight frantically reported that King Barbarossa and his army had been annihilated by heretic assassins. The knights joyfully suggested that they could blame the assassins for King Barbarossa's death. Supreme King Philip II smirked, saying that Barbarossa's army would now be under his command. The knights cheered for Philip II, declaring they would follow him to restore the city and destroy their enemies. He smiled sinisterly in approval. He considered his will to be God's will, and planned to incite the revenge of soldiers from other factions. Philip II decided to push the armies of the other two kings to the front lines, and the knights unanimously obeyed. He declared that God's angels were watching over him, demanding absolute loyalty from the soldiers. The system displayed information about Kang Yu-sung's cloak, a relic from a brutal holy war in the past. A soldier was astonished to realize that the armies of the Lionheart King and the Bloodbeard were now united under a single banner. Kang Yu-sung immediately understood Philip's intention, who planned to use the armies of the other kings as cannon fodder. Across the battlefield, human knights raised their swords and chanted, "Annihilate the heretics, for the God of light, for peace." He pondered, wondering if peace would truly come when all enemies were annihilated. In front of Kang Yu-sung, a colossal army of shadows, summoned by himself, was ready in position. He activated an enhancement item from the shop, telling himself that he wasn't sure about the outcome of the battle either. The system confirmed that the enhancement effect would be maintained until the raid concluded. The energy of the west wind swirled in his palm before being released. The enhancing wind spread across the battlefield, enveloping both fiercely clashing factions. Knights with flaming shields roared upon spotting Kang Yu-sung, vowing to avenge their king. A valiant black-haired female commander urged her soldiers not to falter before the approaching blizzard. She raised her blazing sword high, praying for guidance from the God of Light. The prayer was answered, as the Elder of Light and the Elder of Flames together blessed the human army. Empowered by the might of the Destroyers of Fire, the human soldiers cheered that the gods were on their side. Meanwhile, the Elder of Shadows also blessed the desert elf army, and they fought under the goddess's gaze. The Shadow Council joined the battle, channeling dark energy into the elf warriors' weapons. The Elder of Frost also entered the fray, allowing her Frost Guardians to influence the battlefield. Kang Yu-sung silently observed, doubting whether this war of the gods was truly God's wind. In the middle of the battlefield, a fierce explosion erupted, signaling that the great war between the factions had officially begun. The human knights raised their shields to block the dark attacks. Kang Yu-sung thought scornfully to himself, if such a thing was a god, then wasn't it an evil god? Blackie yawned, urging its master to stop daydreaming and get to work. Kang Yu-sung agreed, drew his sword, and resolved to end this damn war. By order of the Shadow Council, 100 shadow puppets were granted to him for support. He landed on a puppet, satisfied with this powerful assistance. However, Kang Yu-sung realized the opposing faction was also strengthened when the Watchers of Light appeared. He believed his shadow army was strong enough to deal with these 9th-rank angels. Looking towards the main enemy, Kang Yu-sung smirked, wondering if that was his opponent. King Philip II, with his blazing golden wings, roared, for the god of light, and charged to attack. Kang Yu-sung dodged the attack, but a shadow puppet was destroyed by the king's blazing sword. King Philip II wore an arrogant smile, confident in his power. Kang Yu-sung was stunned when he recognized his opponent's equipment, wondering if it was a player. King Philip II sneered, called him a heretic, and confirmed he was a guest. Realizing his opponent wasn't a player, Kang Yu-sung heard King Philip II boldly declare he would punish him in the name of light. He mocked the king's cruelty, and speculated that he was the original owner of the title Golden Fanatic. The two clashed, ice sword and fire sword colliding fiercely. While the shadow puppets bound King Philip II, Kang Yu-sung scoffed at the god's indiscriminate granting of power. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. The Elder of Shadows had granted Kang Yu-sung a buff called Crow Wings. Immediately, a pair of gigantic wings made of purple shadow energy burst from his back. Kang Yu-sung thought to himself that even though he didn't want wings, it was like a cosmetic item in a game. He realized that once the battle turned into aerial combat, all the ground tactics he had prepared became useless. King Philip II laughed arrogantly, declaring that now Kang Yu-sung was finally worthy to be his opponent. The two clashed in midair, ice sword and fire sword striking each other, sending sparks flying. Philip mocked that Kang Yu-sung was at a disadvantage for abandoning the god of light, but he immediately retorted, asking if Philip was living according to the god's will. He continued to question, asking if poisoning Barbarossa was also the god's will. King Philip II merely sneered, deeming it a cheap trick. He soared through the air, dodging a barrage of incoming ice swords. Philip confidently declared that it was also the god's will, because he had received blessings, so whatever he desired was precisely what the god desired, and the Shield of Seraph skill activated, deflecting the attack. An ice effigy created from the deflected attack shot back towards Kang Yu-sung. Immediately after the successful counterattack, the system announced that the Shield of Seraph had been destroyed. Exploiting that moment, Kang Yu-sung appeared from the blind spot created by Philip's own wings and plunged a fatal sword strike into his back. King Philip II's sword suddenly flared with a brilliant golden light. An urgent warning appeared. An 8th-rank archangel was descending into the Supreme King's body, leaving Kang Yu-sung stunned. Philip's body exploded in a surge of divine energy, flinging Kang Yu-sung far away. A blinding golden light explosion engulfed the sky, signaling a new power had awakened. From the fatal wound on King Philip II's chest, brilliant golden divine light erupted, blasting away the remaining ice shards. A radiant halo suddenly formed above his head. Philip's body completely transformed, 6 gigantic golden wings unfurling as an archangel descended, wielding a sword of fire. The angelic entity looked down with pure white eyes and a light-infused eye patch, exuding absolute dominance. Witnessing the sight, Kang Yu-sung exclaimed in astonishment that angels now even possessed human bodies. A system notification appeared, stating that the Destroyers of Fire faction was empowering the Archangel's sword with hellfire. In response, the Frost Guardians faction also blessed Kang Yu-sung, sharpening his sword with the frost of Cocytus. In the sky, 2 winged warriors, one of light, one of shadow, clashed while the 2 armies below continued to fight fiercely. A knight on the ground looked up, stunned by the earth-shattering confrontation. The sky suddenly darkened, and a heavy rain began to pour down on the battlefield. Amidst the rain, an explosion of light flashed, signaling the moment 2 opposing powers collided. Kang Yu-sung and the Archangel clashed swords in midair, creating a dazzling arc of energy. Sweat and blood streamed down his face as Kang Yu-sung gritted his teeth, enduring the immense pressure from his opponent. He was pushed back, struggling with all his might to use his ice sword to parry the Archangel's furious assault. With a look of self-satisfaction, the angelic entity smiled as it completely gained the upper hand. Overwhelmed by superior power, Kang Yu-sung was forced down, his sword bending under the risk of shattering. The Archangel's face twisted into a malicious grin, relishing in his opponent's despair. Kang Yu-sung cried out in pain as his sword-wielding arm was broken by the irresistible force. Yet, in that very moment, he managed to plunge his ice sword through the Archangel's shoulder. Kang Yu-sung unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, piercing the Archangel's body. He panted, exhausted, muttering that his throat was about to go hoarse. Severely wounded, the Archangel let out a final roar. Heretic. A system notification appeared, confirming that Kang Yu-sung had defeated the incarnated body of the Archangel as it fell. He grasped the remnants of the shadow wings and said that he could still fly without them. Then, Kang Yu-sung stood on a hovering ice sword, dispelling the last fragments of the wings. On the ground, the soldiers looked up at the sky in astonishment, wondering if an angel was falling. Their astonishment quickly turned to horror as they realized the entity's identity. King Philip II's body crashed heavily to the ground, causing his loyal soldiers to cry out in despair. The system announced that the flow of history had been altered. Due to this change, Kang Yu-sung's equipment was also transformed. He received a special achievement, possessing fallen equipment. Immediately after, he was rewarded with 100,000 achievement points. With a relieved smile, Kang Yu-sung whispered that everything was finally over. Suddenly, he found himself standing before a crowd of reporters, covering the Hero King's exploits. Overwhelmed by the camera flashes, Kang Yu-sung confusedly wondered why he was there. A female reporter quickly pointed out that the cross pattern on his attire had disappeared, leaving him to respond evasively. Other reporters continued to barrage him with questions about his incredible achievements this season. Meanwhile, Park Tae-shik was rushing over in his car, worried that Kang Yu-sung's cooldown time was about to end. From a distance, Park Tae-shik observed and secretly thought that Kang Yu-sung seemed a bit unusual. A reporter asked if he truly enjoyed heroic deeds. Kang Yu-sung sarcastically replied that he felt ashamed to have to put in so much effort just to do these things. He declared that today he would say something different, contrary to the media's expectations. With a sinister smile, Kang Yu-sung directly asked the crowd, "Do you like war?" The reporters were stunned, whispering, "War?" In return, he confirmed and began to describe devastating scenes, such as being doused with molten iron while scaling city walls. The crowd of journalists turned pale with horror as they heard him recount being shot by arrows or being slashed until his guts spilled out. Kang Yu-sung abruptly stopped, saying he had forgotten it was the 21st century. He continued with horrific images of modern warfare, from missiles to the bombing of innocent people. He coldly concluded that no matter the era, the sight of guts spilling out remained unchanged. Kang Yu-sung repeated his question to the silent crowd. "So, do you like such wars?" An angry reporter shouted in protest, asking who could possibly like war. Another person in the crowd affirmed that whether won or lost, war was always terrible. The scene shifted to a flashback, where Kang Yu-sung admitted to Queen Syria that even though his revenge was complete, he now felt afraid. Syria asked him what he feared after achieving absolute victory. Kang Yu-sung recalled his fear of the war's end, of blood and death. His memory showed the sight of wounded elf warriors being carried away on the devastated battlefield. In the flashback, Syria sadly asked if this devastation was truly the end their goddess desired. Kang Yu-sung smiled in agreement with a previous statement. He asked the crowd of reporters in return if they liked war, and when they denied it, he then asked if they liked heroes. A male reporter replied that, of course, they liked heroes. Kang Yu-sung then questioned how those heroes came to be called heroes. He sharply explained that heroes existed because they were good at fighting, and if there was no war, there would be no heroes. His provocative question of whether humans truly liked war left the entire media speechless. The male reporter retorted, arguing that his reasoning was too one-sided and no longer relevant to the current era. With a smirk, Kang Yu-sung scoffed at the word era and began to reveal a shocking truth. He said that he was constantly targeted by assassins, asserting that spy warfare was always ongoing. This revelation startled the reporters, who asked if another nation was trying to assassinate the Hero King. Kang Yu-sung feigned innocence, saying it was top-secret information, then covered his mouth and chuckled. He slyly refused to name the country, saying that if he revealed it himself, he would be censored. Suddenly, a group of people in black, looking like government agents, advanced towards the crowd. Unfazed, Kang Yu-sung continued his train of thought about the nature of war. He wondered why humans still fought each other even when the world was on the brink of destruction. He sarcastically noted how nations turned powerful players into their own weapons of war. He questioned being asked to wield his sword against the nation's enemies instead of the world's enemies. He pointed out the contradiction when people believed that seasonal raids would still be fine even without him or other war heroes. Dark energy began to pour from his feet as he shouted his final question in rage. Then why? Kang Yu-sung smiled mockingly, wondering if he should endure this meaningless hardship to save the world. From a distance, Park Tae-shik watched with a serious expression, muttering that he needed to correct his thoughts. Elsewhere, two women watched the live broadcast, one anxiously uttering Kang Yu-sung's name as he questioned whether this world was truly worth saving. A young man and an elderly white-haired man were also watching the developments on screen with contrasting expressions. His question left the crowd of reporters, especially the one who had questioned him, completely speechless. Another reporter unexpectedly spoke up, affirming that it was, causing Kang Yu-sung to turn back and ask indifferently, "Oh? Why?" The crowd immediately responded with hollow moral arguments about not being able to sacrifice innocent lives and the responsibility of a player. Hearing the title King of Heroes, Kang Yu-sung merely smirked as a dark aura began to emanate from behind him. He pondered the thin line between hero and villain, believing that the roles on this stage were chosen by themselves. "Alright, I was just saying, don't take it too seriously," he said, but a sudden shout calling his name interrupted him. Suddenly, a firm hand grabbed Kang Yu-sung's arm, startling him. An agent with a determined expression ordered him to follow. The agent put an arm around Kang Yu-sung, declared he was on official business, and led him through the chaotic crowd. Even as he was pulled away, Kang Yu-sung turned back and shouted, asking everyone not to ask him meaningless questions about missions or beliefs anymore. Leaning out of the car door, he yelled a final warning that he was not responsible if an idiot like him gained faith and brought disaster upon the world. The reporters desperately rushed forward, trying to call him back as the car was about to drive off. His actions greatly pleased the Elder of Jesters and the Elder of Wars, who bestowed upon him the blessing God of Wars. Inside the car, an exhausted Kang Yu-sung collapsed onto the back seat, indifferently responding to the driver's instructions. At the same time, the Elder of Parallel World also bestowed upon him a new legendary accessory, the tracking talisman. Kang Yu-sung looked at the newly acquired legendary item. Meanwhile, news of the Hero King facing terrorist threats and public outrage spread everywhere. Elsewhere, Park Tae-shik happily popped open a beer to relax. Seeing Kang Yu-sung watching the news, he turned off his phone and asked why he was listening to such things, worried that he had caused too big a problem. Kang Yu-sung was surprised, confessing that he had thought he would be scolded. Park Tae-shik affectionately patted his head, asserting that he understood his efforts better than anyone. Comforted, Kang Yu-sung smiled in relief. Regaining his confidence, he boasted that he and the Saintess in France were on different levels. Afterward, he sincerely thanked Park Tae-shik and revealed that he had acquired the pureblood assassin class. Park Tae-shik asked about his new equipment after awakening. He proudly showed off his legendary assassination weapon, Heartbreaker, which left Kang Yu-sung in awe. Kang Yu-sung also heard that Park Tae-shik had even corrupted some legendary equipment. Park Tae-shik suggested they get some fresh air by conquering a perfect level 7 tower that awaited them. A notification panel displayed information about the Tower of Debt and the Alley, a scenario requiring 2 players to revive the Capone family. Inside the waiting area, Park Tae-shik reminded Kang Yu-sung to always be vigilant. He warned of a street rife with betrayal and conflict between organizations. Kang Yu-sung laughed in response, suggesting they film a noir movie as they both entered the tower. The scene shifted to a dark alley, drenched in heavy rain. A blonde-haired person in a suit stood under an umbrella, saying the deadline was before the meeting. A hand handed a folded item to another person, who replied, "Understood." In the rainy alley, a blonde-haired woman walked with an umbrella and said, "Don't forget everything." She asserted that it was all for global justice. Kang Yu-sung opened his pocket watch and realized it had stopped. The blonde-haired woman stood in the rain, thinking about a watch the Godfather had given her and complaining about the rain. Suddenly, Kang Yu-sung and Park Tae-shik appeared, with Yu-sung teasing Tae-shik about losing hair in the rain. The blonde-haired woman turned to look at them, wondering if they were the people she was looking for. She rushed over to beg for help from the Leitrongers, explaining that her Capone family was in crisis in Black York City. Upon learning they were crisis solvers, she happily offered to lead the way to the boss. She led them both into a luxurious building, while Park Tae-shik muttered about the name Black York. She explained that the city was ruled by the 5 great families of the underworld, and an important conference would take place in 4 days. In a bloody flashback, she recounted how the Godfather, the former boss of the Capone family, had been assassinated along with key members. When Kang Yu-sung asked about the Godfather, the woman began to tell of her orphaned past. She revealed that her life had changed when the Godfather adopted her as his daughter. Kang Yu-sung looked unimpressed, while Park Tae-shik quietly checked a system window. The three continued deeper into the mansion as she spoke of the aftermath of the ambush. She stated that the only person she could save was the Godfather's son, who was also the current boss. An elderly man with a distinctive white mustache, smoking a cigar, greeted the Letrangers. His portrait hung on the wall, as he introduced himself as a representative of the Capone enterprise. The blonde-haired woman led Kang Yu-sung and Park Tae-shik into a luxurious office, introducing them to the boss of the Capone family. Park Tae-shik smiled mischievously and teased, calling the person Little Boss. A blonde-haired boy angrily jumped up from his seat, shouting how dare they call the legitimate successor of the Capone family that, and that his name was Vito Capone. The blonde-haired woman quickly appeased Vito with flattery, saying that the young master always exuded dignity. Vito Capone, mollified, cleared his throat, and declared he would get straight to the point, as there wasn't much time. He handed over the explanation to the woman, calling her Rebecca, and she immediately complied. Kang Yu-sung silently observed their drama with an unconcerned expression. By the coffee table, Rebecca began to present their request. She boldly declared that what they wanted was the revival of the Capone family. Rebecca explained that in the next 4 days, at the Five Great Families Conference, they must reap many benefits. At the same time, they must find and eliminate the one who previously attacked the boss and high-ranking members. Kang Yu-sung directly asked if they had any idea who the culprit was. Rebecca spread out photos of the other bosses on the table, saying that the main suspect was Gambino, who had the weakest position and always wanted war. Kang Yu-sung calmly reviewed the documents. He unexpectedly proposed a simple yet ruthless solution. How about I just kill all of them? Rebecca agreed without hesitation, believing that Capone's enemies would be eliminated sooner or later. Kang Yu-sung glanced at Vito and pointedly asked Rebecca if her boss truly thought that way. Vito flinched and stammered a denial, clearly unaccustomed to such brutal decisions. Trying to regain his composure, Vito said that the Capone family was strongest under his father's time, and he had Rebecca, who had observed him for 20 years. Rebecca gently reassured Vito, asserting that her style was precisely that of the Capone family and there was no reason to object. Kang Yu-sung immediately interjected, reminding them that Capone's boss was Vito, not that woman, but also conceded that Rebecca understood things better than him. To the question of whether he wanted to kill everyone, Vito confusedly suggested maintaining the current relationships if they weren't the culprits, just like his father had done. The boy broke into a sweat, his face clearly showing panic at the brutal prospect. Vito looked up at Rebecca, weakly pleading if they couldn't do that. Rebecca smiled and replied decisively, "No way," then commented that her boss was far too kind. Meanwhile, outside, Park Tae-shik stretched and proposed a rebellion among the Five Great Families, starting by sweeping away the nearby Kolio family's subordinates. Kang Yu-sung chuckled, teasing that Park Tae-shik looked truly like a villain right now. Park Tae-shik replied with determination, suggesting they should seize this opportunity to live like villains. He concluded that this world was just a game, and both immediately sprang into action. Members of the Kolio family pointed their guns and shouted, demanding to know who dared cause trouble in their territory. Without a word, Park Tae-shik and Kang Yu-sung charged straight into the formation, easily taking down those in their way. With glowing red eyes, Park Tae-shik issued an ultimatum, promising to spare their lives if they revealed information. A loyal subordinate shouted a defiance, preferring death over betraying the family. Park Tae-shik coldly responded with a brutal attack, then go die. Kang Yu-sung calmly observed the scene, commenting on how people were flying everywhere. A bald, sunglasses-wearing commander rushed out, furiously yelling about the attack happening right before the conference. Park Tae-shik grabbed a subordinate by the collar to ask about the Kolio boss, but the man just sneered, replying that his boss didn't need to show his face to deal with their kind. Park Tae-shik turned to Kang Yu-sung, telling him to stay and play with these guys for a bit. But Yu-sung wanted to go along. Park Tae-shik declared that since Kang Yu-sung was there to relax, he would carry the team this time. Kang Yu-sung looked slightly surprised by his words, but then he quickly broke into a wide grin. "All right, then I'll clear the way," Kang Yu-sung replied, summoning a sword and ice crystals. Park Tae-shik charged forward, asserting that the boss was his. From above, Kang Yu-sung unleashed a wide-area ice attack, sweeping away the subordinates below. On a nearby rooftop, Rebecca was silently observing all the developments. Suddenly, a mysterious entity with black wings and a golden cross on its forehead flew across the city with a flock of crows. Through a window, Park Tae-shik could be seen slaughtering enemies inside the building. As a black feather fell, Park Tae-shik paused, sensing that something significant had just passed by. Kang Yu-sung also looked up at the black feathers falling around him. He noticed a flock of crows gathering outside. Holding a feather, Kang Yu-sung felt uneasy, intuiting that there was something more to it. The winged entity continued to soar through the city sky. After the Collio family was eliminated, a map appeared. The next target was the Gambino family, and that mysterious entity had charged straight in to destroy their building. Feeling the violent tremors, Kang Yu-sung mused that it had been a long time since he'd seen Park Tae-shik truly fight. He sat perched on a beam, watching Park Tae-shik slaughter enemies and thinking to himself that neither of them liked to show off. Blackie suddenly appeared, and Kang Yu-sung picked it up, reminding it not to waste food while it grumbled, calling him a lazy cat butler. The scene opened at an American-style diner called Father's Diner. Inside, Park Tae-shik called Kang Yu-sung a pig and wondered how he could eat cheeseburgers for all 3 meals without getting sick of them. Kang Yu-sung replied while eating that the burgers here were insanely good, so he wanted to enjoy them while he could. Park Tae-shik suggested finding something else, but Kang Yu-sung refused, not wanting to take risks during his vacation, which made Park Tae-shik sigh. Park Tae-shik shifted to business, seriously asking what the Gambino boss had said. With an evasive look, Kang Yu-sung curtly replied that he didn't know. He reiterated that Park Tae-shik had said he would handle it himself, then added that now that boss wouldn't be able to cause trouble in the meeting room anymore. The scene shifted to Boss Gambino, frantically on the phone, in a dark, messy room. He angrily dialed on an old phone, announcing that no one was answering. Puffing on a cigar, Gambino mumbled the names of Sanchez and Falcone, his mouth still stained with blood. Collapsing among the bodies of his subordinates, he screamed in despair, fearing that the other families had teamed up to take down Old Man Capone. Gambino gritted his teeth, his face clearly showing extreme pain and resentment. In a flashback, Park Tae-shik, hooded and blindfolded, stood over Gambino and explained that the blood in his heart would explode after 72 hours. Park Tae-shik said that the curse would only be lifted if he soothed his chest once more. With a sinister smile, he asked Gambino if he understood what he was saying. Completely subdued, Gambino declared that his family would withdraw from the auction and cooperate in the investigation of Capone's death. Park Tae-shik contemptuously squeezed Gambino's cheek, saying he would go easy on him since he was being cooperative. He bid farewell to his amigo and left, leaving behind a scene littered with corpses. Back in the present, Gambino, bruised and bandaged, could only pant and curse under his breath in helplessness. In a brutal flashback, Park Tae-shik bit through the enemy's gun barrel with his teeth. Back in the present, Kang Yu-sung chewed on ice in the diner and mumbled that there was nothing significant gained. Park Tae-shik kindly reminded him not to chew on ice as it would damage his teeth. Kang Yu-sung replied that everything would become clear once they reached the conference room. However, Park Tae-shik seriously expressed a hunch that a larger force was behind the 5 great families. The scene shifted to a skyscraper under the sunset, where crows were gathering. A black limousine arrived, and armed mafia members quickly surrounded the entrance. Inside, the remaining bosses of the major families had gathered for the meeting. The Collio family boss, Marcellus Collio, his face wrapped in bandages, remarked that it had been quite a while. Boss Gambino grumbled, pointing out that 2 chairs in the conference room were still empty. Young Vito Capone angrily clenched his fists, believing that Falcone and Sanchez were the ones who murdered his father. Rebecca gently advised the young master to wait patiently, and Vito reluctantly complied. However, a mysterious smile flickered across Rebecca's lips when no one was looking. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed into the room, shouting that there was urgent news for the bosses. At the same time in the diner, Kang Yu-sung also looked up in surprise upon hearing the news. The shocking news was revealed. Bosses, Falcone and Sanchez had been assassinated. Kang Yu-sung calmly assessed that it seemed there truly was another enemy at work. Park Tae-shik agreed, saying that the mafia families were too weak, while Kang Yu-sung admitted he had been confused, thinking he was too strong. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from above the conference room, making all the mafia bosses look up in terror. A mysterious figure landed on the stage, astonishing the Gambino family members. The figure, surrounded by a flock of crows, spoke, welcoming the devils defiling the city. He listed their crimes, from colluding with politicians to extortion, calling them destroyers of order. Standing in the center of the stage, he declared that he had reported all their sins. He introduced himself as the hero Night Crow and announced that he would begin dispensing justice. Immediately, a whirlwind of black crows engulfed all the mafia members below. Vito Capone furiously roared, asking if Night Crow was behind the deaths of the other 2 bosses. Night Crow nonchalantly admitted, saying he had granted them the same favor he had given Vito's father. Spreading his enormous black wings, he declared that Vito would be no exception. Vito screamed curses at the villain before him. Night Crow lunged forward with terrifying speed. He unleashed a volley of feathers as sharp as daggers. Rebecca shouted a warning, pushing Vito back and creating an energy shield to block the attack. Night Crow appeared surprised by this unexpected defense. In another scene, Rebecca stood in the rain, pondering justice for this world. A sinister smile appeared on her lips. She vowed to make everyone pay. Back in the battle, Vito roared in fury as Night Crow's wings swung towards him, just as a system notification appeared. Suddenly, the scene changed, showing Kang Yu-sung calmly remarking that the world always had one or two cheap villains. Surrounded by icebirds, Kang Yu-sung dispelled the illusion, smiling as he identified the true enemy, Crow King. Inside the illusionary space, Night Crow soared, dodging a massive shadow slash. He turned back in horror, sweat pouring down behind his mask. A dazzling streak of light cut across, sending Night Crow flying in the chaotic space. He cried out in despair, "Cat Butler, I'm gonna die," while Kang Yu-sung coldly thought that this illusory opponent was defeated too easily. Kang Yu-sung grabbed the dissolving enemy's cloak. He reached out towards Night Crow's astonished face. "Boom!" Kang Yu-sung casually said as he touched him, his finger pressed against the mask, activating the Mark of Death skill, and placing a weakening curse on the target. Night Crow was knocked back after his dodge and accuracy stats were sharply reduced by 1,000 points. A small golden bird appeared. It was the Calamity Charm Tattletale. The charm perched on Kang Yu-sung's shoulder, beginning to reveal all of Night Crow's secrets. Knife-sharp feathers and explosives hidden in his cloak. After gathering enough information, Kang Yu-sung observed Night Crow finishing off Park Tae-shik's clone in the illusion. The illusion shattered, and Night Crow angrily looked at Kang Yu-sung, who was shielding Rebecca and Vito, realizing his weakening ability. If that's the case, Night Crow growled, preparing for a real attack. A black crow with glowing red eyes signaled the impending attack. A series of terrifying explosions shook the entire room as a flock of crows charged to attack. Park Tae-shik, in his red cloak, rushed out to block the attack, using his dagger to shatter the kamikaze crows. "Damn it, why are there so many?" Park Tae-shik muttered, starting to feel the pressure. He yelled towards Kang Yu-sung. "Hey, Yu-sung, don't you see our roles have been swapped?" Kang Yu-sung just smiled, drawing a blue sword, and replied, "Every boss is yours, right? This guy is the hero, and the one who needs protection is the bosses here." Kang Yu-sung smiled, and told Park Tae-shik that he was better at protecting others, making Park Tae-shik angrily shout that he was a pure-blood assassin. With a smug smile, Kang Yu-sung asserted that killing was his specialty. He charged forward, swinging his azure ice sword, and engaging Night Crow directly. Night Crow screamed, questioning why people who were supposed to protect world peace, like Kang Yu-sung, were acting like puppets of evil. Kang Yu-sung merely coldly asked back about this so-called world peace. Night Crow angrily explained that the Capone family were devils, and they were the ones who massacred his entire family. In a flashback, the Capone godfather and his subordinates gleefully left the courthouse after being acquitted, leaving behind a child crying in despair. Night Crow gritted his teeth, recounting that the authorities had been bribed and feared their retaliation. He declared that this was the reality of this rotten city, and that was why he had to enact justice himself. Kang Yu-sung listened with an indifferent expression, as Night Crow urged him not to delay any longer. Night Crow extended his hand, inviting Kang Yu-sung to fight alongside him against the villains for justice and this city. But before his plea could finish, blades of shadow unexpectedly pierced through Night Crow's body. Kang Yu-sung stood behind the wounded enemy, coldly stating that he had spoken too much in front of a villain. He slowly walked over his opponent's pool of blood. Then Kang Yu-sung grabbed Night Crow's hair, declared that he hated masked individuals, and ripped it off. He paused for a moment, surprised to see the person beneath the mask. The revealed face was that of a young boy, tears welling up but his eyes still full of resentment, whispering about his justice. Grabbed by the collar by Kang Yu-sung, the boy still screamed not to disrespect their justice. Suddenly, the boy's blood-stained hand pressed a detonator hidden on his person, startling Kang Yu-sung. Kang Yu-sung quickly realized this was a trap planned 4 days ago, and immediately grabbed the boy and dashed away. Amidst the fierce battle, Kang Yu-sung declared that he would begin his move. He and Park Tae-shik moved swiftly, enveloped by dark energy. Blackie, in its giant shadow beast form, swallowed both of them to help them escape. The shadow creature carried them soaring through the city, still bearing traces of blood from the explosion. From afar, a flock of crows flew away from the blazing skyscraper. The scene shifted to a luxurious, quiet residential area, the air still tinged with ash. Inside, Rebecca welcomed Kang Yu-sung and Park Tae-shik, thanking them for holding onto their faith until the end. She smiled, announcing that thanks to them, the Capone family had taken over most of the businesses at the conference. Kang Yu-sung confirmed that the mission was complete. The young boss had survived, and Rebecca's role was also over. But then, his gaze sharpened as he began to lay his cards on the table. Suddenly, Kang Yu-sung used his swordsmanship to restrain Rebecca, questioning if it was all her plan. With numerous ice blades at her throat, Rebecca calmly asked what that had to do with him. Kang Yu-sung replied that his role was to eliminate all enemies of the Capone family. He exposed Rebecca for aiding in assassinations and using a shadow hero to instigate the deaths of other bosses. Kang Yu-sung held up a black feather, revealing that the hero himself had told him the truth. In a flashback, Nightcrow furiously named the traitor who had provided him with information. Kang Yu-sung concluded that Rebecca had eliminated rivals, installing a child as a puppet boss to become the true ruler of Black York. When Rebecca asked back if he was an enemy, Kang Yu-sung firmly denied it. She calmly declared that everything she did was for Vito. Rebecca explained in a flashback that she had eliminated everyone who threatened Vito, including the Godfather, all to protect the boy's innocence from a cruel world. Rebecca justified that she was only doing what a protector should do. Kang Yu-sung sneered, exposing her act of backstabbing the one who raised her, all to install the boss's son as a puppet. He coldly declared that Rebecca was nothing like a protector. Park Tae-shik also added that after turning the child into an incompetent, she only took what benefited herself. Trapped in ice, Rebecca challenged that an outsider like Kang Yu-sung had no right to judge her. Kang Yu-sung then turned to ask Nightcrow, who had been freed from his mask. Nightcrow stared at Rebecca in shock as the ice began to crack, exclaiming, "Boss." With tears streaming down his face, the boy realized the truth. "So it was you." He tried to plead but was blocked by a mysterious surge of energy, while Kang Yu-sung admitted that Rebecca was indeed always right. With crazed, glowing red eyes, Rebecca pointed her gun and bitterly concluded that this world was truly cruel. Leaving the scene, Kang Yu-sung sighed, disappointed that he couldn't be the protagonist of a noir film, but at least no reporters were waiting. Park Tae-shik cheerfully suggested they go on raids like this together sometimes, but his assistant suddenly ran up with a panicked expression. The assistant breathlessly reported that a high-difficulty Level 5 tower in the heart of Seoul was on the verge of collapse. The sudden news stunned Kang Yu-sung, making him break out in a cold sweat. A document showed that the tower was being raided by players from the Player Association. After failing their first raid, they had successfully retreated, but internal strife began. The group panicked because if they failed, they would receive 3 penalty points, and all would be demoted. A desperate player asked how they could make up for it, while another seemed to have an answer. That person proposed a crazy solution: raiding in hard mode, making his teammates ask in horror if he was insane. A desperate player screamed, refusing to accept having to start over as a slave to the association after so much hardship. His teammates could only silently bow their heads, unable to offer any answer. The proposer recalled his reckless decision. To avoid the penalty, they had no choice but to raid in hard mode. The narration recounted the tragic outcome. Immediately after, the entire team was wiped out in the second raid. In a moving car, Kang Yu-sung reviewed the report and pondered the harshness of the regulations. He concluded that this penalty was excessively cruel. Yu-sung recalled the tower break, a disaster that rarely occurred in the present. But in the past, when raid plans were rudimentary, such failures happened frequently, unleashing terrifying monsters. The consequences of those events were extremely severe, causing countless deaths. Yu-sung reminisced about the pain of losing his parents in a similar tragedy. He remembered Park Tae-shik being by his side, comforting him at the funeral. Even before he became a player, the utter despair of a child who had lost everything was evident on his face. Even after becoming a player, tragedies continued, and now, a car was speeding away in an emergency. But the current Kang Yu-sung was different. He decisively ordered all unreceived equipment and skill cards to be opened. The system screen displayed the legendary and rare equipment he possessed, a set that was already very powerful. However, he didn't want to compromise anything and began the process of upgrading his equipment. Old skill cards and items were converted into more powerful versions. When the car arrived, a system alert sounded. A tower break was imminent, requiring preparation for a monster attack. Kang Yu-sung stepped out of the car with full confidence, and the crowd recognized him as the Hero King. With sharp and resolute eyes, he was ready to face the impending disaster. Amidst the rubble, a player screamed in despair and relief. "Look! The Hero King is here. Thank goodness. At least we won't die here." The gigantic spatial gate in the city sky continued to swirl, emitting chaotic energy. Suddenly, a brilliant red light tore through the sky, and countless shadowy figures with glowing eyes began to rise from the ground, terrifying the survivors. Another player tried to reassure his teammates, raising his sword and shouting, "It's coming! Everyone, get ready!" Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder, making him jump and turn around as a countdown timer began to appear. Kang Yu-sung stood before them, coldly declaring, "From now on, those who fall into one of the following 3 categories should know their place and leave." He raised a finger, and a dark aura began to gather. 1. Those who will accidentally get caught in my skills and die. 2. He continued, raising a second finger. Those who aren't confident they can keep up with my combat speed. As he raised a third finger, 3 gigantic shadow monsters emerged from the ground behind him. With a smug smile, Kang Yu-sung concluded, "And 3, everyone else, except me." Just as the countdown hit 0, a wave of monsters of all shapes and sizes, from dragons to devils, surged out of the gate. The scene became utterly chaotic as the monsters not only attacked the city, but also furiously tore into each other. Mid-air, a winged devil impaled a werewolf, while other creatures continued to slaughter their own kind. Kang Yu-sung plunged into battle, remarking as he eliminated an orc, "Seriously, all sorts of monsters are gathered here. Orcs, lizardmen." He paused when he faced a grotesque red creature that even he couldn't identify. Kang Yu-sung deduced that, according to the logic of this tower, the enemies should have been residents of the world within it. That meant the monsters pouring out from a tower break were completely unrelated to the tower being raided. A big question arose in his mind. So where did these guys come from? From above, a reporter in a helicopter was live broadcasting the shocking event. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a high-difficulty level 5 tower break, being stopped by the Hero King alone." The reporter continued to comment excitedly. "There's a lot of controversy surrounding him, but when it comes to skill, everyone." The helicopter reporter exclaimed in horror that the ominous color was surely a sign of a monster from the abyss about to appear. Kang Yu-sung was repelled by a surge of dark energy. He gritted his teeth, silently cursed the reporter's insane bravery, and threatened to throw him to the monsters. Swinging his sword to create ice steps, Kang Yu-sung wondered if this incident was caused by an elder. A system notification appeared, confirming the emergence of the abyss slime. Kang Yu-sung smirked. This was exactly what he had been hoping for. He unleashed countless giant ice spears, relentlessly attacking the monster. However, the abyss slime's body showed no damage from the assault. Realizing a decisive blow was needed, Kang Yu-sung decided to tear it to shreds in one go. He raised his hand, summoning giant pillars of ice to erupt from the ground. Focusing intensely, Kang Yu-sung prepared to use a special skill. The rare Great Assassination skill card Charlotte's Web appeared. He spread his arms, and a giant energy net was created, engulfing the abyss slime. The system explained that this skill generated extremely sharp threads of death. The net tightened, slicing the monster into countless pieces, and the system announced its defeat. The Elder of Abyss expressed satisfaction and bestowed upon him the Abyss Gem, simultaneously announcing that the tower disaster had been averted. Kang Yu-sung looked at the gem glowing with crimson energy in his palm. On the ground, a player with a headband was stunned upon hearing that the Hero King had single-handedly stopped the disaster. A crowd of reporters surrounded Kang Yu-sung, who had just single-handedly ended the horrific event. On player forums, news of his feat spread, sparking a lively discussion about his power and tactics. In an interview, Kang Yu-sung frankly criticized the player association, questioning their operational competence. He revealed that the deceased players were cornered by the association's regulations, forced to raid hard mode, and ultimately caused the tower disaster. Later, at home, Kang Yu-sung and Park Tae-shik watched the news report about the interview, where his testimony was shaking public opinion regarding the association's inefficiency. Park Tae-shik laughed heartily, praising Kang Yu-sung for brilliantly attacking the association, while Yu-sung admitted that the association indeed had too many shortcomings. Amused by the situation, Park Tae-shik crushed a soda can and suggested they seize this opportunity to purge the entire corrupt association. When Kang Yu-sung jokingly asked if he intended to run for president, Park Tae-shik irritably shouted that his intention was to form a guild. Kang Yu-sung expressed skepticism, reminding him that current laws only allowed a single guild per nation, which was the association itself. Park Tae-shik confidently explained his plan, to leverage the current scandals and the absence of true players in the leadership to exert pressure. He likened the association officials, who had never entered a tower, to children chasing chickens with axes when enacting absurd regulations. He continued to criticize the association for only favoring those with powerful backgrounds, neglecting the rest, and planned to incite public opinion to demand the abolition of guild regulations. Kang Yu-sung casually wished Park Tae-shik good luck, which angered him due to his indifferent attitude. With a bright smile, Kang Yu-sung turned the tables, saying it was Park Tae-shik's job and that he should be the one to form the guild. Park Tae-shik was utterly speechless at the unexpected proposal. After a moment of stunned silence, He snapped out of it and pointed at Kang Yu-sung, realizing that this was exactly what the public also desired. Indeed, a national petition demanding the allowance of more guilds surpassed 170,000 signatures in just one day. A public opinion poll showed that 63% of citizens wanted the Hero King to establish a new guild, infuriating Player Association President Lee Sung-ho. In his office, Lee Sung-ho slammed his desk, accurately guessing that Park Tae-shik and Kang Yu-sung were behind everything. He gritted his teeth, muttering that the public didn't understand how truly dangerous powerful players could be. Lee Sung-ho recalled the fear of facing black players, criminals possessing power far beyond ordinary people. A past example was cited, showing how player self-governance had once led to a guild colluding with the underworld and becoming a criminal gang due to government negligence. The narration explained that there was even a nation that had become an empire of black players. Even in the United States, where private guilds were permitted, top players were still controlled by the military, as each player was a walking bomb. President Lee Sung-ho pondered. If maintaining ideal order was impossible, he angrily gritted his teeth, calling the dissenters foolish people who didn't understand the world. Standing in his office, Lee Sung-ho told himself that evil would never be understood. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, stating that the Elder of Evil was paying attention to him and presenting a test. Lee Sung-ho's hands trembled as he prepared to accept the offer from the tower. Meanwhile, images of Kang Yu-sung in his armor appeared across various media outlets. Standing on the street in his everyday clothes, Kang Yu-sung wondered why his advertisements hadn't been taken down yet. He pondered the two words guild. In their conversation, Park Tae-shik enthusiastically urged him to become a guild master to enjoy life. Kang Yu-sung flatly refused, listing the types of people he hated working with most: fools and bookworms. Park Tae-shik reassured him that he didn't need to worry about the guild. A symbolic position would suffice. He explained that this was to create a better world, and only the Hero King could achieve it. Park Tae-shik's words echoed in Kang Yu-sung's mind as he stood amidst the crowd. He was the first to step onto the front lines. Kang Yu-sung looked up, determining that what he needed to do now was conquer the towers. He immediately used the system interface to search for towers of rank 7 or higher. The system announced that the nearest tower was 226 kilometers away, causing him to silently ponder. The narration revealed that besides searching, there were other methods to enter a tower. Kang Yu-sung gazed thoughtfully at a token, thinking that another way to enter the tower was to receive an invitation and wait. He recalled receiving the token from the young boss of the Capone family. That item was Rebecca's knife, a means to connect the outside world and the inside of the tower. Standing on the street, he felt they wouldn't call back, but decided to wait a little longer. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed throughout the city, along with an announcement for Battle Tower A appearing on screens. Kang Yu-sung annoyedly covered his ears at the sudden noise. A public announcement stated that Battle Tower A had been formed, where the top rankers of Season 5 would compete live. He wondered about the rankers, then received a provocative message from the system, urging him to participate for entertainment. The system confirmed that the Elder of Jesters was urging player Kang Yu-sung to participate. The rules of Battle Tower A were revealed. It was only for the top 10 players of the Descent of the Elder of Plague season. Maria Yeager looked worried as the system announced that no one would die in the tower and everything would be broadcast live. However, upon reading the clause about failure, Ray Chang became extremely furious. In his rage, he smashed his wineglass. Kang Yu-sung was stunned when he read the penalty. If they failed, 100 million people would die randomly. He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, determined to accept this insane challenge. His attire transformed into combat gear, and he sneered, saying the system was truly annoying. He appeared in the middle of the street, recognized by the crowd as the Hero King entering the tower. With a resolute gaze, Kang Yu-sung declared he would participate. He stepped into another space, heading towards the other top players who had gathered. Maria Yeager turned around, surprised and delighted, calling his name. An elderly white-haired man greeted Kang Yu-sung, saying he was glad to see him again. Yu-sung thought to himself, looking at the scene before him with disgust. He glanced at the other top players gathered, including Maria Yeager. With a sarcastic smile, he told himself he was so happy he didn't know what to do. Just then, Maria Yeager happily ran over and called his name. Yu-sung coldly replied, asking about her outfit and then calling her Saintess. Maria breathed a sigh of relief, seeing him as usual. But Yu-sung wondered if he was ever any different. She recalled the interview where he declared why he had to save the world so meaninglessly. Maria explained that she had been very worried after watching the broadcast, seeing him look exhausted. Yu-sung was silent for a moment. Then, he interrupted her with a reassuring smile, asserting that he was fine and wouldn't stop. However, His true thought was, if you're bored, just leave. A warrior with a tattoo under his eye spoke up, sarcastically remarking on the Hero King's late arrival. He continued to question, suggesting that Yu Sung had hesitated while millions of lives were at stake. Yu Sung retorted with a sarcastic question, mocking his opponent's heroic declaration. He explained that he was late because he carefully read the terms, unlike those easily deceived, and that's why his opponent couldn't defeat him or Gravekeeper. As the warrior grew angry, Yu Sung turned to the elderly man, but Maria shouted to stop him. He questioned the man why he was there without any equipment, and the man merely smiled, pleased to finally have his attention. The man explained that he hadn't started the season yet, and he revealed an important rule. No one could die in this tower because the whole world was watching. The system announced that Season 5 final items would be temporarily provided until players left the tower. Skills and equipment had been granted to each player, preparing them for the new challenge. Georg Vilmer, CEO of the Antiquities Company, remarked that with this equipment, the likelihood of death seemed to have decreased. A giant skeletal hand suddenly emerged, signaling the chaos and power level of the competition. Amidst that scene, Maria Jaeger, in her shining armor, stood firm, ready to fight. She looked annoyed, thinking they had only come here to start a meaningless staring contest. Lydia from the International Player Police Organization agreed, scoffing at the men's childishness. Maria immediately agreed, and Lieutenant General Kilgore interjected, gravely emphasizing that many lives were at stake. Kilgore declared that everyone must uphold their duty to their planet and their nation. Kang Yu-sung scoffed, saying the broadcast should have been like this even during the Elder of Plague raid, and told everyone not to act recklessly. A warrior in red armor grew angry, retorting with a provocative remark. A newcomer stepped up from the water, cheerfully announcing that everyone must have waited a long time. The masked host announced this was a festival granted by the elders to celebrate the defeat of the Elder of Plague. He solemnly welcomed the heroes gathered from Earth to attend. Kang Yu-sung thought to himself about a festival for the death of another elder, deducing that they didn't like each other at all. The host warned Kang Yu-sung not to provoke the elders too much, calling him Elder Slayer. A system notification appeared, confirming that Kang Yu-sung had been awarded the title Elder Slayer for defeating the season boss. The red-armored warrior was astonished to learn of Yu-sung's special title. He gritted his teeth in anger, refusing to acknowledge the achievement, while Kang Yu-sung directly asked the host what needed to be done next. The host reassured them that this was merely entertainment to reward everyone. Ray Chang charged forward, swinging his sword furiously at the host. His mythical-grade sword possessed terrifying power and a passive skill that allowed him to unleash 9 strikes per attack. He roared, questioning if the lives of hundreds of millions of people were just entertainment. However, Ray Chang's attack was blocked by an invisible barrier. Kang Yu-sung merely smirked, suggesting that Ray Chang's actions were just a theatrical performance to grab the audience's attention. The host calmly explained that he was currently immune to all attacks. He snapped his fingers, beginning to explain the rules of this tower. The event was announced as Top 10 Heroes, a poll where the audience would decide the winner. Across the world, people watched the broadcast and were astonished as the voting screen appeared. Kang Yu-sung immediately protested, shouting that a vote would surely be rigged, but he was cut off mid-sentence. The host suddenly appeared behind him, reminding Kang Yu-sung to mind his language. He whispered into his ear that the mission was simple: capture the viewer's interest. Rewards would be granted based on the number of votes received from the audience. But if there were too few votes or the audience lost interest, the raid would be considered a failure, meaning the death of 100 million people. The host urged everyone to do whatever was necessary to create engaging content. Immediately, Ray Chang, proclaiming himself the Swordmaster, stepped forward and demanded a duel with Hero King Kang Yu-sung. The host looked pleased, while Kang Yu-sung, bewildered, asked why he had to fight. The final rules were laid out. Challenges could not be refused. Death in the arena was only temporary, and no one could leave until the voting concluded. The host announced that the arena would be set up immediately, making Kang Yu-sung look up in astonishment as walls rose around them. From the stands, Lydia and Maria Jaeger seriously observed the developments. Ray Chang challenged Kang Yu-sung one last time, demanding that his opponent call him Swordmaster. Kang Yu-sung smirked, mocking Ray Chang's decision and secretly thinking that this would negatively affect his votes. Ray Chang resolutely declared that votes meant nothing until he defeated Kang Yu-sung. With an enraged expression, he roared his determination to rectify his failure on the first day of the season. Immediately, Ray Chang charged forward, unleashing a flurry of high-speed slashes with dazzling golden energy. Kang Yu-sung was enveloped in a network of luminous sword trails. However, he merely smiled nonchalantly and said, "Seriously." As a surge of dark blue energy enveloped his arm, he continued, stating that he didn't really like revealing his secrets. Ray Chang was stunned, sweating as he witnessed the scene before him. He exclaimed in horror, "Aloof 9 swords?" As Kang Yu-sung summoned clones, using his very own signature skill. In the stands, Kilgore shouted in disbelief, unable to understand why the Hero King could use the same skill. Lydia also realized, exclaiming in astonishment, that Kang Yu-sung not only used the same skill, but also an identical sword to the Swordmaster. The veteran warrior observed and secretly deduced that it was an opponent copying skill. Ray Chang struggled to fend off the attack, unable to believe that his equipment and skills had been perfectly copied. He wondered if Kang Yu-sung had a contract with the Elder of Mirrors, but then dismissed it, feeling something was different. Two identical swords clashed, sparking, and Ray Chang's confusion grew. He roared in despair, unable to understand why he, a man who had dedicated his entire life to swordsmanship, could be completely overwhelmed. The veteran warrior smiled in approval, deeming Kang Yu-sung's performance truly worthy of the Hero King title. He looked at the other players and rhetorically asked who among them dared to harm their king. Lydia sneered, retorting that he himself had poured all his strength into trying to defeat the Hero King. The veteran warrior calmly closed his eyes and replied that Lydia's vision was still too narrow. Kilgore narrowed his glowing red eyes, implying that it was others who were targeting the Hero King. Maria Yeager sighed in exasperation at the sight of the top players still engaging in infighting in this situation. She secretly thought that the lives of hundreds of millions depended on conquering the tower, but in the minds of those others, exemplified by the vampire player, there were only malicious calculations. She couldn't understand why they were so fixated on defeating the Hero King to become the top player. The host also had to comment on them still fighting amongst themselves, even as the world was on the brink of ruin. Maria clenched her fists, bitterly admitting that Kang Yu-sung had been right. She reminisced about the early seasons, when she fought against hideous monsters. Back then, everyone united to conquer the tower with the sole purpose of saving the world. But Maria realized that times had completely changed. She wondered why everything had changed, amidst the backdrop of demonic forces. The answer appeared through the smug smiles of Lydia and the other players, those who only cared about fame. Maria desperately thought that even if players grew stronger, the towers and final bosses were becoming increasingly terrifying. She bitterly realized that the ideal of everyone uniting to save the world was just a fairy tale, for she was no longer the naive girl who had just awakened years ago. Maria recalled Yu-sung's words, that despite differences in ethnicity, religion, or skin color, everyone was human. Maria Yeager recalled the scene of players arguing, wondering if they couldn't unite even when the world was in peril. How could they save anything? Meanwhile, in the arena, two swords clashed, sparking. Ray Chang gritted his teeth, realizing this match was strange and beyond anything he had ever known. He charged forward, determined, believing he only needed to uncover the secret behind Kang Yu-sung's power. Kang Yu-sung merely observed his charging opponent with a cold gaze. Ray Chang was struck by countless invisible slashes, but still told himself he could defeat him. He even accepted losing this match. All Ray Chang wanted was to find out the secret of his opponent's power, as he unleashed his skill. But he was horrified to realize that Kang Yu-sung also created countless illusions to counterattack. Kang Yu-sung easily blocked the attack, scoffing that Ray Chang had forgotten his place because he had been shown mercy. Ray Chang was stunned by that declaration. Immediately, Kang Yu-sung delivered a kick to his flank. Ray Chang stumbled back as Kang Yu-sung closed in. Clutching his sword hilt, Kang Yu-sung declared he would show him the true gap between them. He unleashed a massive torrent of dark and icy energy that cracked the entire arena. Ray Chang could only stand frozen, his face filled with horror. The terrifying power sent him flying far across the arena. Then, Kang Yu-sung activated a skill, opened his subdeck, and proceeded with an exchange. Amidst the dust, Kang Yu-sung stood firm after activating a new skill. He closed his eyes, his hair grew longer, and a surge of dark energy began to flow. Other top players, including Kilgore and the white-haired man, could only watch in stunned silence. Ray Chang couldn't believe his eyes, muttering in despair. Kang Yu-sung had activated the mythical grade skill is less than Descent of the Heavenly Demon is greater than, borrowing the power of a sword god. He landed on the ground with such force that it cracked the arena floor. Immediately, he charged towards Ray Chang with terrifying speed. He prepared to unleash the first move of the Heavenly Demon's three sword techniques. A powerful slash descended, tearing through the air and Ray Chang's body. Fresh blood splattered as Ray Chang took the full brunt of the brutal attack. Without hesitation, Kang Yu-sung, with his glowing red eyes, prepared for the second move. He unleashed a colossal pillar of destructive energy, completely engulfing his opponent. The shockwave from the fierce explosion was so intense that Maria Yeager and the others struggled to withstand it. When everything settled, Only a blood-stained crater remained, and Kang Yu-sung stood tall. The clown-masked announcer enthusiastically declared the match over with an overwhelming victory. The voting board appeared, showing Kang Yu-sung, with the title Hero King, leading Swordmaster Ray Chang with over 2,484,349,334 votes. Ray Chang lay slumped on the ground, looking at his trembling hands in bitter defeat. Kang Yu-sung, having returned to his normal state, coldly looked down at the defeated opponent. He leaped onto the arena wall, his gaze sweeping over all the remaining top players. Amidst a dark aura, Kang Yu-sung appeared in a new form, clad in bone armor and a smug smile. Witnessing that sight, Kilgore could only exclaim in utter astonishment. Kang Yu-sung stood amidst an army of skeletons he had summoned himself, having perfectly copied the Gravekeeper's abilities. Maria Yeager and Lydia stood side by side, both stunned by this terrifying display of power. From afar, a bewildered spectator wondered if the person before them was truly a player like themselves. In a bar, the citizens watching on screen also realized he had copied both the Gravekeeper's equipment and skills. A man called Kang Yu-sung a monster, but was immediately reminded by his friend that that monster had saved their lives. The scolded man confusedly asked what they should call him then. With a confident smile, his friend replied decisively. As the title Hero King was proclaimed, Kang Yu-sung's image standing in the arena became even more imposing. He looked directly at his opponents and scoffed, "Is this your first time seeing my copy ability?" However, a masked warrior pointed out that the copy ability alone couldn't explain the power of is less than, descent of the heavenly demon is greater than. And Lydia agreed. Lydia recalled another user of copy ability she had once faced, the Face Collector, a brutal black player who specialized in flaying his opponents' faces. She asserted that even if their fighting styles were similar, that individual's abilities still had clear limits. Kang Yu-sung laughed loudly at the chatter, then directly asked if they were truly curious about his abilities. From the stands, other top players, including Kilgore, were all intently observing. He continued to provoke, saying that their expressions were truly a sight to behold. Standing amidst his army of death, Kang Yu-sung declared he would tell them a truth. With a mysterious smile, he revealed that he had made a pact with the Elder of Truth. Lydia showed suspicion when she heard Kang Yu-sung mention the Elder of Truth. Kang Yu-sung declared that the covenant bound him to speak the truth, even with the whole world watching. Georg Vilmeyer wondered if he was the next opponent, but the answer was a definitive no. With his hair grown longer, Kang Yu-sung smiled and said that he was the one who hated fighting the most. However, his eyes flashed red as he continued to speak of those who didn't know their place. Georg Vilmeyer listened with a stern expression, as Kang Yu-sung called them his second most hated thing. Faced with questions about his plan, Kang Yu-sung stood amidst the army of skeletons. He explained that, from now on, he would only tell the truth in a more captivating way. The clown-masked host agreed that self-promotion was fundamental to voting. Kang Yu-sung turned on the microphone on the podium, preparing for his speech. He began by checking the microphone and smugly asked if everyone was watching. His image was broadcast everywhere, and he humorously apologized for his presence on TV. He called the top 10 players lousy heroes that the public had to vote for. He warned the terrified crowd that a single wrong vote would lead to the death of 100 million people. He continued the comparison, suggesting that even the worst dictators rose to power through votes. Georg Vilmeyer spoke coldly, demanding that the Hero King be careful with his words. Kang Yu-sung casually provoked, asking if Georg felt uncomfortable when he mentioned dictator. He continued sarcastically, recalling that Georg had once worshipped a national hero in the past. Finally, Kang Yu-sung exposed a shocking secret: Georg's plan to revive the Third Empire. To prove his words, he declared that he had made a covenant with the Elder of Truth himself. Kang Yu-sung confidently declared that thanks to his covenant with the Elder of Truth, he could see through all lies and secrets. He asserted that everything he was about to say was 100% true, making the entire hall, including Georg Vilmeyer, listen in silence. With a smug look, Kang Yu-sung invited everyone to vote carefully and began to choose his targets. He glanced at an enraged Georg Vilmeyer, implying that there were quite a few fools among the top players. Then, Kang Yu-sung unexpectedly called out another person in the crowd, Count Vladimir. A man with a noble appearance and pointed ears flinched when his name was called. Count Vladimir sneered, pretending not to understand what was happening. Kang Yu-sung exposed Vladimir's plan to revive an empire, causing Vladimir to unleash his killing intent and summon blood magic. Yu-sung continued to provoke, saying that Vladimir intended to overthrow the president to become the Tsar, and a blood blade unexpectedly pierced his chest. But it was only Vladimir's long-range attack, and Kang Yu-sung scoffed that if he wanted to perform blood magic, he should wait for his turn. Vladimir stood up, declaring his loyalty to his homeland and the president, unable to tolerate the Hero King's insult. Yu Sung mocked Vladimir's patriotism, then abruptly changed the subject, mentioning another person's fire attribute. He turned to ask Lieutenant General Kilgore, making the old general exclaim in surprise. What? Kang Yu Sung exposed Kilgore's brutal habit of secretly dropping napalm bombs on his nation's enemies. Struck to the core, Kilgore clenched his fists, growling if Kang Yu Sung was aware of the consequences of his words. Completely unfazed, Kang Yu Sung replied that he was very aware, and began to summarize the nature of these heroes. He pointed at Georg Vilmeyer and called him an imperialist. Count Vladimir angrily bared his fangs, being called a nationalist fool. Finally, he concluded that Kilgore was a warmonger, making the lieutenant general unable to suppress his rage. Kilgore roared that the world would not accept this story and charged straight at Kang Yu Sung, who was calmly waiting. Kang Yu Sung, grabbed by Kilgore, casually provoked. You want to try? Kilgore roared furiously. You think I wouldn't dare? Then lunged to attack. But Kang Yu Sung merely extended a finger, touching a sphere of light to neutralize it. Kilgore roared, deciding to play his trump card. I'll show you, this is the strongest fighter jet. The other players were terrified. Lydia screamed, Is that hot-headed bastard trying to drag all of us into this? While the female knight quickly shielded her. Kilgore's unique skill, F-23 Diablo, was activated, summoning a squadron of fighter jets. The masked warrior could only stare up in shock at that terrifying power. But immediately, a massive explosion nullified the entire skill, leaving Kilgore stunned. How can? My unique skill. Kang Yu Sung delivered a kick that knocked him down and began to explain. Unique, open parenthesis. He smirked. Not unique, close parenthesis. Georg Vilmeyer stepped forward, questioning. Hero King, do you think you'll be fine after unilaterally disparaging your comrade's honor? Oh, you like the word comrades, don't you? Kang Yu Sung retorted, sarcastically. Then why do my comrades always try to stab me in the back? Georg tried to de-escalate. I think there's a misunderstanding here, Hero King. Kang Yu Sung coldly asked back. Misunderstanding? His eyes glowed red as he revealed. Didn't I already say? I signed a covenant with the Elder of Truth, so I can see through all your secrets. His words made the other players, like Count Vladimir, begin to tremble in fear. Even Ray Chang broke out in a cold sweat as Kang Yu Sung taunted. But it seems the cameras are bothering you, aren't they? He continued, fiddling with a small device. Why are you suddenly so worried? No matter how many truths I speak, you all know that this world won't change, right? Kang Yu Sung concluded with a bitter smile. Georg Vilmeyer subtly smirked, seemingly agreeing with that assessment. Then he spoke, his voice full of condescension. Are you blaming the world like a child again this time? Kang Yu Sung smiled back. That's right, I'm still young, so I really can't deal with old men. A giant jester-like entity appeared, its voice echoing, O child of 1,000 faces and 1,000 talents. When asked about his wish, Kang Yu Sung confidently requested the skill, Descent of the Heavenly Demon. Georg Vilmeyer wondered what Kang Yu Sung was up to again, while the system confirmed his request had been approved. On the stage of a deserted theater, Kang Yu Sung stood watching Kilgore kneeling in defeat. A host wearing a jester mask stepped out, suggesting they yield the turn to the next hero, since everyone had an equal chance. Suddenly, a hand in an iron gauntlet was raised, and a voice rang out. Then, allow me. Maria Jaeger stood up, declaring that she also had something to say to everyone. The host appeared to ponder Maria's request. Immediately, Maria was teleported to another area, startling the remaining players. Ray Chang angrily shouted, while Kang Yu Sung merely found it annoying, wondering if this was a primary school presentation contest. Maria took the microphone, her cold gaze fixed on Kang Yu Sung, and demanded his silence. Kang Yu Sung shrugged, smiling back teasingly. All right, my dear. Maria began her speech, her voice resolute. Right now, I will. She pointed straight ahead, boldly declaring that she would expose the true face of the Hero King. The other top 10 players in the audience were stunned by the shocking declaration. The audience watching on television was also aghast, one person shouting, The Saintess is exposing him? What the hell did you do, Hero King? Even Kang Yu Sung broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe what was happening. At the same time, a system notification rang out, announcing that the battle tower had concluded and the final voting results would be revealed. An anonymous observer stared blankly at the screen. Kang Yu Sung was in first place with an unimaginable 858 quadrillion, 333 trillion, 525 billion, 352 million, 438,778 votes. Kang Yu Sung looked at the screen, muttering that the results, as he suspected, had been manipulated. However, he was still satisfied because the first-place reward was a mythical grade skill, is less than Descent of the Heavenly Demon is greater than. He told himself that he now possessed the full mythical trio: equipment, title, and skill. Even though it was only March. Kang Yu-sung explained that he hadn't opened the mythical grade equipment box for is less than Black Death, is greater than for a special reason. Recklessly equipping a mythical grade item without sufficient qualifications would lead to a failed test, causing stats to drop. The worst penalty could even be death. He recalled that even Ray Chang had suffered a crushing defeat last season and had to endure a severe penalty. But because he had overcome a similar challenge last season, Kang Yu-sung was confident that he could equip them this time. He decided to try it immediately, prioritizing the new skill. As soon as he activated it, a system notification rang out, confirming that is less than Descent of the Heavenly Demon, is greater than had been used for the first time. He was transported to another space and received a request to prove his qualifications. In a field of reeds, an elderly swordsman with long white hair appeared to face Kang Yu-sung. The figure turned, their hat flying off, revealing long white hair fluttering in the wind. Kang Yu-sung, in his new martial arts attire, confidently declared that he was here to negotiate and wanted to finish things quickly, just like last time. The old swordsman, the Heavenly Demon, looked at him with dignity as the system announced the test had begun. Block 2 of his moves. The Heavenly Demon placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, radiating a crimson killing intent. He lunged forward with terrifying speed, unleashing the first strike. Facing the attack, Kang Yu-sung merely flashed a crazed and excited smile. He gathered his strength to counter the first move of the 3 swords of the Heavenly Demon. The Heavenly Demon charged with a powerful sword strike that tore through the air. Kang Yu-sung steadily raised his sword to block the blow. He felt the vibrations transmit through him, thinking to himself that it was truly exhilarating. But then, his eyes sharpened as he declared he had seen through this sword technique. A massive crimson sword aura was unleashed by Kang Yu-sung in retaliation. The 2 swords clashed, sending out intense sparks. The collision created a terrifying explosion, tearing up the ground. When the smoke and dust cleared, the Heavenly Demon stood there, calmly observing. He realized something, saying, "So you have a new name. That title is..." Kang Yu-sung casually replied about the title Elder Slayer, and admitted he had killed one. He cheerfully assumed the test was over, asking if he could now summon the Heavenly Demon to wield the sword in his stead. The Heavenly Demon merely stood there in silence, not giving an immediate answer. A smile of amusement appeared on his face. "So you can kill an elder, huh?" Kang Yu-sung probed, asking if his beheading of an elder bothered him. "I like it," the Heavenly Demon replied decisively, then unexpectedly lunged forward. The ground cracked under his power. Kang Yu-sung was utterly astonished by this sudden action. Both flew into the air amidst shattered rocks, facing each other. The Heavenly Demon roared, "Show me your sword," then swung his blade to attack. The 2 blades clashed once more in a blinding flash. Kang Yu-sung screamed in panic. "Wait, the test isn't over yet?" The Heavenly Demon didn't reply, swinging his sword with terrifying force. As the 2 blades clashed, Yu-sung desperately cried out, "Hey old man, you're going to kill me. Please go easy." With his glowing purple eyes, the Heavenly Demon remarked, "Illusions still linger in this sword." He questioned, "You assassinated an elder with a sword like this? If so, I will not acknowledge you." Kang Yu-sung gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down under the immense pressure. He yelled while parrying, "How can I defeat the Heavenly Demon with swordsmanship? If I could, I would have done it myself." The Heavenly Demon calmly replied, "I see." Kang Yu-sung watched with a tense expression as the Heavenly Demon's sword energy dissipated. "Then we shall test you with a different method," the Heavenly Demon declared, then lunged forward. He delivered a powerful kick that cracked the ground. Kang Yu-sung clenched his teeth, trying to endure the fierce attack. With a masterful technique, the Heavenly Demon used his foot to pin Yu-sung's blade to the ground. Then he delivered another kick, sending Yu-sung flying backward in an explosion of dirt and rocks. Kang Yu-sung's body was mercilessly blown away. After regaining his footing, he demanded an explanation. "Seriously, I don't know why you're going this far. At least tell me why." Surrounded by a purple aura, the Heavenly Demon began. "Because you killed an elder with your own hands." He extended his hand forward and continued, "Perhaps you have the answer that I have sought for so long." With that, the Heavenly Demon transformed into a younger version with long black hair. Kang Yu-sung just stood frozen, completely stunned by this sudden change. The Heavenly Demon in his younger form swung his sword, declaring he would use his 3 swords. He challenged Kang Yu-sung, "Try to stop it." A brilliant purple sword energy surged down, and Kang Yu-sung raised his sword to block the attack. He gritted his teeth, enduring the immense pressure from the slash. After the attack passed, Kang Yu-sung stood there, sweating profusely in astonishment. He looked around in confusion, not understanding what had just happened. Kang Yu-sung asked in bewilderment, "What did you slash?" The heavenly demon simply looked away silently, beginning to recount his story. He reminisced about his life, always yearning for a strong opponent who could teach him the taste of defeat. Despite wandering everywhere, he never had the chance to experience it. He didn't even know the meaning of the two words defeat. Even when death came for him, he still sat alone on the mountaintop. The Reapers had appeared, but he still hadn't met a worthy opponent. The longing for a loss remained unfulfilled. In his final despair, the aged heavenly demon unleashed his power. He realized that in the end, no one had come to challenge him, be it martial arts, masters, empires, or even divine messengers. All became meaningless before the heavenly demon's blade, and he realized the emptiness of absolute power. Returning to reality, the heavenly demon said this was the first time he had met a mortal who had killed an elder. He looked directly at Kang Yu-sung and asked, "Will you be different?" The heavenly demon questioned, "Or will you also fall like them?" In his mind, Kang Yu-sung wondered, "Answer me, what does that mean to you? Do you want to be a hero?" Memories flooded back to the day he introduced himself as a new player of this season. Then came the horrifying moment of the tower break, when his parents desperately screamed their son's name. Maria Yeager's voice echoed, saying that the hero king Kang Yu-sung was actually sweeter and kinder than people thought. She revealed he was a person with an unexpectedly weak heart. In fact, he used to be a crybaby, a coward, and overly pampered. When a teammate sacrificed themselves, or when he failed a raid that caused a tower break and led to many deaths, Kang Yu-sung cried like a child for an entire week. Maria recounted that she just sat there and listened to his confession, while Yu-sung's soul seemed to vanish before the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon looked at him in disappointment. "In the end, even you cannot give me an answer." Suddenly, Kang Yu-sung spoke up. "What answer do you want to hear?" he pressed. "The meaning of defeat? The meaning of death? Or are you curious about the meaning of my life?" Astonishing the heavenly demon, Maria continued her speech, asserting that despite everything, Kang Yu-sung never gave up. In his inner space, Kang Yu-sung's soul slowly clenched its fist. He stood up to face the heavenly demon, declaring, "No matter how painful or terrifying, no matter how shattered I become, I am still fighting for this world." Kang Yu-sung smiled and added, "Even if it's a completely meaningless task." That's what she said. Kang Yu-sung smiled back at Tianmo. "Completely meaningless? You cannot break something that doesn't exist." He continued to explain that it was the same for meaning. Yu-sung asserted that Tianmo's sword path had long ended for him, and a meaning that doesn't exist cannot be broken. At that declaration, Tianmo exclaimed in astonishment, "Impossible." The old martial artist questioned whether Kang Yu-sung had truly reached the same level as him by realizing the meaninglessness. Tianmo thrust a sword through his chest, asking how such a person could be the hero king, a fool trying to protect meaninglessness. Yu-sung denied it, saying that he wasn't doing this for any noble purpose, but that it was simply a meaningless task. He explained that on one side were heroes like him and his allies fighting to exhaustion to protect the world. On the other hand were madmen like Natasha Ivanova causing chaos everywhere. Kang Yu-sung sighed, wondering if there was anything more meaningless in the world. Upon hearing this, Tianmo mused and admitted, "Indeed, it is fleeting." The old martial artist's face clearly showed understanding and recognition. Before fading away, Tianmo smiled and said that he looked forward to the day they would meet again. Back in reality, a system notification appeared, confirming Kang Yu-sung's qualifications had been proven. The trial space shattered into fragments of light in his palm. Looking at his past self, Yu-sung told himself that a hero should be like this. The system announced that he could now use the skill is less than Descent of the Heavenly Demon. Truth is greater than, making Blackie happily call out to him. But immediately after, Kang Yu-sung suddenly collapsed in pain, startling Blackie. An electronic thermometer showed his body temperature was 37.1 degrees Celsius. Lying in bed with a slight fever, Yu-sung tried to explain to a worried Blackie that he wasn't weak. His stats were still #1 in the world. Kang Yu-sung patted Blackie's head, reassuring it that he wasn't sick. He was just furious about the mocking comments after Maria's speech. In his rage, he wanted to rush into a Tier 8 or 9 tower to vent, but Blackie reminded him that no such towers existed yet. Yu-sung realized it was still March. The narration explained that higher-tier towers would unlock faster each season, but it would still take at least another month. These towers existed outside of space, not belonging to the territory of any nation. Yu-sung imagined that once they unlocked, he could enter immediately, like finding a match in a game. As he was about to look for a Tier 7 tower, Blackie jumped onto him and stopped him. With a determined expression, Blackie said that right now, its butler needed something else. It chose the Iron Song Orc Tribe's tower, a Tier 3 tower that seemed more suitable. Inside, Yusung realized this place was very similar to the tower he had visited at the beginning of the season. He smirked, deciding that he didn't need to look for anything new, just a place to smash things. Yusung activated his new skill, Descent of the Heavenly Demon, Truth, and scoffed at its lengthy name. A system panel appeared, detailing this unique mythical grade skill. He immediately felt an intense pain as the transformation process began. The system announced that Tian Ma's existence was affecting Kang Yusung's body. He collapsed, his body convulsing, unable to withstand the power. Blood flowed from his eyes as he clutched his head in extreme pain. Amidst the chaotic energy vortex, he cursed the damn old Tian Ma. Another notification appeared. Vessel complete. Refinement initiated. As dark energy began to reshape his body, the pain tore through Kang Yusung's mind. As dark energy surged around him, he gritted his teeth, remembering that this skill allowed him to permanently acquire a portion of Tian Ma's power. A notification appeared, confirming he had received the blessing Heavenly Demon Martial Body, and Yusung realized his body was about to be reformed. He exclaimed excitedly. This was the legendary process of bone changing and body swapping. However, after the pain subsided, he noticed that his body seemed to have no obvious changes. Just then, a horde of giant, pale-skinned monsters wielding battle axes emerged from the rubble. The system announced that the collapsing terrain had connected him to the second floor, just as he deftly dodged an attack. Kang Yusung narrowed his eyes, deciding it was time to test his new power. He charged into the horde of monsters, ready for a massacre. After the swift battle, Yusung sat on a pile of monster corpses and realized a third, unprecedented technique had appeared. The system listed 3 sword techniques: slaughter, destruction, and a third unnamed technique, making him wonder why it wasn't in the original version. He suddenly remembered Tian Ma's words about the Sword of Nothingness. In his mind, a spectral image of Tian Ma appeared, along with the ultimate sword that the old man had never completed. Standing before the giant floor boss gate, he created an ice sword. Yusung wondered how much of the new technique's power he could use. He stood firm, holding 2 swords, dark energy erupting, ready to face the challenge. With glowing red eyes, he decided he would destroy the gate as soon as it opened. As his energy reached its peak, a sudden notification appeared. Synchronization. 1%. He stared, reading the words. Initiating merge with the dethroned elder, Elder of Sword. Dethroned elder? He was stunned, and the system immediately displayed an image of an ancient ritual of the Elder of Plague. Kang Yusung was stunned, asking himself, so the Heavenly Demon is also an elder? In his mind, the image of the Heavenly Demon appeared, saying that he yearned for a strong opponent who could defeat him, and this was the first time he had met a mortal who had killed an elder. Yusung suddenly understood that the Heavenly Demon's reaction was because he had killed someone of his rank. He broke out in a cold sweat as he realized the implications of his actions. A system notification appeared, stating that countless elders were silently observing him. Among them, the Elder of Jesters was looking at him impassively. Kang Yusung couldn't hide his panic at this unwelcome attention. Suddenly, the Elder of Jesters' mask split into a wide grin, accompanied by a teasing message. Why so serious? A giant illusion of the Elder of Jesters appeared, shining a spotlight on the tiny Yusung below. He irritably brushed aside those annoying beings as the system announced he had entered the boss area. Facing a giant orc-like monster, Yusung muttered, "So, it's time for war." The monster stomped its foot heavily on the ground, beginning its attack. It roared, "Fight with honor and die," then lunged towards Yusung. Activating his power, Kang Yusung's eyes turned fiery red, and he smirked confidently. With a single fiery red slash, he cut the monster in half mid-air. The room fell silent as the system confirmed the boss had been defeated. Kang Yusung mused, so this is the true power of the Heavenly Demon. Suddenly, a chaotic surge of energy erupted from his sword. He collapsed, his body writhing in extreme pain. Kang Yusung gritted his teeth, realizing, damn it, is the third move too much to handle? Kang Yusung realized his body wasn't strong enough to withstand the new skill, causing the internal power sources to clash violently. In his pain, an illusion of the Heavenly Demon appeared and coldly declared, "It's useless." Kang Yusung understood that he was witnessing the Heavenly Demon's memories, where he declared everything in the world to be meaningless. Another memory fragment revealed the Heavenly Demon being recognized by mysterious entities as worthy of becoming an elder. Back in reality, Kang Yusung gritted his teeth, determined to seize that immense power. He roared, "Now it's mine!" then plunged the sword into the ground. The chaotic red energy was extinguished, replaced by a brilliant and peaceful light spreading everywhere. After successfully subduing the power, Kang Yusung stood silently, looking out at the now clear sky. He let out a sigh of relief with a smug smile on his face. He secretly thought he looked cool just now, but was immediately teased by Blackie for his strange attitude. Immediately after, Kang Yusung pulled out his phone to make a call. He called Director Park, who answered with the familiar teasing tone of a father figure. Kang Yusung clearly showed his annoyance as Park Tae-shik continued to joke about him getting angry and then naturalizing in France. On the other end of the line, Park Tae-shik, amidst his messy office, immediately changed his tone and got straight to the point. Standing on the overpass, Kang Yusung casually said that he just wanted to find an opponent for a sparring match. Park Tae-shik secretly sighed, wondering when the National Intelligence Service had become a minion for the Hero King. Kang Yusung continued to taunt, suggesting renaming the agency to the Hero King and the Kids, making Park curse. When Park asked for the conditions, Kang Yusung declared that his opponents could be fully equipped, while he would only use the Heavenly Demon's Descent skill. He emphasized that he wouldn't use any artifacts, resonance effects, or even the help of the Shadow Beast. Park Tae-shik seriously asked again, confirming that even the Frost Artisan skill was excluded, then inquired about his weapon. Kang Yusung smiled, declaring that he intended to equip his weapon right now. Hearing this, Park Tae-shik and his agents screamed in horror, sensing something ominous. As the command equip weapon was given, a puddle of toxic green liquid began to bubble on the floor. Immediately, Kang Yusung was enveloped in a deadly aura and summoned a pair of dark twin blades. Park Tae-shik stammered in horror as a powerful surge of energy radiated throughout the room. He realized it was the power of the Elder of Plague. With a stern expression, Park Tae-shik called out to Yusung. His entire team was forced to retreat from the terrifying pressure emanating from the twin blades. Park Tae-shik's hands glowed with red energy, and he demanded Kang Yusung answer a question. "Did you pass the test?" he asked, as Kang Yusung's eyes flashed with a mysterious light. Kang Yusung burst into a radiant laugh, confidently asserting, "Of course. Who do you think I am?" Park Tae-shik sighed in relief, playfully scolding the kid for giving him such a fright. The system panel appeared, introducing the mythical weapon, Black Death, the twin blades of the Elder of Plague, with 100 attack power and 999 critical hit damage. Kang Yusung cheerfully led Park Tae-shik's team, now in combat gear, into the training ground and wondered why everyone looked so tense. He reiterated the conditions. No class, no skills, only this weapon and Heavenly Demon's Descent. Park Tae-shik approached, seriously asking Yusung to promise him one thing. He pleaded with him not to kill his men painfully, feeling as if they were about to be led to the slaughterhouse. Kang Yusung cheerfully agreed, promising to take them down so quickly they wouldn't even realize they were dead. He stood alone in the vast arena, ready for the sparring match. An agent observed from a distance, announcing that the battle would begin as soon as the signal flare was fired. Kang Yusung challenged the NIS agents to attack with real intent to kill, while a young agent worried about his team's skill level. A flare was lit, preparing to start the training match. Yusung smirked, believing that only a serious battle was worth his effort to teach. As soon as the flare exploded, the agents simultaneously launched countless throwing knives towards Yusung. He moved at an astonishing speed, dodging the rain of weapons and immediately taking down an agent. Amidst the melee, Park Tae-shik delivered a powerful punch to one of Yusung's illusions. Yusung easily blocked Park Tae-shik's direct attack with his twin blades. Surrounded on all sides, Yusung calmly faced the charging agents. Park Tae-shik launched a surprise attack, knocking both blades from Yusung's hands. Believing his weapons were lost, Yusung took a sword strike directly to his back from an agent. However, a surge of crimson dark energy erupted from his arm, showing he was unharmed. Yusung looked up and smirked confidently, as if everything was part of his plan. Park Tae-shik activated the unique ability of his Heartbreaker weapon to retrieve his dagger. "Do you think I'd be fooled by such a cheap imitation?" Park Tae-shik yelled and charged to attack. He wore a triumphant smile, believing he had seen through Yusung's plan. However, Yusung also summoned his blade to fly back, easily deflecting the incoming throwing knives. He fell to the ground in a strange posture, twin blades held wide in his hands. Thin, glowing energy threads suddenly appeared, connecting to the throwing knives stuck in the ground. The entire arena was covered by an intricate web of threads laid out by Yusung. The NIS agents who charged in were all caught by the web, hanging helplessly in midair. Kang Yusung smiled smugly, his eyes glowing crimson as the Heavenly Demon's power surged. Crimson energy slashes swept across the battlefield, easily knocking back the NIS agents. A system panel revealed the effect of the Charlotte's Web skill, allowing the energy threads to become as hard as steel wires. Kang Yu-sung slammed his weapon into the ground, causing the earth to shatter into pieces. Large rocks were flung into the air from the impact. Energy threads immediately spread out, gripping each fragment tightly. The entire arena transformed into a deadly trap, with countless floating rocks controlled by Kang Yu-sung's web of threads. He calmly glanced at Park Tae-shik, charging towards him. With an amused expression, Kang Yu-sung looked up and exclaimed, "Oh my." He remarked that he was almost caught, while a massive surge of dark energy erupted from the ground. He raised his dagger and said, "Let's see." Kang Yu-sung challenged, "Shall we find out who Charlotte's Web truly belongs to?" Li Jia, the original owner of the skill, was utterly stunned by his opponent's performance. He charged to attack, confidently declaring, "Master student Li Jia is here to act." Facing Kang Yu-sung, Li Jia sneered. "How terrifying." He raised his hand, blue energy gathering, and asked, "Don't tell me you intend to fight me one-on-one?" Kang Yu-sung's eyes flashed red, and he took a stance with his twin blades as dark energy surged. A colossal pillar of red energy shot straight into the sky, destroying everything in its area of effect. Park Tae-shik had to exert all his strength to withstand that terrifying power. Standing amidst the rubble, Kang Yu-sung explained that when using two blades, the skill's effects were also doubled. After the devastating attack, Kang Yu-sung landed on the ground. He leaned back, exclaiming with delight, "Well, what a magnificent sight." He braced his hands on the shattered ground to maintain balance. Meanwhile, Li Jia gasped in fear, thinking he had almost died under that power. Kang Yu-sung casually sat down and cheerfully asked if they should end it here. Park Tae-shik angrily asked if he wanted to fight more, but Yu-sung replied that it was time to clean up and leave. Looking around the devastated landscape, Park Tae-shik admitted that he had truly leveled everything. Yu-sung sarcastically asked if he ever dreamed of conquering the world, then dismissed it as meaningless. Park Tae-shik mused that, with the Hero King's power, no enemy could push him to his limits, then decided to end the training session. All three were enveloped in light, officially completing the mission in the simulation tower. Back in the training room, Kang Yu-sung shook an agent lying on the floor and told everyone to wake up. The young agent, stunned, asked when he had died, causing Park Tae-shik to scoff that he didn't even know he had been eliminated. Yu-sung asked if he had kept his promise, and Park Tae-shik agreed to continue training his men, promising to meet him next time. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, stating that an alternate historical tower was calling Kang Yu-sung. He was stunned by the unexpected notification. The invitation came from Lieutenant General Kilgore, making Yu-sung inwardly curse his audacity, while Park Tae-shik curiously asked what was wrong. Yu-sung seriously considered that if he refused and a real tower break occurred, the consequences would be immense. After warming up, he declared to Park Tae-shik that he would go participate in some real battles. With a determined smile, Kang Yu-sung declared his next destination would be America. Kang Yu-sung reviewed the history of the tyrannical Pochi Empire and wondered about its fate. Suddenly, Lieutenant General Kilgore appeared with a furious expression, roaring that the wings of freedom could not be broken. Kilgore turned, surprised to recognize Kang Yu-sung, and was questioned about his unusual interest in the world within the tower. The angry general pointed his gun, asking why Kang Yu-sung was here, since this tower had no connection to Korea. Kang Yu-sung retorted, saying he came because he received a request for aid from Kilgore himself. When Kilgore vehemently denied it, Kang Yu-sung held out a notification, and the system revealed that it was just a trick. He realized the cooperation request was fake, and was annoyed at being tricked by the Elder of Jesters again. Kang Yu-sung turned to Kilgore, sarcastically explaining that he was merely answering the tower's call. The system then displayed a message, calling on those who wielded weapons to rise against the enemies of freedom. Kilgore accepted the situation, thanked Kang Yu-sung for joining, and began his speech. With surging passion, he grabbed Kang Yu-sung and yelled that he could never forgive tyranny. The general proposed a temporary alliance, and Kang Yu-sung secretly mused about this reluctant cooperation. While the system began its countdown, Kilgore maintained a serious expression, preparing for the impending chaos. Kang Yu-sung smirked, quipping that everyone would always unite when facing a dictator. He immediately delved into Kilgore's past, questioning his past alliance with Gravekeeper, which enraged the general. Kang Yu-sung continued to provoke, suggesting that Kilgore had once feared him. Kilgore again grabbed Kang Yu-sung's collar, warning him not to betray them. When they were teleported, a group of local officials were overjoyed, giving thanks that the players had descended. Kilgore immediately began interrogating the officials, while Kang Yu-sung could only sigh wearily. A group of agents in black, wearing sunglasses, appeared and ordered everyone's attention, quickly taking control of the situation. A man introduced himself as Lieutenant Aldo Pitt, commander of the Bastards guerrilla unit of the Khitan Kingdom. Kang Yusung mused, wondering why they were here and if this place was a trap. Kilgore loudly demanded Aldo report the situation, and learned that their hideout was surrounded by the Pochi Empire. Kang Yusung sarcastically remarked that it was convenient they were right in the middle of enemy territory. Looking outside, he was surprised to see that the enemies were not necromancers but figures in black, wearing masks. Kang Yusung explained that these were the most elite units, but the soldiers here were no pushovers either. Kilgore confidently declared that no matter how hard the enemy tried, it would be futile. He raised a finger, asserting that they only needed to do one thing. Aldo Pitt and his soldiers were all startled by Kilgore's declaration. With a fierce grin, Kilgore yelled that their mission was to slaughter all those bastards. Kilgore solemnly announced that he would explain the upcoming mission. He continued his impassioned speech, ordering everyone to charge out and wipe out the enemy, causing the soldiers to salute in unison. Kilgore roared that they would annihilate the enemy in the most ruthless way possible. Immediately after, he lunged straight out the window, shouting, "Long live freedom." Outside, the Pochi Empire's Purge Battalion, 101, had surrounded the building and began firing upon it. Mid-air, Kilgore created a hexagonal energy shield, blocking every volley of bullets. Aldo Pitt and his soldiers exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing it as the SF shield. Kilgore laughed loudly, urging everyone to follow quickly as his shield would protect them. Inspired, the entire Bastards unit also yelled, "Long live freedom," and charged out of the building. Kang Yusung smiled with amusement, daggers ready in hand, and scoffed, "Yes, freedom is truly wonderful." Inspired, Kilgore and the Bastards squad simultaneously opened fire on the enemy. The Pochi Empire forces quickly fell before the preemptive strike. Meanwhile, Kang Yusung noticed snipers on the rooftops. He immediately appeared amidst the enemy ranks with his daggers and black mask. Kang Yusung rushed in, slaughtering the remaining soldiers with lightning-fast slashes. Suddenly, Lieutenant Aldo Pitt panicked as an enemy closed in from behind. Kilgore looked up in astonishment, realizing another threat was approaching. He pulled the attacker's knife out of himself, while Kang Yusung had already finished him off on the rooftop. From above, Kang Yusung calmly observed the battlefield below. A drone flew over, safely carrying Aldo Pitt, who called out Kang Yusung's name. Kilgore looked displeased, remarking that Kang Yusung's method of killing wasn't ruthless enough. Kang Yusung was initially puzzled but then quickly agreed, stating that enemies in uniform deserved brutal punishment. He explained that they needed to see their comrades die miserably and feel the pain of guilt. Suddenly, Kilgore spotted an enemy squadron of planes approaching, initiating an airstrike. The members of the Bastard squad could only look up at the sky in horror. Kilgore smiled confidently, declaring that he would show everyone the power of the strongest fighter jet. He raised a finger to the sky, and a dazzling light began to gather. Kang Yusung watched silently, the light from Kilgore's skill reflecting in his eyes. Kilgore shouted, summoning his unique skill. "Appear! F-23 Diablo!" A squadron of modern stealth fighter jets tore through the sky, ready for battle. Amidst the fierce aerial battle, one of Kilgore's F-23 Diablos was hit and exploded. The squadron of fighter jets dropped bombs on the enemy city, causing a terrifying explosion. On the ground, members of the Bastard squad witnessed the scene and cheered in excitement. Kang Yusung jumped from the rooftop to the cheers of "Long live the player" from the soldiers. Kilgore enthusiastically shouted, "Gentlemen, think of what we must do for peace." Kang Yusung stood behind him, sarcastically asking, "Like preparing for war for peace?" Kilgore burst into hearty laughter at his sarcastic question. With a serious expression, Kang Yusung said, "What we need to do for peace is start a war," he finished, making Kilgore smirk meaningfully. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Georg Vilmayer in his armor witnessed the system announce that the tower had been completed. He received a report that a player had appeared on the Alliance side and completed a Tier 7 tower. Georg Vilmayer looked up to the sky and prayed, "O Elder of Immortality, our mission here is complete." But to realize our ideals, he continued with a determined expression. He looked at a statue and pleaded, "Please grant us a little grace period in this flow of history." The plea was granted. A blessing from the Elder appeared in the form of a gigantic spectral skeleton, delaying his return. Georg Vilmayer clenched his fist, vowing to prove his loyalty. Back on the battlefield, Kilgore lit a cigar and casually said, "I love the smell of napalm in the morning." As the group drove through the ruins, Kang Yusung complained about the strong smell of gasoline everywhere. Kilgore took a satisfying puff of his cigar and declared, "That's the smell of victory." Kang Yusung sneered in response, "The smell of victory? How disgusting." Along the way, Lieutenant Aldo Pitt reconfirmed his identity with Kilgore. Aldo Pitt reported that the Pochi Empire's command center was now located within the Keaton Kingdom's territory. More specifically, they had occupied a skyscraper in White York City and turned it into a governor's mansion. Pitt also revealed that even the president's statue, a symbol of freedom, had been seized by them, astonishing Kilgore. Enraged, Kilgore urged Pitt to step on the gas, declaring he would destroy that damn statue immediately. However, their path ahead was blocked by a barricade and enemy forces. Kang Yu-sung realized it was an ambush by the 13th Necromancy Battalion, an elite unit of the Pochi Empire. He identified them as necromancers and decided to handle them himself. Kilgore agreed, ordering his men to take a detour back to the bastards' main base. A necromancer on the rooftop scoffed, claiming they couldn't escape once an army of zombies was summoned. Kang Yu-sung drew his twin blades, whispering to Blackie that it was time to eat. Blackie unexpectedly spoke up, reminding him that those zombies were originally captured prisoners. Kang Yu-sung was disgusted to realize the enemy had turned prisoners into undead, and wondered why this world had so many madmen. Blackie sarcastically replied, "Look who's talking." Blackie continued to question, asking if Kang Yu-sung's actions were any different from what he had done, as images of him slaughtering enemies flashed through his mind. Memories of his own bloody battles made Kang Yu-sung momentarily freeze. He asserted that what he did was completely different, but a hint of doubt lingered in his heart, while Blackie merely commented on the complexity of humans. Just then, the prisoner zombies began firing and charged forward. Pushing aside complex thoughts, Kang Yu-sung decided to handle everything himself. He activated a skill, coating his blades with zombie mushroom, to prepare to confront the undead army. Kang Yu-sung's attack caused the prisoner zombies to turn against each other. The horde of undead suddenly froze, recognizing their new target. The necromancers panicked as the zombies they controlled no longer obeyed. A necromancer desperately cried for help before being torn apart by his own undead army. Kang Yu-sung watched the results, commanding his newly acquired zombie army to attack the enemy. Blackie scoffed, asking if he had finally realized the appeal of necromancy. Yu-sung recognized a familiar figure in the distance. It was Georg Vilmeyer. Georg Vilmeyer, bearing the title of honorary leader, showed disgust at the chaotic scene. Vilmeyer quickly changed his demeanor, proudly showing off his new outfit and asking if it looked good. Kang Yu-sung coldly retorted, telling the old man to act his age. He thought Vilmeyer's appearance was more like a terrorist than a purifier, his eyes glowing with an eerie red. Vilmeyer recognized the descent of the heavenly demon skill and confidently declared that he could not lose. He unleashed his power, summoning a gigantic skeleton known as the Grave Lord. Kang Yu-sung surprisingly asked when a company manager had acquired a mythical grade skill. Vilmeyer retorted, pointing out that Yu-sung's power wasn't merely the descent of the heavenly demon but also included the blade of the Elder of Plague. The old man expressed regret for not having claimed that demonic sword for himself. Yu-sung unexpectedly ordered to unequip his weapon, astonishing Vilmeyer. He calmly accessed his subdeck, changing the dead soldier, raising skill to Frost Craftsman. Vilmeyer scoffed, deeming it pointless to use a necromancy skill against the pinnacle of necromancy. He sarcastically remarked that Yu-sung had only learned how to talk big, as his gigantic skeleton charged to attack. Kang Yu-sung dodged the giant skeleton's blow as dark tentacles from his skill rose from the ground. The system announced that the zombie mushroom skill had been unleashed, but it had no effect on non-living targets. The energy tentacles bound both the enemy's zombies and skeleton soldiers. Facing Kang Yu-sung, the giant skeleton declared, "Dust should return to dust." Two nearby skeleton soldiers immediately raised their submachine guns and rifles, ready to fire. Kang Yu-sung retaliated by activating the Baptism of Darkness skill, engulfing the battlefield in a is less than, veil of darkness is greater than. The system confirmed his stats had surged, and he immediately created ice shurikens aimed directly at Georg Vilmeyer. Vilmeyer roared in anger upon receiving the debuff effect, challenging, "Do you think you have darkness resistance?" A skeleton soldier fired a stream of energy, forcing Kang Yu-sung to dodge, while Vilmeyer scoffed. With glowing purple eyes, Vilmeyer confidently asserted that he could see through everything within the darkness. He lunged to attack, but was astonished when Kang Yu-sung blocked the staff with his bare hand, simultaneously realizing it was an illusion. Vilmeyer's eyes widened in horror. He realized too late, no, the ice sword is real. Kang Yu-sung landed a hook punch on Vilmeyer's face and said, "What you see isn't everything." The assassination order skill activated. Kang Yu-sung prepared to deliver the finishing blow and mocked Vilmeyer's ideology. He grabbed Vilmeyer's hair, intending to place a death mark on his forehead to challenge the old man's beliefs. The giant skeleton tried to intervene to save its master. A blinding light enveloped Vilmeyer, who was bitter about facing an unpredictable opponent. The giant skeleton's skull shattered, while Vilmeyer regretted the lost opportunity and vowed to return. Swept away in the pillar of light, Vilmeyer desperately reached out as he was eliminated from the battle. Georg Vilmeyer felt an unfamiliar sensation as he faced defeat. Kang Yu-sung coldly declared there would be no next time. He decreed, "You die," causing Vilmeyer to panic, believing that players couldn't kill each other in the tower. Vilmeyer desperately clung to the thought that Kang Yu-sung couldn't kill him. He let out a horrifying scream. Just then, the Elder of Immortality hastily intervened, forcibly removing Georg Vilmeyer from the battle. The other elders, led by the Elder of Jesters, burst into laughter, mocking this cowardly intervention. Meanwhile, the Elder of Death expressed satisfaction with Kang Yu-sung's performance. A notification appeared, confirming he had completed the alternate history tower. He received the hero-grade accessory executioner's oath as a reward, while news of his joint raid with Lieutenant General Kilgore spread. Facing the press, Kang Yu-sung playfully said that Kilgore himself had pleaded with him to participate. He even provoked Georg Vilmeyer on live television, leaving reporters abuzz about the feud between the two top players. In his office, Vilmeyer, fuming, watched the news, hearing Kilgore mock him as the eternal runner-up. Brushing off the sarcasm, Vilmeyer ordered his assistant to send an email to a person named Lee. He looked out the window and decided he would soon go to South Korea. The scene shifted to a CIA safe house in New York City. Here, an agent announced they would prepare a private jet for Kang Yu-sung, but he questioned the necessity of it. Another agent explained that his presence on a regular flight would be a terrorist threat to other passengers. Kang Yu-sung suggested finding a tower connected to his home country, but was told there were no towers leading to South Korea among the 500 checked. However, the agent revealed there were a few towers leading to North Korea, an option that could spark a war. Kang Yu-sung decided to relax and take a nap while waiting. He closed his eyes, and Blackie replied, wishing him a good sleep. Suddenly, he was awakened by the presence of two agents and wondered what had happened. Annoyed, Kang Yu-sung sat up because he heard his name being called. An agent explained that they had been authorized by their superiors to disclose information to him. The agent handed Kang Yu-sung a tablet for him to confirm the situation himself. On the screen was an image of a chaotic crime scene, covered in blood. Kang Yu-sung froze as he realized the meaning of what he was seeing. He scrolled through photos of the murdered victims, his expression becoming extremely serious. The agent stated that the incident occurred in East Harlem, just hours after he completed his mission. Furthermore, a distinctive card was left at the scene. The culprit was identified as the Face Collector, a notorious criminal. Kang Yu-sung realized the timing and location of the attack were not random. He shot to his feet, asserting that this was a direct provocation aimed at him. The agents were startled by his sudden reaction. Kang Yu-sung declared he would go teach the criminal a lesson. He turned back, demanding that the CIA lead the way and find the Face Collector's location. The scene shifted to a large city where the criminal was hiding. In a room, the Face Collector stood among his victims' bodies, holding a blood-stained knife. He reveled in his victory as the system announced the Elder of Mirrors was pleased. A blond man lay on the bed with a fatal wound to his neck. Through an earpiece, a mysterious voice commanded, "It's time." No mistakes are allowed in front of him. A pink and white-haired woman smiled confidently and replied, "I'll remember, M." Standing in a room full of corpses, that person stretched and said they were tired of playing the villain, while the Elder of Mirrors sent words of encouragement. That person resolutely accepted their role, no matter who the opponent was. Meanwhile, Kang Yu-sung sat in the car, pondering about the strong ones of the deep sea. They were anonymous players on the leaderboard, possibly agents, members of secret organizations, or dark criminals. Face Collector was one of them, a notorious individual who had escaped the pursuit of last season's rank 10 player, Lydia. Kang Yu-sung secretly regretted not having learned more about the enemy from her. He felt that he was once again being dragged into a troublesome play by the Elder of Jesters. A sunglasses-wearing CIA agent gestured for Kang Yu-sung to follow after he stepped out of the car. The two walked together down a deserted city street. Kang Yu-sung noticed that the entire area had been cordoned off by the police. He secretly thought this wasn't where Face Collector was, as they passed a security guard. Upon entering the scene, another agent greeted him. Kang Yu-sung showed annoyance, saying he wasn't a detective and didn't understand why he was there. The agent suggested he look at something. It was a victim whose face had been cruelly peeled off. Suddenly, the corpse's eyes glowed. The agent panicked as all the bodies in the room simultaneously came to life. Kang Yu-sung smirked and asked his opponent, "What are you trying to do?" The mysterious man smiled and replied, "What do you think it is?" While behind him stood a group of subordinates and a pool of blood. Suddenly, he and his entire group simultaneously peeled off their faces. revealing them to be mere masks. The leader declared that it was all just a trap, set to imprison the Hero King. Kang Yu-sung calmly stepped forward, and cold energy began to emanate from beneath his feet. He smiled confidently as countless sharp shards of ice began to form around him. With glowing eyes, Kang Yu-sung said, "The characteristic of a hero is to walk into traps themselves," he finished, then charged forward with twin ice swords in hand. Without hesitation, he quickly took down one foe with a fatal stab. He simultaneously blocked an attack with an ice shield and kicked down another enemy. He easily blocked another attack and remarked, "You're quite." The leader watched from the sidelines, smugly asking, "Strong, aren't you?" Kang Yu-sung observed the exquisite ice sword in his hand. He shrugged, replying casually, "No, quite strange." The leader looked disappointed, muttering that only M recognized him. Kang Yu-sung immediately questioned the identity of M, the mastermind behind this criminal organization. The leader confirmed and boasted that they had killed dozens of top players like him. "Then it'll be hard to kill you all in silence," Kang Yu-sung said as he threw an ice knife. The leader merely replied, "Don't worry," while Kang Yu-sung looked up with a determined expression. Inside a vast arena, Kang Yu-sung found himself surrounded by dozens of enemies in black suits. He realized he was trapped within a spatial barrier skill. Kang Yu-sung bitterly thought that Face Collector had devised a truly perfect plan. He calmly created an energy shield to defend against attacks from behind, telling himself that their goal was to eliminate the Hero King. Immediately, Kang Yu-sung counterattacked with a storm of sharp ice shards, taking down many enemies. He conjured an energy gun, questioning his enemies about playing the villain when the world was on the brink of collapse. He fired at a shadow monster, sarcastically remarking that he was working himself to exhaustion. Kang Yu-sung yelled as he continued to shoot, clearly frustrated with having to protect world peace. He single-handedly swept through the horde of shadow monsters with precise shots. The green-haired leader appeared, indifferently asking, "So what?" as one of his subordinates lay frozen nearby. He continued to provoke, asking Kang Yu-sung if he felt excited. With a wicked smile, the leader crushed his subordinate's frozen head while speaking of the world's destruction. He recalled the chaotic scene of the first season, with the world engulfed in flames and endless screams. He admitted that he missed that sight greatly, but that wasn't why he wanted to kill Kang Yu-sung. The leader mocked Kang Yu-sung as a child with a hero complex. With a crazed expression, he declared that the world would still function perfectly well without Kang Yu-sung. Kang Yu-sung silently listened to the taunts that he was neither the center nor the protector of the world. The leader and his subordinates laughed, claiming that this world wouldn't collapse so easily. He rhetorically asked, "What if the Hero King disappears?" Then, with his accomplices, prepared to unleash an all-out energy attack. A voice declared that a new Hero King would emerge as the subordinates simultaneously attacked Kang Yu-sung with fire swords. Kang Yu-sung easily blocked all incoming swords with his bare hands. A subordinate with a sinister smile mocked, saying he would steal Kang Yu-sung's face to become the Hero King himself. Completely unfazed, Kang Yu-sung disdainfully called them rookies who had never raided a season boss. Immediately after, he unleashed a network of energy that tore all the attackers to shreds. Standing amidst the pool of his subordinates' blood, the green-haired leader wondered what good they were if they only spouted nonsense. He boasted that he didn't participate in season boss raids because he considered it foolish, unrewarding, and a waste of lives. Kang Yu-sung coldly looked at his opponent, thinking to himself that he would have to show him the truth about this world. He spread his arms wide, beginning his lesson by declaring that the nature of a Hero King is that only one exists between heaven and earth. In his palm, a blue energy orb began to form as he prepared to explain the nature of Earth. A massive surge of icy energy engulfed his enemy, as Kang Yu-sung stated that this world revolved around him. He gestured commandingly across the icy arena, asserting that the day he fell would also be the day Earth ended. Partially frozen, the green-haired leader gritted his teeth and called Kang Yu-sung a crazy bastard. Kang Yu-sung casually stepped forward, commenting on a characteristic of fake madness. He concluded that such fakery was nothing compared to the real thing, then conjured an ice blade in his hand as he approached the enemy trapped in ice. With a thrust, he shattered the ice block and pierced the green-haired leader's body. Kang Yu-sung said it seemed his opponent had forgotten his place just because he was praised as a strong deep-sea player. He looked down with contempt, asserting that the deep sea was just the deep sea, and there were no strong individuals there. As the last spatial fragments vanished like broken glass, Kang Yu-sung stood there with imposing authority. The confining ice shattered into pieces, reflecting the image of the escaped enemy. A person with pink and white hair stepped out, confidently declaring they would no longer hide their power and would soon take Kang Yu-sung's face. Kang Yu-sung merely smirked, asking sarcastically, "You intend to take my face?" He pointed at his opponent and lectured that half-baked villains only come to their senses after being thoroughly beaten. The person challenged back, lunging with a crystal sword and shouting, "Then, hit me if you can." With a maniacal grin, the attacker scoffed at Kang Yu-sung's childish tricks. But before they could finish speaking, the person was sent flying backward by an invisible blow, blood splattering in utter astonishment. Lying prostrate on the ground, the person exclaimed in confusion, "How can this be?" Kang Yu-sung stood there, explaining that concealing one's true form while hunting was obvious. The opponent horrifyingly realized they had been deceived by the Oculus illusion skill. He leaned down and asked the defeated foe how it felt to be taken down by the very method black players often used. Kang Yu-sung grabbed his opponent's face, contemptuously stating that past stealthy achievements didn't mean they actually had skill. He continued to analyze that killing players unfamiliar with assassins was completely different from facing a truly strong individual. In an instant, Kang Yu-sung ripped off the mask, revealing Face Collector's scarred face and saying that those victims didn't deserve to die like that. His eyes blazed with dark energy as he thanked Face Collector for appearing before him. The Hero King never loses, Kang Yu-sung thought to himself as a sharp ice blade formed in his hand. He raised his weapon, ready to finish off the villain in a surge of crimson killing intent. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a city, where a massive golden energy explosion rocked the streets. Authorities immediately arrived, rushing towards the scene and shouting orders to search for the Hero King. Amidst a warehouse full of corpses, authorities ordered Kang Yu-sung to raise his hands. Yu-sung coldly replied that they were too late. An agent stammered, demanding he raise both hands immediately. Suddenly, an authoritative voice ordered the agents to stand down. Lieutenant General Kilgore appeared and asked Kang Yu-sung to explain the situation. Yu-sung calmly recounted that a villain had set a trap and thrown him in there. He added that Face Collector was also in the trap, so he conveniently eliminated him. Yu-sung held up Face Collector's corpse, sarcastically asking if Kilgore recognized the true villain, or if he just saw him as a murderer. Kilgore ignored him, questioning Yu-sung about his unauthorized use of his barrier skill, according to CIA reports. Yu-sung flared up, shouting that he was the one who had been kidnapped and trapped, yet now he had to explain himself. He scoffed at Kilgore for his foolishness in failing to recognize the spy within his own ranks. Yu-sung grabbed Kilgore by the collar, pressing him on whether he was an accomplice. Kilgore froze for a moment at the accusation. Then, he burst out laughing, asserting that if it were him, he wouldn't have used such a mediocre trap to catch Yu-sung. Yu-sung conceded that was true. He asked if he could go home yet, while also pointing out that the real CIA forces had arrived to replace the imposters. The scene shifted to a deserted airport. Kang Yu-sung cheerfully stepped off the private jet, opening his arms to greet Park Tae-shik. Park Tae-shik immediately grabbed Yu-sung's head, playfully yet exasperatedly complaining about the endless troubles he caused. Kang Yu-sung complained that he was being treated roughly just for sending a villain to the afterlife. Park Tae-shik put an arm around his neck, irritably saying that the media was making a huge fuss about him taking down Face Collector, and he would be ridiculed again. A newspaper article titled "Hero King" praised Kang Yu-sung's feat of defeating one of the worst black players. That night, Kang Yu-sung stood on the balcony drinking water, pensively looking out at the apartment complex across the way. He thought to himself that it was already March, yet the towers floating in the sky didn't worry people at all. He scrolled through his phone, reviewing the article, annoyed by the public's meaningless comments. Meanwhile, Association President Lee Sung-ho was discussing the possibility of the public facing terrorist threats. Elsewhere, Park Tae-shik and a colleague were concerned that player development was slowing down, while local warfare had broken out in Russia. Back on the balcony, Kang Yu-sung decided to check his status window, equipment, and inventory. He speculated that a new tower might open this very month. He recalled the terrifying 8th floor tower, where a season boss, 3 dragons, had appeared in the first season. He also didn't forget the tower break event in the second season, a catastrophe that wiped out a portion of the world map. Determined to become stronger, Kang Yu-sung pressed the receive button for an item in his inventory. It was a hero-grade accessory called "is less than. Executioner's oath is greater than." He chuckled with delight, thinking that the reward from the Elder of Death was amazing, and the Elder must have been very pleased when the Apostle of the Elder of Immortality was humiliated. Next, Kang Yu-sung decided to open the 7 random skill card packs he possessed. Then, he opened 3 more attribute skill card packs, choosing all of them to be ice attribute. He sighed in disappointment when all the skill cards he received were only common grade. However, he realized that thanks to the "is less than frost craftsman is greater than skill," he could still use these low-tier ice skills and create an ice spear. Kang Yu-sung was annoyed that he opened 10 skill cards without getting a single rare one, so he decided to keep the remaining 3 card packs, believing it wasn't his lucky day. He checked his level 58 status board, muttering about the stacking effects from his skills and equipment. Kang Yusung smirked, realizing he could maximize the Expose Weakness debuff effect up to 9 stacks. Meanwhile, on the Korean player forum, a new topic was causing a stir. A viral post was circulating about a terrifying Wawa villain who specialized in bullying new players in the arena tower. Association President Lee Sung-ho was stunned as he looked at his phone, suspecting that the troublemaker was Kang Yu-sung. Entering the association building, Lee Sung-ho secretly thought that person had too much free time to be defending the Hero King. Scrolling through the forum, he saw another post criticizing the association and decided he had to apprehend this troublemaker. Reading the public's angry comments, Lee Sung-ho furiously ordered the executive branch to immediately arrest the villain. On the street, an association agent was reporting the situation, while curious passers-by looked in one direction. A woman gasped in surprise at an unexpected sight. An enforcement team in black suits, dubbed the Grim Reapers, appeared, astonishing the citizens. Team leader Lee Shi-hyuk ordered his subordinates to be ready to subdue the target as soon as he exited the tower. Lee Shi-hyuk angrily clenched his fist, determined to punish the one who dared to break the rules in his territory. Entering the arena tower, Lee Shi-hyuk confronted the mysterious cloaked villain and loudly accused him. The villain turned around, casually greeted him, and complained about the cloak, leaving Lee Shi-hyuk stunned as he recognized the familiar voice. Lee Shi-hyuk was horrified as he realized the true identity of the person he was pursuing. Kang Yu-sung stood up straight, his cloak fluttering to reveal the shimmering ice armor beneath. With glowing eyes behind his helmet, Kang Yu-sung sarcastically mocked Lee Shi-hyuk for never having taken the Hero King seriously before. As the Wawa villain, Kang Yu-sung questioned Lee Shi-hyuk about his own mocking comments. Lee Shi-hyuk frantically explained that he only wrote the comments under orders from his superiors. As Kang Yu-sung feigned surprise, Lee Shi-hyuk was horrified to realize that the person before him was the Hero King. Kang Yu-sung then removed his disguise, revealing his true identity and declaring that he wouldn't let this slide. He asserted that he didn't need to hold back either. Lee Shi-hyuk was frozen in fear. With a mocking wah-wah, Kang Yu-sung summoned countless ice swords to attack Lee Shi-hyuk. After winning in the arena, Kang Yu-sung was teleported out, leaving the enforcement team stunned that their team leader had lost. Standing outside, Kang Yu-sung laughed loudly, mocking the organization's lackeys. The enforcement team members stammered the Hero King's name in horror. Pinned to the ground by Kang Yu-sung, Lee Shi-hyuk desperately invoked the rule, prohibiting high-level players from hunting low-level players. Kang Yu-sung arrogantly retorted that in this world, everyone else was a low-level player compared to him. He continued to act childishly, shouting that the Hero King also wanted to enter the arena. The enforcement team members helplessly watched Kang Yu-sung justify his actions, stating that he couldn't sit idly by until the season ended. He declared that the association was not the law, and he had no reason to obey it. Kang Yu-sung confidently challenged them to try and stop him. The entire enforcement team bowed in defeat, completely demoralized. Kang Yu-sung casually walked away, saying he would continue to find those who mocked him and teach them a lesson. He asserted that now, the whole world would know of his actions. Kang Yu-sung secretly thought about the player association's helplessness as he walked away. Left behind, Lee Shi-hyuk gnashed his teeth in furious humiliation. Kang Yu-sung paused, turned his head to look at them, and began to speak. Suddenly, Lee Shi-hyuk excitedly ran forward, confessing that he himself had commented wah-wah. He shouted, demanding that the Hero King confront him first. Other team members also began to confess their actions. The entire enforcement team vied to confess their misdeeds, boasting about the malicious comments they had written about the Hero King. Held back by his teammates, Lee Shi-hyuk was furious that his turn to take the punishment had been stolen. The entire team cheered in unison, declaring that the Grim Reapers would stop the Wawa villain today. Kang Yu-sung was utterly speechless at their ridiculous theatrics. He secretly thought they were acting crazy, and just then, a system notification appeared, stating that he was entering the arena tower. Inside a private space, Kang Yu-sung happily mocked that thanks to them, he had received many points and skill cards. Relaxing on his bed, he was satisfied to have received a key card and completed his second deck. He opened the system panel to check his new skill settings. Suddenly, a notification for teleportation to the Throne of the End appeared, and Kang Yu-sung was pulled into another space. He was sucked through a vast cosmic dimension. Kang Yu-sung landed in a magnificent hall, where a mysterious voice welcomed the King of Heroes. He realized this was the Throne of the End, where the 999 elders gathered. With a serious expression, Kang Yu-sung questioned why the elders had summoned him here. Kang Yu-sung appeared in a solemn place, golden energy surging beneath his feet. An entity clad in a robe, calling himself the Elder of Games, stood opposite him. He declared that he had come to apologize to player Kang Yu-sung. Yu-sung smirked sarcastically, saying that the elders owed him too many apologies to remember which incident it was. The Elder of Games clarified that it was about the battle with Georg Wilmeyer in the alternate history tower. He explained that Georg had received a special favor to be able to remain there. Yu-sung coldly asked, "So what?" That favor was only granted with the consent of the elders, who wanted to watch the Hero King's battle. Yu-sung angrily questioned why they still interrupted the match and took the Gravekeeper away. The Elder of Games admitted that the other elders were also extremely disappointed by the intervention. Because the match was too captivating, the Elder of Immortality was reprimanded, but he appealed. He argued that Yu-sung's sword had the potential to violate the rules and actually kill a player. The Elder of Immortality insisted his actions were to protect the rules, but Yu-sung confidently refuted him, then accidentally admitted that the possibility wasn't 0%. He was stunned by his own slip of the tongue. The Elder of Games smiled sinisterly, reminding Yu-sung that he bore the title Elder Slayer. He admitted that the possibility was almost 0, but the council still had to consider it, making Yu-sung impatiently ask about the final decision. The voting results were revealed. 995 elders deemed the Elder of Immortality innocent, with only 4 dissenting. Yu-sung irritably asked why he was called here just to hear such an obvious result. However, the Elder of Games raised a finger, saying that a Grand Elder had questioned the Elder of Immortality's responsibility. As a result, the Elder of Immortality was found guilty, making Yu-sung exclaim in astonishment, "A Grand Elder?" The Elder of Games explained that the Elder of Immortality had to pay for his actions, and Kang Yu-sung's reward would be an opportunity. Yu-sung skeptically asked, "An opportunity is the reward?" And the Elder of Games mysteriously replied that everything in this game depended on him. As always, the Elder of Games said, then touched Yu-sung's forehead, teleporting him away in a burst of golden light. Yu-sung was transported to the Tower of the Elder of Immortality, where the system announced that death inside would not truly kill the player. He was annoyed that he hadn't even had time to change his equipment, and wondered what was different about conquering a tower compared to before. In a fit of anger, Yu-sung shouted into the air, then suddenly heard a strange voice call out, "Hey, over here." Startled, he immediately turned around with a wary expression. The mysterious voice urged him to dig through the sand below, causing Yu-sung to kneel and focus energy into his hands. He suspiciously asked for the reason, and the voice confirmed that he was indeed the player who had entered this tower. The voice continued to explain that it had seen many players come here and die, and warned that this place was very dangerous. As it offered to help, a skull suddenly emerged from the sand, and Yu-sung immediately created an ice sword to confront it. The skull flew up, screaming loudly and asking if he was going to blow its head off like the others. Yu-sung calmly picked up the skull, remarking that such a talkative skull was just like something from a classic RPG. The skull laughed heartily, its eye sockets flaring with blue flames, and invited him to a world without death. Yu-sung questioned, pointing out the contradiction in the tower's rules. "If I can't die, how can I leave by dying?" The skull chuckled, explaining that players still die, but will always revive at midnight. It complained that it also always revived with its head stuck in the sand, prompting Yu-sung to ask about the mechanics of this world. The skull began to recount that the immortal emperor of the empire had offered this entire world as a sacrifice. Yu-sung wondered about the sacrifice, and the skull explained that to become an elder, he had to offer what he loved most. And His Majesty loved his empire more than anything, the skull concluded, while Yu-sung silently pondered. The skull explained that an eternal curse had fallen upon this world, where no one could truly die. Kang Yu-sung dismissed it, asserting that the emperor's own life was the most important thing, then directly asked about the treasure he could take. Hearing about the treasure, the skull immediately became excited, pointing towards the imperial palace, and saying that it was full of riches. It even asserted that there were no guards, as no one here cared about treasure anymore. However, upon seeing a giant army of skeletons patrolling, Kang Yu-sung skeptically asked, "Then what are those?" The skull cheerfully replied that those were friends who would make the adventure more interesting. Realizing this was an ideal experience farming spot, Kang Yu-sung immediately summoned Blackie and ordered it to pay its meal ticket. Immediately, he rushed into slaughtering the skeleton army, continuously receiving level-up notifications. With a satisfied expression, Kang Yu-sung froze the enemies and continued to level up with ease. After the battle, he quietly looked up at the night sky, while shattered bone fragments rained down around him. Standing amidst a battlefield full of white bones, Kang Yu-sung realized it was almost midnight. He was surprised to see all the remaining bone fragments begin to vanish into thin air. To Kang Yu-sung's annoyance, the entire skeleton army revived from the ground in columns of blue light. He pinpointed their respawn locations. Realizing the opportunity for infinite leveling, Kang Yu-sung smiled triumphantly, calling this the best hunting ground ever. After leveling up sufficiently, he sought out a lake, emitting a strange light. Here, Kang Yu-sung used 1 million P and an awakening stone to upgrade his skills. Successfully awakening is less than sword manipulation. Deep is greater than. Satisfied that his skill had awakened and his level had reached 69, he decided it was time to find the treasure. The skull also excitedly cheered about the immortal emperor's treasure and the prospect of becoming rich. Kang Yu-sung approached a structure glowing purple in the middle of the lake, situated beneath a giant, mysterious, celestial body. Kang Yu-sung was slightly surprised by the sight before him. He secretly thought the structure emitting a purple aura looked truly ominous. He cautiously stepped forward, treading on the surrounding water. Suddenly, dark arms emerged from under the water and dragged him down. Submerged, Kang Yu-sung calmly thought that he would be furious if he found nothing after all that effort. He resurfaced elsewhere, coughing violently while the skull anxiously asked if he could breathe. Kang Yu-sung brushed it off, demanding the skull show him where the treasure was hidden, but it screamed in terror upon seeing the great immortal emperor. He was startled, realizing this title might be related to the Elder of Immortality. The skull hastily bowed before a giant figure on the throne, accusing Kang Yu-sung of being an intruder. The immortal emperor sat there, holding a great sword, his entire body radiating a purple killing intent. His eyes inside the helmet suddenly glowed blue. Kang Yu-sung drew his sword, ordering the skull to retreat, while it explained that this was the shedding skin of the Elder of Immortality, who possessed terrifying combat power and dark magic. He realized his opponent was just an empty shell and began to channel dark power. The system announced the activation of the Veil of Darkness skill. As Kang Yu-sung charged into attack, he used his sword to block the shedding skin's colossal slash. The two streams of power collided, creating an explosion that cracked the ground. The Emperor's shedding skin unleashed a curse, causing the system to announce that Kang Yu-sung had been afflicted with multiple stacks of weakness and evil hand. Despite being cursed, Kang Yu-sung merely smirked, secretly regretting not having changed his deck before coming here. Ice crystals began to form around his hand, signaling a counterattack. Kang Yu-sung unleashed an attack with dark energy. The Emperor's shedding skin was immediately afflicted with the exposed weakness debuff. He nimbly dodged the armored giant's powerful sword swing. Kang Yu-sung secretly thought he should have awakened assassination notice before coming here. He realized that with the slowing effect, he couldn't even touch his opponent. However, a sudden idea flashed in Kang Yu-sung's mind. The enemy's great sword suddenly released energy, summoning a multitude of specters. The specters immediately charged to attack, forcing Kang Yu-sung to defend on the ground. As the Emperor's shedding skin prepared for its next attack, Kang Yu-sung calmly observed. His eyes suddenly glowed red, signaling the activation of Descent of the Heavenly Demon. With newfound power, Kang Yu-sung unleashed a blow that sent the giant flying backward. Nevertheless, he was still hit by another evil hand curse, and its effect was amplified. He gritted his teeth, admitting that his opponent's curses and sword techniques were truly annoying. A system window appeared, explaining the Descent of the Heavenly Demon, Truth skill, which allows absorbing the experience and memories of powerful opponents. Seeing an opportunity, Kang Yu-sung decided to confront him directly, swinging his sword straight at the enemy. As the two swords clashed, a stream of dark energy began to transfer from the Emperor's weapon. Kang Yu-sung summoned another ice sword, jumped into the air, and attacked a second time. His eyes turned purple as he began to receive the absorbed memories. In his mind, he saw a memory fragment of the immortal Emperor's past and wondered about what he was witnessing. Kang Yu-sung secretly thought this experience absorption skill was truly overpowered. Each time he fought, he could analyze the opponent's techniques, wondering what he should do next. He confidently declared to the immortal emperor that he had seen through all of his moves. Kang Yu-sung soared into the air, wielding an ice sword to confront the giant directly. He swung his sword with terrifying speed, his sharp gaze focused on the target. A lightning-fast slash from Kang Yu-sung successfully cut deep into the emperor's shoulder. He wore a smug smile, completely taking the initiative in the battle. The emperor's shedding skin collapsed onto the stone floor, its dark energy gradually dissipating. Kang Yu-sung raised a spear of light, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to the defeated enemy. He brought down a heaven-shattering blow onto the emperor's massive body, creating a powerful shockwave. The system announced that the Mark of Death had been bestowed. As Kang Yu-sung stepped on his opponent's head, he continued to stack debuffs on the emperor, weakening him to the maximum extent. An ice sword was plunged straight into the ground, pinning the enemy down. In the emperor's memories, an old man feared death, while a mysterious hooded figure reassured him. The mysterious figure whispered about a way for death to never touch him, making Kang Yu-sung startle as he recognized the familiar voice. Shaking off thoughts of the memory fragment, he decided the important thing now was to end everything. The Emperor's helmet shattered, revealing the skull inside, signaling that the end had come. Kang Yu-sung raised his sword, determined to deliver the final blow so that the enemy could never revive. Before swinging the final strike, he declared that it was time for the Emperor to return to nothingness. The Emperor's shedding skin vanished with the final thought that he would never die, and the system announced that Kang Yu-sung had cleared the tower. As the surrounding world began to collapse with a countdown of 1,795, Kang Yu-sung calmly recited a Buddhist chant. Suddenly, a cloaked skeleton appeared, joyfully exclaiming that it had always believed in him. Kang Yu-sung turned back with a stern expression, calling the newly appeared figure a bastard. The skeleton, with a fleeting glimpse of its human form, expressed extreme astonishment, unable to believe Kang Yu-sung could defeat the immortal emperor. Brushing aside the praise, Kang Yu-sung grabbed the skeleton and demanded it reveal the true location of the treasure before it died. The skeleton explained that thanks to Kang Yu-sung, it had been saved, and wanted to repay him generously. It then handed Kang Yu-sung a series of hero-grade and rare-grade skill cards, as well as the Emperor's legendary-grade heavy armor set. Kang Yu-sung happily accepted the generous rewards, including the S-grade blessing Reign of the Immortal King. Amidst the rubble, Kang Yu-sung wondered about the meaning of being saved, as the skeleton had said. The skeleton joyfully explained that the Emperor's death had broken the curse, and from now on, no one here would be resurrected anymore. Kang Yu-sung asked if that meant the skeleton was about to be crushed to death, but it only laughed and said it would safely return to his world. It revealed that it was a promise made to the elders, leaving Kang Yu-sung stunned, unable to understand how it knew about them. As the final rocks fell, the skeleton waved goodbye to Kang Yu-sung. Returning to his room, Kang Yu-sung immediately reviewed his skill decks on the screen. He set up his third deck, the is less than cursed dark mage deck is greater than, combining his newly acquired command and curse powers. Donning the immortal emperor's armor, Kang Yu-sung sat on the throne and declared his third deck complete. He smiled with satisfaction, admitting that the rewards received were truly great, and that the skeleton was more generous than he had thought. Kang Yu-sung recalled the skeleton's farewell and pondered its promise to meet again. Back in reality, Kang Yu-sung was still wondering about the true identity of that skeleton. Suddenly, his phone rang with a call from Park Tae-shik. As soon as he answered, Park Tae-shik yelled at him, questioning the strange achievement points on the leaderboard. Yu-sung merely chuckled dismissively, explaining that he had just found a lucrative hunting ground and had reached level 69. Park Tae-shik was astonished to learn that Yu-sung was only one level away from his second awakening. He burst out laughing, teasing that at this rate, he would soon become the Elder of Heroes. Yu-sung could only laugh awkwardly at the joke. Putting the small talk aside, he asked Park Tae-shik if there were any towers worth challenging. Park Tae-shik replied that there was a very strange tower. He explained that a few players, after entering, had collectively abandoned the raid and returned. Stranger still, they began to act as if they had lost their minds, standing guard over the tower themselves. Those players now prevented anyone from entering, leading Park Tae-shik to conclude that someone with strong mind control resistance was needed. Kang Yu-sung pondered, wondering what was inside the tower, then remembered he possessed a blessing with extremely powerful mind control resistance. After asking for its name, the system immediately teleported him into the Tower of Peace. As soon as he set foot inside, he couldn't help but be astonished by the sight before him. It was an incredibly peaceful-looking village, with residents happily going about their lives. The happy scene of families and the laughter of children filled the air. But immediately, the illusion shattered, revealing a bloody massacre, as those villagers were brutally slaughtered, and the system announced the raid's objective was slaughter. While he was still stunned, a voice rang out from behind him, asking if he was a player. A group of clerics appeared, led by a white-bearded elder. Kang Yu-sung turned around, sensing their presence. The elder greeted him, while Yu-sung muttered to himself that the scene was truly peaceful. The elder agreed, but stated directly that he had come here by the elder's command. His purpose was to kill all of them. Donning his helmet again, Yu-sung challenged, "So what?" The elder pointed to the crowd of villagers, saying that there were only the elderly, children, and widows here. The entire village panicked and knelt down, begging for their lives. They prostrated themselves, pleading for mercy before Yu-sung's blade. He muttered that this was a world inside the tower. Moreover, this was a 7th grade tower on hard mode. Yu-sung pointed his sword at the elder, demanding a reason for the elder's command. The elder replied that it was merely the will of the wicked gods, just as humans step on ants. Yu-sung grabbed him, growling that the elders were not gods. He warned him to stop his meaningless insinuations and brainwashing immediately. The elder asked if he truly had to do it, and Yusung replied, unfortunately. He declared that he also had a world to protect, astonishing the elder as he began to transform. He revealed his true form as a fallen angel, and Yusung immediately recognized his identity. The creature mocked, asking if he thought the Elder of Light would spare the treacherous Watchers of Light. A fallen angel declared that the Elder of Light had ordered the annihilation of these innocent and pitiful humans. Kang Yusung reconfirmed with the villagers that the angels had refused to obey that command to protect them. He directly questioned the angel in the middle, asking if it was the leader, and received a challenging response. Yusung mentally analyzed that this was not mind control, as it could not penetrate his blessing. He also ruled out the possibility of this being an illusion because his senses were completely normal. His hand tightened its grip on his dagger's hilt as he faced the dilemma. Yusung wondered if he really had to kill all of them to complete this raid. He faced the angel leader, asking if a puppet of the elders believed their current actions were righteous. Surprisingly, the angel leader admitted they did not. The fallen angels stood silently, awaiting Kang Yusung's decision. A woman in the village, holding her child, pleaded with him to spare the children and the angels, saying they were willing to sacrifice themselves. Yusung pondered a cruel truth. Sometimes one had to choose the lesser evil. The angel leader screamed, seemingly reading his thoughts. It accused Yusung of planning to sacrifice their world to protect his own. While the angels staunchly defended, the villagers merely cowered in despair. Yusung suddenly recalled a line from a protagonist in a movie. He declared that if he had to choose between two evils, he would choose neither, forcing the angel leader onto the defensive. Immediately after, he plunged his knife into a puddle of green liquid at his feet. Kang Yusung raised his head, asserting his role as a player. Kang Yusung decisively requested to abandon the tower raid, enraging the Elder of Light while the Elder of Shadows supported and expelled him. Instantly, Kang Yusung was teleported back to a park in the real world, his armor gone and replaced by civilian clothes. The system announced that the other elders once again laughed in support of his decision, noting it as his second failure in the Tower of Peace. Realizing a level 7 tower catastrophe was imminent, Kang Yusung tilted his head back and muttered that he had dug his own grave. Authorities quickly sealed off the park and issued an evacuation order within a 5 kilometers radius, as energy from the tower began to erupt into the sky. Leaning against a tree, Kang Yusung made a call, requesting no more players be sent, asserting they would only get in his way. On the other end, Park Taeshik yelled about the severity of a level 7 tower catastrophe, but Kang Yusung casually replied that he knew. Of course, he confidently reassured that he had hunted monsters, waged war in towers, and killed all sorts of creatures. Park Taeshik tore at his hair, questioning why he abandoned the raid if he could kill them. Exactly, Kang Yusung coldly admitted. He slid down from the tree branch, his expression pensive. With a bitter smile, he wondered why he couldn't kill them, and should have. Park Taeshik admitted the situation was beyond his control, and Kang Yusung confirmed that he understood. He ended the call, preparing to face what was coming. Kang Yusung re-equipped his immortal emperor armor, ready for battle. A countdown began, and in the sky, a formidable army of Watchers of Light appeared. As the clock hit 0, Kang Yusung stood in the middle of the park, submerged in a puddle of green liquid, while the enemy declared he would pay for his sins. The army of light angels simultaneously descended from the sky, beginning their punitive attack. Wearing his helmet, Kang Yusung looked up and wondered if the 5 kilometers evacuation radius would be enough to contain this army. The system announced that the Elder of Games had issued a stern warning to the Elder of Light and created a barrier to ensure a fair fight. Kang Yusung was pleased to know that the Watchers of Light army would be confined to this area until his death. He received a temporary buff, sprouting a pair of colossal shadow wings. Kang Yusung observed the approaching winged angel army, commenting on their heavy armor. He soared into the sky and summoned his army of undead soldiers, equipping them with modern weapons. The skeleton army opened fire on the Watchers of Light, initiating a chaotic battle both in the air and on the ground. In the midst of battle, Kang Yusung directly charged in and used his twin daggers to block a Watcher's attack. He gritted his teeth, straining against the opponent's superior strength. After a series of attacks, many Watchers of Light were struck down and fell scattered to the ground. Kang Yusung stood amidst his destroyed skeleton soldiers, preparing for the next wave of attacks. The eyes within his helmet gleamed with determined blue light. With his shadow wings, he skillfully maneuvered through the air, countering attacks from multiple directions. The Watchers of Light remained unfazed, continuing their relentless assault. Kang Yusung parried a fatal blow with his bare hand, creating a small explosion. He landed on the ground, plunging a sword emitting green energy into the midst of his fallen soldiers' corpses. A colossal corpse explosion erupted from the ground, engulfing the entire angel army. A Watcher of Light watched in horror as its body was corroded by dark energy. The immortal Emperor's aura emanated, resurrecting and empowering all the fallen undead soldiers. The immortal Emperor's armor also increased the rarity of the army's weapons, transforming them into more formidable war machines. Kang Yu-sung began his assault by unleashing a barrage of weakening curses upon the enemies. The Watchers of Light were immediately affected by the dark power. He continued to empower his sword with the Swarm of Locusts skill. Determined to change tactics, he declared he would swap 3 cards from his side deck. The system confirmed the change. His character class shifted from Cursed Dark Mage to Dark Demon Assassin, forming Assassination Synergy. Immediately, Kang Yu-sung cast the Charlotte's Web skill, creating an energy net. The swarm of locusts, controlled by the net, transformed into living projectiles that hurtled straight into the angel army. They exploded upon impact, creating a widespread rain of destruction. A Watcher of Light screamed in pain as it was hit by the surprise attack. Leveraging the chaos, Kang Yu-sung charged forward with a pair of daggers in hand. He unleashed a powerful slash, sweeping away the obstructing Watchers of Light. In the city sky, the giant barrier enclosing the battlefield began to dissipate. The barrier completely vanished, signaling the end of the battle. Standing amidst the enemy's rubble, Kang Yu-sung gasped as a series of notifications appeared. The Tower Calamity had stopped. He had reached level 70 and unlocked the Second Awakening quest. As soon as the battle ended, a crowd of reporters rushed towards him, loudly calling Kang Yu-sung's name. He was surprised to notice the presence of the media. Kang Yu-sung quickly summoned his shadow beast. He landed on Blackie's back, facing a barrage of questions from reporters about abandoning the quest in the tower. With a confident smile, Kang Yu-sung gestured to the crowd and declared his readiness to answer every question. A reporter shouted, questioning Kang Yu-sung if he had intentionally abandoned the quest in the tower. Kang Yu-sung calmly admitted that he had indeed done so. His confession stunned both the crowd of reporters and the viewers. A government agent immediately accused the act of potentially being considered terrorism. Kang Yu-sung merely smirked, sarcastically asking back, "What is terrorism?" He noticed the appearance of the Criminal Player Investigation Organization, CIPO, who had seized this opportunity. Among them was also an individual, nicknamed Player Killer, observing with a menacing gaze. Kang Yu-sung reassured the officials that he understood their thoughts, but not to worry too much. He smiled brightly and joked that he hadn't completely lost his mind yet. He began to explain, recounting that upon entering the tower, the quest required him to massacre both the elderly and children. Therefore, he simply left and came back out. He added that they could ask the players who had given up before him to verify. A man in the crowd angrily shouted, claiming his actions were irresponsible. Kang Yu-sung casually replied that regardless, he had stopped the Tower Calamity without any casualties. The crowd continued to argue, claiming that the world within the tower was not as important as the real world. Kang Yu-sung coldly repeated their question with a sharp smile. He questioned whether he should massacre innocent people just so they could sleep soundly. His eyes turned cold as he emphasized that there were even children among them, asking if he should kill all of them. Accused of endangering the world due to his personal ethics, Kang Yu-sung refuted, asking in return if they thought he was merely weighing lives between 2 worlds. Kang Yu-sung declared that after his assessment, he found he could save both worlds, so he did, also offering to pay for the garden damages. He coldly added that for worries and fears, people should see a psychiatrist, not him. A CIPO agent spoke up, suggesting that Kang Yu-sung's moral dilemma could destroy the world, while Kang Yu-sung merely muttered the phrase mockingly. With a cunning smile, he posed a more challenging question. Why should I save this world? The crowd angrily roared, accusing him of holding the world hostage, but Kang Yu-sung merely feigned panic. He calmly likened himself to a phoenix, suggesting that those of lower rank could not possibly comprehend his vision. His armor vanished, and he declared it was time to end things. He used a gaming term, saying the phoenix is intentionally feeding mid, leaving the CIPO agents utterly bewildered. Suddenly, an unknown assailant attacked a man in the crowd, causing chaos. A group of mysterious figures with red auras simultaneously struck, attacking everyone present. The CIPO leader grabbed Kang Yu-sung, declaring his arrest under international law for causing the Tower Calamity. However, the agent screamed in horror as his hand began to disintegrate in dark energy upon touching Kang Yu-sung. Other CIPO agents looked up at the sky in alarm as a flaming skull emblem appeared. A wave of dark energy erupted, blasting away all the attackers. Just then, Park Tae-shik and his NIS team appeared, erecting a barrier and declaring they would handle Kang Yu-sung under domestic law first. The CIPO leader could only watch furiously as his target was taken away. Park Tae-shik approached and handcuffed a fully cooperative Kang Yu-sung. Kang Yu-sung cheerfully joked that a true mastermind always smiles when arrested, making Park Tae-shik sweat in frustration. In the car, Kang Yu-sung continued his act, saying that those who get caught are usually thugs and always have an escape plan. An NIS agent driving announced they would wait for the manager before leaving, and Yu-sung cheerfully agreed. Meanwhile, a series of system notifications appeared, showing that the elders of earth, wind, frost, and destruction had all bestowed blessings upon him, while the elder of jesters expressed satisfaction. Sitting next to him, Park Tae-shik sighed wearily, complaining that this incident would make him lose more hair. Yu-sung didn't miss the chance to tease, saying that at Park Tae-shik's age, it was time to lose hair even without stress. Park Tae-shik secretly breathed a sigh of relief that Yu-sung had prevented the calamity without casualties, but he continued to joke that he took responsibility for his hair. Suddenly, Yu-sung changed the subject, asking when the Tier 8 towers would be revealed. Park Tae-shik grumbled that it depended on player progression, but Yu-sung cunningly said that even he didn't know. Yu-sung smiled, explaining that he himself had just learned this information. Immediately, a system window appeared before the astonished driver, simultaneously with Park Tae-shik and Yu-sung. Around the world, everyone was stunned to read the announcement. Tier 8 and higher towers had been massively unlocked thanks to the Challenger's qualification achievement attained by Kang Yu-sung. Yu-sung smugly declared that thanks to his actions, the Tier 8 towers had been unlocked earlier than expected. He concluded that the opportunity to protect world peace would also arrive sooner because of it. Park Tae-shik gripped the car's handle, unable to hide his extreme tension. Elsewhere, Georg Vilmeyer and Lee Sung-ho received an even more alarming update. The Endless Labyrinth had added towers from floors 13 to 16, warning of unprecedented threats. A device displayed accusations that Kang Yu-sung had intentionally caused a tower disaster. Lee Sung-ho angrily told Vilmeyer that Park Tae-shik had quickly apprehended Yu-sung, and they had to stop the Hero King before he caused more chaos. Georg Vilmeyer calmly remarked that Lee Sung-ho seemed to disagree with the tower updates. Lee Sung-ho naively thought that higher-level towers would make players stronger, causing Vilmeyer to secretly mock his complacency. Georg Vilmeyer calmly said, "All right, let's get back to what we were discussing." His purple eyes flashed as he revealed that some top players and nations were secretly cooperating. He reiterated Kang Yu-sung's past words, "Why do those who call themselves my allies try to gang up and stab me in the back every chance they get?" Vilmeyer told Lee Sung-ho that rumors of Kang Yu-sung's rampage in the tower had been distorted and exaggerated. Lee Sung-ho skeptically asked, "Exaggerated?" Vilmeyer admitted that there were factions wanting to eliminate the Hero King, but asserted that this world still existed thanks to his actions. He concluded that Kang Yu-sung's death was not what the world desired. "We just need to suppress his unexpected behavior," Vilmeyer said, "and ensure the world doesn't tremble, for the sake of order." He emphasized that cooperation from the largest player organization, the KPA, was most urgent. Lee Sung-ho pondered Vilmeyer's offer. Finally, Lee Sung-ho shook his hand and promised to cooperate to the best of his ability, to which Vilmeyer replied that he would be in touch soon. As Vilmeyer was about to leave, Lee Sung-ho stopped him and asked if he could ask one thing. Lee Sung-ho seriously asked, "Without the Hero King, what do you think are the chances of completing the season's raids?" Vilmeyer replied that player Kang Yu-sung had single-handedly completed the season boss raid, which had already failed once in the second season. A scene of the top player's despair during that failed raid appeared, and then came the image of Kang Yu-sung standing alone amidst the rubble, raising his sword, and being called the Hero King. Vilmeyer explained that Kang Yu-sung was the only one with solo play experience at level 12, and if he were gone, the chances of completing the season would be none, he asserted. In a dimly lit interrogation room, Kang Yu-sung sat opposite a government official, while another observed from behind. The psychological evaluator began, explaining that the world was in chaos due to the appearance of level 16 towers. Yu-sung secretly scoffed that meanwhile, the Hero King was being held just for small talk. The official explained that this was just a formal procedure for the government to have a psychological evaluation record of him. He began a word association test, asking Yu-sung to answer with the first thing that came to mind. When asked about heroes, Yu-sung replied contemptuously, "Bastards." The official was flustered, quickly moving to the word saintess, and Yu-sung seemed to agree. But then he added that, except for her, they were all bastards, leaving the official speechless. For the word Hero King, he called it a lightning rod for bastards, and upon hearing the tower, he called it a gathering place for bastards, forcing the official to change his approach. He asked Yu-sung to answer normally, as if in a conversation. Another observer, a man with a stern expression, began questioning him about his player life. The man's weathered face clearly showed his experience. Returning to the question about negative thoughts, Yu Sung cheerfully admitted he always had them. The senior observer stood up, walked towards the door, and directly asked why Yu Sung had abandoned the raid and caused a tower disaster. He reiterated Yu Sung's statement that he did so to protect both worlds, astonishing the psychological evaluator. Caught off guard by the question about his true motives, Yu Sung paused slightly. He quickly regained his composure, replying that it was simply a decision made in good conscience given the moral dilemma. The official tried to show empathy, saying he understood many players were suffering like veterans with PTSD. Kang Yu Sung angrily cut him off, asking if they thought he was crazy. The psychological evaluator immediately broke into a sweat, appearing flustered by his fierce reaction. As the interrogation ended, the exhausted official asked why Yu Sung was bursting into laughter. With a mischievous look, Yu Sung replied that he had just thought of a joke. The official nervously asked what it was. As Yu Sung slowly stood up, he coldly walked past, scoffing that the official wouldn't understand anyway. Once outside, Yu Sung sighed, admitting that pretending to be crazy was exhausting, and a familiar voice praised his efforts. Park Tae-shik appeared, explaining that unnecessary cooperation would only lead to pointless psychological therapy suggestions. He already said that, Yu Sung replied as Park Tae-shik removed his handcuffs. Park Tae-shik took his wrist, reassuring him that everything was fine, and reporting that the US and France would actively support the Hero King's operations. As they walked down the hallway, he added that their government shared the same view, with only Russia and China making a fuss. Thinking everything was resolved, Yu Sung cheerfully asked if he could enter a tower now. Park Tae-shik put an arm around his shoulder, saying there was something else, and raised his phone. He showed Yu Sung a news segment, talking about how fiercely the Saintess had defended him. In the footage, Maria Yeager was speaking passionately in front of a banner that read, "A hero must not abandon their humanity." Park Tae-shik recounted that as soon as Yu Sung's problem arose, she ran everywhere to complain. A fleeting flashback showed Maria with a distressed expression, revealing the strong impulse behind her actions. Kang Yu Sung silently looked at his phone screen with a pensive expression. Park Tae-shik observed his reaction with a knowing smile, his eyes glowing a faint red. Park Tae-shik patted Kang Yu Sung's shoulder, reminding him that not everyone was his enemy. Kang Yu Sung smiled, telling himself he would thank the Saintess later. Suddenly, he ordered the system to change his equipment and accept the Second Awakening quest, astonishing Park Tae-shik. While Park Tae-shik was still speaking, Kang Yu Sung had already changed into his plague assassin outfit and entered the Tower of Awakening. Left behind, Park Tae-shik could only smile helplessly at his actions. Kang Yu Sung was greeted as he stepped into a mystical purple space filled with mirrors. A mysterious voice echoed, calling him the child with 1,001 faces and talents. The voice continued, suggesting that he needed a new face and new talents. Kang Yu Sung thought to himself that it would never be enough. He smirked, believing that in this crazy world, he was the only sane one. The tower's voice instructed him to raise his head to begin the test. The overseer pointed forward, presenting 3 exits in the form of glowing gates. He was told about the 3 paths: the mirror of truth, the mirror of power, and the mirror of domination. The overseer emphasized that he was free to choose and that there was no wrong answer. As Kang Yu Sung began to step forward, the voice explained that he would receive new talents and a new face from his choice. Unexpectedly, a jester-masked entity appeared and whispered, asking him why he had to be so serious. The jester continued to sow doubt, questioning the value of saving the world over and over again. Justifying that his rule had brought peace, the jester urged Kang Yu Sung to make his choice. With a confident smile, Kang Yu Sung extended his hand, unleashing a surging wave of dark energy. A few hours ago, in a dimly lit interrogation room, Kang Yu Sung was being questioned by a high-ranking official. When asked to say the first word that came to mind, he wearily replied, "Hero," then silently thought of the Saintess. In a flashback, Maria Yeager eloquently declared her support for the king's decision. She asserted that heroes are not just a title for powerful players, but rather those who protect lives from all crises. At a press conference in Paris, Maria emphasized that for such heroes, humanity is paramount. She earnestly pleaded for everyone not to forget that a hero is also just a normal human being. Afterward, Maria thanked her assistants for a hard day's work before they left. She sat alone in her office, silently watching the sunset. Completely exhausted, Maria slumped onto her desk and fell asleep. She gently lifted her head, wondering what Kang Yu Sung was doing at that moment. Her mind drifted to the image of Kang Yu Sung, abandoning the conquest of the Tower of Peace, marking his second failure. She recalled him being heavily criticized by reporters, who accused him of endangering the world for his own morals. Maria wondered what truly went through his mind when facing such outrage. Returning to reality, she silently pulled a cigarette from its pack. With a sad expression, she brought the cigarette to her lips and wondered if he was crying again now. Maria opened her laptop and began typing Kang Yu-sung's name into the search bar. The results showed images of his arrest and President Lee Sung-ho's speech. She scrolled through the news reports, seeing a female announcer reporting on the Hero King's statement. Images of his past appeared, from his early days to the sorrowful moment he was comforted by Park Tae-shik. Looking at an old video, where Kang Yu-sung smiled and talked about his nickname, Maria silently thought that there were once times like these. Maria Jaeger pensively recalled her vow to protect the world with all her abilities. Her eyes shone with steely determination, but then she wearily leaned back, wondering if those old days could ever return. Outside, her headquarters building stood tall in the morning sun. A new day began. Maria greeted her staff as she arrived at the office. Her close assistant quickly updated her on the day's busy schedule. At 9 a.m., she was in the meeting room to lead a presentation. By 11 a.m., Maria was again facing a barrage of questions from the media. At 1 p.m., she attended a social event and was warmly welcomed. Afterward, she spent some precious time playing with the children at the orphanage. By 5 p.m., in her Saintess armor, Maria participated in a formal interview with the Pope. Despite her packed schedule, she always maintained a radiant smile in public. But as night fell, her exhaustion was evident. As she slumped against the balcony railing, she desperately looked up at the sky, wondering if this was what she was supposed to be doing. Maria tormented herself because she hadn't conquered any towers all week, feeling unworthy of the hero title. In a moment of weakness, she unconsciously pulled a pack of cigarettes from her pocket. She suddenly remembered her assistant confiscating her cigarettes before meeting the Pope. Sighing in exasperation, Maria bowed her head when her assistant appeared from behind her. She turned around, asking hopefully if the assistant had come to return her cigarettes. The assistant guessed that her distress was due to Kang Yu-sung's problems, and Maria admitted that it made everything harder. Maria Jaeger told herself to try a little harder, because this might be the last season. In her memory, a cheerful blue-haired teammate named Aaron Makinen had once said the same thing. The entire hero team, including Kang Yu-sung and Maria, joyfully celebrated having defeated the season boss without any casualties. Aaron teased Maria that the Saintess title would be awkward when there were no more towers, and Maria playfully retorted about Aaron's Winter Princess title. Kang Yu-sung playfully pinched the protesting Aaron's cheek, asking if it hurt to be pinched like that. In another memory, a teammate praised Kang Yu-sung but also reminded him to discuss things more thoroughly next time before charging in. Lydia smiled, saying she believed it would be her hound's turn to help her next time. Back in the present, the assistant asked if Maria was reminiscing about the third season, the Golden Age of Heroes. Maria murmured the phrase, Golden Age again, with a pensive expression. She said that, looking back, even then, there were signs that the heroes were gradually becoming corrupted. The memory returned to Kilgore, calling Maria and Lydia aside to speak privately before leaving the tower. Lydia asked if something serious was wrong. Kilgore replied with a meaningful expression. He asserted that at least 3 of them had concluded that the Golden Age was over. Maria continued in the present, that politics had swallowed the heroes, and she only realized it after a new season began. A horrifying memory suddenly flooded Maria's mind. She recalled the sight of Aaron being impaled by an enemy during a chaotic battle. The system coldly announced that player Aaron Makinen had died, while Maria embraced her dying teammate. Maria agonizingly looked at her hands, powerlessly screaming in despair. An older player angrily grabbed her collar, roaring why she let Aaron die. But Maria could only reply that she wasn't a babysitter. In a flashback, an elderly player coldly justified his indifference. But what am I supposed to do? I'm not in the business of losing money. He continued to explain that Aaron's nation was not his ally. Another female knight also pondered the cruel reality, where a player's power represented national strength. Her teammates also wondered if they should help other nations, reasoning that the world wouldn't collapse just because of one woman. Back in the present, Maria's assistant sadly recounted that since that day, heroes no longer cooperated with each other. She reiterated that Kang Yu-sung had operated alone throughout the 5th season and conquered the 12th floor by himself. The assistant optimistically asked if this season would be different, now that Maria and even the general in America had teamed up with the Hero King. Images of Kang Yu-sung and Kilgore cooperating appeared in her memory. Maria was skeptical, wondering if it would be difficult to go back to how things were before. But she admitted that if given the chance, she would still want to see the hero army once more. The assistant excitedly cheered, "Heroes, assemble." Imagining a dream team, Maria turned around. She smiled gently and patted her assistant's head. The assistant complained not to treat her like a child, but Maria merely teased that it was the perfect height. Maria promised to try a multi-member tower as soon as Kang Yu-sung was released. The assistant suddenly remembered and shouted, "The Hero King has been released." She added that he had gone straight into the second awakening tower, astonishing Maria. Maria thought to herself that Kang Yu-sung truly was a role model, and she shouldn't stand still either. She decisively ordered her stunned assistant, "Please postpone tomorrow's entire schedule." Maria Jaeger, with a determined gaze, declared she would challenge a Tier 8 tower. She believed it was something a noble person like Kang Yu-sung, who always poured his full effort into pursuing power, would surely do. In a symbolic scene, Kang Yu-sung stood there, radiating a blazing red aura. Facing his own clone, he held a white mask in his hand. He slowly put on the mask, covering his mysterious smile. Kang Yu-sung recalled that after stopping the tower disaster, he had received countless blessings from the elders even while sitting in a car. He remembered that day, the elders had showered him with rewards. Sitting in front of his computer, he smiled contentedly, thinking that he had reaped a great harvest this season, even getting an EX-grade blessing. But his joy was quickly extinguished when the system announced that the Elder of Balance and many others were displeased with the favoritism shown to him. Fortunately, the Elder of Games spoke up to dismiss it, making Kang Yu-sung happily acknowledge that this was truly a real game. The next reward appeared, a chained chest containing the second awakening package, Pure Power. With an expectant smile, he prepared to break the chest's chains. A flood of never-before-seen rare consumable items poured out from the chest. Immediately, he used the essence of darkness to upgrade a skill. Creating is less than, Dark Ice Craftsman is greater than. Next, he combined the essence of frost with a summoning skill. Creating is less than, Ice Death Army is greater than. After receiving the is less than, Dark Ice Mage is greater than class, he smiled, having completed his fourth power deck. He looked at the list of towers and noticed the Tier 8 Zombie Apocalypse tower recommended by the system. He was astonished to realize this was the very place he had once confronted Natasha Ivanova, now returned with a much higher difficulty. The system announced that Kang Yu-sung and 4 other players had entered the tower's world, where they could cooperate or eliminate each other. Elsewhere in the tower, a blonde player recognized the special reward rule for eliminating other players and exclaimed, "Oh, it's this again." A player with high-tech cybernetic implants smirked, declaring that from now on they would have to eliminate each other because it was the Elder's choice. The system initiated the scenario in the city of Ordia, where the Tirella Corporation had intentionally spread a virus. Kang Yu-sung realized this was a type of tower that didn't allow anyone to leave the city. He wondered if this was a cyberpunk setting, as a warning about a horde of infected people approaching appeared. A horde of grotesque, mutated zombies charged forward. Hordes of undead continuously poured out from the alleys of the futuristic city. Kang Yu-sung calmly commanded, "Arise." Immediately, an army of skeletons wearing armor and wielding high-tech guns was summoned from a blue light. The newly summoned army stood facing the approaching zombie horde. Kang Yu-sung called them friends and, along with his army, charged into battle. The skeleton soldiers opened fire, shooting blue energy beams that tore through the zombies. Standing on a high rock, Kang Yu-sung observed the battle, noting that no special events had occurred yet. He indifferently blocked a zombie attacking from behind with his hand, wondering if there were any traps. While fighting, he mused that the tower was one thing, but what he was more curious about were the other players. He believed they would be an even greater threat than the tower itself. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive golden energy blast suddenly descended, causing a huge explosion. Powerful beams of light continued to bombard the buildings from a distance. Kang Yu-sung looked up with an astonished expression at the power of the sudden attack. He saw Maria Jaeger in the distance, who scoffed about him adding necromancy to his collection of dark powers again. Maria Jaeger smiled, asking why Kang Yu-sung's image seemed to grow more evil every time she met him. Kang Yu-sung teased Maria Jaeger, explaining that priests use maces to mercifully crush bones instead of spilling blood. He casually replied to her worries that he was always fine. Suddenly, Kang Yu-sung placed his hand on Maria's shoulder. She looked at him skeptically, asking again, "Really?" Kang Yu-sung took off his helmet, facing her directly. He smiled confidently and affirmed, "Of course." Kang Yu-sung joked that he was perfectly sane, making Maria annoyed enough to lightly punch his chest. He presented a system window, inviting her to join his party. As soon as she agreed, the Saintess's blessings were amplified, empowering Kang Yu-sung's skeleton army. Kang Yu-sung joyfully shouted, "I love you, Saintess," startling Maria and making her ask if he was crazy. He pointed out the absurdity of skeletons being empowered by light magic, and Maria reluctantly agreed. Setting aside the jokes, Kang Yu-sung's expression turned serious. He sincerely thanked her for her help. Maria smiled back, saying that she was just doing what she had to do. But as she was about to say more, A grotesque mass of flesh rose, and the system announced that the Elder of Abominable Fusion was increasing its influence. While Maria was horrified, Kang Yu-sung smirked with interest, whispering, "Finally, something's happening." The real threat in towers of level 8 and above was that the elders could directly use their powers. Ghostly spirits with glowing red eyes began to materialize from thin air. A gigantic fusion monster was created and charged straight towards the two. The grotesque creature with many skulls and long, dangling tongues let out a savage roar. The grotesque fusion monster let out a savage roar. At that sight, Kang Yu-sung felt nauseous, making Maria Jaeger sarcastically remark that he just had a delicious breakfast. Immediately, a skeleton soldier in his army opened fire, creating a large explosion. From within the thick smoke, the monster remained unharmed. It charged out, its body impaled with Kang Yu-sung's sharp ice spears. Both he and Maria charged forward, gliding on ice shards to attack. Maria soared into the air, the mace in her hand radiating brilliant light. She slammed her weapon down, creating a divine light explosion that engulfed the enemy. After the spectacular attack, the skeleton army collectively applauded, one soldier even holding up a scorecard with 10. Kang Yu-sung clapped along, teasing that the Saintess's personality was becoming increasingly violent. Maria feigned innocence, muttering that in-game violence truly changes people. Then she turned, flashed a meaningful smile, and asked if he wanted to see just how violent she had become, making Kang Yu-sung shiver. He brushed off the joke, but a system notification appeared, stating that the monster had gained combat immunity. It had enhanced resistance to ice, darkness, light, and even destruction. Based on Kilgore's data, it also activated self-replication and acceleration abilities. A swirling red energy swirled as it continued to absorb power. Data from Count Vladimir was also fused, granting it resistance to fire and blood magic. The system announced that the nuclear network hive virus had successfully mutated. A massive red energy explosion engulfed the battlefield, accompanied by a resounding message of a world reborn as one. Kang Yu-sung was stunned, realizing the monster now possessed countless new resistances. Kang Yu-sung wondered why the new mutated monsters had higher ice resistance. Maria Jaeger asked if he was fine with his current equipment, but Kang Yu-sung replied that he couldn't change it because there was no shop. He guessed that someone had recklessly used ice skills earlier, making Maria annoyed and asked if he was blaming others. Maria seriously suggested they should decide on a route and join forces with the remaining players. However, Kang Yu-sung objected, arguing that it would be too dangerous to give the enemy a chance to adapt. He pointed towards a gigantic structure in the city center and declared they would regroup to hunt down the main body. Maria Jaeger charged ahead, using her mace of light to clear a path through the zombie horde. She complained that running in this armor was uncomfortable, but Kang Yu-sung coldly told her to stop talking nonsense and keep moving. Immediately after, Kang Yu-sung activated a skill, changing his heavy armor into a lighter outfit to enhance his agility. He suddenly grabbed the bewildered Maria's shoulder and asked if she had ever ridden a sled. Kang Yu-sung urged Maria to hold on tight. He used his shadow ability to create a sliding path, pulling them both along at terrifying speed between the buildings. While moving, Maria still managed to swing her mace, smashing a monster blocking their path. Both looked up at the sky and recognized Lieutenant Kilgore's fighter jet, making Maria sigh in relief that they no longer needed to search for allies. A military helicopter was also hovering in the city's night sky. Kilgore jumped from the helicopter, plummeting straight down to the battlefield. He deployed his parachute to land safely, while another player also landed on a nearby building. As Kilgore landed, Kang Yu-sung sarcastically remarked that he was working very hard for world peace, and received a shout telling him to shut up. Kilgore greeted both of them, paying special attention to Maria's presence. Maria asked if he was waiting for other players. Deciding not to wait any longer, Kang Yu-sung declared that all three of them would start on their own. Kilgore laughed heartily, pointing his rocket launcher at the main body and wondering what it looked like. A violent explosion shook the ground immediately after. Amidst the smoke, a mysterious cloaked figure exhaled a chilling breath. The stranger raised their staff, unleashing a powerful surge of energy towards them. Caught by surprise, Maria Jaeger cried out in astonishment, not understanding why a player would do such a thing. Kang Yu-sung recognized the attacker, roaring in anger that it was the one who had increased the monster's ice resistance. Without a moment's hesitation, he retaliated with an extremely powerful surge of ice magic. The cloaked figure coldly ordered them to stop and presented a choice. Kang Yu-sung was stunned when he heard the figure's offer: fight with them or fight against them. The hood fell, revealing the player in sportswear whose body was being invaded by grotesque tentacles. The parasitic entity gradually enveloped its host, whispering that they were one. The transformation process concluded, turning the player into a monstrous tree-like creature, making Kang Yu-sung wonder if it was truly a player. Kilgore recognized it as the apostle of the Elder of Frost, while Maria worried about its regenerative capabilities. Kang Yu-sung recalled the Elder of Plague, realizing that even if the boss was eliminated, the infection would still remain. He clenched his fist, agonizingly wondering if there was any way to save that player. Making a decisive choice, Kang Yu-sung completely changed his skill set and ordered an attack on the tentacles. With his newly activated Elder Slayer class, he declared he would destroy it before it devoured everything. His eyes glowing red, Kang Yu-sung coldly stated that this was the mercy he offered his opponent. Enveloped in a crimson aura, he plunged straight into the midst of the colossal tentacles. Kang Yu-sung touched the enemy's tentacles, his red eyes flashing with understanding. He smirked, realizing that blood was only a small part of this enemy's complex nature. In another space, the Elder of Blood roared in fury as he sensed the betrayal, the blood oath broken. He cursed the disloyal apostle, saying that the blood curse would forever cling to him. Kang Yu-sung whispered the words of the Elder of Abominable Fusion, who was accepting player Vladimir as a part of itself. The system announced that the old covenant had been cancelled, and a new fusion with the Elder of Abominable Fusion had begun. Vladimir's face contorted in extreme ecstasy as his body merged with the new power. Without hesitation, Kang Yu-sung swung his sword, a blue energy slash hurtling straight towards the abominable creature. Vladimir was knocked back, astonished by the power of the attack. Sharp ice shards were summoned, flying to tear through his tentacle defenses. Kang Yu-sung closed in, continuing his relentless assault. A final strike with dark energy stacked the expose weakness effect to its maximum. He prepared to unleash his finishing move. Heavenly Demon Sword Art, First Form. The blade glowed with a cold blue light, cleanly severing Vladimir's mutated body. The system confirmed that High Virus Fusion Type X1 had been completely destroyed, but Kang Yu-sung frowned, realizing that no failure notifications for other players had appeared. At the same time, Maria Jaeger was still fighting alone, surrounded by hordes of zombies. Kang Yu-sung pondered, feeling that something was amiss. While he was off guard, Maria screamed a warning as countless tentacles lunged out from the darkness. Kang Yu-sung reacted instantly, unleashing a destructive surge of red energy, sweeping away the threat. After Kang Yu-sung's attack, three unfamiliar figures still stood firm amidst the energy explosions. A crimson blood aura surged, officially revealing the presence of the mysterious trio. Kilgore exclaimed in surprise, thinking it was the Count, but Kang Yu-sung immediately denied it. A system notification appeared, confirming that his group had just encountered the bloodline. All three, Kang Yu-sung, Maria, and Kilgore, immediately adopted a high state of alert. The system explained that the bloodline was a faction of high-ranking vampires serving the Elder of Blood, bound by many strict rules. The young leader of the unfamiliar group spoke, asserting that he had come to the right place. Kang Yu-sung coldly replied that they had the wrong address, as there were no bloodline players in his group. The stranger merely smiled smugly, insisting that he was not mistaken. Kilgore appeared worried, fearing that an unavoidable battle was about to erupt. Kang Yu-sung questioned the opponent, citing the rules that factions could not arbitrarily attack players in a level 8 tower. In response, the leader of the bloodline merely flashed a sinister smile, revealing a pair of sharp fangs. "Don't misunderstand," the person said, flicking his hand to unleash a crimson flash of light. A colossal energy explosion erupted right in front of Kang Yu-sung's group. However, the explosion quickly dissipated without causing any damage. It was merely a display. The leader declared that they were not here to fight, but to offer assistance. Still skeptical, Kang Yu-sung asked what they wanted in return, sarcastically wondering if he should make peace with the Count. "No," the leader replied, crushing an object in his hand. "Player Vladimir has broken his blood oath and betrayed our master." It turned out that Vladimir had begun the fusion process and was reborn as the apostle of the Elder of Abominable Fusion. Both Kang Yu-sung and Maria Jaeger were stunned by the unexpected offer. The leader of the bloodline officially invited the Hero King to help them get revenge. Maria hastily warned Yu-sung not to get involved in the war between the elders, but he remained deep in thought. He calmly asked back, "If I refuse the offer, what will you do?" The young leader smirked, replying that they would find another worthy individual right after the Hero King and make a similar offer. The group recognized the implicit threat, and the image of Georg Vilmeyer flashed through their minds as another potential candidate. Kang Yu-sung pressed his lips together, his expression becoming resolute after considering his options. He got straight to the point. "So, what do I get in return?" Amidst the blood-stained space, the leader began to explain. "Based on the unity of blood, we will grant you everything the game's rules allow." "All right, it's a deal," Kang Yu-sung replied concisely. making the bloodline leader laugh with joy at the smooth negotiation. Maria worriedly tried to dissuade him, but Yusung reassured her that everything would be fine. He explained that he trusted them because those who live and die by rules would not deceive him, causing the vampire leader to kneel in admiration. A surge of red energy began to swirl around Kang Yusung as the contract ritual was initiated. To his surprise, a stone pedestal filled with fresh blood suddenly appeared. The system panel displayed the instruction: "Drink my blood, and accept the unity of blood." Without a moment's hesitation, Kang Yusung plunged his hand into the blood pedestal. He drank the crimson liquid, and the system immediately announced that a new contract had been signed with the Elder of Blood. A series of EX-grade blessings and a special rental deck named Bloodline Prince were bestowed upon him. Kang Yusung was astonished to realize that the rental deck contained 1 mythical card, 2 legendary cards, and 3 heroic cards. With glowing red eyes, Kang Yusung smirked as he held the new power card, asserting that this was not the feat of a hero, but merely good business. He wondered if this outfit suited a talent worth 192,000, while the Elder of Jesters let out a maniacal laugh. Donning his new appearance, Kang Yusung mused, no wonder the job awakening reward seemed lacking. He realized this was the true reward for his second awakening, as Maria Jaeger and Kilgore stood beside him. The young leader of the bloodline smiled, entrusting the task of eliminating the traitor to Kang Yusung. Kang Yusung walked decisively through the lingering black smoke. His face was cold, his gaze fixed firmly on the target. He confronted Vladimir, who was waiting, and declared that he knew they were all there. Vladimir merely smirked enigmatically. As his body transformed into a grotesque mass of flesh, Vladimir scoffed, asking Kang Yusung how enticing an offer he had received, and Yusung replied that news traveled fast. Vladimir admitted the offer was very tempting, while simultaneously growing gigantic tentacles from his back. He attacked while explaining that he had simply gained an understanding. With sharp fangs, Vladimir preached that in an order where all things are one, nothing can be an exception. Kang Yusung retorted scornfully, sarcastically remarking that some revolutionary in Prussia must be applauding in his grave. He lunged with a punch, growling, asking how a hero king could understand beauty in the eyes of a madman. Vladimir roared that Kang Yusung was no less insane, and promised to show him when they returned to reality. Creating sharp ice blades, Kang Yusung coldly asked why they had to meet outside the tower. With a finishing blow, Kang Yusung pierced through Vladimir's monstrous body, causing it to explode. The system announced that player Vladimir Alexievich had failed, making Kang Yusung wonder if he had self-destructed. He stared into the void, wondering what the Count was truly plotting, while a notification confirmed the tower was cleared and Vladimir Alexievich eliminated. Having just returned from battle, Kang Yusung was startled by an urgent call. On the other end, Park Tae-shik hastily told him to check the news immediately. On his phone screen, the news report showed a horrifying scene in Moscow, where a bio-terrorism incident was unfolding, with the perpetrator believed to be the Count. Kang Yusung froze, recalling the threat that he would show him when they both returned to reality. The news reported that the Russian government had granted entry to the Hero King, Swordmaster, and Saintess, and Park Tae-shik confirmed that Kang Yusung had to depart. At the rendezvous point, he met Park Tae-shik and an unfamiliar woman maintaining a teleportation gate, and immediately asked for her identity. Park Tae-shik explained that she was a CIPO gatekeeper, sent because this was a special disaster situation, meaning they would go straight to Russia. Kang Yusung wondered why other heroes, such as the American general or the female CIPO leader, were not invited. Park Tae-shik revealed that they had been denied entry due to intelligence security reasons, a familiar political maneuver. Hearing this, Kang Yusung seemed less worried, which surprised Park Tae-shik. Park Tae-shik seriously warned that their enemy was a mad elder, with the ideology of forcing everyone to merge. Kang Yusung scoffed, mocking the idea when nations were still squabbling among themselves even as the world was on the brink of ruin. He looked at the data screen with disdain, ridiculing the nations scrambling for petty gains while their capitals were being destroyed. Decisively, Kang Yusung decided to change his deck, equipping the Bloodline Prince rental deck, and transforming his class into Vampire Lord. Bathed in a crimson aura, he smiled eerily and made a strange remark. "The moon is beautiful tonight." Park Tae-shik wearily replied that it was midday, but Kang Yusung merely smirked, saying it was already 6 p.m. in Moscow. The CIPO gatekeeper announced that the path to Moscow was open, the purple gate revealing a chaotic scene within. As soon as he stepped through the gate, Kang Yusung was greeted by Maria Jaeger with a relieved expression. He smiled charmingly, repeating his line to Maria, "The moon is beautiful today." Maria looked bewildered, and Kang Yusung awkwardly covered, suggesting it was due to cultural differences. Kang Yusung looked around, wondering about the Swordmaster's absence. A liaison officer announced that China had refused to participate, leading Maria to comment on Ray Chang's lost chance at heroism. Kang Yu-sung remained silent, his eyes filled with determination. Meanwhile, a warrior in green armor was single-handedly fighting giant red tentacles. Kang Yu-sung grabbed a megaphone. Standing before the teleportation gate, he tested the megaphone. "Hello, hello, can everyone hear me?" The desperate soldiers were suddenly filled with hope, one bursting into tears of joy. "We're saved." With daggers in hand, Kang Yu-sung boldly declared over the megaphone that the problem solver had arrived. Empowered, the soldiers roared into battle, determined to stop the monster from destroying the Kremlin. Maria raised her staff high, rallying everyone to fight together and not give up. She unleashed a brilliant stream of holy light, repelling countless besieging tentacles. Enveloped in the enhancing light, Kang Yu-sung smirked. "Now I have a buff too." With glowing red eyes, he summoned, "Shall we go?" He charged into the battlefield, swinging his sword and severing the tentacles in his path. Facing the enemy, Kang Yu-sung thought to himself, with opponents at this level, he didn't even need to use his skills. He wore a smug smile amidst the monster's blood. A system notification appeared, confirming the blessing is less than body of the superior vampire, is greater than which allowed him to control blood. Suddenly, the remaining tentacles began to convulse and emit dark energy. They tightened their grip on the captured soldiers, beginning the assimilation process, while the victims mumbled, "Become one." Kang Yu-sung watched the horrific scene in shock. He wondered what was happening, as he had only thought it would be a coup at worst. Realizing the soldiers had been completely corrupted, he roared Vladimir's name in a fit of rage. Without hesitation, Kang Yu-sung plunged into the crowd of assimilated beings. His dagger glowed with a crimson energy as he moved. A single slash created a rain of blood and flesh. Fresh blood splattered across the chaotic battlefield. Using his new power, he controlled the enemy's blood, turning it into weapons. Streams of blood slithered across the ground, staining everything red. He coldly crushed a victim's head under his heel. Amidst the slaughter, Kang Yu-sung single-handedly wiped out hordes of enemies. He stood still, his dagger dripping blood amidst the desolation. His feet stepped into a pool of blood, asserting his dominance. Around Kang Yu-sung, the battlefield was now littered with corpses. He panted, steam rising from his body after the swift battle. Suddenly, giant fleshy spikes erupted from the ground, surrounding him. Kang Yu-sung calmly activated a new skill, Descent of the Thorny Domain. A violently bubbling pool of blood formed beneath his feet. The fleshy spikes were immediately torn apart by countless blood spears erupting from the ground. Maria Jaeger watched in astonishment as a colossal crimson energy pillar shot straight into the sky, striking the main monster. Maria Jaeger anxiously called Kang Yu-sung's name amidst the crimson energy. Her reply was the sight of Kang Yu-sung standing amidst a storm of red vampire bats. Countless slashes of blood energy tore through the space around him. The whirlwind of bats and blood spikes descended, attacking the grotesque fleshy roots on the ground. A giant tentacle was pierced by crimson spikes, black blood gushing out. Kang Yu-sung clenched his fist, ending the destructive attack. With glowing red eyes, he confidently glanced behind him, where Maria Jaeger was radiating brilliant light. Maria raised her staff high, her entire body enveloped in golden holy light. She summoned a colossal stream of divine energy to descend from the sky. The rain of light poured down like meteors, cleansing the battlefield in dazzling explosions. The Russian soldiers were stunned, astonished by the divine power unfolding before their eyes. The monster's tentacles were completely incinerated by spears of light. Once the battle subsided, Maria rushed towards Kang Yu-sung. He turned back with a smirk, asking how she knew he was done. "Run! We have to catch the traitor!" Kang Yu-sung yelled and dashed off, leaving Maria scrambling to follow. Blackie appeared as a giant cat, swallowing the remaining soldiers to protect them. Inspired, a soldier rallied his comrades to follow the heroes. All the soldiers unanimously vowed to protect their homeland from the monsters. Kang Yu-sung mused about the monsters, realizing Vladimir was no longer the man he once knew. On this stage, he could be a hero or a villain, and that was his own choice. Kang Yu-sung thought to himself, if a hero could so easily become a villain, would the world still see heroes the same way? Maria Jaeger realized they didn't need to run when a fleshy path opened before them. She said, "It seems the enemy is also ready for the final showdown." The Count's voice echoed, inviting the Hero King to enter and become one with him. The system announced that the Elder of Abominable Fusion was provoking player Kang Yu-sung. He casually asked for the enemy's location, while Maria was secretly astonished by the unprecedented sight. Kang Yu-sung remarked that this place didn't feel like it belonged to this world. The Elder of Blood urged him to fulfill the contract, making Kang Yu-sung exclaim that he was truly impatient. He nonchalantly walked forward, but then suddenly stopped. Maria frantically screamed, demanding to go with him. Kang Yu-sung turned back, explaining that she wouldn't be allowed in because this was a battle between two elders. He jokingly told her to relax and enjoy the sights of Moscow while a barrier separated them. With a confident smile, Kang Yu-sung promised that he would be back soon. Outside, Maria crossed her arms, smiling with trust in him. She declared, "Then, I'll wait right here." Inside, Kang Yu-sung walked alone through the gruesome space as the Count's voice echoed, saying he had been waiting for him. The Count's distorted face appeared, roaring a challenge for Kang Yu-sung to enjoy his power. "No need," Kang Yu-sung replied coldly. "I'm too busy to listen to your nonsense." With glowing red eyes and a fanged smile, he declared, "Besides, someone is waiting for me." In his new monstrous form, Vladimir Alexeyevich invited Kang Yu-sung to take a good look at the absolute power he had just attained. The Elder of Abominable Fusion whispered ecstatically, offering a proposal for cooperation. Kang Yu-sung's eyes flashed red as he coldly stared at his opponent. Without a word, he charged forward and severed one of the monster's limbs. Vladimir scoffed, claiming that he was no longer a mere player, but Kang Yu-sung remained indifferent. Kang Yu-sung called Vladimir a pathetic fool who had fallen to an elder's temptation. Offended, Vladimir roared that Kang Yu-sung was all talk while being attacked. He screamed, despising humanity as mere scattered grains of sand instead of uniting as one. The fleshy tentacles began to transform, asserting that those who constantly divide and conflict are merely self-destructing. The grotesque mass of flesh morphed into hideous skulls, calling humanity a tumor that destroys cosmic order. Vladimir proudly declared that he was no longer an inferior human. Kang Yu-sung merely uttered a casual exclamation. "You should have kept insisting you were human," he said, as a portion of the is less than Elder Slayer is greater than title's power unlocked. His attack power surged by 9,999% when facing an Elder, and he simultaneously received a new title. Is less than. World's enemy is greater than. Vladimir horrifyingly endured the massive blue energy surge from Kang Yu-sung. The system described the new title, asserting that humanity itself deserved to be called the world's enemy. A surge of dark red energy began to envelop Kang Yu-sung's legs as he admitted he wasn't confident. He shot forward, ready for the finishing blow. "Not confident that I'll lose," Kang Yu-sung roared, baring his sharp fangs. Vladimir could only let out a horrified gasp, while the other elders trembled, and only the Elder of Jesters burst into laughter. A searing red energy tore through Vladimir's monstrous body. Kang Yu-sung, with bloodshot eyes, gripped his new sword tightly. Vladimir's body was cleaved in two, disintegrating under the terrifying slash. Kang Yu-sung coldly looked down, thinking, "For a tumor that disrupts the world's order, do you think I'd lose so easily?" He charged to attack again. "What will you do if you refuse to fall?" Kang Yu-sung growled, pressing the blade down hard. He swung the jade-green glowing sword, severing what remained of Vladimir. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Vladimir weakly chuckled. "Haha. What will I do?" Suddenly, Kang Yu-sung looked up, sensing an unusual presence. The system announced that the Elder of Abominable Fusion had unleashed its full power, creating a monstrous mass from screaming faces. Kang Yu-sung quickly switched to a pair of daggers, wary of the incoming tentacles. The tentacles merged and exploded in a blinding flash of light. "That's more like it. That's how you should attack me," Kang Yu-sung smirked, completely unfazed. A notification appeared. The world boss, Elder of Abominable Fusion, had descended, creating a massive energy vortex in the sky. Another system window appeared directly in front of Kang Yu-sung. He looked at it with a sinister smile and glowing eyes. "Now what the hell is this?" The Elder of Anonymity chuckled with delight and began live-streaming the battle to the entire world. As the live broadcast announcement went out, Maria Yeager watched the unfolding scene in horror. "Elder, please, open this barrier." Maria desperately pounded on the barrier, screaming to get inside. But the Elder of Blood stopped her and demanded a one-on-one match, turning the conflict into a confrontation between elders. Kang Yu-sung faced a new entity that appeared in the distorted space. The system confirmed the enemy's identity, Elder of Abominable Fusion. The Elder began a monologue, declaring that nothing in this world can exist harmoniously alone. Kang Yu-sung smirked, sarcastically remarking that he couldn't watch such a performance for free. The Elder demonstrated its power, transforming into a colossal mass of flesh and roaring that all things are one. It summoned an army of warriors and commanded them to merge, charging towards Kang Yu-sung. Kang Yu-sung yelled in annoyance, mocking his opponent for resorting to cheap gang tactics. Without hesitation, he plunged into the crowd, swiftly taking down the summoned warriors. He skillfully fought against multiple enemies simultaneously, each with their own weapons and powers. Using his bloodline power, Kang Yusung simultaneously parried and counterattacked with searing red energy from his daggers. After clearing the first wave of attacks, he casually remarked that there probably wouldn't be dinner tonight. Immediately, an endless army of grotesque flesh monsters appeared, making Kang Yusung realize they couldn't be players. He wondered if these were residents from the Elder's own world. Across the world, people watched the battle live, horrified by the number of enemies and fearing the Hero King's defeat. Maria Jaeger was also watching, whispering Kang Yusung's name with a worried expression. To deal with the horde, Kang Yusung unleashed a vortex of blood magic, tearing through the monster ranks. He calmly mastered his new power, his daggers glowing with red energy. Elsewhere, a mysterious man in white silently observed the battle, with a solemn expression. The man in white turned away in horror. On the battlefield, Kang Yusung unleashed a massive wave of blood energy. He smirked. But the power of the bloodline surged violently around his body. In the end, that's all there is to it, he declared smugly, revealing his sharp fangs. Another devastating attack swept across the entire battlefield. From the sea of blood, grotesque creatures began to rise. He activated the skill, House of Baskerville, summoning a pack of hellhounds before a ghostly building. The Baskerville hounds with their glowing red eyes charged forward. The Elder's summoned army screamed in despair as they were engulfed. The hounds easily tore apart the enemies in their path. They mercilessly slaughtered the Elder's army. Kang Yusung let out a soft gasp as he witnessed the chaos he had created. He was astonished by his own power. It's too strong. Is this the power of the Elder Slayer? He casually remarked that the enemy's assault had been dealt with. So now. He gripped the hilt of his dagger. He roared a challenge. Want to fight a lowly human one-on-one? The Elder of Abominable Fusion revealed its grotesque form beneath its cloak. Kang Yusung charged into a direct confrontation with the Elder. The Elder of Abominable Fusion screamed in pain as it was repelled by a powerful attack. It revealed its true form, a monstrous mouth full of tentacles, and roared that no matter how strong, it could not be defeated. Kang Yusung had to fend off a fierce wave of attacks from the Elder, who declared it would never stop evolving. The system announced that thanks to data from its fusions, the Elder had gained resistance to various types of damage, constantly adapting. Yet, Kang Yusung's dagger, glowing with an emerald aura, still pierced the monster's body. Then I will evolve too, Kang Yusung smirked, coating his weapon with an adaptive nano-viruses. The Elder could only let out a gasp of surprise before facing the new threat. Kang Yusung mocked his opponent's verbosity, then lunged forward, slashing across the enraged monster's face. He suddenly stopped, his eyes sharpening as he remembered. By the way, the broadcast is still on, right? With a cruel smile, he leaned over the enemy's body and sarcastically remarked to the world that it was only March. Yet an Elder had already appeared. Through the broadcast screens, he challenged his critics, asking if they could defeat this enemy without him. In a car, Georg Vilmer silently watched as Kang Yusung questioned whether anyone could raid the newly appeared level 16 tower. Kilgore and Lydia also listened intently to the challenge of whether they could defeat the upcoming season boss at level 16. Maria Jaeger's eyes welled up, but she offered a relieved smile as she reached out towards Kang Yusung's image on the screen. Back on the battlefield, Kang Yusung continued his speech, hypothesizing that someone had somehow defeated the Elder. But how many people would have to die? He asked, simultaneously delivering the finishing blow to the monster's body. The body of the Elder of Abominable Fusion exploded into a shower of blood. Elsewhere, a young man in a white shirt angrily slammed the table upon hearing Kang Yusung's final question about the player's sacrifices. Immediately, the young man was thrown violently from the table, causing others in the room to rush forward in alarm. Kang Yusung charged forward, delivering the final blow. He yelled at the tumor of the universe, a grotesque entity that had to be eliminated. With a powerful diagonal slash, Kang Yusung boldly declared that they would never kneel. Amidst a brilliant red glow, the system announced that the Elder of Abominable Fusion had been defeated. As the battle ended, the Elder of Blood burst into laughter and congratulated Kang Yusung on his performance, confirming the contract was complete. Kang Yusung received the essence of the Elder of Abominable Fusion as a reward, simultaneously unlocking the essence slots. This unique item granted its owner a recovery factor and a type of adaptive cellular armor, increasing resistance after each attack. He muttered that having too many different types of slots was a sign of a bad game. Reading the description, Kang Yusung learned of the Elder's tragedy, a harmonious creature whose homeland was destroyed by humans and deemed an abominable fusion. He realized that the true enemy of the world was humanity itself. Suddenly, a door burst open as someone loudly called his name. Maria Jaeger rushed into the room with a worried expression. She ran towards Kang Yusung, overjoyed that he had returned safely. Maria joyfully praised his strategy of incorporating the Elder of Plagues virus into his weapon as genius. When she suddenly stopped, Kang Yu-sung curiously asked why. He leaned back dramatically, saying he had thought she would hug him or kiss his cheek. Before the media crowd, Maria blushed and asked if he had lost his mind. Kang Yu-sung merely smiled mischievously and asserted that he was always sane. Immediately after, his expression turned cold, and the entire crowd was restrained by a surge of purple energy, lifted into the air. Kang Yu-sung questioned the man who had just appeared, asking why he had come after everything was over. The man, Swordmaster Ray Chang, bowed and called Kang Yu-sung the Hero King. From a distance, a warrior with a face tattoo watched the confrontation with a tense expression. He recalled the fierce past battle against the Elder of Plague. Ray Chang said that both then and now, Kang Yu-sung had defeated the Elders alone, which confused him. He stepped forward and admitted that Kang Yu-sung had been right all along. Ray Chang declared that Kang Yu-sung was the true hero, making him comically panic and call for Maria. With deep respect, Ray Chang bowed and paid tribute to Kang Yu-sung's sacrifices. Kang Yu-sung was speechless at his former rival's unexpected sincere gesture. Ray Chang continued to assert that without the Hero King, countless lives would have been lost. When Kang Yu-sung mentioned the Elder of Plague raid, Ray Chang confessed to abandoning his guild when their formation broke. The shocking confession caused the media crowd to erupt with a barrage of questions. Ray Chang painfully admitted that at that time, this coward was too afraid of death and fled alone, leaving his comrades behind. His memory flashed back to the Hero King, unleashing a powerful attack. It was Kang Yu-sung who filled the void he created to fight the Elder of Plague alone. Back in the present, Maria Yeager publicly declared Kang Yu-sung the unquestionable Hero King. Tormented by guilt, Ray Chang collapsed to his knees and confessed that he still thought about it every night. His hands trembled on the floor, showing extreme agony. Ray Chang recalled the horrifying moment he and his comrades faced the Elder of Plague, agonizing that if he hadn't fled, the true heroes wouldn't have fallen. He broke down in the present, sobbing that at least one of them could have survived. Amidst the crowd's camera flashes, Ray Chang remained on his knees, while Kang Yu-sung and Maria Yeager stood watching. Kang Yu-sung silently watched the scene before him with a solemn expression. The narration echoed. The 10 heroes were once symbols of peace and faith for the world. However, one hero was corrupted by the Elder of Abominable Fusion, and another, out of fear, abandoned their duty and fled. Maria Yeager anxiously turned to look at Kang Yu-sung. Kang Yu-sung thought to himself, now the whole world knows how easily trusted heroes can turn into villains. Maria Yeager looked straight ahead with a pensive gaze. Ray Chang began to recount his story of his childhood memory when he first encountered the sword. He had dedicated his entire life to learning swordsmanship, even before becoming a player or attending school. When he became a player, he thought his dream of becoming a hero had come true. However, in the second season, when the entire team was helpless against the final boss, the one who saved them was none other than the Hero King, Kang Yu-sung. Ray Chang once considered Kang Yu-sung a goal to surpass, but he realized he had been living in a dream. He sank deep into the harsh truth, realizing the existence of hidden powerhouses, the strong of the deep sea. These individuals were incredibly strong but completely indifferent to saving the world, even as the 10 heroes repeatedly came close to failure. Ray Chang clutched his hair in agony, confessing that since then, the title of hero had become meaningless to him. Ray Chang recalled the moment he was consumed by his inner demons, forced to kneel before the heavenly demon's trial. He could hear the doubtful whispers from his guild members, a team already on the verge of collapse. They had no way to resist the Elder, who was urging his apostles to fight and die gloriously. A series of system notifications appeared, showing buffs and blessings being successively cancelled due to Ray Chang's dwindling fighting spirit and fear. Overwhelmed with terror, Ray Chang turned his back and fled, ignoring his comrades who were under attack. He confessed that he had run away out of fear of death, and as usual, the Hero King once again saved the world when the 6th season began. In another flashback, a high-ranking guild manager asked Ray Chang to lead a group of people, while he vowed to himself not to repeat this disgrace. 2 guild members looked sad as they stood before a strange man with green hair. Ray Chang smirked to himself, thinking that hunting alone would have been more effective at first. The manager revealed that these were the ones who had spoken ill of him behind his back, and hinted that if they didn't return, the guild leader position might change. Ray Chang was stunned, realizing the true intention, while the green-haired man, Nameless, watched with glowing red eyes. The man was introduced as Nameless, an associate of the MSS player organization. Soon after, 2 guild members lay dead in a pool of blood, and Nameless coldly declared that it was enough. Ray Chang was utterly horrified, calling himself a coward. Standing over the corpses, Nameless told Ray Chang that the killing should be left to the tower. Blood dripped from the blade, and Ray Chang once again called himself a coward. Back in the present, Kang Yu-sung quietly stood, looking out at the city nightscape. Ray Chang's pained face appeared, with Kang Yu-sung's reflection in the glass behind him. Nameless appeared with a sneer, asking if Ray Chang thought revealing everything to the foreign media would change anything. Nameless mocked Ray Chang, asking why he would do such a thing, knowing the world wouldn't change. Looking at his reflection, Ray Chang asserted that only by admitting mistakes could they be rectified. He declared he would change, but Nameless dismissed it as meaningless words. Nameless remarked that Ray Chang's actions were reckless, but revealed that the higher-ups had given instructions. He explained that, considering his past loyalty, they would give Ray Chang another chance, which surprised him. According to the official narrative, the Swordmaster would no longer be the one who abandoned his comrades during the Elder of Plague raid. Nameless ordered Ray Chang not to leave his home until further instructions were given. He announced that all of Ray Chang's activities would be restricted, and that he himself would stay to supervise. But Ray Chang cut him off. Nameless's red eyes flashed with annoyance. Ray Chang looked at the news on his phone, wondering how a coward like himself dared to volunteer as a hero. Nameless replied that, no matter how much Ray Chang denied it, he was still a hero. He emphasized that whether he was created or not, Ray Chang was still a hero, and his hand glowed with blue energy. Ray Chang turned away, taking his sword while Nameless asserted that he had to accept that truth. Nameless's expression turned angry at his opponent's silence. Ray Chang gripped his sword, sarcastically remarking that this identity fraud seemed to be going smoothly as well. He plunged his sword into the table and challenged, "Then why doesn't Nameless play that puppet hero?" With a defiant smile, Ray Chang declared that he was sick of that role. Nameless clenched his fist, warning Ray Chang not to provoke him. Enraged, Nameless lunged to attack, roaring that he himself could not obtain that title. The clang of metal echoed as the two swords clashed violently. Nameless attacked relentlessly, but Ray Chang calmly used his swordsmanship to deflect the smaller blades. With a flash attack, Nameless unleashed a series of powerful slashes towards Ray Chang. Nameless's blade grazed Ray Chang's neck, causing fresh blood to gush out, as he growled, asking if Ray Chang wanted him to become a hero. Ray Chang gritted his teeth and replied that if he could, he would have done it long ago. Nameless roared furiously, questioning why Ray Chang would discard everything he had always yearned for. Ray Chang asserted that even in this position, he would never become a true hero. Nameless scoffed, suggesting that Ray Chang had been influenced by Kang Yu-sung's way of playing the hero. He unleashed an extremely powerful energy attack, sending Ray Chang flying into the air. Severely wounded and collapsing on the ground, Ray Chang wondered if he had truly been influenced. He slowly stood up, admitting that he had indeed been influenced. In Ray Chang's mind, the image of the ideal hero he always yearned to become appeared. Nameless coldly declared that whatever Ray Chang did now was futile. He raised his sword, pronouncing judgment on the fate of a puppet clown who had outlived his usefulness. With a cruel gaze, Nameless asked Ray Chang if he knew what would happen next. Ray Chang weakly asked if he was about to kill him. Even on the verge of death, Ray Chang smirked, telling Nameless to go and please his elder. He said that no matter how he died, the cause of death would be reported according to the organization's wishes. As Ray Chang collapsed, his sword and power cards fell into a dark abyss. Nameless sat amidst Ray Chang's power cards, questioned by the Elder of Pain as to why he killed the target so quickly. With a twisted smile, he replied, "Isn't my own pain enough?" He frantically confessed that he had just personally murdered his idol, and now had to worship a doll that no longer shone. As a drop of blood fell, the system announced that the Elder of Pain had reluctantly accepted. The Elder of Steel, Ray Chang's former patron, was astonished by Nameless's power, and extended an invitation to become an apostle, but he only secretly wished for everything to die. Standing over Ray Chang's corpse, Nameless angrily wondered why things had turned out this way. Meanwhile, a group of people were watching the broadcast, and one of them angrily jumped up when they saw Kang Yu-sung praise Ray Chang as a hero. Nameless also watched Kang Yu-sung's speech, muttering his name with hatred. A sinister smile appeared as he whispered Kang Yu-sung's name, signaling an impending outburst of rage. Immediately after, a terrifying explosion shook a skyscraper in the middle of the city. Standing before the chaotic scene, Nameless, with his glowing red eyes, blamed the arrogant Hero King. The next morning, Kang Yu-sung groggily picked up his phone, complaining about the early call. He was stunned when the person on the other end of the line announced that the Swordmaster had committed suicide. The caller explained that the news would officially be announced as due to remorse, but was currently being kept under wraps. Kang Yu-sung couldn't believe his ears, his mind reeling with the words dead and suicide. He recalled Ray Chang's unusual appearance yesterday when he knelt to confess. In a car, the mysterious warrior announced that Kang Yu-sung and Maria Yeager would travel by private jet due to a terrorist threat. Kang Yu-sung suddenly spoke up, asking a seemingly unrelated question. "Why did you do that?" He immediately realized he had misspoken, confusedly questioned himself again, then sighed. In Kang Yu-sung's memory, Ray Chang wondered why he hadn't lived this way from the start. Yu-sung anxiously asked if he was okay, advising him not to change and to continue being a true hero. He confusedly asked why Ray Chang was talking as if he were about to die. Ray Chang replied awkwardly, while Maria Yeager, sitting beside him, also looked worried. The scene shifted to a deserted airport at night. At the boarding gate, Ray Chang bid farewell to Kang Yu-sung and Maria, saying he would go ahead. Both Kang Yu-sung and Maria Yeager watched him leave with uneasy expressions. Maria Yeager called out after him, trying to make the swordmaster stay. Kang Yu-sung also asked if he would continue his player career. Ray Chang turned back, smiled, and asserted that of course he would continue. The flashback ends. The present-day Kang Yu-sung gritted his teeth in anger while on the phone, unable to believe Ray Chang had died after making such a promise. On the other end of the line, Park Tae-shik announced that, according to information from Mistress, Ray Chang had been assassinated. Park Tae-shik added that the evidence at the scene was very chaotic, and it seemed the strong ones of the deep sea were responsible. Kang Yu-sung scornfully called them trash, and Park Tae-shik warned him to always be vigilant as a major incident was about to occur. After the call, Kang Yu-sung sat silently on his bed, lost in thought under the faint light from the window. Blackie, sleeping nearby, sensed his distress and spoke up to comfort him, making Yu-sung softly agree. To clear his head, Kang Yu-sung decided to play a game and summoned the system panel. A special notification appeared, stating that the Conquest Queen's tower was summoning him. Information about the 8th floor tower appeared, promising a reward of awakening a mysterious piece of equipment. Kang Yu-sung stood with Queen Cilia, secretly thinking that watching others fight was the most interesting thing in the world. He wondered if he should just stand by and watch the mighty desert elf army advance. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the elf warriors were overwhelming and slaughtering the human knights. Yu-sung turned to Cilia and told her to wait a little longer. The Conquest Queen, Sultana Cilia, assured him that a battlefield specifically for him would soon appear. She asked her most trusted knight to stay by her side until then. Yu-sung chuckled inwardly at the irony of a human protecting an elf queen in a war to invade his own kind's territory. Cilia asked if he regretted betraying his own kind. He denied it, saying he was just recalling her past, when she was a pensive princess under the moonlight, wondering about the path their goddess desired. Cilia admitted that she had changed, and that she couldn't help but do so for the sake of her people. Yu-sung recalled her explanation about how humans had always crossed the canal separating the two lands to invade their homeland. With fiery eyes, Cilia declared that now, they would be the invaders. Back in the present, Yu-sung silently pondered as Cilia placed a hand on his shoulder. He looked ahead, announcing that they had arrived at the indomitable fortress, the final battlefield he would entrust to her. Stepping inside the dark fortress, Yu-sung murmured to himself. He walked through a scene of slaughter, the corpses of allied soldiers strewn across the floor. A voice echoed from the shadows, welcoming the Hero King and saying it had been waiting for him. Nameless stood amidst the pile of corpses, making Yu-sung question why he had killed the allied soldiers. Nameless smirked, asking in return why he should care. As to him, the lives of the entities in the tower were worthless. Kang Yu-sung questioned Nameless, accusing him of acting like a psychopath. Psychopath? Me? Nameless smirked back sarcastically. Kang Yu-sung continued to ask if he was one of those lunatics who claimed to be artists. Nameless casually explained that he was just bored of waiting and wanted to test his new power. Kang Yu-sung muttered sarcastically that it seemed everyone had a mythical weapon after just a few months. He maintained a serious expression, carefully observing his opponent. "A mythical weapon isn't so bad, is it?" Nameless said, as images of Ray Chang's fierce battles flashed by. When Kang Yu-sung recognized the familiar sword, Nameless only replied with a provocative question. With a blue aura flaring up, Kang Yu-sung growled, "Did you kill the swordmaster?" In response, Nameless merely flashed a savage smile with glowing red eyes. He brushed off the question, claiming it didn't matter, and summoned spectral swordsmen. Nameless challenged, "Why don't you bring out the blade of the Elder of Plague?" Kang Yu-sung ignored the provocation, extending his hand to prepare his own skill. He unleashed a surge of icy energy, creating countless ice swords that shot forward. Nameless sneered, realizing instantly, "Aha, so you've set up the Frost Craftsman deck. What a pity." Kang Yu-sung froze as Nameless continued. "That's the skill set you used to take down the Face Collector, isn't it?" He accurately listed Kang Yu-sung's skills, from assassination notice, descent of the heavenly demon, to Oculus, and praised his tactics. A system panel appeared, confirming the Frost Assassin's skill set, making Kang Yu-sung wonder in astonishment how Nameless knew about a battle with no witnesses. "Let's see if you're skilled enough to find my setup pitiful," Kang Yu-sung yelled, and charged into attack with his Frost Assassins. Kang Yu-sung's Frost Assassins charged into attack, piercing through the spectral swordsman with ice swords. Facing him directly, Kang Yu-sung growled at Nameless. "Is that all you've got?" His rage flared. He activated his bloodline power, roaring. I asked, "Is that all you've got after usurping a hero's equipment?" Kang Yu-sung charged forward, swinging a massive icy sword strike at his opponent. Nameless smirked as a mysterious defensive circle appeared, blocking the attack. "It's a pity we meet again inside the tower," Nameless said smugly as a death mark was applied. He easily blocked the heavenly demon sword art, mocking, "Do you think I'd be defeated by the first form of the heavenly demon sword art?" Kang Yu-sung was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He blocked it. "How?" Nameless sneered. "Did you think I wouldn't prepare anything to challenge you, Hero King? No one is foolish enough to repeat that mistake." A few hours earlier, a man with auburn hair was in an online meeting, speaking tensely about Kang Yu-sung. The man admitted, "Things have become troublesome because of him." The mysterious organization's discussion continued, mentioning that Mistress's surveillance was growing stricter, and the situation was turning against them. A red-bearded leader suggested, "It would be better if someone went to meet him." When the leader asked if anyone would volunteer, Nameless listened in silence. A voice rang out, "I'll go," and another asked back, "Go where?" In the present, Nameless stood amidst the battlefield, enveloped in a golden aura, as the system announced the Tower of the Conquest Queen was summoning him. He chanted with a smug smile, "The guardian of this fortress shall not be defeated." Kang Yu-sung realized, "It's a word spirit. That's why it's so amazing. No wonder you're so relaxed. You have a backing." He analyzed, and an image of a radiant golden fortress appeared. "I heard this was an undefeated fortress, but it turns out to be just a castle blessed with a word spirit." Nameless asked Kang Yu-sung about the tower's level, and he replied that it was a level 6 tower. Kang Yu-sung thought to himself, since his tower was level 8 hard mode, there must have been a huge balance adjustment. Nameless scoffed that the world of the towers was truly miraculously fair. Kang Yu-sung replied that he wasn't sure, because even here he was so strong it felt unfair. He charged forward, unleashing a torrent of furious red energy. Nameless easily dodged the attack, and remarked that the Swordmaster had also said similar nonsense. Kang Yu-sung stopped, questioning why he killed the Swordmaster. Nameless claimed that the act couldn't continue on stage, while Kang Yu-sung asked who decided usefulness. Nameless declared that those individuals were beyond Kang Yu-sung's imagination. Kang Yu-sung sarcastically asked if his cowardly boss was one of those about to overthrow the world. He decided to switch weapons. Summoning the short sword is less than, Black Death is greater than. Kang Yu-sung charged to attack, declaring that Nameless's petty hero act was about to end. He confidently thought that those who acted tough like Nameless would eventually cling to his feet and cry. Nameless roared that he would show Kang Yu-sung hell, as his sword was affected by a special ability. However, the effect of his less than Black Death is greater than caused Nameless's body to be corroded by maggots, making him groan and beg for death. Kang Yu-sung looked down from above, scoffing that Nameless was the one who should go to hell. The system announced that the player had been defeated and would be expelled to the outside world. Kang Yu-sung knew that a level 8 hard mode quest couldn't end just by defeating one player. As expected, the system announced that the Elder of Light was enraged, and the Watchers of Light faction had joined the battle, making Kang Yu-sung gleefully call them experience farms. Kang Yu-sung scoffed at the appearance of the Watchers of Light, deeming this trick tiresome. However, inwardly he grumbled about this unexpected turn of events. After the battle, he blamed his own troublesome mouth. Kang Yu-sung used an item to enter the rare item shop, where he was welcomed. Automata, the manager, happily said she had missed him greatly. She announced that he had accumulated 9,609,700 achievement points and urged him to quickly buy card packs. Kang Yu-sung sighed at her enthusiasm and asked to see the item catalog. While Automata insisted he would draw a legendary card, Kang Yu-sung remained skeptical. He decided to buy a subdeck conversion count increase ticket first. While he was choosing more items, Automata pleaded with him to buy another card pack. Kang Yu-sung continued to scroll through the catalog, weighing his options. He noticed a hidden item priced at 5 million points, a key that required Automata's permission to purchase. Automata suddenly became serious, warning him not to buy it as it would lead to danger. She emphasized that if he bought it, his chances of death would greatly increase. After a moment of thought, Kang Yu-sung made his decision. He offered to buy 1 card pack in exchange for permission to buy the key, and Automata immediately demanded he buy 2 packs. Kang Yu-sung grudgingly agreed and hastily requested to receive the card packs. The system announced that he had successfully purchased a random skill card pack. Automata told him to buy the remaining pack next time, startling Kang Yu-sung, who thought it was an ominous sign, while the system confirmed he had acquired the mysterious key. Facing the army of Watchers of Light, Kang Yu-sung declared he would use his secret weapon. However, what he drew was merely a common grade card named Uncontrollable Rage. Provoked, he tore the card, unleashing a true fury and sweeping away the enemies with a torrent of dark energy. After conquering the undefeated fortress and leveling up, the system announced that his assassination skill had reached its limit. The scene changed. Kang Yu-sung and the elf warriors stood in a magnificent hall under a shower of flower petals. Syria, in her queen's attire, began her oath before all her subjects. In the grand hall, Kang Yu-sung and the crowd, comprising both humans and elves, knelt before the throne. She declared that she would not rule as a queen solely of elves or a conqueror of humans. Instead, she would end the conflict and rule all fairly. Kang Yu-sung applauded, and an elf warrior whispered that it was all thanks to him. Afterwards, on the balcony, Kang Yu-sung confidently acknowledged his contributions to Syria. Syria recalled that she once made an oath to the goddess of shadows long ago. In the past, when chained, she had sworn to make humanity pay for what they had done. But she realized that Kang Yu-sung, who had saved her, was also human. Thanks to this, Syria smiled and said that she had found her own answer. At that moment, Kang Yu-sung was transported to an empty space with a notification that the tower had been completed. He was stunned, not understanding why everything ended so suddenly. The system echoed Syria's words, "This is my answer," and a mysterious necklace was appraised. That item was the heart of the desert, and a great entity calling itself the Elder of Desert offered him a contract. Kang Yu-sung wondered in surprise about the Elder of Desert's offer for a dual contract. In the space of consciousness, the Elder of Jesters urged him not to hesitate. Annoyed by the interference, Kang Yu-sung glanced sideways. He decisively declared his acceptance of the offer, and the Elder of Desert also agreed to support him. A new contract was established as the giant energy hand touched Kang Yu-sung. The Elder of Desert bestowed upon him the Awakening Stone, which awakened the assassination notification skill, with 1 million achievement points. Returning to reality, Kang Yu-sung murmured in surprise, realizing that Elder had once been a princess. He recalled the immortal emperor's terrible sacrifice, and wondered what the princess had to give up. However, he quickly dismissed those thoughts, deciding he didn't need to be curious. Kang Yu-sung turned to find Blackie enthusiastically typing comments on the computer to reform the world. He was stunned as he read the fierce dog and cat debates Blackie had written. He lifted the fiercely resisting Blackie off the keyboard to check the news. Suddenly, Kang Yu-sung's gaze turned serious as he looked at the screen. A news headline appeared, announcing that the 9th floor tower had not yet been conquered. He placed his hand on the screen, determined to act, and told Blackie it was time to make some money. Despite Blackie's dissuasion, Kang Yu-sung decisively chose to enter the tower. He appeared inside, wearing a camouflage cloak, and received a notification about the tower's setting. Immediately, he witnessed a chaotic scene as villagers frantically fled before the Demon King's army. The men in the village took up farming tools to fight, while Blackie reminded him of the challenge's difficulty. Kang Yu-sung calmly replied, simultaneously activating the Abyss Gem to empower Blackie. A system notification appeared, stating that Blackie's stats had been permanently increased by 200. Blackie appeared in its giant form, causing the villagers to scream in terror about a monster suddenly in town. When a villager hoped the monster would just pass by, Kang Yu-sung reassured them that it was his spirit beast. He introduced himself as a passing adventurer, making the villagers curiously ask about his rank. Kang Yu-sung hesitated, unsure how to answer, when a villager guessed if he was platinum rank. Other villagers expressed admiration and wanted to know his alias, while Kang Yu-sung secretly thought this world was truly an isekai. Declaring he had no time, he quickly said goodbye and rushed forward. He soared into the air with his swords, joining forces with Blackie, who was fighting a horde of horned humanoids. Landing among the fallen enemies, Kang Yu-sung said Blackie was lucky to have left some for him. The green-skinned humanoids growled, their red eyes gleaming ferociously. Kang Yu-sung told himself he'd say something cool, then unleashed a wide-area ice attack. The entire monster army was immediately frozen solid in sharp ice blocks. He smugly sat on an ice block, praising how cool he was, making Blackie ask if he was crazy. Seeing the villagers cheering, Kang Yu-sung proudly told Blackie that everyone recognized his coolness. He noticed a cavalry unit approaching and boasted that he had cleared out the monsters before reinforcements could arrive. As the cavalry unit drew closer, Kang Yu-sung realized their black and gold armor looked strangely familiar. As he tried to recall, he told Blackie that he would predict what happened next. They would come to thank him and ask for his identity. He continued to predict that he would say something silly, then pick a fight with the knights, as he always did when entering an isekai world. He stood up, preparing to face the approaching cavalry unit. Just as predicted, the cavalry commander praised Kang Yu-sung's skills, offered thanks, and asked for his alias. Kang Yu-sung pondered an alias, then suddenly recalled his high school nickname, Black Ice Grandmaster. Immediately, the soldiers and knights all showed expressions of horror and disgust at the name. He innocently asked, not understanding why the alias Black Ice Grandmaster was problematic. The knight commander roared, stating that no high-ranking adventurer would have such a name, and demanded he reveal his identity. While Kang Yu-sung awkwardly admitted he had anticipated this, Blackie angrily scolded him to stop talking nonsense. The knight commander suspected him of being a spy for the Demon King, Dark Hellfire Master, because of the similar name and the cloak he was wearing. Kang Yu-sung was stunned to realize the camouflage cloak was actually a disguise item, making the Elder of Jesters laugh gleefully. The commander declared the Demon King's spy had revealed himself, while Blackie was frustrated that his predictions were always accurate. Just then, a blue-haired woman rushed forward, shouting for everyone to stop and step back. Kang Yu-sung smirked to himself, admiring the perfect, script-like timing of her appearance. The commander recognized her as Saintess Elysia Celestina, who joyfully greeted Kang Yu-sung as hero. Shocked, the commander questioned Elysia for summoning an outsider again, but she asserted that Kang Yu-sung was not an enemy. He angrily called her a witch, recalling how another outsider had become the Demon King, horrifying Elysia. Another soldier defended the Saintess, leading to a tense standoff between the two military factions. Kang Yu-sung stepped between them, placed a hand on Elysia's shoulder, and asked everyone to calm down. He demonstrated his power by summoning countless hovering ice swords, pointing them at the soldiers and mocking their conflict. He ordered that besides the Saintess, anyone who spoke would die, making Elysia look at him in astonishment. Kang Yu-sung questioned the soldiers, asking why the Demon King's appearance was the Saintess's fault. Elysia sadly explained that only the Saintess could summon heroes from other worlds. She confessed in anguish that a previous hero had broken his oath and become the Dark Hellfire Master, and it was all her fault. Hearing Elysia's confession, Kang Yu-sung secretly thought he shouldn't have told her she had to take responsibility. He suddenly turned and declared, "Then let's go," leaving Elysia bewildered as she asked, "Go where?" With icy energy radiating, Kang Yu-sung firmly replied, "Do you even need to ask? We're obviously going to defeat the Demon King." Led by Kang Yu-sung and Elysia, the army advanced into the enemy's dark territory. A female beastkin appeared, blocking their path and introducing herself as one of the Demon King's 4 heavenly kings. Without a word, Kang Yu-sung immediately summoned his icy sword, ready for battle. A swift battle ensued, and the system announced that the weakest of the 4 heavenly kings, Baruka, had been defeated. Immediately after, Kang Yu-sung captured the Black Gate Fortress and defeated the 3rd of the 4 heavenly kings. He continued his sweep, capturing the Darkness Fortress after defeating the 2nd of the 4 heavenly kings. 2 weeks later, the last and strongest of the 4 heavenly kings, General Orbinder, fell before his icy blade. As Orbinder was completely frozen, the system announced that the desperate path to the Demon King's castle had opened. Witnessing the extraordinary feats, Elysia and all the soldiers erupted in cheers of warrior. However, Kang Yu-sung merely clicked his tongue in annoyance at their praise. Elysia noticed his attitude and asked worriedly, "Warrior?" Suddenly, she broke into a knowing smile, as if she had understood something. That evening, by the campfire, Elysia unexpectedly apologized to Kang Yu-sung for her foolishness. Surprising him, she confessed that she should have stopped other warriors from coming to this world, when she realized not everyone was as righteous as him. Elysia explained that she hadn't done so, only making excuses that it was the Pope's command. Kang Yu-sung then asked why she was suddenly confessing all of this. He suddenly realized, quickly covered his mouth, and explained that his gloomy expression when approaching the Demon King's castle wasn't because of her. Elysia Celestina confessed that she wouldn't be surprised if he was disappointed in her. She blamed herself for being a coward, for always having choices, but lacking the courage. Kang Yu-sung secretly thought, "A coward, huh?" Recalling that those who had said similar things all met different ends. He reassured her that he was never disappointed, and that her daring to defy authority was already a brave act. Moved by his words, Elysia wiped away her tears, and affirmed that protecting the world was a saintess's mission. The 2 words, mission, brought back memories of the previous hero, who had once asserted that a hero's duty was to protect the world. Kang Yu-sung then asked if a saintess could retire. Alicia replied with a sad smile, saying that once a saintess, always a saintess until death, and she didn't want to give up either. She asserted that no matter how difficult it got, she wouldn't falter, because she had met him. Alicia secretly admired him, thinking that Kang Yu-sung seemed to have been born to save the world. Inspired, she stood up and swore that she would never turn her back on dangers she could prevent. Kang Yu-sung lay on his back, gazing at the starry sky, and calmly replied, "I understand." Immediately after, he stood before the Demon King's castle and loudly challenged, "Hey, Demon King, come out." He confidently strode alone into the dark fortress. In the throne room, a young figure sat there, asking who the intruder was. The figure smirked, introducing himself as the Dark Hellfire Master, and mocking the courage of the one who dared to confront him. Kang Yu-sung calmly remarked that despite his terrifying title, the Demon King was actually just a child, stunning his opponent. He slowly raised a hand to his hood, wondering if his disciple would recognize his face. As soon as he saw Kang Yu-sung's face, the Dark Hellfire Master sprang from his throne, stammering in horror. "Hero King?" Kang Yu-sung confirmed, saying that being recognized would make the conversation quicker. Kang Yu-sung gave the Dark Hellfire Master a chance to defend himself, questioning why he had made a pact with the Elder of Demon King. The Dark Hellfire Master scoffed, replying that he didn't believe anything the school taught. Kang Yu-sung deduced his past, recalling scenes of severe bullying in middle school and the Elder's temptation. Struck to the core, the Dark Hellfire Master roared in anger, but Kang Yu-sung calmly admitted that the outside world was indeed very cruel. He declared that he didn't care about the past, only emphasizing that the Dark Hellfire Master had willingly signed the pact. Furthermore, he condemned the Dark Hellfire Master's massacre of previous players, an act done with full awareness. A flashback appeared, showing a teacher lecturing that aspiring to be a player was good, but there were elders with whom one should never make a pact. As the warning echoed, the young student was being pelted with paper by his classmates. The lecturer explained that a player who made a pact with the Elder of Demon King would become the Demon King, an enemy of the world. And then, the Elder of Demon King appeared before the suffering student, tempting him with promises of power to kill everyone. Back in the present, the Dark Hellfire Master scoffed upon hearing Kang Yu-sung say that he had to pay for his actions. He confidently gathered his strength, preparing to unleash an attack of dark flames. A colossal energy sphere was fired with the intent to utterly destroy Kang Yu-sung. However, Kang Yu-sung easily neutralized it with his cheating skill, smiling ominously. He stopped the next attack with a single finger, mocking the Dark Hellfire Master's power. Immediately after, Kang Yu-sung counterattacked, placing a mark of death on his opponent's forehead. The system announced that the Dark Hellfire Master's stats plummeted as Kang Yu-sung activated a series of curse skills. The Dark Hellfire Master panicked as he was continuously hit by weakening curses. Overwhelmed by negative effects that surpassed his stats, the Demon King felt fear for the first time. Completely broken, he begged for his life, but Kang Yu-sung coldly asked, "Did you think you wouldn't have to take any responsibility after becoming the Demon King?" Kang Yu-sung coldly reminded him, "I've surely warned you every season that if you become evil, the Hero King will come find you and drag you down to hell." The Dark Hellfire Master roared in indignation. "You're a liar," he yelled at Kang Yu-sung, who just stood there motionless. "You never came for me." In a fit of rage, memories of being bullied flooded back, and he screamed that players being heroes was just a deception. With tears in his eyes, he questioned why no hero came to help when he truly needed them. Kang Yu-sung silently listened to his enemy's painful confession. Drowning in despair, the Dark Hellfire Master turned his back and whispered, "Hey, King of Heroes." With eyes burning red with hatred, he declared, "If that's what you call heroes, then I wish for all of them to be killed." He finished just as a colossal pillar of light descended from the sky, completely destroying the Demon King's castle. Alicia Sarastina watched in horror as the castle crumbled, while a system notification confirmed that the Dark Hellfire Master had been defeated. In the empty space, Kang Yu-sung received a notification that he had cleared the Demon King's tower. Returning to his world, he was immediately surrounded by a crowd of reporters who bombarded him with questions about how it felt to conquer the ninth floor tower for the first time in history. Kang Yu-sung took the microphone and answered bluntly, "It feels like shit." He continued, his voice full of weariness. "But what can I do? For the sake of this world, I have no choice but to kill the wicked." Afterwards, he issued a public warning. "No matter your circumstances, if you become a black player, that is the day you are added to the Hero King's kill list." His stern declaration was broadcast live, with the subtitle, "The Hero King's Wrath Against Villains." He specifically emphasized those who had made covenants with the Elder of Demon King, the Elder of Evil, or the Elder of Pain. "I will hunt you down to the depths of hell and kill you, remember that," Kang Yu-sung roared to the entire world. Later, at home, while Blackie was re-watching the press conference, Kang Yu-sung mused that if his threat could deter even one villain, it would be worth it. Alone in the darkness, he confessed to himself that he never wanted to fight a villain like this again. At the press conference, Kang Yu-sung growled, declaring he would hunt down and kill the monarchs to the ends of hell. In a dark room, Nameless rewatched the video on his phone and sneered. He rolled around on the bed, scoffing that Kang Yu-sung actually had no idea what hell was. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Nameless's mind. He sat up abruptly, realizing this was his chance to make a statement. With a sinister smile, Nameless whispered that he had found a way to make Kang Yu-sung come to him. A week after conquering the Demon King's tower, Kang Yu-sung irritably asked Park Tae-shik the reason for the summons, and was informed that CIPO had sent a request for assistance. Park Tae-shik handed him a folder of holographic images, surprising Kang Yu-sung. Inside were images of a brutal massacre in the slums of Black Dragon City in Hong Kong. The female CIPO representative explained that the incident occurred just 3 hours after his interview, likely in response to his declaration. While Park Tae-shik was enraged, Kang Yu-sung coldly questioned why he had to deal with this problem. The female representative awkwardly spoke of a player's duty, but Kang Yu-sung cut her off, reminding her that CIPO itself had once called him a villain. He continued sarcastically, wondering why a responsible organization like CIPO couldn't handle the matter themselves. Finally, Kang Yu-sung looked at the bloody scene and accepted, reasoning that he should take responsibility for his words since the culprit was clearly waiting for him. In an alley in Hong Kong, Nameless and his subordinates walked under a torrential downpour. A subordinate stood by a puddle of blood, impatiently asking why the target hadn't arrived yet. Nameless clutched his head in pain, wondering if the hell he had recreated was real enough. He flashed a mad smile through the pain, admitting that even a fabricated hell was enough to drive him insane. 2 system messages appeared, praising the power forged from pain. Immediately after, a notification stated that he had been blessed by the Pain Monarch and the Steel Monarch, making Nameless confident that his prey would surely arrive. A guide explained that within the alleys of Black Dragon City, another Black Dragon City existed. It was a labyrinth created to imprison wanderers from all over the world. This season, a new rule allowed players into the endless labyrinth, and those with covenants with the Machine Monarch were building them everywhere. The guide realized that high-level players seemed unaware of this news, while Kang Yu-sung admitted he had never tried it because the rewards seemed too obvious. When Kang Yu-sung asked about the entrance, the guide pointed to a hidden door and said it was right here, but very hard to find. The person announced that Kang Yu-sung would have to enter alone, surprising him, and explained that they were forbidden from entering this area due to regulations. The guide opened a door with a warning sign, directing Kang Yu-sung to Zone 9, where an old woman was waiting. A system notification confirmed that Kang Yu-sung had entered the Black Dragon City labyrinth, where he saw countless people lying motionless on the ground. The door behind him slammed shut and vanished. He looked up, overwhelmed by the colossal, multi-layered structure of this enormous prison. Kang Yu-sung wondered why all these people were here, sweat trickling down his temples. As he was finding his way, a bald man grumbled, asking him not to block the sunlight. The man boasted about his position, but then froze when he realized he was speaking to the Hero King. Immediately, his attitude changed, and he hastily pointed the way for Kang Yu-sung, while others whispered about his presence. However, as he tried to cover his face, Kang Yu-sung quickly scanned and identified him. Kang Yu-sung coldly listed the bald man's crimes, exposing him as a black player. After dealing with the criminal, a system notification appeared, stating that the black player had been expelled, and Kang Yu-sung received his equipment, just like the tower's rules. He quickly arrived at an elevated area with a sign reading 09, guessing that this was Zone 9. The higher he went, the more this place resembled an underground city, and in the distance, he saw a figure sitting on a rocking chair. The old woman looked up, exclaiming strangely upon seeing the Hero King, saying she never expected such a distinguished guest to visit this dilapidated place. Kang Yu-sung told the old woman that he heard a madman was rampaging here. The old woman led him to a bloody scene, where the words "from hell" were written on the wall. Witnessing the horrific sight, Kang Yu-sung couldn't help but be horrified. He wondered why players could be killed, but the old woman explained that these were just ordinary residents of the slum. When asked about the culprit, the old woman revealed that the rats in the shadows always provided her with information. She began to describe the culprit as a child. He was the lord of this Black Dragon City, and the king of the sewers. An image of Nameless, his face splattered with blood, appeared. Kang Yu-sung asked again if he ruled this place, but the old woman denied it. She explained that he occasionally appeared to control the population within the city walls. The old woman pleaded with Kang Yu-sung to free them from his wrath and promised to provide a guide. A young guide appeared, exclaiming excitedly upon recognizing the hero king. Kang Yu-sung gave the guide a tip, even though they had already been paid. Along the way, he was curious about the guide's age and strange way of speaking. The young guide enthusiastically shared their dream that once they gained power, they would become a great player like Kang Yu-sung. When asked what made a great player, the guide simply replied that they wanted to become rich. The guide pointed the way to the higher levels and instructed Kang Yu-sung to stay close, because it was very complicated up there. They explained that many staircases had been blocked after a failed attempt to expand the area. Suddenly, monsters broke through the barrier and charged out, causing the guide to scream in panic. Kang Yu-sung calmly faced the charging monster, while the guide wondered why he was surprised to see monsters in a labyrinth. Kang Yu-sung asked the guide why an ordinary person would come to such a dangerous place, and received the simple answer, for money. The guide said they only needed to go a little further to reach the final area, Sector 18. When asked if they wanted to become a player for money, the guide affirmed it confidently. They explained that, besides money, the items in the tower were also very appealing. But then a monster suddenly swooped down to attack. Kang Yu-sung immediately acted, splitting the monster in two with a single sword strike to protect the guide. Having narrowly escaped death, the guide exclaimed in surprise, making Kang Yu-sung ask if that was the only thing they thought of when almost dying. Kang Yu-sung silently watched the bewildered guide. Upon reaching a wider area, Kang Yu-sung summoned Blackie and ordered it to create a shield. Despite the guide's protest about being ahead, Blackie transformed into a cat-shaped energy shield, enveloping the guide, who was astonished, while Kang Yu-sung told them to keep going. As they walked, Kang Yu-sung asked why the guide needed money so badly. The guide smiled, saying Kang Yu-sung asked too many questions, and offered some advice. Kang Yu-sung handed a wad of cash to the surprised guide. After receiving the money, the guide began to tell their story. The guide revealed that their younger sibling was very ill, which was not uncommon in this wretched place. In a flashback, the guide hugged their little brother, and explained that they wanted to take him to a better place. With a determined expression, they affirmed that they would do everything to escape this hell. The guide finished their story, saying that was why they needed money, even though the amount earned currently was barely enough for medicine. Kang Yu-sung listened in silence, not saying a word. He suddenly placed a hand on the guide's head and advised them to be careful with their work, startling them. The guide realized they had arrived, but was still thinking about how earning money would take a very long time. Kang Yu-sung thoughtfully admitted that the guide was right. They had reached a wall marked with the number 18. Kang Yu-sung asked the guide and Blackie to wait below. He instructed Blackie once more, and then quickly climbed the iron ladder. Reaching the top, Kang Yu-sung saw Nameless already waiting on the rooftop. Nameless scoffed, asking what it felt like to stand atop a tower created by humans. Around them, drones hovered, seemingly recording everything. Kang Yu-sung growled in response. Like hell. Nameless sneered, remarking that he should have arrived sooner, then drew his weapon. He declared that he had been waiting for Kang Yu-sung in this hell, as countless illusory swordsmen charged to attack. Nameless lunged forward, declaring that the pain Kang Yu-sung had inflicted upon him only made him stronger. Kang Yu-sung activated the Heavenly Demon Descent skill, allowing him to absorb his opponent's experience and memories. He realized he hadn't been able to read Nameless's memories last time, and was astonished that he had grown so much stronger in just 1 month. After reading a portion of his memories, Kang Yu-sung called Nameless an assassin with the alias Unknown. Nameless showed annoyance at being seen through. He stepped back, asking if Kang Yu-sung had taken the time to investigate him. Kang Yu-sung revealed that Nameless was once a rising star, a hero who awakened his powers in the 3rd season. But Nameless's past as a dirty assassin was exposed, causing his heroic career to collapse. Kang Yu-sung questioned him, asking if it was because he couldn't become a hero that Nameless hated other heroes. Nameless froze, unable to utter a word. Kang Yu-sung coldly said that it was unfortunate, but it was Nameless's choice to become a criminal and sign a pact with the Elder of Pain. Nameless was stunned, his red eyes blazing with anger at Kang Yu-sung's words. He growled, asking if Kang Yu-sung truly thought he understood him with just a few lines of information. Kang Yu-sung scoffed, asking if Nameless intended to monologue, and stating that he too had lost his family in the 1st season. In a bloody flashback, Nameless admitted it, and recounted being trapped alone in Black Dragon City. He sneered, suggesting that someone raised as carefully as Kang Yu-sung would only see that place as hell. Nameless described Black Dragon City as a lawless land where people suffered from poverty and oppression by criminal organizations. As Kang Yu-sung listened in silence, Nameless explained that, To see the sunlight, one had to go to the outskirts or to higher floors. But because the upper floors were teeming with insane criminals like him, most people had to pay for a spot in the sun on the outskirts. He continued that without money, they had to hunt rats to eat in the dark, or live like animals on scraps from the upper floors. With a sinister smile, Nameless revealed that the hell he had just described was still better than the real-life Black Dragon City. He asserted that to escape that prison, he would do whatever it took. Nameless's desperate words about escaping hell made Kang Yu-sung momentarily pensive. At the same time, the young guide shared the same thought, determined to do anything for his younger brother. However, Kang Yu-sung quickly dismissed his empathy, telling himself that he didn't need to listen and just needed to do what he had to do. He recalled his own past, when he was an assassin rolling among corpses and became a player by signing pacts with the elders. He continued to list his burdens, even after being dragged down as a hero. Kang Yu-sung mentioned the final moment when a hero abandoned their glory, stunning Nameless as Ray Chang's image appeared. "I gladly ended his life with my own hands," Kang Yu-sung said, delivering a kick to Nameless while recalling his own cruel actions. Caught off guard, Nameless screamed as his weapon clashed with Kang Yu-sung's sword. Nameless's memories flooded back with the image of a defeated shadow monster. The young Nameless sat amidst the rubble, his face smeared with blood and filled with horror. He desperately looked at his mother's body, while other survivors tried to evacuate amidst the monster attack. Kang Yu-sung also recalled his own tragic past, when the young Yu-sung painfully called out for his father amidst the devastation. A contrasting image appeared, Nameless in the past being dragged away in resentment, while the present Kang Yu-sung declared he didn't want to hear about a criminal's past. "Back in reality," Nameless growled. "Even so," and used a shadowy arm to block the attack. He lunged to attack and declared, "This is the end." Kang Yu-sung delivered a powerful kick that sent Nameless flying, who sarcastically asked if his story was boring. Nameless somersaulted through the air from the sheer force of the kick, giving his opponent no time to react. Kang Yu-sung pursued him with terrifying speed. He drew his signature short sword, preparing for the next attack. Using superhuman speed, Kang Yu-sung unleashed a flurry of consecutive slashes on Nameless. A close-up showed Kang Yu-sung's hand gripping the sword hilt as he executed the attack. Nameless was struck, blood spurting from his shoulder as the slashes swept past. Overwhelmed, Nameless knelt with a blade at his throat, defiantly asking why Kang Yu-sung wasn't using his full strength to kill him. Kang Yu-sung bound Nameless tightly with energy threads, who asked with bloodshot eyes if he was pitying him. With a cold expression, Kang Yu-sung flatly denied. "No, the Hero King never sympathizes with villains," he declared loudly, raising his short sword, glowing with green light, ready to deliver the finishing blow. With a powerful attack, Kang Yu-sung sent Nameless flying, sending him crashing down the side of the skyscraper. Nameless staggered to his feet amidst the rubble, his body severely wounded. He began to speak, his voice full of defiance. "I don't know what part of you affected me." With blazing red eyes, he roared, "But you're just a clown, drunk on a hero's power." In response, Kang Yu-sung summoned an army of shadow assassins, phantoms with glowing blue hands. He led his army forward, his gaze cold and unwavering. In a flash, Kang Yu-sung's sword pierced Nameless's chest, fresh blood splattering. Kang Yu-sung's face remained unchanged, even as it was stained with his enemy's blood. He grabbed Nameless by the collar and asked, "Are you trying to drag me out of this place?" Nameless smirked, confidently replying that players couldn't kill each other in this labyrinth. Kang Yu-sung admitted that it was unfortunate, but even if he were expelled from this labyrinth, this pain would only make him stronger. Standing on the edge of the building, Kang Yu-sung bid a cryptic farewell about their next encounter. Then, he threw Nameless's helpless body straight into the abyss below. Kang Yu-sung yelled that whether they would meet again depends on how you die. Mid-air, an invisible attack struck Nameless, causing blood to gush from the wound on his chest. Despite falling and nearing death, Nameless still managed a final defiant smile. The system announced that those who died from fall damage would not be able to revive. Kang Yu-sung looked down, realizing that if an enemy died before impact, an incomprehensible system notification would appear. Kang Yu-sung was confused when no system notification appeared after killing Nameless. He yelled in despair, wondering why the pop-up screen wasn't working. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a blinding light, stating that it didn't matter. One of Kang Yu-sung's knives began to glow intensely, making him cry out. The system announced that the weapon had transformed into the sword that desires defeat, Zen's sword. He thought to himself that even if Nameless were alive, he would no longer have the chance to use a mythical weapon. As Kang Yu-sung gripped the new sword, a stream of dark purple energy began to envelop it. An illusion of Tianmo appeared, ordering him to return the sword and irritating Kang Yu-sung. A system window popped up, asking if he wanted to use the Zen sword as a sacrifice. He sighed in acceptance, silently complaining that the system even had to ask such an obvious question. The notification confirmed the sword was the price to enter Tianmo's tower, with a time limit of less than 3 minutes remaining. Kang Yu-sung grumbled about the rush, while Blackie appeared with the guide inside. From inside Blackie, the guide fearfully asked if it was over yet, and was told to wait a little longer. Kang Yu-sung declared he would enter the tower and stepped into the teleportation gate. To the guide's astonishment, inside the dark space, he faced Tianmo in his elderly form. Tianmo took the sword and confirmed that Kang Yu-sung had brought it to him. Transforming back into his youthful form, Tianmo scoffed that this sword was only for fools who knew nothing of martial arts. Kang Yu-sung sarcastically agreed, then immediately demanded a reward for retrieving the sword. When asked what he wanted, he boldly demanded Tianmo's power itself, or for the sword to be returned to him. Tianmo asked why Kang Yu-sung, who had defeated 2 kings, sought more power and what he intended to use it for. Kang Yu-sung decisively pointed towards Tianmo. He declared his goal was to end this game. Nothing more, nothing less, he affirmed. He said he no longer wanted to be controlled by this game, which piqued Tianmo's interest, who asked if he wanted to declare an end to the king's playtime. Kang Yu-sung looked up, contemplating that, if that was the end of the game, then he would gladly take on that task amidst the observing masks. He admitted that while the past couldn't justify their crimes, it was the only thing that justified their existence. He thought that if this game had never begun, then even a fool like him wouldn't have had to wield a sword. Tianmo listened as Kang Yu-sung concluded that nothing would have happened. An ordinary high school student wouldn't have had to become the demon king of another world, and the president's son wouldn't have betrayed humanity, but merely taken a seat at the political table. That's why I'll end it, Kang Yu-sung asserted, to make sure this game can no longer control us. He was stunned by Tianmo's reaction. Tianmo burst out laughing, asking if he truly intended to kill all the kings and end this story. He deemed it a meaningless act. He explained that when a king died, the throne council would simply appoint a new one. Even if you kill all 999 kings, nothing will change, Tianmo asserted. You can do nothing to stop this. He stepped forward and added, just as I once did. Tianmo recalled his own failed past, where blood-stained gravestones bore witness to futile efforts. Kang Yu-sung didn't flinch. He seriously considered another option. He questioned, if so, what would happen if I killed the great monarchs? Tianmo explained that the decision was made by the throne council, where 995 monarchs denied guilt, and only 4 were questioned. He continued, only one great monarch stepped forward to take responsibility for their actions. As a result, the Elder of Immortality was found guilty, and Tianmo hypothesized how killing a great monarch would affect that decision. Suddenly, in a strange space, a mysterious blindfolded figure appeared. Wondering if this game had an end, the figure turned and directly asked Kang Yu-sung if he wanted to know the truth of this game. Kang Yu-sung opened his mouth to reply, but no sound came out. He gasped, raising a hand to his throat, realizing he had lost his voice. The mysterious figure mocked him as a pathetic fool of power and ignorance, but affirmed that he had chosen his path. The figure declared his decision irreversible, and the only way to achieve his goal was to gain more power. Kang Yu-sung gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down as he faced immense mental pressure. The illusion shattered. Tianmo reappeared and coldly declared that he had no right to demand the truth. Nevertheless, Kang Yu-sung stood firm in the field, resolute in his decision. He requested something from Tianmo, and the latter replied that he understood. Tianmo smirked, called him a fool, and said that the only thing he could give him is my blade, he declared, drawing his sword as the system announced preparation for battle. The scene shifted to a young player tensely facing a new challenge. The system announced the start of the battle, simultaneously increasing the equipment and skill card change limits for Kang Yu-sung. Holding the blue sword in his hand, Kang Yu-sung confusedly asked about the purpose of being given the aloof 9 swords. The heavenly demon, in his youthful form, appeared, questioning why Kang Yu-sung believed it was the meditation sword. Kang Yu-sung began to explain his belief. Suddenly, he realized something horrifying. The heavenly demon's weapon was not a sword, but merely a branch radiating terrifying energy. From the branch, the heavenly demon unleashed powerful slashes that overwhelmed Kang Yu-sung. Kang Yu-sung fearfully wondered what was happening. He was stunned to realize that what he had been defending against from the start was not a blade. He couldn't understand why a mere branch could rival the power of the aloof 9 swords. But then Kang Yu-sung suddenly awakened, realizing that the blade was not the decisive factor. Information about the mythical weapon aloof 9 swords appeared, revealing that it belonged to a swordsman who died in solitude because he could not find an opponent. With eyes blazing with red energy, Kang Yusung exclaimed that it was indeed the heavenly demon's sword. The heavenly demon, in his elderly, silver-haired form, admitted that by achieving enlightenment, Kang Yusung had given him what he craved, an opponent. A flashback showed the youthful heavenly demon wandering everywhere, defeating countless enemies on his path to seeking defeat. Kang Yusung mused that the past is what proves existence, and that is the task of the wielder of the heavenly demon's sword. The youthful heavenly demon smiled and confirmed that any sword in the heavenly demon's hand would become the aloof 9 swords. According to the heavenly demon's will, the system announced that a part of Kang Yusung's skill, Descent of the Heavenly Demon, Truth, had been unlocked. This skill now allowed him to apply the 9-strike effect of the aloof 9 swords. Kang Yusung immediately utilized his new power, merging his swords with heavenly demon energy, creating destructive, blazing red blades. Kang Yusung suddenly realized, if this was possible, then each of his skills had already been imbued with the effect of the aloof 9 swords. He wondered, could the effect of the aloof 9 swords be applied to the heavenly demon's descent? In his mind, the image of the heavenly demon appeared. He explained, that is the power you have gained through the path you have walked. No matter what blade you wield, it will become the heavenly demon's sword, and the heavenly demon's sword will become the aloof 9 swords. When Kang Yusung returned to his original form, the system announced that he had cleared the heavenly demon's tower. The heavenly demon smiled as he sent him off, whispering, continue moving forward, I will wait for you to teach me what true defeat is. But immediately after, another notification appeared. The Elder of Balance had witnessed Kang Yusung's unparalleled power and questioned the integrity of the game, imposing a curse upon him. Back in the labyrinth, the young guide nervously looked around. When Kang Yusung appeared, the guide, who was lying on Blackie's belly, immediately exclaimed, Hero King. The guide complained, where did you suddenly disappear to? I hope you know this will incur an extra charge, right? Kang Yusung apologized, and the guide happily accepted when he promised to pay. He asked, by the way, how did you end up here? The guide explained that the slum where he lived was about to be demolished, so he had planned to go elsewhere. But I thought the labyrinth would be better, even if things haven't been going smoothly. Kang Yusung suddenly recalled Nameless's words, that this hell was better than the real-world Black Dragon City. He asked again, and the guide confirmed, yes, the pay isn't bad, but since this place might disappear by the end of the season. Kang Yusung pondered, then asked, you said your younger brother is sick, right? He offered a vial of purification medicine, capable of removing all negative effects with 100% efficacy, stunning the guide. Kang Yusung instructed the guide to give the medicine to his younger brother, but to keep it an absolute secret. The guide hesitantly took the glowing vial and expressed his thanks. Upon reaching a safe zone, the guide said he couldn't go any further. Before leaving, Kang Yusung turned back and asked for the guide's name. The guide revealed his name was Kim Cheol-soo, then asked for Kang Yusung's identity in return. Standing on the steps, looking down at the ruined city, Kang Yusung simply replied with a title, Hero King. Kim Cheol-soo was stunned, looking up at the retreating back of the hero. Afterward, Kim Cheol-soo recited the password, 12 cows, 3 eggs, and proceeded towards a door. He turned the doorknob to return home. Inside, a younger sibling, weakly wearing a mask, welcomed Kim Cheol-soo back. Kim Cheol-soo reassured his sibling that everything was fine when asked. He cheerfully recounted that that guy was lurking outside, then anxiously asked if his sibling was hurt. Kim Cheol-soo explained that that guy was dead, and in his mind, a scene appeared of the Hero King finishing off Nameless with his sword. The image of Kang Yusung with his sword of light appeared, full of majesty. The younger brother was extremely excited to learn that the Hero King had been there, and Kim Cheol-soo proudly confirmed it. The younger brother looked regretful, wishing he could have met the hero too. Seeing his sibling's sad expression, Kim Cheol-soo smiled reassuringly. Kim Cheol-soo unexpectedly revealed that the Hero King had left a gift for his younger sibling. To his brother's astonishment, Kim Cheol-soo gestured for silence and told him to drink the medicine. The green liquid inside the vial emitted a hopeful glow. Kim Cheol-soo asked his younger brother, how do you feel? While the boy's body radiated a healing aura, the child burst into tears, confused, and asked back, what's wrong? What happened? Hugging his brother, the boy joyfully said that he was no longer in pain, could breathe easily, and his legs felt strong again. Kim Cheol-soo also broke down in happiness and relief, silently thanking God. His younger brother said through tears that they no longer needed medicine, and that he could now go to work with his brother. Hearing his younger brother plead with him to stop taking dangerous jobs, Kim Cheol-soo froze. In his mind, he recalled Kang Yusung's advice. Choose your jobs wisely. From a distance, a strange man with a goatee was silently observing. That night, as the two brothers lay in bed, Kim Cheol-soo whispered that the most important thing was that they would leave this place together. Finally, Kim Cheol-soo could smile peacefully in his sleep. Meanwhile, in a ruined area, Kang Yu-sung emerged from the labyrinth and was guided to the exit by an agent. The agent greeted Kang Yu-sung as he approached. He anxiously asked about the culprit's fate, but Kang Yu-sung indifferently replied that he didn't know. Kang Yu-sung explained that the constant system messages were bothering him, so he wasn't sure what had happened, which startled the agent. He turned and walked away, saying that he had done what he could, and if they needed help, they should call his team leader. Suddenly, Kang Yu-sung stopped and asked the agent if he could open a warp gate home for him. A purple spatial gate was immediately created. Kang Yu-sung calmly looked up at the gate opening before his eyes. He stepped through and appeared on the rooftop of a tall building, silently looking down at the city at night. Unexpectedly, an angry reporter rushed over, pointed a microphone, and yelled, "Hey, you bastard!" Park Tae-shik found Kang Yu-sung on the rooftop and asked why he was there. Kang Yu-sung smiled and replied that he just needed a high place to clear his head. Park Tae-shik irritably asked why it had to be the rooftop of a national intelligence agency branch, and Kang Yu-sung casually admitted he just wanted to cause a stir. Kang Yu-sung cheerfully invited Park Tae-shik to Moscow, making him surprised and asked if he meant Russia. He clarified that he was just talking about a nearby pub and praised its delicious spicy cheese chicken. Afterwards, Kang Yu-sung sprawled on the sofa at home, lamenting that the pub was closed today. Park Tae-shik handed him a can of drink to comfort him. Then, Park Tae-shik suggested it was time for Kang Yu-sung to liquidate some of his spoils. Kang Yu-sung immediately summoned a pile of items onto the table, making Park Tae-shik wonder when he had become so enthusiastic about conquering towers. Both looked at the massive pile, and Kang Yu-sung explained that he had worked hard from the beginning. Kang Yu-sung said that since he had maximized his weapons and armor early on, he no longer needed them, and Park Tae-shik complained that selling them all would be a hassle. Kang Yu-sung suggested sending them to this season's association market, because it was quite accessible, though limited to Korea. The KPA item exchange market is where players register items through the association and pay a fee for the association to sell them on their behalf. Park Tae-shik was surprised, thinking Kang Yu-sung hated civilians buying items, but he explained that they would reach the public anyway. Kang Yu-sung admitted that while he didn't like civilians using items from the tower, it wasn't illegal. Park Tae-shik added that even saintesses, at the end of a season, donate unused low-level healing items to hospitals. He concluded that, from the public's perspective, they were benefiting from the tower's items. But Kang Yu-sung became pensive upon hearing the word benefit. Kang Yu-sung seriously asked if Park Tae-shik thought anything else had improved since the towers appeared. Park Tae-shik thought for a moment and replied that there were a few things. He held up a necklace and explained that, even though it could only be bought during the season, people could take advantage of the superior technology from the tower. Park Tae-shik continued to explain that many heroes earn money by selling items, while ordinary people like them suffer through the tower. He angrily questioned why they couldn't reap the benefits, reminding him that even old Georg Vilmayer used to be a player. Hearing that, Kang Yu-sung merely smirked. He explained that this was why the second season became a disaster, as items were leaked without anyone's control. As a result, players who used those items to conquer the tower were ill-prepared. This led to countless failed raids. Subsequently, from the third season onwards, items from the tower were strictly regulated for civilians. However, those who had benefited didn't want to return to the old ways, so regulations regarding crafted items were significantly relaxed. Park Tae-shik mused, asking if they should be happy to benefit, as long as the world hadn't ended. Kang Yu-sung then posed a crucial question. What if this game ends? Park Tae-shik opened a can of drink and began to answer. He asserted that if they found a way, they would do everything necessary to end it. Kang Yu-sung chuckled and asked in return if that also meant the items would disappear from the world. Park Tae-shik snapped, saying the apocalypse was no joke, and he needed this game to end so he could retire and open an internet cafe. Kang Yu-sung was stunned by his superior's unexpectedly simple reason. Park Tae-shik suddenly had an idea to form an esports team with him to make money, causing Kang Yu-sung to ask if his recent work was too tiring. Daydreaming about immense wealth, Park Tae-shik quickly returned to reality, talking about scams using players as industrial spies. As Kang Yu-sung stood up, Park Tae-shik asked where he was going, and received the reply that he had nowhere else to go. Park Tae-shik smiled confidently, revealing that they had a solid lead on a tycoon who heavily invested in the player industry after his youngest son also became a player. Kang Yu-sung suddenly remembered that fool, surprised that he was involved in such a matter. Kang Yu-sung smiled, responding to Park Tae-shik's concern that he must be very tired. Park Tae-shik examined the spoils of war, asking if he wanted to sell everything at the association's market, and Kang Yu-sung agreed. He offered to take some items for his agents before listing everything for sale. Kang Yu-sung happily agreed, saying they were his disciples too. The NIS agents rejoiced at the sight of the valuable supplies. Park Tae-shik suggested they go to the market, noting that the quality of artifacts had improved and teasing that Kang Yu-sung was still using store-bought accessories. Kang Yu-sung shrugged, casually replying that he had no money. Park Tae-shik pointed out that he actually had money, but Kang Yu-sung said he had no time to spend it. Hearing this, Park Tae-shik asked if he intended to return to the tower immediately and how long it had been since he rested. He decided to use Kang Yu-sung as an excuse, texting his subordinates that he would take tomorrow off to take the Hero King to the market. At the association's parking lot, Park Tae-shik told Kang Yu-sung to park the car while he went to buy tickets, confident that he wouldn't be recognized. He proudly showed off his head-to-toe camouflage outfit. Immediately, a crowd of reporters mistook him and swarmed him, calling out Kang Yu-sung and questioning him about negative online comments. In a flashback, Blackie was caught typing angry remarks on a tablet. The comments appeared, filled with insults aimed at cat and dog owners. Surrounded, Kang Yu-sung awkwardly explained that it wasn't him, but his cat who wrote those things, yet still offered an apology. A reporter changed the subject, asking if he intended to donate the items he acquired to the public. A female reporter explained that seasonal items would disappear when the season ended, and the public desperately needed them. Kang Yu-sung thoughtfully recalled last year, when the heroes quickly completed the 5th season. He smirked, his eyes glinting coldly as he repeated the phrase quickly completed. The female reporter continued, saying that because the season ended in early December, items meant to be released for the holidays never appeared. The female reporter further argued that many people were awaiting blessings from the tower, which stunned Kang Yu-sung at the phrase. Amidst the crowd, Park Tae-shik anxiously watched Kang Yu-sung as he wondered if he had ended the season too quickly. Kang Yu-sung sarcastically remarked that he had heard people say the world didn't need him, but never heard anyone complain that he saved the world too hastily. He questioned the crowd, asking since when they had so easily accepted the tower's existence and an apocalyptic fate. Clenching his fist, Kang Yu-sung realized how profoundly the tower had changed the world. He created a brilliant ice phoenix and declared that if anyone was injured, they should go to the hospital. Releasing the ice phoenixes to soar above the crowd, he asked why they relied on items when they didn't know when this game would end. Kang Yu-sung warned that just as the world suddenly became a game 5 years ago, this season could be the end of everything. Photographers and reporters were stunned, hastily capturing this shocking moment. Standing on a colossal ice structure, Kang Yu-sung announced that he would consider donating blood vials. However, he asserted that this would be his final contribution to this world. Park Tae-shik, in his red disguise, appeared behind him, and Kang Yu-sung asked how he had been discovered. Park Tae-shik irritably explained that Association President Lee Sung-ho had coincidentally seen them, then advised Kang Yu-sung to ignore the female reporter's words. Kang Yu-sung agreed, and both rode a giant ice phoenix, soaring away from the city. As they flew away, Kang Yu-sung pondered. Perhaps it was because they were called players that people mistakenly believed the tower was just a game for their entertainment. With ironclad resolve, Kang Yu-sung declared that he had decided to reach the end of this game himself. The scene shifted to the United Nations office in Geneva, where a female knight lay slumped in a pool of blood amidst countless fallen comrades. With her last breath, she looked up at her attacker and desperately asked why, for that person was supposed to be their hero. A mysterious swordsman, in a white robe with long black hair, stood amidst the scene of the massacre. Kang Yu-sung strode through the grand hall, leaving countless bodies behind him. He faced a familiar figure, Maria Jaeger, who stood blocking his path. "What are you doing here?" Kang Yu-sung asked coldly. He realized it was the Saintess. Kang Yu-sung's fist clenched. He sighed, asking Maria if she understood what he was trying to do. With a resolute expression, he affirmed that he knew very well. Maria screamed that this was reality, not a game. But Kang Yu-sung replied that he was not mistaken. "I just want to," he began to explain. "End it." Kang Yu-sung embraced Maria, saying that to achieve that, the world needed to become one. He admitted this was the fastest way to complete the mission, but Maria painfully said that this method was wrong. He asserted that the world would achieve peace, and then they would face a single enemy together to see the true end of the game. Maria desperately objected, believing there had to be another way. But Kang Yu-sung dismissed it, arguing that her half-hearted methods wouldn't be able to change the human world. He turned and walked away, hoping that one day she would understand him. He alluded to the other heroes outside, who were also embroiled in chaotic warfare. On August 15th, a blood-stained flag was raised, marking Supreme Leader Kang Yu-sung's establishment of a unified world government. From the podium, Kang Yu-sung, in his new military uniform, began his speech. He declared before the world government that there would be only one glory and one peace. Kang Yu-sung boldly declared a singular peace and glory before the cheering crowd. Among the audience, Park Tae-shik and Kilgore applauded with tense and resigned expressions. A fleeting image showed the bloody scene where Maria's entourage had been massacred. Memories of October 3rd flooded back, when 8 heroes together defeated the season boss tower faster than ever before. From the podium, Kang Yu-sung asserted that today's peace had been reclaimed, thanks to the efforts of the heroes and players who fought together as one. He urged everyone to strive together to maintain peace, ending all ideological and religious conflicts. His words contrasted with the sight of a murdered female knight, as he declared there would be no more useless deaths or meaningless resistance. With glowing eyes and a cold smile, Kang Yu-sung asserted that no one desired such a thing. Maria Jaeger bowed her head sadly as she heard him promise to shoulder the responsibility as King of Heroes and Supreme Leader. Standing on stage with his subdued allies, he pledged to protect world peace. Elsewhere, Nameless sneered, thinking to himself that the madman had truly conquered the entire world. The scene shifted to the Grand Hall of the Unified World Government, formerly the United Nations office in Geneva. Kang Yu-sung sat alone at the long table, quietly reviewing documents. He decisively put pen to paper, formalizing his absolute power. Suddenly, a figure in a blue cloak appeared like a ghost in the room. Kang Yu-sung looked up, asking Lydia how long she intended to continue this, and how many more chances he had to give her. He stood up and asserted sharply that now, no one could do anything to him. Lydia, hidden beneath her hood, merely listened in silence. She turned her back, seemingly considering another option. Kang Yu-sung parried a surprise attack. A hooded assassin taunted. "Do you want the same fate as that general?" Two streams of power clashed, creating a violent shockwave. Kang Yu-sung's energy sword flared with a powerful aura. He was astonished to realize his opponent's power was far from ordinary. Repelled by a powerful attack, Kang Yu-sung was sent flying. He stood firm amidst the energy smoke, appearing unharmed. Blocking the blade with his bare hand, he wondered, "How can this be?" The attacker sneered, asking, "You have the Elder of Plague's weapon, don't you?" Kang Yu-sung growled, demanding a clear answer. He began to explain casually. With a sneer, he revealed, "Because I killed them." 10 minutes earlier, a system notification appeared, calling Kang Yu-sung by name through the mysterious key. Kang Yu-sung suddenly remembered something about this key. He recalled the merchant Otomata's warning that this item would bring deadly danger. Sitting before the screen, Kang Yu-sung opened his system windows. He confidently thought that with his current stats, he could hardly die so easily. Suddenly, a notification about the mythical grade Curse of Balance appeared, stating it would empower the target's opponents. Kang Yu-sung finally understood. The main danger was the curse that strengthened his enemies. He smirked, realizing that this curse could only do so much. Kang Yu-sung mused that he had become too strong a player, to the point of needing a balance patch. He dismissed the thought and decided to take a stroll around the towers, because no matter what, the only one who could defeat him was himself. He declared he would enter the tower, holding the glowing golden key. The system announced he was entering the Tower of Dystopia and received the Cloak of the Traitor, making him sigh in annoyance because it was yet another cloak. In his new role, he feigned confusion at the timeline chronicling the Hero King's achievements. A warning appeared, emphasizing that the world within this tower was entirely fictional. The system continued to explain that all events within were created by an elder, unrelated to reality. The objective of the raid was revealed: eliminate the Supreme Leader, who was none other than Kang Yu-sung. Kang Yu-sung muttered about the irony of so-called balance upon realizing his mission. He understood that he had to fight in a mirrored battle against his own heroic version from the previous season. He smirked with amusement, thinking this would be a clash between the Hero King and the Hero King. Thinking this would be the battle of the century, he confidently stepped forward. Supreme Leader Kang Yu-sung was stunned to see someone identical to himself, and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" The raider merely responded with a mysterious smile. The two versions faced each other. Kang Yu-sung, beginning with a sarcastic tone, "Supreme Leader, Your Majesty." He raised his dagger and asked, "Do you know what happens when one meets their doppelganger?" With a cruel smile, he declared, "One of us must die." The Supreme Leader recoiled in horror, recognizing the enemy's weapon and stammering, "How? Do you have the Elder of Plague's weapon?" Kang Yu-sung pulled down his hood, revealing his true face, and replied, "Well, it's because I killed them." He flashed a smug smile, completely overwhelming his opponent. In a ruined room, Kang Yu-sung faced his clone and sneered. "You dare impersonate me everywhere? How audacious!" He angrily retorted to his opponent's taunts, calling him Mr. Trash. Hero King Kang Yu-sung confidently remarked that the intruder seemed to have great faith in his copying ability. He declared that his skills were completely beyond Kang Yu-sung's comprehension. Kang Yu-sung thought to himself, realizing his opponent was using that power. He identified it as the ultimate power bestowed by the Elder of Jesters, Masquerade. In Kang Yu-sung's mind, the image of a masquerade ball appeared. He knew this was a mythical unique skill, always appearing in the final scenario of each season. It was a trump card that could nullify any equipment or skill of the same rank or lower. This was a power that other players could neither understand nor attain. And it was a mage's secret, reserved only for the one who had made a pact with the Elder of Jesters. The Hero King charged, unleashing a powerful slash. The two swords clashed, creating a fierce energy explosion. Kang Yu-sung dodged and calculated, deciding to force his opponent to fight with the same equipment and skills. He believed there was one thing the clone could never steal, as long as he found an opening to deliver a decisive blow. Kang Yu-sung raised his weapon to block a direct energy attack. He suddenly realized his opponent was unfazed by his counterattack. A system notification appeared, stating that Kang Yu-sung was granted a balance benefit when fighting a player bearing the curse of balance, making him smile smugly. He mocked the Hero King. "Too bad the Elder of Balance doesn't like you." The Hero King roared in anger, unable to believe that the Elder of Balance would break the balance by boosting the intruder's stats. Kang Yu-sung stood over the defeated Hero King, demanding to know Lydia's location in exchange for a gentler death. He was momentarily surprised by his opponent's defiant answer. The Hero King gritted his teeth and growled, "Don't order me around." Then he roared, calling Kang Yu-sung a corrupt tyrant. Kang Yu-sung calmly repeated, "Tyrant, you say?" Immediately after, he swung the Black Death Blade, severing the Hero King's head with a single stroke. The Hero King's head flew into the air, blood splattering. His headless body collapsed to the floor. Standing over the corpse, Kang Yu-sung wondered, "On what grounds do you call me a tyrant?" "All I did was meet others' expectations," he scoffed. "Don't make me laugh." Then he clutched his head in pain, questioning, who would ever beg for domination? He asserted that the world had called upon him to be its protector. In one vision, people feared annihilation and pleaded for a hero. Furthermore, they begged for a savior to bring peace. With desperate tears, Kang Yu-sung cried out in anguish. And that person just happened to be me. He grabbed the Hero King's head and said this was no playground for him to mess around. The still-living head mocked him as a crazy bastard, calling himself a savior. While the super regeneration effect activated on Kang Yu-sung, the system announced that the keyword Adaptive Cell Armor had been granted, providing physical damage resistance. The Hero King watched in horror as Kang Yu-sung's physical defense skyrocketed. Kang Yu-sung revealed, "You see, I made a pact with the Elder of Truth, so I can see everything." Kang Yu-sung stared at his opponent, his crimson eyes flashing as he declared, "I see that you are not the savior, and I also see that your masquerade skill is just an illusion." The Hero King clone knelt, asking in astonishment, "How did you know about masquerade?" Kang Yu-sung smirked confidently. "I told you. I can see everything." He began to explain, his hands clasped together as red energy began to converge. "Through my mythical unique skill, the Eye of Truth that pierces through all illusions." The Hero King muttered in disbelief. "That's just Oculus." An illusion of Kang Yu-sung in a suit appeared, humorously explaining how changing skill effects was like swapping a side deck. The Hero King reasoned. He knew Masquerade well, and no one would trifle with such a mythical grade skill. Finally, the clone had to admit the truth. "But now I understand, you are Kang Yu-sung," he asserted. In this world, only one me is enough." Kang Yu-sung sneered, blue frosty energy enveloping his hands. "Oh, a very me-like thing to say. Because I was thinking the exact same thing." He gripped his sword, placing his full trust in his power. "The only thing I have left to believe in is the descent of the heavenly demon." Suddenly, the system announced that the curse of balance had temporarily descended upon player Kang Yu-sung. Golden chains appeared from nowhere, tightly binding Kang Yu-sung's body. Immediately after, another notification appeared, stating that he had been temporarily granted the keyword balance benefit. The corner of Kang Yu-sung's mouth curved into a sly smile. The Hero King yelled in anger, deeming it a cheat, while Kang Yu-sung unleashed an attack combining blood magic and countless ice swords. Kang Yu-sung was astonished when his attack was blocked by an ice sword. The Hero King scoffed, "You think you can take my place with just this much power?" He cried out in surprise, unable to understand how Kang Yu-sung could use an ice sword to counter the ultimate technique, aloof 9 swords. In response, a destructive purple energy blast shot out from Kang Yu-sung. He smiled and explained, "Thanks to the Elder of Balance, I've realized something. Let me show you," Kang Yu-sung said as his sword gathered a dark energy. He confidently declared that this was the Heavenly Demon's third sword technique. The Void Sword skill was unleashed, creating a purple slash that tore through space. The attack pierced through the Hero King, not only destroying his body but also delving deep into his memories. A flashback appeared, showing a young Kang Yu-sung shouting his desire to become a hero. Painful memories of the tower break disaster flooded back, along with Maria Jaeger's comforting words that it wasn't his fault. Maria embraced the distraught boy, saying that in this cruel world, they could only seek answers and conquer it. But in the Hero King's mind, the young Kang Yu-sung still blamed himself for not finding that answer. Maria looked at the boy gently, seemingly understanding all his pain. She smiled and affirmed that he was born to be a hero. Back in reality, Kang Yu-sung declared that he had found the answer. All that was left was to destroy the core of this clone. He reached out towards the energy core hovering before the Hero King's chest, preparing to finish him off. Suddenly, an illusion of Maria Jaeger appeared and gently called his name. Kang Yu-sung froze, his decisive attack halting mid-air. His face clearly showed his hesitation at this unexpected image. Kang Yu-sung's attack abruptly stopped, splashing droplets of water. The confrontation between the two identical entities reached its climax. Kang Yu-sung and the Hero King stood facing each other in a tense atmosphere. The Hero King asked in confusion, "What did you just slash?" Kang Yu-sung calmly replied that he had changed his mind. Suddenly, he grabbed his own collar. He inexplicably pulled himself forward with force. With a smug smile, he declared that he had figured out a way to get a better reward. He revealed that the Elder of Jesters would surely be amused by the upcoming spectacle. With that, Kang Yu-sung turned and walked away. He headed towards a brightly lit pathway, where a live press conference was about to take place. In his new military uniform, Kang Yu-sung reconfirmed that the raid's objective was to eliminate the Supreme Leader. He stepped onto the stage to applause, now playing the role of the Hero King himself. In the audience, Maria Jaeger anxiously asked Park Tae-shik about the content of the speech. Kilgore sat nearby, skeptical of the Hero King's hollow stance on peace. On stage, Kang Yu-sung calmly adjusted the collar of his military uniform. He began his speech with a sneer, comparing the crowd to those taking the guild examination. Maria, Park Tae-shik, and Kilgore were all stunned by his arrogant attitude. Kang Yu-sung continued in a condescending tone, saying that he liked their diligence. On the big screen, he smiled and said that this summoning was actually not important at all. He just wanted to tell a joke. Kang Yu-sung began a story about a history student who had nowhere to work outside of ancient Greece. That student, appearing as an illusion, asked his professor, "Professor, what can we learn from history?" The illusory professor replied that the only truth to be learned from history is that there is nothing to learn. Standing on the podium, Kang Yu-sung mocked the familiar, saying about needing to know history to avoid repeating mistakes. The crowd of officials and media murmured, confused by his words. The illusory professor grabbed the student, yelling that humans would never listen and would repeat their actions endlessly. Kang Yu-sung explained that the professor then exploded for the crime of revealing divine knowledge. He burst into maniacal laughter as the illusion dissipated. Kang Yu-sung's sinister smile was projected on the big screen. Blue energy fragments splattered onto the astonished crowd. Suddenly, the entire hall erupted in forced laughter and applause, hailing the Supreme Leader. Kang Yu-sung smirked triumphantly at their obedience. Only Maria Jaeger shed tears of horror, as Kang Yu-sung asked why everyone was happily applauding. He continued sarcastically, questioning whether uniforms and cheers had been symbols of peace throughout history. "Certainly not, right?" Kang Yu-sung asked coldly. He pointed at Georg Vilmeyer, whom he called the valedictorian of dictatorial studies. Kilgore angrily shouted, demanding to stop the broadcast immediately and prevent reporters from writing nonsense. Park Tae-shik could only watch in silent despair, as Kang Yu-sung said that no one could object. He concluded with a veiled threat, stating that they dared not speak up for fear that a single wrong word could lead to death. Maria Jaeger angrily pushed through the crowd, questioning that they couldn't speak the truth out of fear, nor could they refuse wrong orders. Through the phone screen, Supreme Leader Kang Yu-sung asked the crowd, "Is this truly the peace all of you desire?" In another room, the real Kang Yu-sung was watching via tablet, wondering how things had come to this. He pondered who had pushed this madman, and the entire world into its current state. Feeling the pressure from countless invisible hands, he thought there were others even more blameworthy. But if they wanted to find those complicit in this sin, The supreme leader on the podium smiled smugly, telling them to look in the mirror. He roared that the bastard they saw in it was one of the culprits who had turned the world into this mess. Unable to bear it any longer, Maria Jaeger desperately rushed towards the stage and called out Kang Yu-sung's name, before she could finish saying, "Get down here first." A hand clamped over her mouth. Maria was startled to be held back. A voice echoed, advising her to just ignore him. It turned out, the real Kang Yu-sung was there, holding Maria back and telling her to do what was truly necessary for peace. Amidst the crowd, Georg Wilmeyer angrily shouted, ordering his men to immediately drag the dictator off the podium. Security forces immediately swarmed the stage, rushing towards the supreme leader. The supreme leader fell to the floor, smiling contentedly, and declaring that he himself had been done for a long time. The system announced that the raid objective was complete, and Dystopia Tower had been conquered as the special ability vanished before the Elder of Jesters. The Elder of Desert contentedly declared her victory, acknowledging that this child always found new answers. Another Elder agreed about his unpredictability, while the system granted rewards from the Elder of Desert and the Elder of Mechanical Device. Reward notifications continued to appear, including a mysterious gift from the Elder of Jesters, as Kang Yu-sung floated in space. Returning to reality, Kang Yu-sung looked at the items appearing in his hands and confidently asserted that he knew the plan would succeed. He leaned back comfortably on his bed, scrolling through his phone, having completely finished his arduous mission. Kang Yu-sung pondered his clone, the supreme leader in the tower, admitting that it wasn't an imposter. When he used the Heavenly Demon's third sword technique, he had to confront his own memories. He was forced to acknowledge that that version was also a true self of his. In his inner space, the Hero King clone mocked his obedience, saying he had thought he would resist more. Kang Yu-sung accepted. "I lost to myself, and in a mirror battle, the loser must obey the winner." His clone also wanted to see how he would handle the situation. He realized the only difference between them was the timing of their second awakening. But that version had chosen a path of domination and isolation to conquer the world. Returning to reality, Kang Yu-sung lay on his bed and mumbled that it couldn't happen, because that was not the nature of a hero, and the path he had to take was a different one. Lost in thought, his hand trembled and slipped off the phone. Ouch! The phone fell straight onto his face. He clutched his face in pain, muttering curses. When the call came, Park Tae-shik asked why his voice was so weak, and Kang Yu-sung confessed to dropping the phone on his face. Park Tae-shik on the other end could only sigh in exasperation. He got straight to the point, announcing that the UN Peace Council wanted the Hero King to appear, making Kang Yu-sung irritably ask what disaster they wanted to cause this time. Park Tae-shik explained that because the number of 10 heroes was now only 8, so they had prepared 100 candidates to select a new hero. Kang Yu-sung sneered, asking why they needed him for this. Park Tae-shik replied that they needed to verify the original heroes as well. "Ha! What a load of bullshit," Kang Yu-sung growled, his smile full of contempt. The title, Top 10 Heroes, refers to the top 10 players at the end of each season. However, if one were to ask if the rankings were based entirely on individual strength, the answer wouldn't always be yes. Military power, wealth, and religious standing were often closely tied to this title. Therefore, in reality, heroes weren't born, they were made. Nevertheless, there was one notable exception. In the United Nations Peace Council meeting room in New York, the world's top heroes had gathered. Maria Jaeger worriedly realized, Kang Yu-sung still isn't here. A woman named Lydia calmly replied, "Since our king always acts on his own will, it is our duty as his subjects to consider his actions." Lydia turned to another representative and asked, "May I speak for a moment?" The representative politely replied, "Of course." Lydia approached Maria and quietly asked about that place they were about to enter. Meanwhile, Kilgore grumbled irritably about being held up in a useless meeting. Suddenly, the meeting room door burst open, and Kang Yu-sung grandly declared, "The King of Heroes has arrived." He smirked, seeing that everyone was already present. Maria exclaimed his name in surprise, while Kilgore simply grunted, "Kang." Kang Yu-sung walked in and said, "You've summoned a busy man like me, so let's get this over with quickly." Another blonde player provocatively asked, "What should we do now? Grab each other by the collar and fight?" Lydia gracefully covered her mouth with a fan and replied, "Of course not." Kang Yu-sung boldly declared, "We are gathered here for a new age of heroes." He sat in the chairman's seat and posed the central question, reforming the hero system? Kang Yu-sung smiled meaningfully and stated, "However, I cannot agree with that." A mild-mannered official replied, advising him not to be too wary. He explained that they intended to continue maintaining the 10 heroes system. All they were changing was for the United Nations Peace Council to nominate players to receive the hero title. Kilgore gnashed his teeth in anger at this proposal. He slammed the table and stood up, shouting, "You're saying you'll control the heroes? How dare you, when you yourselves don't even think about conquering the towers?" Another politician calmly replied that this decision was made for world peace. Another representative nervously recalled the past crisis in Moscow. He emphasized the threat that a hero's downfall could pose to the world, with an image of the Elder of Abominable Fusion appearing. Maria Jaeger also stood up in protest, asserting that it didn't mean a colossal organization was allowed to control all players. Kang Yu-sung coldly asked, "Are only the general and the saintess opposing this reform?" The UK representative firmly declared that they would not change their decision. She revealed that most of the heroes had agreed to this decision. Kang Yu-sung merely let out an understanding "ha." He gripped the microphone in front of him. Then he spoke with sarcasm. "I didn't expect you to have orchestrated a conspiracy from the very beginning." A dark-skinned representative explained that they had reached a compromise, as they were well aware of the original heroes' contributions. He said that once the current heroes passed the hearing, they would be directly nominated. The remaining positions would be filled by candidates. Kang Yu-sung calmly spoke. "In that case," a female UN representative urged, "shall we begin the hearing now, madam?" Lydia smiled confidently at her communication device and ordered, "You may open it." Immediately, a swirling stream of red energy began to form a gate. A colossal spatial gate opened in the middle of the meeting room. To the hero's astonishment, Kang Yu-sung, his hair now blazing red, smirked. "What a hellish place to put a gate." Lydia explained that the hearing would take place on a special floor beyond the gate. She turned to Kang Yu-sung and invited, "Would you like to go first, King of Heroes?" Kang Yu-sung scoffed, exposing the possibility that this was a trap to eliminate the opposition. Kilgore immediately fumed. "Who would dare harm our king? Are you senile?" Kang Yu-sung mocked, recalling their previous confrontations. Kilgore provoked, "Are you backing down because you're afraid of this old man?" Annoyed, Maria Jaeger interjected, "Who are you to say I'm backing down?" She boldly declared that she would be the first to step inside, leaving Kang Yu-sung stunned. Lydia calmly thanked Maria for her cooperation as she advanced towards the gate. Kang Yu-sung thought in a panic, unable to believe Maria was actually going to do it. Facing the gate, Maria also admitted that they couldn't be trusted. Unable to bear it any longer, she reached out and touched the gate's energy surface. But at that very moment, Kang Yu-sung lunged forward and grabbed her hand. "Kang Yu-sung?" Maria turned back in astonishment to look at the person who had just stopped her. Kang Yu-sung smirked, asking if having the saintess sacrifice herself wasn't too cliché a scenario. He declared that the hero king genre, where everything is destroyed, was the correct one, then charged forward. Kang Yu-sung flew alone through the spatial gate, entering the UN Peace Council tower. He landed in an empty room, where the system announced it was a level 0 tower, with no raid objective. Returning to his normal form, Kang Yu-sung was stunned to realize this was a tower created by humans. Lydia coldly chided him for being too hasty, explaining that they wanted to hold a meeting. She revealed that their intention was for everyone to enter this tower together. Maria Jaeger asked suspiciously if this tower was created with the power of the Elder of Mechanical Device. With a triumphant smile, Lydia confirmed it was a blessing for the followers of the God of Mechanical Device. Maria yelled furiously, unable to believe their insane actions. Kang Yu-sung retorted that even if the maze creator owned it, towers still had to follow the system's rules. A mysterious woman covering her face with a fan reassured Maria that even though it was a tower, she had full control over it. The space around the woman shattered into digital cubes, demonstrating her power. She showed everyone a massive hall where 100 hero candidates were already waiting. The woman explained that they were elite individuals from all over the world, chosen for possessing the sense of responsibility of a hero. Kang Yu-sung merely smirked at their so-called sense of responsibility. The woman emphasized the importance of this. She asserted that not everyone could awaken and demonstrate such a noble sense of responsibility. Kang Yu-sung began his counterattack, saying that old people usually only remember things from the past. He looked at the image of the official and asked if he had forgotten, and if he needed to be reminded. Kang Yu-sung growled, fangs slightly bared, as he declared, "I've been done for a long time." The UN official spoke with feigned sympathy, suggesting that the burden he carried alone must be terrifying, as it could be destroyed by the authorities at any moment. He smiled, spreading his arms wide, and promised that from now on, as a member of the Alliance of Heroes, he would be protected, without needing to hide behind empty promises. However, Kang Yu-sung merely sneered, "Do you think you can recruit me with such nonsense?" He secretly thought about the name Alliance of Heroes they had just mentioned, a truly suspicious name. Kang Yu-sung sarcastically remarked that these heroes couldn't just focus on conquering towers, but also had to intervene in international affairs to become war heroes. The official responded with a rhetorical question, stating that a true hero must use their power to protect world peace. Kang Yu-sung gave a faint laugh, dismissing it. In a world on the brink of extinction, peace is secondary. He directly questioned whether they would take responsibility if the world truly collapsed. The politician standing next to the official was speechless, unable to provide an answer. Suddenly, all the officials burst into arrogant laughter simultaneously. Kang Yu-sung frowned, not understanding what was happening. "What's so funny?" A voice echoed from the holograms, explaining that if heroes were the only ones with the power to save the world, and the world collapsed, then whose responsibility would it be? A series of white masks appeared around Kang Yu-sung as the answer resonated. Wouldn't that be the Hero King's fault? A system notification appeared, stating that the Elder of Jesters was looking at him with an emotionless expression. Kang Yu-sung gritted his teeth, finally realizing their true intentions with a shock. He angrily thought, this was the price to pay to become the greatest hero. Facing the image of the Elder of Jesters, he heard the verdict. You will become the greatest hero. Therefore, you will never receive understanding from others. In his inner space, young Kang Yu-sung resolutely declared, it's fine, as long as I can become a hero. The Elder of Jesters laughed gleefully, wondering if there was any joke funnier than that. Kang Yu-sung turned around and noticed the presence of the Elder of Jesters. The entity spoke of him being the next hero to protect the world. The Elder of Jesters held out a mask and warned him to always remember that it was better to know nothing at all than let the mask fall to the ground. Back in the present, Kang Yu-sung stood firm before the illusion of the mocking officials. He questioned their logic. If the world perishes, will it be the Hero King's fault? Maria Jaeger stepped forward angrily, declaring that she would not overlook his reckless words. She asserted that she was a woman of virtue and status. A mysterious woman with a fan sneered, "Oh, our fault," making Maria yell that wasn't what she meant. The illusion of the Elder of Jesters reappeared, asking if he still wanted to be a hero. Kang Yu-sung stated decisively, we can become heroes, or we can become villains. It's up to us on this stage. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, causing the floor to crack. Maria Jaeger asked in astonishment what was happening as black structures emerged from the ground. The entire ground rose, revealing the panicked hero candidates below. An old man angrily yelled at the woman with the fan. "What are you trying to do, mistress?" The woman shrieked in panic. "I didn't do this." The system informed Kang Yu-sung that the Elder of Anonymity and the Elder of Jesters were activating absolute influence. The UN officials panicked as the system declared the tower was being usurped and all control was revoked. The Elder of Anonymity declared that every performance needs a stage and cameras, then began live streaming the event to the entire world. Kang Yu-sung maintained a calm expression, while Kilgore and Maria Jaeger behind him appeared worried by the situation. Across the world, people stared in astonishment at the floating screens, witnessing United Nations officials panicking over the very tower they had created. The elders delightedly declared that it had been a long time since such an interesting performance, despite the terrified hero candidates. The top 10 heroes stood on a platform, helplessly watching as the woman controlling the tower was also in extreme panic. A dark aura enveloped the candidates, and the system announced that the Elder of Hell was intervening, believing this play was missing something crucial. The Elder of Hell roared through the system that what was missing was fear and terrifying screams. The candidates were cornered in the center of the stage, as the system declared the fiery path to hell was opening. A gigantic demon named Thanatos emerged from the shadows, terrifying everyone. The candidates began to argue as they faced a level 10 boss, while the Elder of Abyss also began to exert its influence. The Abyss Gate opened, unleashing an army of grotesque monsters, from multi-headed creatures to giant spiders. Not stopping there, the Elder of Otherworld also joined in, summoning the Watcher of the Otherworld. The new creature immediately attacked, its tentacles tearing through the candidates amidst desperate screams. Trapped on a rising platform, the candidates desperately pleaded with the heroes standing above for help. Lydia could only watch with horrified eyes, frozen by the brutal slaughter. In a panic, one candidate grabbed a nearby comrade, stabbed them in the eye, and used them as a human shield. Kang Yu-sung coldly remarked that the candidates couldn't resist, and urged Kilgore to quickly kill the players so the elders would get bored and leave. Lydia seemed to have made a decision. She raised her hand to give an order when she was interrupted by the Elder of Anonymity's system, announcing that the rules were changing. A new rule was enacted. Players killing each other was no longer permitted, leaving Lydia stunned. Maria Jaeger desperately realized that players who died in this tower would not be able to revive, and there was no escape. Amidst the chaos, Kang Yu-sung sarcastically asked Lydia if this was the blessing she had promised. In a panic, Lydia grabbed his sleeve, calling out Hero King. She desperately pleaded with Kang Yu-sung to save the candidates. He coldly replied with a question. And why should I do that? Lydia was stunned, horrified by his indifference. Meanwhile, the United Nations officials realized they had gone too far as the candidates were being slaughtered by monsters. The young players screamed for help in vain as they were attacked by the Watcher of the Otherworld. Amidst the battle, Maria Jaeger focused her holy energy. She unleashed a brilliant golden light, creating a temporary safe zone for the survivors. From a distance, Kang Yu-sung and Blackie calmly observed the chaotic scene. A hologram of Kilgore suddenly appeared, angrily questioning Kang Yu-sung's actions. Other officials also joined in, shouting about the elite candidates and the political repercussions if they died. They emphasized that their 10 most promising candidates were also there. Despite the increasingly urgent pleas, Kang Yu-sung merely adjusted his glove in silence. He subtly turned his head away, completely ignoring the desperate cries. The candidates looked up, horrified to realize that the heroes would not come to save them. Terrified screams echoed as they faced inevitable death. One candidate shrieked that it was all over, while Kang Yu-sung remained motionless. Amidst his silence, Maria Jaeger stepped forward. She stood before Kang Yu-sung, ready to confront the only hero who could end this charade. Maria called out Yu-sung's name. He replied indifferently, "Does the Saintess have business with me?" She stood before him and apologized. Kang Yu-sung smirked and asked back, "Apologize? For what?" Maria firmly declared, "I want to save everyone." Yu-sung began to question her, asking why. Was it because all the hero candidates down there were merely being exploited? And he sarcastically added that ignorance was not a sin. She bowed her head, admitting she didn't know if she was willing to risk her life to save them. Yu-sung looked up, curiously asking how she could maintain such a strong sense of responsibility. Maria denied it, stating it wasn't a sense of responsibility. She asserted confidently, "Saving people is simply what I want to do." Kang Yu-sung was stunned by her straightforward answer. Deep down, he admitted, "You truly are a hero." He stood up, looking down at the chaotic slaughter below. Yu-sung told himself that this was the kind of hero he had always wanted to become. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind, the Elder of Jesters asking, "Do you wish to become a hero?" A system notification appeared, stating that the Elder of Jesters had temporarily granted Kang Yu-sung the skill card Masquerade. This skill was valid until the current tower was completed. Holding the glowing card, Yu-sung grinned. "You ask if I want to become a hero?" The energy from the card enveloped him, the masquerade effect beginning to overwrite his existing skills. With a smug smile, Kang Yu-sung replied, "Why do you ask such an obvious question?" A hexagonal energy barrier suddenly burst forth, protecting the panicked hero candidates. The colossal demon Thanatos was stopped right in front of a terrified candidate. It was the steel trap-level skill. Is less than iron shelter is greater than. Inside the shelter, the candidates breathed a sigh of relief. "We're alive." The Hero King used a trap skill. From afar, Maria Jaeger also couldn't hide her relief as she called his name. The candidates reached out to thank the Hero King, who stood on the corpse of the Watcher. Kang Yu-sung merely responded with a meaningful smile. Immediately, Kilgore's hologram appeared, angrily shouting, "Why did you act so late?" Kang Yu-sung smirked. "Huh? Are you trying to blame me?" He turned to the candidates. "You all know where we are, the UN Peace Council's tower, right?" At the question of who proposed building this tower, both Kilgore and Lydia were speechless. "It was you, wasn't it?" Kang Yu-sung pointed. Secretly activating recording mode at the same time, he began live-streaming the unfolding tragedy for the entire world to witness. "Humans themselves created this tower," he declared loudly. When Kilgore yelled that it didn't matter, Kang Yu-sung calmly replied that it was unfair to him. He pouted childishly, complaining about always having to clean up other people's messes only to be blamed. "Or how about we ask the 100 hero candidates here, who's right and who's wrong," he suggested. He shouted, pointing at the officials. "Ultimately, they all almost died because of you." Kilgore desperately pleaded, "Hero King, please be serious. Take responsibility and..." Questioned about responsibility, Kang Yu-sung coldly threatened to remove the shield if he heard another word about duty. He turned to the panicked officials, demanding they confess who was truly responsible for this disaster. If they refused to speak, he declared the shield would disappear and gave them exactly 10 seconds. With a mocking smile, Kang Yu-sung began the countdown, playfully jumping from 10 to 2, then 1. Unable to bear the pressure, a delegate shouted, blaming British Prime Minister Adam Sutler as the first to propose it. Immediately, chaos erupted as other leaders rushed to blame the US, Russia, China, and France. Kang Yu-sung scornfully watched the chaotic scene, commenting in exasperation on their crudeness and lack of culture. Then, he turned towards the camera, declaring that now every citizen in the world knew the truth. The crowd of reporters and citizens watching on screen were all stunned by the shocking accusations. Kang Yu-sung cheerfully waved goodbye, declaring he was off to do hero work before leaving. Immediately after, a colossal tentacle emerged from the ground, smashing the holograms of the officials. Hovering in the night sky, Kang Yu-sung stretched, saying he was perfectly equipped for such a beautiful night. A black armor with glowing golden lines enveloped him, along with the energy sword named Event Horizon. He plunged straight into the horde of monsters below, unleashing destructive golden energy streams. In his new armor, Kang Yu-sung focused power into his fist, his eyes glowing brightly. A terrifying explosion engulfed the battlefield, wiping out countless enemies in the blink of an eye. His slash was so powerful that it created a stream of energy in the form of a white beast, sweeping away everything in its path. Amidst the devastation he himself created, Kang Yu-sung stood firm, his energy sword still glowing brightly. From the rubble, a faceless, grotesque creature roared in fury. The battle ended, and Kang Yu-sung returned to his usual appearance with a smug smile, ready for the next act. Standing with Kang Yu-sung in his new armor, Blackie asked if they should conquer this damn tower. Kang Yu-sung, while slaughtering the monsters, encouraged Blackie to do whatever it wanted. He smirked maliciously, because after all, no one would see what happened here. A horde of faceless, grotesque monsters, with horrifying tentacles charged forward. Riding on a shrunken Blackie, Kang Yu-sung fired a dazzling golden energy blast and shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" He continued to barrage them relentlessly, ordering the monsters to stay put. With a furious roar, he unleashed a colossal pillar of energy, incinerating everything. Amidst the ravaged battlefield, only Blackie stood alone under the moonlight. Kang Yu-sung marveled at the incredible power of his new weapon. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. Looking up, he saw streaks of brilliant red light soaring into the sky. The night sky suddenly lit up with fireworks, and at the same time, a system notification appeared about a night party in the name of the Jester Monarch. The surviving candidates watched in horror as the tower's rank was adjusted from 0 to 10. A blonde candidate exclaimed in shock, "Rank 10?" From another location, Maria Yeager worriedly wondered what Kang Yu-sung was planning. Meanwhile, Kang Yu-sung smiled upon seeing that the condition to clear the tower was to survive 3 waves of the night party. He immediately plunged into battle, continuing to wipe out the remaining monsters. After a moment, he paused and pondered the situation. He deduced that since the monsters had stopped appearing, those remaining on the battlefield constituted the first wave of attack. Realizing he had to face a colossal number of enemies, Kang Yu-sung broke into an excited smile. The system announced a buff, Song of Courage, was blessing the players. A young blonde player calmly accepted the new surge of power. Next, Protective Resolve was bestowed, amplifying the Saintess's defensive capabilities. Maria Yeager desperately called out Kang Yu-sung's name as she rushed to the battlefield. She apologized for being late and immediately joined the fight against the monsters. Meanwhile, another elderly player seemed excited. Believing this was the perfect battlefield for him, he fired his heavy weapon, creating a terrifying explosion. A gray-haired player with bloodshot eyes smirked confidently. Kang Yu-sung also laughed loudly, declaring that there was no law stating only the Hero King could save the world. The narration revealed there were 5 Hero Kings in the Earth Defense Force, fighting fiercely. After a while, the system announced the first wave of attacks had ended, making Maria sigh in relief. Kang Yu-sung cheerfully exclaimed that round 1 was over, and it was too easy. Suddenly, a mysterious masked player landed on the ground. That person seemed startled as they looked at the device in their hand. At the same time, the gray-haired player was stunned when the system suddenly announced the tower's rank had increased from 10 to 12. The entire Defense Force team was bewildered as a barrier defense stage was about to begin. An energy dome enveloped the area, while green fireworks shot into the sky. Immediately after, a gigantic dark vortex opened in the sky. From within it, a swarm of gigantic dragons and winged monsters began to pour out. The barrier's durability immediately dropped to 99%, making the gray-haired player yell furiously, "What the hell are you doing?" The gray-haired player roared, charging forward to block the attacking swarm of monsters. Meanwhile, UN officials panicked as the system announced the tower's level had increased to 12, and the barrier defense stage was about to begin. The player wearing the wizard's hat was aghast upon realizing the new challenge level. While the barrier's durability had already dropped to 99%, that person wondered if they should go to the battlefield, but then realized they wouldn't be able to help. In helplessness, that person could only clench their staff tightly. That person recalled having made a plan based on the prediction that this season's final boss would be level 13. But even with adjusted stats, that person knew they had no chance in the current situation. Below, the hero candidates could only huddle together in fear, watching the battle overhead. Suddenly, the player wearing the wizard's hat horrifyingly discovered their teammate, codenamed Ripper, had fallen in a pool of blood. Despairingly, that person wondered if they could truly clear this tower. Amidst the battle, Kang Yu-sung also had to admit that the situation had become extremely dire. With one person fallen, each remaining individual had to cover a wider area, while the barrier's durability was only 53%. A massive explosion incinerated a dragon in mid-air, but immediately after, one of Kilgore's pieces of equipment was destroyed, making the elderly player scream in despair as the barrier's durability dropped to 42%. Kang Yu-sung gritted his teeth and swung his sword, frantically fighting back against the surging monsters. Maria Jaeger also fought with all her might, trying to hold on as the barrier's durability plummeted to just 28%. The elderly player fired his heavy weapon, but the barrier still weakened rapidly, leaving only 7%. The gray-haired player unleashed a punch that created a gigantic fire entity, but the barrier's durability was also only 2%. When the barrier was at only 1%, Kang Yu-sung poured all his strength into a final attack, desperately praying it would succeed. He unleashed the third form of Heavenly Demon Sword Art, creating a massive purple energy surge. Kang Yu-sung unleashed his ultimate technique, Void Sword. The energy dissipated, leaving Kang Yu-sung exhausted and kneeling on the ground. He panted as the system panel confirmed they had survived 2 waves of attacks. With bloodshot eyes from exertion, Kang Yu-sung sighed in relief, believing they had succeeded. At the same time, the system began repairing, restoring the barrier's durability. Maria Jaeger also collapsed to the ground from exhaustion, exclaiming that the situation had been incredibly close. The player in the black cloak looked at their blood-stained hands, wondering what would happen next if this was only stage 2. That person's spiky weapon was still stained with enemy blood. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. The tower's level had been adjusted from 12 to 15. The player wearing the wide-brimmed wizard's hat stared in horror at their severely injured teammate in their arms, unable to believe the final wave was level 15. On the ground, the elderly player in the beret lay slumped amidst the rubble, desperately cursing their helplessness. The gray-haired player was also stunned, muttering in disbelief that the difficulty had skyrocketed to level 15. Suddenly, a brilliant golden gate appeared in the sky, signaling the arrival of the Watcher of Light. The system announced that the Light Monarch was demonstrating its power, locking down all light attribute skills of those not affiliated with it. Maria Jaeger froze, her eyes wide with horror as she realized what was happening. A series of her core skills, from Blessed Dawn to Holy Light Subjugation, were all nullified. All 3 survivors looked up at the gate, Kang Yu-sung, admitting he had completely failed to anticipate this situation. He muttered in shock, never expecting that both Saintess Maria and the black-cloaked player were not affiliated with the Light Monarch. Maria Jaeger bit her lip, feeling despair as she was about to become a burden to her teammates. Kang Yu-sung activated the system interface to change his skill set. Maria Jaeger asserted that she wasn't completely useless and would try her best to fight, but Kang Yu-sung coldly ordered both of them to retreat. Maria cried out in astonishment, unable to accept the request. He explained that he couldn't face a level 15 enemy if he also had to worry about others. Maria clenched her fists, admitting that she understood. She recalled always being the one to protect the weak, and knew that teammates who couldn't fight would only be a burden. Nevertheless, she looked straight at Kang Yu-sung and told him not to worry about her. With fiery eyes, Maria declared that she was ready to stake her life and could not run away. Kang Yu-sung was silent for a moment at her determination. He conceded, "Do what you want," then added, "I'll do what I want too." Maria froze at the implication in his words. Immediately, Kang Yu-sung summoned Blackie. The shadow beast lunged, swallowing both Maria and the black-cloaked player. Trapped, Maria screamed in despair. "What are you doing? Yu-sung, stop." Kang Yu-sung ignored her cries and turned his back, walking away. From inside, his teammates wondered if he was crazy to risk his life alone, as a blazing golden sword appeared. Advancing alone with the sword in hand, Kang Yu-sung told himself that he wouldn't die. With one eye glowing red, he swore to save everyone and escape from here, no matter what this door demanded. The angelic entity declared its purpose was to bring him before the Light Monarch. A system notification appeared, confirming that Kang Yu-sung had encountered the 3rd-rank left archangel. Immediately, a feather of light shot out from the angel's body. Kang Yu-sung's eye reflected the deadly threat hurtling towards him. He lunged, dodging a barrage of destructive light streams. With blazing red eyes, Kang Yu-sung roared defiantly that he had even killed monarchs before. He charged forward, cursing the enemy as a piece of trash. However, The relentless rain of light pierced his body. Blood poured from his eyes and mouth as he sustained fatal wounds. Suddenly, the system announced the activation of his hyper-regeneration ability and granted him a new keyword: adaptive cell armor. Biological tentacles sprouted from his body, blocking the light rays and simultaneously enhancing his resistance. Kang Yu-sung realized he couldn't dodge, only endure, hoping his resistance would increase. He knew it would be over if he was hit in a vital spot and cursed under his breath in despair. Overwhelmed by the scale of the attack, he momentarily despaired, wondering how he could win. But his gamer instincts kicked in. He clenched his fist, telling himself that every game had a way to clear the stage. With renewed determination, he actively used his new armor to block attacks, searching for a solution. He reassured himself, believing there had to be a way out. Suddenly, a message appeared. The Elder of Desert was assisting him, and would send allies to join the battle. Kang Yu-sung looked up with a completely astonished expression, wondering about these allies. Kang Yu-sung thought to himself, if only he could hold out until they arrived. A surge of power erupted, enveloping his injured body. He roared, struggling against the excruciating pain. The system announced that the blessings Seasoned Adventurer and Death Swindler were activated, helping him resist a fatal blow. Despite his severe injuries, he still yelled that the battle wasn't over. Suddenly, a figure appeared, blocking the spear of light and declaring that they wouldn't let Kang Yu-sung die. Kang Yu-sung looked up, astonished, wondering if it was a bat. The third-rank left archangel still hovered in the air, ready for the next attack. The mysterious savior unleashed a powerful crimson energy. The figure turned back, smiled, and said they were glad to see him again. Kang Yu-sung was confused, not understanding why this person appeared instead of the desert elves. The stranger created a private space with blood magic, and suggested they talk for a moment. Kang Yu-sung irritably pointed out that he was busy fighting an angel. The figure indifferently looked towards the angel, and called it that thing. With just a snap of their fingers, the figure made the third-rank left archangel disappear completely. "Alright, it's gone now," the figure said. "Did that help?" Kang Yu-sung was stunned, unable to believe the extraordinary power he had just witnessed. He sat there, trying to comprehend what had just happened. At the same time, a system notification appeared, confirming that the condition "Survive the Banquet 3/3" had been completed. When the live broadcast ended, the system announced that Kang Yu-sung's rewards were being calculated while he was being detained. Stunned, Kang Yu-sung questioned the entity that had just appeared before him. "What the hell are you?" A person with pointed ears replied with a confident smile. That person said that they seemed to have forgotten to introduce themselves last time. With glowing red eyes and exposed fangs, that person declared themselves the Vampire Lord, Mikhail. Kang Yu-sung wondered why the Elder of Blood would help him, but Mikhail denied it, saying it wasn't the Elder's will. Mikhail explained that the order came from someone in an even higher position than the Elder of Blood. They were the Great Princes, who controlled the Primal Tower. Kang Yu-sung was stunned, wondering if the powers of those monarchs had always been taking orders from others. Mikhail scoffed. "Oh, you're only realizing it now? How disappointing," Mikhail said as the energy barrier holding Kang Yu-sung shattered. Kang Yu-sung turned back with resolute eyes, ready to face the new truth. Mikhail manipulated a mass of blood in his hand, while offering him a piece of advice. In a symbolic space, Mikhail took Kang Yu-sung's hand, saying that to fight this world, he needed to cast aside his doubts. Mikhail's hand with red claws gripped Kang Yu-sung's glove tightly. Mikhail urged him to show the world his true capabilities, just as he had shown in the world of the towers. "Even if you are a foolish creature," Mikhail concluded, "you will soon take a step closer to the truth." At the studio of the Grey Show, the host welcomed the audience. The host announced that tonight they had a very special guest. That person was probably the most famous in this world, the King of Heroes. Amidst thunderous applause, the host introduced player Kang Yu-sung. The host began the interview, saying that this was Yu-sung's first public appearance since the UN incident, and he merely replied that he was quite busy. The host continued to ask if he had come to the show to talk about the current situation after a period of silence. Kang Yu-sung replied unexpectedly that he had watched the news. He listed a series of world leaders, from the British Prime Minister to the Russian President, all of whom had resigned. Yu-sung concluded that it seemed all the leaders of the world's great powers were stepping down. He suddenly realized, asserting that all of this was part of their plan. To execute a transfer of power, this was an event that she had prepared. As soon as Yu-sung finished speaking, glowing pink butterflies began to appear around him. An elegant woman in a blue dress emerged amidst the swarm of butterflies, astonishing those around her. The woman stepped onto the stage and said sarcastically, "Oh, look who finally decided to show up." With an annoyed expression, she asked Yu-sung if he really had to discuss this on television. Yu-sung smirked, replying that he did it so she would finally reveal herself. The woman said she had been looking for him, saying that he had fled as soon as he left the tower. Yu Sung called it a necessary retreat, because he needed time to fix their chaotic plan. The woman looked skeptical upon hearing him say the word fix. Yu Sung revealed he had watched the recorded video from inside her barrier. The footage showed her busy creating a series of clones of herself. He went on to recount that she had requested the sealing of the Demon King, and had also had a conversation with an armored entity. Yu Sung's appearance suddenly changed. He drew a glowing sword and sternly asked what she had said. The woman in the blue dress sarcastically asked if Kang Yu Sung was making a new list to control from the shadows. Kang Yu Sung suddenly closed in, questioning her sudden change, as she had never been interested in such matters before. She admitted his words were true, but asserted that it was all a plan for a better world. That plan was to eliminate all those who tried to weaponize powerful players to set an example for others in the future. Kang Yu Sung coldly asked back if that was how she had almost pushed the world to the brink of destruction. He bowed sarcastically and apologized for that action. The woman's face grew angry. She admitted a miscalculation. An apostle of the machinery monarch had betrayed them. Kang Yu Sung looked surprised, realizing that the player who created that tower had betrayed her. She wearily revealed that many nations were hunting that person, and feared he had fallen into the hands of villains. Kang Yu Sung sneered, scoffing that her own faction were also villains. She justified that they were a necessary evil, and their main purpose was to protect everyone. What she was truly worried about was that the leader of the black players, M, would acquire the person they were looking for. Kang Yu Sung smiled, realizing this was her way of asking for help. He declared he would help her find the apostle of the machinery monarch. However, he set a condition that he would not leave things in her hands again. The woman bowed her head, silently contemplating his offer. Finally, she agreed, admitting that no one was more suitable for this task than Kang Yu Sung. Sitting in the car, Kang Yu Sung pondered the hidden leader of the villains, M. He recalled Face Collector's words, confirming that M was indeed his leader. Another villain declared that M would soon turn this world upside down, and Kang Yu Sung knew that the next incident would soon find him. Kang Yu Sung reflected that to end this game, he had to go beyond the predetermined paths. He recalled Mikhail's words, who urged him to show the world his true capabilities. Mikhail smiled smugly, saying that even if he was a fool, a mysterious long-haired man scoffed, calling the clown of power and violence pathetic. While the long-haired man denied the right to seek truth, Mikhail said he would soon get closer to it, spurring Kang Yu Sung to resolve to find it first. He decided he would find the tower himself, before it called his name. Looking at the golden key, Kang Yu Sung commanded that if the apostle of the machinery monarch was there, they should summon him. His eyes flashed gold as the key activated. A system notification appeared, inviting him into the Clockwork Workshop Tower. Kang Yu Sung landed on a giant gear inside the mechanical space. Automata, the manager, welcomed him and said she had been waiting for him. She led Kang Yu Sung deeper into the workshop. He wondered if this was what towers for non-combat players looked like. Automata explained that the machinery monarch would grant those who made a pact with him a room for advancement. A heavy steel vault door opened. Inside, Automata called an elderly mechanic Gramps. She informed the old man that the person had arrived. The mechanic was surprised, wondering if that person was really here. The old man exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the guest. Recognizing Kang Yu Sung, the old man cheered that it was indeed the Hero King. The elderly mechanic joyfully exclaimed, "You arrived much faster than I expected," as the title Apostle of the Machinery Monarch appeared. Kang Yu Sung narrowed his eyes and replied, "It seems you already knew I would come?" The old man laughed heartily, a fleeting memory showing that Automata herself had sold the key to Kang Yu Sung at his instruction. Kang Yu Sung was stunned as he realized the connection. The mechanic admitted, "I knew you would eventually come here. I just didn't expect it to be today." He scratched his head, adding that this wasn't the best time to visit, as it would be troublesome if his location was revealed. Kang Yu Sung slammed the table in anger, questioning, "Weren't you being hunted for causing that spectacle? Why did you do it?" He listed the old man's crimes, stating that he allowed everyone to build towers, and then offered them all to the monarchs. The consequence of that action was a terrible disaster befalling the world. Kang Yu Sung growled, "Did you really not know that would happen?" The mechanic calmly admitted, "I did. Honestly, I predicted all the hero candidates would be massacred." Kang Yu Sung fell silent, his face chilling at the cruel confession. But then the old man cheerfully pointed at him, "Yet you appeared and ruined everything." Kang Yu Sung smirked dangerously. "You wished for the death of the candidates, and planned all of this?" "Of course," the old man calmly replied. "Creatures like humans." Kang Yu Sung was stunned and asked, "What?" The old man affirmed, can never become true heroes. Hero King, I'm sure you're well aware of this. He explained that Kang Yu-sung had seen the truth on the front lines, where those with power chose to destroy the world instead. Those were fallen heroes consumed by greed, or cowards who fled when faced with challenges, because in the end, those called heroes were still just humans. The elderly mechanic asserted that humans repeatedly made the same mistakes. He claimed that was why the world needed machines created solely for the purpose of protection. Automata continued, saying that machines had no greed and could conquer towers without fear. The mechanic laughed loudly, suggesting that humans only needed to enjoy the benefits the towers bestowed. Kang Yu-sung temporarily conceded his point, making the mechanic rejoice. However, he retorted that even if humans couldn't become heroes, that didn't justify killing them. The mechanic responded coldly to that. He declared his actions necessary, at which point a series of system error warnings appeared around Kang Yu-sung. A stranger with reddish-brown hair suddenly appeared in a battle-ready stance before the mechanic. Kang Yu-sung broke into a cold sweat, astonished as he recognized the newcomer. He recalled the moment he unmasked an old enemy who once wore a grotesque mask. Kang Yu-sung uttered the name in horror, Face Collector. The mechanic explained that to create perfect mechanical heroes, he needed the bodies of awakened players, so he gathered the black players. Face Collector spoke up, saying that only M would accept people like him. He yelled that Kang Yu-sung was ruining their plans, while Kang Yu-sung easily took down the subordinates. Kang Yu-sung deduced that the mechanic was M, and Face Collector confirmed it. Another elderly man suddenly appeared, introducing himself as M, the godfather of all black players, and challenging the Hero King. M extended his hand, inviting Kang Yu-sung to become one of his children. Kang Yu-sung furiously rejected the absurd offer, his body erupting with blue energy as he summoned his sword. Automata tried to intervene, warning that fighting here was very dangerous. Kang Yu-sung suddenly recalled Automata's own warning when he bought the key, that if he bought it, he would be in danger. He realized that every place where that person was present was forbidden territory. As Kang Yu-sung was still on guard, a giant mechanical hand suddenly appeared to intervene. The mechanical hand grabbed M and mercilessly flung him far away. Despite that, Kang Yu-sung still swung his ice sword, determined to attack. His hostile action immediately activated the tower's enforced peace protocol. From afar, the elderly mechanic smiled gleefully as the defense system was activated. Giant gears inside the tower began to move noisily. The system announced that the tower's current functions had been suspended. A giant combat robot appeared, receiving orders to eliminate hostile targets. Suddenly, Automata appeared right behind Kang Yu-sung, with glowing red eyes full of killing intent. A mechanical crosshair appeared in its eyes, confirming him as the target to be locked down. Automata's body transformed, sprouting mechanical spider legs and lunging to attack Kang Yu-sung, as destruction mode was activated. Witnessing the scene, M yelled, calling Kang Yu-sung an idiot. He angrily questioned why he dared to start a war and attract the attention of the machinery monarch. Meanwhile, the illusion of the elderly mechanic appeared, declaring his desire to turn Kang Yu-sung into his greatest masterpiece. A streak of blood splattered from Kang Yu-sung's shoulder as he was hit. Impaled by countless mechanical limbs, Kang Yu-sung asked Automata in surprise why she was doing this. Automata coldly reminded Kang Yu-sung that he already knew not to fight here. Despite the fatal wounds, Kang Yu-sung merely smirked. He casually said that this was ridiculous while his super regeneration ability began to heal his body. A system notification appeared, stating that the keyword adaptive cell armor had been provided. Kang Yu-sung confidently thought about how the elderly mechanic truly believed everything would go his way. Witnessing that, M screamed in extreme disbelief. As Automata continuously attacked, Kang Yu-sung's adaptive cell armor quickly learned and reached maximum steel resistance. While easily fending off attacks, he turned to ask M if he knew something. Kang Yu-sung explained that when the tower's system was suspended, the rules prohibiting players from killing each other also disappeared. M frantically pleaded with the Hero King, reminding him of the technologies he had contributed to the world. With glowing red eyes, Kang Yu-sung exposed that those technologies belonged to the machinery monarch, not him. He declared that as the Hero King, his sole purpose was to destroy the hopes and dreams of villains. A powerful attack enveloped M, causing him to shatter in space. After dealing with M, Kang Yu-sung turned and called out. A fleeting image showed Automata pinned down, dominated by the absolute command to destroy. Back in reality, Kang Yu-sung held two blades to Automata's neck and said that he couldn't kill her because he wouldn't be able to buy card packs anymore. He smiled and asked if, the next time they met, she could promise to sell him a card pack. Automata's high-tech goggles glowed as she analyzed the offer. She looked up with a slight smile, seemingly having accepted the deal. Kang Yu-sung burst into triumphant laughter as he held Automata tightly. However, Automata merely smirked sinisterly with glowing red eyes, mocking him as a foolish clown. Kang Yu-sung pressed 2 swords to that person's neck, coldly declaring it was time to pay for daring to spy. Automata, unafraid, declared that she would spare his life this one time. She said she would overlook his reckless behavior in this tower, causing Kang Yu-sung to merely scoff. "How kind," Kang Yu-sung sarcastically replied. He bowed mockingly, directly naming the one behind it all, the machinery monarch. Automata remarked that such an act was polite for one bearing the title of Starkiller Monarch. When she mentioned that he would surpass her expectations, Kang Yu-sung looked confused. Automata revealed that she was raised by the machinery monarch to become a ranker at the level of Season 9. Kang Yu-sung broke out in a cold sweat. Astonished by the concept of Season 9, Automata growled, unable to understand why a player only halfway through Season 6 could be so strong. Kang Yu-sung clutched his head in bewilderment, wondering how many seasons this game actually had. The system announced that the absolute control of the machinery monarch had been restored, and Automata smiled with delight. Automata began her metaphorical speech, saying that when there is no path, one can go anywhere. But once steps are repeated, a path will be formed. She looked directly at Kang Yu-sung and asked, "And it becomes difficult to stray from it. So what made you deviate from that path?" Kang Yu-sung remained silent, still trying to digest the enigmatic words. He admitted he couldn't understand, and Automata concluded that it was understandable for a clown of ignorance. Automata stated directly that Kang Yu-sung was utterly ignorant. That person asked if that was why he stubbornly clung to that path. Automata mentioned the Sword Monarch, then corrected herself, saying he had been dethroned. That person asked if Kang Yu-sung had heard this from the Heavenly Demon. In a flashback, the new path that the Heavenly Demon tried to forge was marked by blood-stained gravestones. Automata concluded that the endeavor ended in utter failure. Automata suggested that even now, giving up was still an option. Automata advised Kang Yu-sung to return to the predetermined path. Hearing that, Kang Yu-sung only offered a determined smile. He declared he would do anything if it meant ending this game. Automata applauded, showing immense satisfaction with his answer. Automata said that they had prepared a reward to help him. Kang Yu-sung asked in surprise about the reward. Automata reiterated their promise. The reward was another card pack that Automata had promised to buy him. Kang Yu-sung sighed in relief but was also somewhat speechless. However, Automata warned that if he followed this path, many things would change. Kang Yu-sung brushed off the warning that he would become a terror, saying he had heard that dozens of times and just wanted the card pack. Automata smiled in agreement and told him to take it. Automata's eyes suddenly flashed with a red light. Kang Yu-sung reappeared, and Automata welcomed him. He reached out his hand and decisively took the card pack. In a brief recollection, he recalled flying over and demanding the reward. Kang Yu-sung nervously believed a legendary card was about to appear, but then he froze. As he opened the card pack, a brilliant blue light erupted. The system announced he had received both a legendary card and a unique card. Kang Yu-sung was stunned by his incredible luck. He smiled, realizing this reward was on par with his strongest skills. He thought to himself, this was truly a worthy gift to help him. Suddenly, a surge of dark purple energy began to pour from the card. An aura enveloped Kang Yu-sung as the system announced his synchronization rate with the dethroned Sword Monarch had suddenly increased. The synchronization rate reached 27%, making Automata chuckle smugly as the plan had begun. The machinery monarch showed amusement, while countless other elders trembled in fear at the memory of the Sword Monarch. The elders panicked, fearing Kang Yu-sung would follow in that person's footsteps. Kang Yu-sung worried that the Monarch of Balance would once again cast a strange curse upon him. As expected, the Monarch of Balance demanded a trial for Kang Yu-sung. Golden chains shot out, binding him tightly as the system announced a warp to the Throne of the End. Kang Yu-sung was completely restrained by the chains and pulled into another space. Kang Yu-sung thought in astonishment, "They're punishing me this quickly? I haven't even had time to read the name of my new skill." At the Throne of the End, the Elder of Balance pointed at the shackled Kang Yu-sung and shouted before the entire council. The Elder declared that the threat Kang Yu-sung posed was too great. To preserve the fairness of the game, the Elder of Balance continued his accusation. He proposed designating Kang Yu-sung as an anomaly and having him eliminated, leaving him utterly shocked. Kang Yu-sung gritted his teeth, reassuring himself that such an absurd motion could never pass. Suddenly, a voice rang out, calling the action shameful and disgraceful. The Elder of Desert appeared, placing a hand on Kang Yu-sung's shoulder, and questioned the council. "How can you strip away the power he fairly earned just out of fear? Under her power, the golden chains binding Kang Yu-sung shattered into pieces. The Elder of Desert gently asked Kang Yu-sung to stay put for a moment. Kang Yu-sung looked up and replied that he was fine. The Elder of Balance angrily chastised the Elder of Desert as a thief who knew nothing of the tragedy brought by the Monarch Slayer. Standing to shield Kang Yu-sung, the Elder of Desert looked up and called upon the emperors, pleading for a fair arbitration and judgment. In response to the plea, a dazzling beam of light shone down from above into the grand hall. One of the majestic emperors appeared, making Kang Yu-sung wonder if these were the beings called emperors. The Elder of Desert whispered into his ear, confirming it was the game monarch. Kang Yu-sung stared at the powerful entity, speculating if that was the game monarch. Then that must be the monarch who summoned him to this place. The game monarch spoke, confirming to Kang Yu-sung that he was indeed the one who had called him here. Kang Yu-sung recalled receiving a reward from the monarch of immortality. At that time, the game monarch had shown him strange favoritism. The Elder of Balance wondered if it would be the same this time. He loudly declared Kang Yu-sung's power before the entire council. However, the Elder of Desert spoke up in defense, asserting that the power was created according to the rules and suggested letting the game continue. Hearing the defense, Kang Yu-sung looked relieved. The Elder of Balance angrily shouted at the game monarch that he could not accept this. He continued his accusation, stating that this player's power could never be tolerated. Suddenly, the game monarch silently made a hand seal. His eyes flashed with a powerful blue light. A blazing golden pillar of energy descended, aimed directly at the Elder of Desert. Kang Yu-sung was thrown backward by the force of the explosion. The stone platform where the Elder of Desert stood was completely shattered. In her final moments, the face of his protector showed nothing but utter shock. A system message appeared. All curses of balance have been removed. Immediately after, the system announced that the forces under the game monarch had been teleported. From his throne, an emperor burst into delighted laughter, mocking that the game monarch had truly killed her. Kang Yu-sung was utterly stunned by the unbelievable turn of events. The system warned that the game's balance might be shaken, while the other monarchs remained silent in horror. Inside Bar Moscow, a temporary operational base of the Ministry of Information, agents were secretly meeting. Park Tae-shik asked Kang Yu-sung, "You said you were there?" And he confirmed, though he hadn't witnessed everything. Kang Yu-sung recounted. The game monarch reached out his hand, a flash of light erupted, and when I opened my eyes, it was all over. The memory of the system message echoed in his mind. The monarch of balance is dead. Park Tae-shik exclaimed worriedly. The world is already chaotic because of M, and now even the monarchs are causing trouble? Kang Yu-sung replied coldly. I don't care if they fight each other, but the game's balance being broken is concerning. Park Tae-shik sighed. It would be much better if we knew when this would end. At least 9 seasons, Kang Yu-sung asserted, explaining that the machinery monarch had once mentioned the 9th season. He recalled Otamada's words, who had boasted about raising a child to reach the level of a season 9 ranker. Park Tae-shik repeated in astonishment. So, at least 9 seasons, possibly even longer. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Kang Yu-sung calmly continued his meal. He said, I don't think we can just leave this alone. It's time to look at the bigger picture. Park Tae-shik seriously asked, Do you have a plan? Kang Yu-sung began to explain the true power structure. There are 999 different monarchs, and one great prince above them all. He decisively declared, We need to fight against them. Park Tae-shik sprang up in alarm. What? You're really going to fight against the entire system? I thought you said you'd end the game. He angrily retorted. You say we have a chance? How? You just said he killed a monarch with a snap of his fingers. Despite Park Tae-shik's panic, Kang Yu-sung silently chewed the last bite of food in his mouth. Kang Yu-sung recalled. After witnessing the monarchs slaughtering each other, I realized something, that those beings aren't as omnipotent as we thought. He continued to ponder the rapidly increasing growth rate of players each season. He believed that what he had experienced in the past 4 months could rival the previous 4 seasons combined. That's why, Kang Yu-sung asserted, I feel that we are getting closer to the power of the monarchs. Hearing that, Park Tae-shik looked at him with a face full of worry. He broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe what he had just heard. The other NIS agents also appeared equally tense and anxious. Lee Jia, one of the agents, was so restless he couldn't continue his meal. Park Tae-shik spoke up. Yu-sung, I think that only applies to you. Kang Yu-sung was surprised by his remark. Park Tae-shik explained that it would be wonderful if everyone could grow as strong as quickly as him, but that was impossible. He pointed out that currently, only Kang Yu-sung and perhaps 8 other heroes were approaching the monarch's level. As for the others, he concluded, we haven't reached that level yet. Kang Yu-sung listened silently, offering no rebuttal. He sighed. I guess I have no other choice. But Park Tae-shik quickly grabbed his hand, pleading, don't try to do anything alone. He squeezed his hand, emphasizing, I'm just saying now isn't the time. Park Tae-shik admitted they were struggling with immediate problems, but asserted that they were gradually making progress. Kang Yu-sung looked down, wondering internally, is it really because it's not the right time? He looked up, his gaze firm. However, just waiting won't change anything. Kang Yu-sung asserted that the show couldn't begin if everyone was just an audience. Just as an unknown monarch sent an invitation to the Hero King. In a diner, NIS agents, including Lee Jia, simultaneously received a system notification. Park Tae-shik asked in surprise if the tower was calling them, as an invitation to the level 10 Tower of Witches and Walpurgis appeared. He irritably refused, stating that he couldn't leave when Western countries were on high alert because of M. Lee Jia clenched his fist, seemingly about to say something important about this tower. Suddenly, Park Tae-shik stood up abruptly and decisively declared he would go, astonishing his subordinates. He secretly thought that this was an opportunity to learn about Kang Yu-sung's grand plan. Kang Yu-sung smiled, warning Park Tae-shik not to regret his decision. He and a new companion in a red cloak were teleported into the tower. Inside, the narration introduced a past conflict between the papal faction and Saintess Alicia's faction. The conflict escalated into a brutal civil war, with the Pope directly confronting the terrified Saintess Alicia. The devastated battlefield then became the bloodiest event in the continent's history. This event was called the Walpurgis Night Incident, when an angry mob screamed for a witch to be burned alive. Kang Yu-sung, now in the tower's attire, broke out in a cold sweat as he witnessed the scene before him. Saintess Alicia was tied to a cross, about to be burned alive by the mob. Covered in wounds, she helplessly watched the mob screaming for her execution. As the flames erupted, Alicia prayed desperately, wondering why the Lord of Light had abandoned her. Kang Yu-sung's new companion frantically urged him to save the Saintess. Kang Yu-sung didn't hesitate, gripping the hilt of the weapon at his side, preparing to act. The companion screamed in horror upon seeing Saintess Alicia nailed to the pyre, just as a quest appeared, requiring Kang Yu-sung to protect her. A soldier in the crowd screamed in panic that a demon king had appeared upon seeing Kang Yu-sung fly towards them. A commander immediately ordered the soldiers to arrest the one who dared to save the witch, along with all accomplices. Kang Yu-sung roared for them to get out of the way, while Alicia desperately called his name. With blazing red eyes, Kang Yu-sung prepared to unleash his power. His companion shouted loudly, signaling him to jump. Immediately after, that person created a purple energy platform beneath his feet. Suddenly, a top-hatted summoner appeared, trapping Kang Yu-sung in an energy net and surrounding him with an army of robots. Kang Yu-sung easily broke through the trap by combining the powers of ice and fire. He unleashed a massive icy attack, extinguishing the flames and freezing the entire pyre. Inside the block of ice, Alicia realized the flames were gone. Kang Yu-sung smashed the ice block with his bare, bloodied hands. He caught the freed Alicia, and she weakly asked who he was. Kang Yu-sung smiled confidently, asking in return who she thought he was. Recognizing her savior, Alicia smiled faintly in immense relief. She called him the first warrior, and whispered that he had once again saved her. Kang Yu-sung tore a piece of cloth and gently bandaged the wounds on her hands. Alicia painfully wondered why she hadn't summoned warriors before being pushed into this situation. She sadly admitted that she had thought something needed to change. Alicia explained that they couldn't keep relying on summoned warriors every time they encountered a problem. She painfully admitted that their attempts at change had utterly failed. Kang Yu-sung brushed it off, saying that at least he was here now, and opened a healing potion. The green elixir flowed over Alicia's wounds, forming crosses of light to heal her. Seeing her unconscious, Kang Yu-sung secretly thought he had arrived too late. However, Alicia smiled back, saying that he wasn't late at all. Rather, as always, he had arrived like a miracle when they needed him most. Just then, her loyal knights rushed over, joyfully calling the Saintess's name. In a flashback, a commander urged Alicia and the warriors to flee so they could hold off the enemy, but she couldn't bear to abandon them. The commander fell on the battlefield before he could finish his sentence. Another memory surfaced, of a traitor declaring the Pope's words to be true. A blonde priestess held up a blood-soaked object, accusing Alicia's faction of being witches and inciting the crowd against the heretics. Alicia could only helplessly reach out in despair. She knelt amidst the bodies of the fallen knights, not understanding why such tragedy had befallen them. Back in reality, Kang Yu-sung looked at her with cold eyes after understanding her past. He carried Alicia, standing amidst the battlefield, secretly thinking that this place never changed. Honestly, he thought, I'm so tired of all of us. Frustration was evident on his face. Kang Yu-sung gently sat Alicia down and told her not to cry, While his companion anxiously inquired about the Saintess's condition, Alicia smiled reassuringly that she would be fine. Kang Yu-sung looked at Alicia with resolute eyes. He called her by her name, Alicia, instead of her title, Saintess. He told her she could choose, either to be a witch or a saintess. When Alicia confusedly asked what he meant, Kang Yu-sung began to explain the first option. He promised that if she chose to become a witch, he would transform into a demon king and burn the entire world to protect her. Alicia bowed her head, recalling words she had once spoken. She looked up with a determined smile, asserting that she would always be a saintess until her death. Kang Yu-sung smiled, replying that he knew she would say that. As the scenario updated to reclaim the saintess's legitimate rights, he stood up and thanked his companion, Ishia. He expressed his gratitude that Ishia had entered this tower with him. Ishia then asked about the plan for the next scenario. Kang Yu-sung declared that for now, they needed to restore the saintess's status amidst the knights who were chaotically slaughtering each other. Looking at the chaotic scene through a data screen, he remarked that the situation was truly a mess. He decided this was the perfect time to use a newly acquired skill. The mythical unique skill World of Laplace was activated, capable of creating a barrier and calculating all information within it. His detection ability was enhanced, creating a grid map that covered the entire space. A knight roared in anger as Kang Yu-sung, who was considered the Demon King, infiltrated their sanctuary. The skill began analyzing targets, displaying the stats and data of each knight. With his enhanced eyes, Kang Yu-sung secretly thought that he could truly see everything now. In the slowed-down perception space, Kang Yu-sung analyzed the battlefield. He soared up, unleashing a rain of sharp ice shards onto the digitized targets below. Countless icy blades shot out at terrifying speed. Each hit on a target exploded in a surge of blue energy, precisely neutralizing the enemies. Kang Yu-sung glided through the chaotic crowd, swiftly taking down each knight. Witnessing the scene, Alicia Celestina screamed a desperate command. Kill the Demon King, attack him even without weapons. As Kang Yu-sung carried Alicia away, the remaining knights spotted them and yelled, "The witch is over there!" They charged forward, believing that killing both would end everything. In response, Kang Yu-sung activated the skill Awakened Dark Hell, and dark tentacles rose to swallow the attackers. Alicia thanked Kang Yu-sung for fulfilling the difficult request not to kill them, but he merely replied that it was his specialty. A young knight introduced himself as Ishia and said that he was not a warrior. Alicia then asked Ishia if he was Kang Yu-sung's friend. Ishia expressed his admiration and determination to become as strong as Kang Yu-sung, while others also agreed not to let him bear the burden alone. Alicia smiled in relief, secretly thinking that unlike her, Kang Yu-sung was not alone. Kang Yu-sung reassured Alicia that she also had countless believers, as the loyal knights, including Ishia, bowed their heads in devotion. Alicia looked at Ishia and pondered the difference between followers and true friends. She gently touched Ishia's cheek, encouraging him to continue being Kang Yu-sung's friend. As Kang Yu-sung stood before his new comrades, Alicia secretly hoped that he wouldn't abandon everything as she once did. Inside a magnificent cathedral, the confrontation reached its end. A loyal knight struggled to stand amidst the rubble. Despite his injuries, the knight glared at the invaders, while his comrades lay scattered on the floor. Kang Yu-sung coldly asked for the Pope's whereabouts. The knight gritted his teeth, reporting that the Holy Father had taken the holy relic and fled the kingdom. He declared that even if they captured an apostle, that witch would never be able to control this divine kingdom. Kang Yu-sung, holding Alicia Celestina, asked again, and she began to explain the conditions for becoming a leader. To rule, one must be accepted by the holy relic and prove themselves to be God's representative. However, Alicia calmly replied that it was not an issue. She stood firm, declaring that even without the holy relic, she could still prove herself to be God's chosen one. Alicia closed her eyes in prayer, and a complex blue halo began to form above her. A wave of divine blue energy erupted, spreading throughout the cathedral. The injured knights watched in astonishment as their wounds healed in an instant. One of them was completely stunned by the extraordinary sight. He looked at his fully recovered hand, unable to believe what was happening. Alicia smiled benevolently, declaring that, as a saintess, she would extend her arms to welcome everyone. The knight realized this was a true miracle from God. The knight who had challenged them initially now burst into tears of regret, wondering what he had done. Kang Yu-sung told him that it was enough, while Alicia smiled knowingly. A system notification appeared, confirming that Kang Yu-sung had completed the quest to reclaim the saintess's rights, making him smile confidently. However, his confidence quickly vanished as a new quest unexpectedly appeared. Conquer the Draga Kingdom. Alicia Celestina was also confused, wondering why the quest continued even though her initial goal had been achieved. Kang Yu-sung broke out in a cold sweat, unable to understand why things were unfolding this way. Alicia suddenly realized a harsh truth. She knew she couldn't bring them back to their old world on her own. She explained that she had known this beforehand because she was not the one who had summoned them to this world. Facing Kang Yu-sung's and Ishia's astonishment, Alicia reaffirmed, "This time, it was not I who summoned you, warrior." Both Kang Yu-sung and Ishia were speechless at this shocking revelation. The scene shifted to a majestic castle, where a mysterious ritual was being prepared. Inside, a group of priests was performing a complex summoning ritual with a glowing red magic circle. A chalice filled with red liquid began to bubble violently. The white-bearded head priest joyfully exclaimed that the ritual was successful, but the emperor standing nearby expressed doubt at the unusual energy fluctuations. The red energy from the chalice erupted into a chaotic pillar of light. The emperor angrily grabbed the priest's robes, questioning the ritual's success. He roared, doubting whether this thing had truly summoned the warrior they desired. Suddenly, dark tentacles rose from the magic circle, startling both of them. The emperor's expression immediately changed. He laughed maniacally as he realized the ritual had yielded results. He spread his arms wide, joyfully welcoming a long-haired figure emerging from the shadows. The emperor introduced himself as the ruler of the Philia continent to the newly summoned warrior. Kang Yu-sung, in his new form, questioned the title emperor. The emperor confirmed, beginning to declare his purpose. But as soon as he finished speaking about conquering the holy nation, he was attacked. Kang Yu-sung swung his sword, and the emperor's blood splattered. Standing amidst the corpses, he coldly declared they were not the ones he was looking for, terrifying the head priest. A surviving priest panicked, wondering why the summoned warrior had betrayed them, and if the ritual had failed. Kang Yu-sung calmly realized this was a world inside a tower. With glowing purple eyes, he questioned who had truly summoned him. The Elder of Jesters appeared, laughing loudly and admitting he was behind everything. The remaining people screamed in terror that a demon king had been summoned, and urged everyone to destroy him. Kang Yu-sung merely sighed softly, gripping his sword hilt, ready for a warm-up. He lunged forward with terrifying speed, unleashing a single sword strike that wiped out all remaining enemies. The head priest collapsed with a fatal wound to his chest. Amidst the bloody scene, Kang Yu-sung asked the Elder of Jesters about the next plan. The monarch's voice echoed, explaining that, in this game, he could become anything. He could become an emperor, or even the ruler of this entire world. Kang Yu-sung placed his hand on the throne, accepting the offer. He smiled, affirming that he understood the rules of the game. A surge of purple energy enveloped Kang Yu-sung as he sat on the throne. He donned a white hooded cloak, and 6 magical swords appeared behind him, ready for his new role. Kang Yu-sung was stunned when the system announced that the sword monarch, the heavenly demon, had descended. A hooded figure with glowing purple eyes appeared, making him wonder if it was him. He could only let out a bitter laugh at the ironic situation. "Damn game," Kang Yu-sung muttered, unable to believe such a monarch existed. He quickly realized that the sword monarch was the alias of the dethroned monarch, the heavenly demon. Ishia, standing nearby, was also stunned by this overwhelming presence. The image of the young heavenly demon with glowing red eyes flashed in his mind. The heavenly demon's full form, in dark armor with mythical-grade skills, filled Ishia with extreme dread. The narration recalled that even another dethroned monarch, the Elder of Plague, had occupied a high-difficulty level 12 tower. Now, with the appearance of the sword monarch, the current tower's difficulty level had changed. Kang Yu-sung looked at the system panel, seeing that the current level had become immeasurable. He secretly thought that this was not surprising, as even other monarchs feared the heavenly demon. Kang Yu-sung deduced that the tower's level must now be at least 13 or higher. Ishia desperately told Kang Yu-sung that he wouldn't be able to help against such an enemy. Nevertheless, he clenched his fists, refusing to give up. Ishia told himself that if he activated the curtain of absolute darkness, he might increase their chances of victory by 0.1%. Kang Yu-sung silently agreed, acknowledging that the help would be useful. However, he also foresaw that if Ishia did so, he would surely die. Kang Yu-sung looked at the dagger in his hand, an item seemingly related to Ishia. He decided to personally remove Ishia from the game to bring him back to safety. While the system announced that the main characters had gathered, Kang Yu-sung and Ishia were horrified when a system notification revealed that the Elder of Pathfinder was influencing the tower. Immediately, a surge of dark red energy erupted throughout the hall, forcing Kang Yu-sung into a defensive stance. The power of the explosion was immense, shattering the magnificent stained glass windows. Those present in the hall screamed in extreme agony as they were engulfed by the evil energy. Amidst the chaos, the heavenly demon appeared, and Kang Yu-sung hastily embraced Alicia Celestina to protect her. He summoned a colossal ice greatsword, trying to resist the terrifying pressure bearing down on him. Sweating profusely, Kang Yu-sung strained to defend, his opponent's power far exceeding imagination. Fresh blood splattered onto a red curtain, a sign of the brutality that had just occurred. An illusion appeared, showing the heavenly demon sitting on a throne, indifferently looking down at a bloody battle between knights and demons. The terrifying image of the heavenly demon haunted Kang Yu-sung's mind, leaving him dazed. His hands trembled uncontrollably before the enemy's overwhelming presence. However, Kang Yu-sung quickly regained his composure, deciding to use his trump card. He was confident that even if his opponent was the heavenly demon, his unique mythical grade skill, World of Laplace, would work. He performed hand seals, and the black blindfold that once covered his eyes vanished as he prepared to activate the skill. But then, Kang Yu-sung was stunned when he realized his skill couldn't be activated at all. The heavenly demon had appeared right in front of him in a flash, giving him no chance. He only managed a silent curse before receiving a devastating blow. The heavenly demon easily swatted away Kang Yu-sung's weapon and delivered a punch that sent him flying. The heavenly demon's cold purple eyes looked down, displaying absolute dominance. A series of after-images of the heavenly demon rushed forward, unleashing a storm of purple sword energy that Kang Yu-sung could only helplessly fend off. Kang Yu-sung watched in horror as a colossal purple energy blade descended. He hastily raised his twin daggers, trying to block the destructive attack. Yet, the power of the slash still sent Kang Yu-sung recoiling and coughing up blood. The heavenly demon spoke coldly, expressing regret for the current situation. He swung his sword lightly, and another spray of blood erupted from Kang Yu-sung. In his mind, an image flashed of himself shielding Elysia Celestina. From behind, Ishia frantically screamed Kang Yu-sung's name. The invisible pressure weighed heavily, making Kang Yu-sung break out in a cold sweat, and his nose began to bleed. He wondered blankly, completely unable to comprehend the nature of the attack. He stared at the heavenly demon, his mind reeling with the question, what was that just now? The heavenly demon merely smirked, calmly remarking that Kang Yu-sung had acquired an interesting ability. Sitting on the throne, he scoffed. So what? Can you see a victorious future? A system notification panel suddenly appeared, beginning to analyze his chances of victory. The final number appeared cruelly, 0%. The harsh truth made Kang Yu-sung collapse, fresh blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. He slumped to the floor, vomiting a pool of thick black blood in despair. Ishia screamed in horror as he witnessed his comrade suddenly collapse. The heavenly demon slowly rose from the throne, stepping forward. Ishia confusedly wondered what the heavenly demon had done upon seeing the purple aura enveloping Kang Yu-sung. The heavenly demon calmly answered Ishia's unspoken question. I did nothing. Kang Yu-sung collapsed, crushed by the announcement of a 0% win rate and the assertion that the outcome would not change. Ishia rushed over, grabbed his shoulders, and called out Kang Yu-sung's name loudly. He knelt beside him, pleading that whatever skill Kang Yu-sung was using, he needed to stop. With an expression of extreme worry, Ishia said that they couldn't go any further. Black blood continued to seep from Kang Yu-sung's mouth and eyes as he collapsed in pain. Streaks of blood ran down his face, evidence of the immense pressure he was enduring. In his mind, a voice echoed from the pool of blood, urging him to give up. Kang Yu-sung told himself that this was a hopeless battle, and that surviving was what truly mattered. He feared that if he hesitated, he might lose Ishia. But then another thought flashed through his mind. An image of the Elder of Jesters appeared in his mind, mocking him and asking what was stopping him from giving up. Suddenly, Kang Yu-sung lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with a dark resolve. An illusion appeared, showing him and Elysia Celestina standing far apart in an empty space. He gritted his teeth, wondering what would happen if he truly gave up. The answer became clear in his mind. The saintess would die. Kang Yu-sung decisively stood up, pushing the astonished Ishia aside. With his eyes completely black, he summoned a new dagger, to Ishia's shock. Ishia stammered, unable to believe what he was seeing. Are you going to fight? Ishia yelled as Kang Yu-sung raised his weapon. Of course, Kang Yu-sung calmly replied, pointing the dagger towards the heavenly demon sitting on the throne. He swore to save the innocent, while an image of a terrified Elysia flashed by. In an illusion, a mysterious man with a black blindfold declared that one must challenge the impossible and ultimately win. The Elder of Jesters' smug smile appeared, seemingly observing everything. Kang Yu-sung also smiled, asserting that was the meaning of being a hero. Immediately, his eyes transformed into deep black abysses with swirling crimson energy within. He activated the true form of Descent of the Heavenly Demon, his entire body erupting with dark energy. Kang Yu-sung turned around and unexpectedly called Ishia's name. Ishia was completely stunned by his actions. Still startled, Ishia stammered, asking if Kang Yu-sung had just asked for his help, while he admitted he couldn't do it alone. With blazing red eyes, Kang Yu-sung asked if the request was too much. Ishia was still reeling from his comrade's transformation. Kang Yu-sung pleaded with Ishia to stay by the hero's side, so he wouldn't abandon everything as he once had. Hearing that, Ishia clenched his fists, and purple lightning began to flash. He looked up with a radiant smile and shouted that of course it was fine. Ishia smiled, saying he had always waited for this moment. Kang Yu-sung also smirked confidently. Then let's go. Both charged forward, red and purple energy erupting violently. Kang Yu-sung gripped his sword with both hands, preparing for the impact. The two swordsmen clashed, their weapons colliding to create a terrifying explosion of light. Shockwaves spread throughout the hall, making Ishia scream the hero's name in horror. The two blades locked, Kang Yu-sung gritting his teeth and straining, while the heavenly demon maintained a calm expression. Elysia Celestina collapsed to her knees, wailing in despair. She thought to herself that heroes had their own worlds to save, yet they were still fighting. They were fighting just for her. Realizing this, Elysia resolved that she couldn't just sit idly by. As she sought a way to act, a mysterious voice echoed in her mind, calling her child. Elysia startled and looked around, a surge of dark energy enveloping her. A pale, ghostly hand reached out from the shadows, asking if she wanted to save them. With her eyes now turned black, Elysia stared in horror at the entity. She tremblingly asked the stranger's identity. The entity declared itself the god above gods. It asserted that even the god Elysia served was beneath it. A blinding flash of light erupted, and it continued its speech. It revealed that the man currently fighting, the heavenly demon, was also once a god. Elysia realized in horror that this entity was a constellation. The entity's face appeared, promising to help her. It offered a blazing red orb of energy, saying that, of course, was if she was willing to pay the price. Elysia hesitated, speechless at the offer. At the same time, the battle outside intensified, as Kang Yu-sung was sent flying. The heavenly demon stood there, completely unharmed by the attack. He looked at Kang Yu-sung lying motionless on the ground and calmly remarked that everything was fleeting. Heavenly demon looked down at the fallen and said to Kang Yu-sung, "I thought you would be different, but you're just trying to imitate my sword." He continued to mock Kang Yu-sung, who was writhing on the ground. "That's nothing but a farce." Then, Heavenly Demon raised his sword, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. "It's meaningless now," he said as he swung his sword down at Kang Yu-sung. The blade plunged down with a fierce surge of dark energy. From a distance, Ishia screamed in horror. "No!" He yelled his comrade's name, Kang Yu-sung. Suddenly, Heavenly Demon froze with a look of astonishment as a hand with a hole in its center blocked the attack. Elysia Celestina appeared, stopping Heavenly Demon's sword with her bare hand. Heavenly Demon looked confused and surprised by this sudden intervention. Lying on the ground, Kang Yu-sung looked up with an expression of utter shock. "Saintess?" With her face shrouded in shadow, Elysia Celestina stood firm, her hand still blocking the enemy's sword. She clenched her hand, with such force that Heavenly Demon's blade began to crack. Elysia raised her head, her eyes now pitch black with glowing white irises, calling out to an entity, "O God above gods." Heavenly Demon looked utterly terrified upon hearing that title. God above gods? He thought to himself. No way. As Elysia plunged a sword into the wall, cracking it and revealing a mysterious energy core. Heavenly Demon stepped back, observing with folded arms and a look of amusement. "I want to see the end of this puppet show." Elysia placed her hand on her chest, seemingly having made her decision. For that, she collapsed, her body beginning to disintegrate in a blue light, and screamed, "I will offer up my entire world." Kang Yu-sung could only stare in shock at the unfolding scene, and utter, "Huh?" Kang Yu-sung screamed in horror. "Saintess? What are you doing?" As Elysia Celestina stood before him, holding a shattering purple object. From within, a blazing red energy core burst forth, and a powerful voice echoed, "Very well, I accept." The moment the pact was accepted, a colossal surge of energy erupted, pushing back both Kang Yu-sung and Heavenly Demon. Heavenly Demon looked utterly astonished, as the mysterious voice echoed again, "I will accept the pact." Immediately after, a blinding light enveloped the stunned Kang Yu-sung. He realized he had been teleported to a familiar place and wondered, "This place? Is it the throne of the end?" Here, Elysia Celestina turned to look at him, who was kneeling on the ground, and called out with an unfamiliar voice. "Hero?" A black-robed entity, holding a giant scythe, suddenly appeared and embraced her, making Kang Yu-sung scream, "Saintess!" He desperately yelled, "Why did you do this? Why did you make a pact with a monarch?" Elysia shed tears, but her gaze remained firm. Since the first day I met you, I have always remembered the sacrifices you made for me. She smiled serenely and said, now it's my turn. Kang Yu-sung could only utter her name helplessly and painfully. Saintess. The black-robed entity gestured for silence, its cold voice echoing. Outsider. Shut your mouth. It raised a finger, revealing an entire vast universe within its hood, and declared, from this moment forth, under the witness of the 7 great princes, we shall perform the coronation ceremony. Kang Yu-sung remained utterly confused by what was happening, muttering, coronation? Ceremony? The mysterious entity grasped the hem of its robe. It gestured for Alicia to approach a throne and said, child, come here. It pointed to the discarded items on the nearby table. This once belonged to a fool who insisted on neutrality. Whining without understanding her master's will, she vanished. Finally, it commanded Alicia, who was kneeling in a puddle of dark liquid, sit down. The black-robed entity declared to the stunned Kang Yu-sung, now it is yours. He realized he was in the middle of the throne of the end, where the coronation ceremony to fill the monarch's vacant seat was about to take place. Kang Yu-sung screamed in despair. Saintess. A cold voice warned, do not interrupt the coronation ceremony. As magical golden chains bound him tightly, he strained, struggling in vain. Despite being bound, he still yelled out to Alicia, who was walking towards the throne. No, Saintess, please refuse. He warned that a world offered as a sacrifice could only lead to a tragic end, with images of a skeletal army appearing behind him. Alicia turned to look at him with a sad gaze, asking, is that what you want? A circular wound appeared, piercing through her clasped palms. She turned away, responding decisively. Yes, that's right. With tears of blood streaming from her glowing eyes, she smiled resolutely. Furthermore, there is something I want to protect even more. Kang Yu-sung was stunned, only able to stare in utter horror. Alicia placed her sacred hand on the dark throne. She gripped the armrest of the throne tightly, accepting her fate. From the throne, which looked like a withered tree stump, black crows and feathers began to appear. A dark vortex of branches and pitch-black feathers erupted, beginning to engulf her. Darkness gradually enveloped Alicia. Kang Yu-sung screamed in agony as he watched her being swallowed by the black vortex. Saintess. It can't end like this. The black-robed entity stood beside him, silently observing. It raised its clawed hand amidst the swirling feathers and declared, this is not the end. After the sacrifice, Alicia Celestina was reborn as the witch monarch, grandly taking her throne. With eyes weeping black tears, she smiled and declared this a new beginning. Suddenly, Ishia was shocked to realize that Walpurgis Tower and the witch monarch had vanished. He frantically looked around the empty space, not understanding where he was. The witch monarch's voice echoed in his mind, calling Ishia's name. Ishia was astonished to see a giant spiritual image of Alicia in her saintess form appear before his eyes. He stammered, asking if she had indeed become a monarch. Alicia confirmed that she had willingly become a monarch to stand alongside the heroes. She reminded Ishia that he had fought alongside the hero and had witnessed what he did. Alicia's spiritual image looked directly at Ishia, preparing to make an offer. She asked if he still wished to continue fighting alongside that hero. Ishia didn't hesitate, clenching his fist with ironclad resolve. He shouted that he now understood the enemy the hero was fighting against and what he was trying to protect. A blue light enveloped the space. Alicia's spiritual hand gently touched Ishia's cheek, thanking him. The system announced that the witch monarch proposed a dual contract to player Ishia. Alicia addressed the assassin monarch, asking if he would approve another contract for her. Kang Yu-sung, with resolute eyes, approved the contract. A surge of blue energy erupted around Ishia as the new contract with the witch monarch was established. The scene shifted to a diner, where an important meeting was taking place. Park Tae-shik received the news via a system screen and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Oh no. In a brief flashback, Kang Yu-sung and Ishia were stunned by the system announcement. The witch and Walpurgis Tower have vanished. Ishia cried out in panic, unable to believe that the tower had vanished instead of being conquered. An unprecedented event. Returning to the present, Kang Yu-sung began to report what he knew to Park Tae-shik. He seriously recounted the entire sequence of events that had just occurred. Kang Yu-sung explained that the tower's level had become immeasurable, then it suddenly vanished, and subsequently a new monarch was born. Park Tae-shik thoughtfully concluded that given this situation, they could no longer trust the tower's rules. He desperately asked Kang Yu-sung if they could truly win against such beings. Kang Yu-sung frankly admitted that it was impossible. Hearing this, Park Tae-shik bowed his head in silence, his face filled with disappointment. But then Kang Yu-sung added, "That's if I'm alone," causing Park Tae-shik to look up in surprise. To Park Tae-shik's astonishment, Kang Yu-sung calmly reconfirmed his meaning. He asserted that those at the top of the tower were not untouchable deities, but the path of the heavenly demon would not be enough to reach them. I can't do it alone, Kang Yu-sung said, inviting Park Tae-shik and the other agents to join him. He confidently declared that he would pull everyone up to his position, even if he had to use force. Kang Yu-sung extended his hand, a decisive invitation. With a radiant smile, he announced that he would form a guild. Immediately, this shocking news was spread by a barrage of media flashes. News of Hero King Kang Yu-sung spread through countless camera flashes. He had officially announced the formation of his guild at a press conference. Facing a barrage of questions, Kang Yu-sung calmly asked the reporters to inquire one by one. He pointed to a reporter on the left side of the auditorium to begin. That reporter immediately asked why a famous solo player like him had suddenly decided to form a guild. Kang Yu-sung let out a breath, beginning to explain his decision. He lamented that after many years of fighting, his body had accumulated too many injuries, even stretching and groaning in pain. Another reporter, with a skeptical expression, listened to the reason that teamwork would be more efficient. As Kang Yu-sung spoke about his slow and steady motto, that reporter raised his hand, preparing to interrupt. With a sinister smile, the reporter directly asked, "In other words, have you grown weaker?" Kang Yu-sung merely responded with a radiant smile. The entire auditorium fell into stunned silence at the blatant attacking question. The reporter pressed on, asserting that Kang Yu-sung was no longer strong enough to handle everything on his own. Immediately, another female reporter hastily typed to break the hot news. The headline "Hero King's Decline" was quickly drafted on the laptop screen. The reporter concluded that Kang Yu-sung was trying to hide the truth, and in his eyes, the entire crowd transformed into judging specters. Confident that he had gained the upper hand, the reporter smirked. Kang Yu-sung silently looked back, his sharp eyes wondering if this was how everyone perceived the situation. Then suddenly, he flashed a brilliant smile, completely dispelling the tense atmosphere. Kang Yu-sung cheerfully invited the next applicant into the Hero King Guild's audition room. Ishia, the vice guild master, nervously asked if Kang Yu-sung was sure about his actions. When Kang Yu-sung asked again, Ishia expressed concern about yesterday's press conference. Ishia recalled Kang Yu-sung silently walking away from the crowd of reporters. He thought people would misunderstand, but Kang Yu-sung indifferently leaned back in his chair and said he didn't care. Kang Yu-sung confidently asserted that those baseless rumors wouldn't last a week. Just as Ishia was about to question him, the door suddenly burst open, and a burly figure appeared. A muscular man loudly shouted a greeting to the Hero King. He boldly declared that he had come to join the guild. The man explained that it was out of reverence for Kang Yu-sung that he decided to become a player and earnestly pleaded to be accepted. While Ishia was confused, Kang Yu-sung chuckled with amusement, pointing at the fan's t-shirt. He agreed to accept him into the guild if he passed a test, making the man joyfully ask what it was. With a mysterious smile, Kang Yu-sung declared it would be a battle to the death. The man's smile froze, and he stammered, unable to believe his ears. Immediately, Kang Yu-sung lunged forward, slamming the applicant to the floor, much to Ishia's astonishment. The muscular man was thrown backward, hitting the wall hard. Ishia was also thrown back, letting out a horrified scream. The applicant was utterly terrified as Kang Yu-sung, his face shrouded in shadow and eyes glowing red, held a sword to his neck, begging for his life. He frantically apologized, but Kang Yu-sung coldly asked if this was how he would behave inside the towers. Kang Yu-sung questioned the trembling applicant, asking if he intended to beg even the monsters and monarchs for his life. The applicant horrifyingly realized this was no joke as he witnessed the surrounding carnage. Immediately afterward, his body disintegrated into digital fragments. Kang Yu-sung ended the simulation with a wave of his hand. The system displayed the applicant's combat failure probability as 0%. Kang Yu-sung coldly invited the next person. Shocked by the declaration, the applicant could only ask again, but Kang Yu-sung merely repeated that he was done. He started another simulation for the next individuals. A series of applicants were immediately eliminated in the flash tests. Ishia anxiously called Kang Yu-sung's name. He asked if Kang Yu-sung truly intended to recruit anyone. Ishia lost his composure, demanding Kang Yu-sung explain his criteria for eliminating everyone in an instant. He continued to question, asking if Kang Yu-sung was seeing something he couldn't. Kang Yu-sung calmly confirmed, "Yes, I can." He recalled the image of a female applicant who had been defeated but still hadn't fallen. Even though she had lost, she stubbornly clung to his leg. The huge difference lay in her 0.0000000000001% chance of victory. Kang Yu-sung explained that such a small difference would become incredibly important in upcoming battles, just like when they faced the heavenly demon. He was looking for people who never gave up. Kang Yu-sung boldly declared. Right now, those are the people I'm looking for. He pointed at Ishia and said, just like you did before, Ishia. Ishia awkwardly smiled and replied, if you say so. He bumped fists with Kang Yu-sung, affirming, I have no choice but to trust you. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a cloaked figure entered. The person declared, I've come to join the guild. Kang Yu-sung smirked with amusement. Well, look who we have here. The unexpected guest revealed himself. It was Sin Sire, one of the 10 heroes. Kang Yu-sung mused, suspecting the Italian hero's motives for abandoning his homeland to come here. Sin Sire asked directly, What's wrong? Can't you accept me? Kang Yu-sung quickly waved his hand. Oh, of course not. I know you're more than capable of joining, he added. However, to be fair, then activated a simulation test. Kang Yu-sung framed Sin Sire with his hands, declaring that he too must go through the same process. He narrowed his eyes as the system began analyzing the combat failure probability. Ishia frantically called Kang Yu-sung's name when he noticed something was wrong. You're bleeding, Ishia worriedly said, seeing a drop of blood trickle from Kang Yu-sung's nose. Kang Yu-sung was astonished, because even when facing the heavenly demon, the probability could still be calculated, but not this time. He broke into an excited smile and pointed at the newcomer. How about this? Sin Sire stood there with a calm expression, completely unaware of his immeasurable power. Kang Yu-sung recalled the events at the UN Tower. At that time, the system announced that Maria Jaeger's light element skills had been disabled. Maria was utterly astonished, and that's when they realized Einsatzer was not an apostle of the Elder of Light. She wondered who the monarch he had made a pact with was. In the memory, Einsatzer merely offered a meaningful smile. Back in the interrogation room, Kang Yu-sung asked his opponent if he was worried that even Laplace couldn't read him. A chair was kicked away in a sudden fit of rage. Kang Yu-sung lunged forward, grabbing Einsatzer by the collar. Caught off guard, Einsatzer growled, asking who Kang Yu-sung was and how he knew that information. The staff member supervising the interrogation was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Kang Yu-sung merely repeated Einsatzer's question coldly. Einsatzer smirked, challenging Kang Yu-sung to follow him if he wanted answers. His body disintegrated into data particles, opening a path into his own tower. A system window appeared, inviting Kang Yu-sung to enter an unknown difficulty tower. He showed annoyance at the system's ambiguity, while the staff member frantically called his name. The staff member tried to intervene, shouting that it was clearly a trap, but Kang Yu-sung resolutely brushed aside the warning. He confidently declared that no matter what was inside, he would win and return. With that, Kang Yu-sung stepped into the spatial gate without hesitation. The two other agents in the room could only stare in shock as the mysterious tower appeared out of thin air. Ishia thought, no matter what happened, he still decided, I'll enter the tower too. Both of them stepped through the gate together. A notification appeared, confirming the message had been sent. As soon as he set foot there, Kang Yu-sung frowned at an overpowering stench. He was aghast at the horrifying scene laid out before his eyes. Ishia quickly followed, shouting that going alone was too dangerous. His words caught in his throat as they both witnessed people being burned alive in a sea of flames. A system window announced they were in continent 000. The narration explained about fallen Saintess Alicia, who had made a pact with demons out of hatred for the world. As a result, more than half of all living beings were killed, leaving only ashes. To prevent another witch from rising, the church decided to purify all young girls. Kang Yu-sung gritted his teeth in anger as he understood the entire tragic story. He cried out in despair, Is this the result of the saintess's sacrifice? Ishia was stunned upon receiving the quest. Help the church find the worst witch. He roared in indignation, unable to accept the demand to purify her. Ishia turned to Kang Yu-sung, wondering if this tragedy was their fault. Kang Yu-sung painfully admitted that if they had been stronger, Alicia wouldn't have needed to sacrifice herself. He angrily punched the ground, regretting having let this happen. Ishia bowed his head, sadly agreeing that he couldn't refute that. Kang Yu-sung lay on the ground, desperately admitting that all the guilt he felt was true. An illusion appeared, showing Ishia with a dark aura standing over him. In the illusion, Ishia's face contorted into a crazed, malevolent smile. He repeatedly stabbed the helpless Kang Yu-sung with a dagger. Suddenly, the scene shifted to Maria Jaeger, swinging a mace and shouting, demanding Kang Yu-sung to stand still. Her mace smashed the face of a grotesque, deformed monster. In the illusion, Maria fought alone against an entire army of monsters. Back in reality, Kang Yu-sung was aghast as horrifying memories and illusions flooded back. He was stunned to realize that Saintess Maria Jaeger was standing right in front of him. Maria suddenly grabbed Kang Yu-sung's face, making him painfully ask what she was doing there. She forcefully pressed his head to the ground, completely subduing him. After confirming, Maria cheerfully apologized, saying she needed to check if he was a disguised demon. Kang Yu-sung frantically asked where Ishia was, and Maria replied that he was cleaning up the remaining demons. She explained that Ishia himself had called her, worried that something bad would happen to him. Maria anxiously asked if he was okay. Kang Yu-sung was speechless, his face contorted in agony as a tear rolled down his cheek. Maria gently lifted his chin, forcing him to look directly at her. With sympathetic eyes, she called his name. She gently affirmed that it wasn't his fault. Then Maria pulled Kang Yu-sung into her arms in a comforting embrace. Kang Yu-sung was still skeptical, whispering if the comfort was real. Maria smiled gently, affirming confidently, and promising to explain to him as many times as he wished. She added that even so, he always seemed to forget it. Ishia awkwardly cleared his throat, announcing that he had finished everything here. He cautiously inquired about Kang Yu-sung's condition. Kang Yu-sung squeezed Maria's hand, gradually regaining his composure. He thanked both Saintess Maria and Ishia. With a determined gaze, Kang Yu-sung declared they would go find that bastard. Maria read the mission notification for Walpurgis Tower, and then wondered who that bastard he mentioned was. Kang Yu-sung suddenly realized something upon seeing Maria still cheerfully unaware. He turned to scold Ishia for bringing Maria without explaining anything, wondering how he could explain the situation now. Kang Yu-sung irritably replied that if someone hadn't fallen into an obvious trap, he wouldn't have needed to explain anything. Ishia stammered, asking him to explain now, while Maria watched them with amusement. Kang Yu-sung sighed, accepting the current situation. He looked at the desolate surroundings and said that this place was ruined because of their fault. Maria was stunned by his confession. Kang Yu-sung gritted his teeth, recalling the painful past. He explained that he was talking about another saintess named Elysia Celestina. A fleeting image showed Alicia's tragic choice had ruined her world. Kang Yu-sung finished his account of Elysia, while Maria Jaeger quietly comforted him amidst the ruins. She held his hand tightly, understanding the tragic story she had just heard. Ishia stood up, revealing that the condition to clear this tower was to find and kill the worst witch. He clenched his fist, seemingly struggling with that cruel command. Ishia painfully admitted that he couldn't do it. All three fell silent, facing a morally impossible task. Maria Jaeger looked up, her gaze firm, and declared that they only had one option. Kang Yu-sung agreed with her, his face having regained its determination. He excitedly said that they had to find a secret, clear condition. Kang Yu-sung explained to a surprised Ishia that secret conditions, though rare, still existed, while Maria confirmed they were very hard to find. He held up 2 fingers, saying that they now had 2 main objectives. The first objective was to find and protect the witch, hoping that would change the tower's conditions. He drew a short sword, speaking of the second option. The group stood up, ready for battle, as Kang Yu-sung declared they would find the one who brought them here, that bastard, Sin Sayer. With fiery eyes, he decided to start by looking for Sin Sayer. Amidst a sea of fire, a mysterious cloaked figure appeared. That person, Sin Sayer, monologued that nightmares would stimulate the target's psychological trauma. He approached, sarcastically asking if the Hero King was having nightmares. Kang Yu-sung and his companions looked up at the enemy, questioning why he was there. Kang Yu-sung thought to himself, they should have been trying to clear this tower. A hooded stranger sarcastically asked if they had already given up. He continued to provoke, saying that Elysia must be suffering because of their decisions. Kang Yu-sung merely responded with a calm smile, completely unfazed. He drew his weapon and said that he had originally intended to ask about his contract, but now there was no need. Suddenly, Sin Sayer lunged to attack the blonde stranger. Their weapons clashed, sparking. The blonde shouted that Sin Sayer would ultimately just be another name on the Hero King's kill list. Maria Jaeger anxiously called Kang Yu-sung's name, offering to assist him, but Kang Yu-sung refused, ordering her and Ishia to go find the worst witch. He asserted that he would handle this bastard himself. Maria looked annoyed and worried, not wanting to leave. Ishia also secretly worried, wondering what would happen if they didn't find the secret clear condition. Meanwhile, Sin Sayer delivered a blow that sent the blonde flying backward. He landed softly as Maria and Ishia prepared to leave. Kang Yu-sung confidently answered Ishia's worries, saying they would deal with it when the time came. He began to gather his strength, summoning countless icy swords to float around him. Hearing the command, "Go," Maria and Ishia immediately turned and ran, as Kang Yu-sung unleashed a massive surge of ice energy. A barrage of ice swords shot forward, commencing the battle. Provoked, the blonde, black-cloaked figure mocked Kang Yu-sung. "Is this all the Hero King has?" Kang Yu-sung coldly replied from the shadows, "Of course not." With glowing red eyes, he declared, "I can't let him control the battle. See you outside." He unleashed the third form of the heavenly demon sword Art, Void Sword, creating a colossal purple energy slash. Kang Yu-sung declared decisively. After we clear this tower. The blonde man took a critical hit, and Kang Yu-sung immediately turned to Sinsayer. You're next. Suddenly, a searing red energy beam flashed from Sinsayer's direction. He moved with terrifying speed, lunging forward. Kang Yu-sung was stunned by this unexpected action. Instead of attacking Kang Yu-sung, Sinsayer aimed at his own ally. He stabbed through the blonde man and sneered. Don't you think it's too early to end this, child of jesters? Kang Yu-sung was utterly shocked by this blatant betrayal. He felt a familiar aura from Sinsayer, identical to what he had sensed at the Throne of the End. Sinsayer thought to himself that despite having met many monarchs, he still felt something different about Kang Yu-sung. He realized this feeling was the connection to the Elder of Jesters. Kang Yu-sung looked directly at his enemy and asked, You are a Kurfürst? With sharp, clawed hands, Sinsayer confirmed, Precisely. He introduced himself as the Nightmare Monarch, ruler of towers and monarchs, one of the 7 Kurfürsts. Amidst the sea of fire, Kang Yu-sung murmured the name of his new enemy, Nightmare Monarch. Kang Yu-sung angrily questioned his new enemy, demanding to know why he had stolen Sinsayer's body. The mysterious entity with a pink symbol on its face coldly replied that the incident occurred at the UN Tower. Kang Yu-sung was stunned, and painful memories of that event began to flood his mind. The enemy began to recreate the desperate scene as 100 hero candidates faced tragedy. Even the top 10 heroes were overwhelmed, with the image of a severely wounded Ripper appearing. One of the hero kings lay amidst the rubble, bitterly admitting their helplessness. The enemy twisted the knife in Kang Yu-sung's pain, asking what a hero king could do in such a situation. He continued to recount Sinsayer's words, while the illusion showed Einsatzer being restrained. In that nightmare, Einsatzer had cried out desperately, begging for release. I merely fulfilled his wish, the entity roared, its cloak transforming into a grotesque mouth. Kang Yu-sung tightened his grip on his knife, his gaze unwavering against the psychological attack. He responded resolutely, asserting that even though he had fallen, Einsatzer was once a hero. Attacking, Kang Yu-sung shouted, demanding to know the monarch's ultimate goal. In response, a gruesome smile with sharp teeth spread across the entity's obscured face. He began to explain that monarchs were beings bound by fate. Their names not only determined their destiny, but also their deepest desires. He gave examples of the Blood Monarch and the Frost Monarch, then asked Kang Yu-sung what he sought. Kang Yu-sung suddenly realized the answer, his eyes flashing as he uttered, Nightmare. The symbol on the entity's face glowed brightly, confirming his deduction. The Nightmare Monarch roared, declaring that it craved humanity's nightmares. It would use the towers to turn the worst nightmares into reality. Hearing the wicked declaration, Kang Yu-sung gritted his teeth in fury, his eyes burning red. He clenched his jaw, determined not to let it happen. A colossal blue energy erupted from Kang Yu-sung as he shouted his challenge. The system announced that the title Monarch Slayer had been activated, increasing attack power by 9,999% when fighting a monarch. Empowered, Kang Yu-sung, with his hair turning deep blue, charged forward, vowing to personally end his foe. He closed in on the Nightmare Monarch, who responded by transforming its cloak into a grotesque mouth. The Nightmare Monarch's arm was strangely broken, but it merely dissolved into smoke, easily dodging the attack, leaving Kang Yu-sung to wonder. The Nightmare Monarch spoke from the shadows, indicating it wanted to see his true power. He called Kang Yu-sung Child of Jesters, just as Sinsayer unexpectedly appeared and attacked him from behind. A powerful white energy blast struck the ground. Kang Yu-sung quickly dodged the insidious attack. The energy continued its pursuit, tearing through everything in its path. The attack transformed into countless sharp fragments that hurtled towards Kang Yu-sung. The fragments ripped through the air with terrifying speed. He spun, swinging his sword to create a defensive vortex to block them. However, a dark energy still infiltrated his body, causing Kang Yu-sung to exclaim in astonishment, How can this be? It's absurd. Kang Yu-sung recalled a terrifying enemy, one who could unleash devastating power with a mere flick of the wrist. He remembered the feeling of facing that mysterious cloaked entity, one of countless life or death battles he had endured. With a strained face and blood flowing from his eyes, he was certain of one thing, that in that battle, he had no chance of victory against the one whose face was a glowing purple screen. Returning to the desolate reality, a golden telephone cord suddenly shot towards Kang Yu-sung. The skill is less than corded phone is greater than appeared, allowing him to speak with a designated target. He recognized this as Ishia's skill, but an illusion of an old enemy appeared, urging him to answer. The phantom of the past mocked, asking if good news awaited him. Kang Yu-sung brushed off his fear, pressed the golden cup to his ear, and reluctantly answered the call. He was stunned to hear Ishia's excited voice on the other end. "Kang Yu-sung, we did it," Maria Jaeger also reported, holding a red-haired child and declaring she had found the worst witch. At the same time, Ishia had used her abilities to subdue and take down a bald cult leader. Kang Yu-sung clenched his fist, confirming to them that the first trial was complete. He immediately asked Maria over the phone about the hidden condition to clear the stage. Sitting on the ground, he was disappointed to hear her answer that she couldn't find it. He muttered that even though he had protected the child and killed the cult leader, the hidden condition still hadn't appeared. On the other end, Maria anxiously called Kang Yu-sung's name as she sensed his silence. She pressed him, asking if he was okay. Kang Yu-sung merely remained silent, his expression becoming extremely pensive and grim. Kang Yu-sung tried to act normal while speaking through the communicator, but Maria Jaeger still pressed him about what was wrong. He lied that he was just fighting Sincere, and asked his teammates to continue searching. Hearing Kang Yu-sung say he would continue to buy time, Maria remained silent with a worried expression. She reluctantly accepted, turned away, and said she understood. Maria's final instruction was, "Don't die," before the communicator fell from Kang Yu-sung's hand. Kang Yu-sung let out a faint laugh to himself, muttering her words. He considered it a clear bad omen and prepared to rush into battle. A streak of fresh red blood suddenly splattered everywhere. The Nightmare Monarch appeared, mocking that his opponent was underestimating the situation too much. He called Kang Yu-sung the Jester's child after delivering a powerful punch. The Nightmare Monarch roared, demanding that they stop wasting his time. The pink symbol on this entity's face glowed ominously. Kang Yu-sung was aghast to see a bloody black crow lying dead at his feet. Suddenly, Alicia Celestina appeared and blocked an attack aimed at him. She smiled confidently and asked if he remembered what she had said. Alicia declared that this time, she would be the one to help him. Kang Yu-sung was stunned, recalling his own promise that he would be the one to help her. He gasped, shouting Alicia's name. Still reeling, he asked how she could be here, as she gently took his hand. Alicia Celestina gently took Kang Yu-sung's hand, and a stream of blue healing energy enveloped him. She confidently explained that she was originally a resident of this world, and unlike other monarchs, she could influence it. Kang Yu-sung broke into a cold sweat, astonished by her declaration. Alicia added that her sphere of influence would grow stronger over time. Suddenly, the Nightmare Monarch appeared and roared, calling them both fools. He unleashed a pink energy attack, but Alicia quickly created a shield to protect Kang Yu-sung. She angrily questioned the Nightmare Monarch, accusing him of trying to usurp the tower. Kang Yu-sung gasped, shouting in disbelief that usurping a tower was even possible. Alicia affirmed that it was possible, the only issue being time, as a crow-like creature holding a clock appeared. She explained that if she could hold out long enough to fully recover her power, she would regain control of the tower. With that, Alicia unleashed her energy, creating a pair of light wings that repelled the enemy's power. She declared that once she stabilized the tower, she could expel him. Kang Yu-sung gritted his teeth, fully understanding the perilous situation. The crow-like creature suddenly cawed, announcing that 5 minutes had passed. It stated that the Witch Monarch needed 55 more minutes to recover her power. Kang Yu-sung panicked as he realized they had to survive for an hour. But then he suddenly paused, another thought flashing through his mind. He recalled the previous discussion with his teammates about a hidden completion condition. Memories flooded back. He remembered the original plan wasn't defense, but a gamble to eliminate Kerr first. In a flashback, Kang Yu-sung smiled confidently, declaring that they finally had a clear condition for victory. Back in the present, the Nightmare Monarch, with a deformed arm, scoffed at their resistance. He roared furiously, "I've wasted enough time playing around. How dare you?" Then gathered a colossal energy orb. "Fine, very well," he said, then fired a destructive energy blast. The energy blast soared into the sky, with Kang Yu-sung and Alicia looking up from below. It exploded high above, creating a terrifying blast that engulfed the entire sky. Kang Yu-sung and Alicia, now with black wings, stood firm against the force of the explosion. From above, the Nightmare Monarch looked down at the two and began to declare, "Then I will show you what I can do," he said as a colossal shadow enveloped the ruined city. Elsewhere, Maria Jaeger was startled by the shockwave, clutching the child tightly. "Ishia? What was that sound?" she asked. While Ishia also looked up at the sky with a worried expression. Maria exclaimed in horror, "What is that?" as she witnessed an anomalous phenomenon. In the sky, a colossal entity formed from cosmic energy began to take shape. It gradually took the form of a giant, with galaxies swirling within its body. Its head was a vortex of pure cosmic energy, radiating infinite power. Maria hugged the child tightly, a sense of unease she had felt before rising within her. She recalled Kang Yu-sung's unusual voice when he presented the plan, and she had agreed. But now, facing reality, horror enveloped her. Staring at the cosmic entity, Maria realized a terrifying truth. Don't tell me, he fought something like this? Maria Jaeger wondered in horror. This is my fault, isn't it? She hugged the frightened red-haired child tightly in her arms. Trembling, the child began to recount. The adults told me that I would bring destruction. It recalled being accused by the priests of being the worst witch. An angry priest declared it a cursed soul that would bring about the apocalypse. He screamed for its death, blaming it for the world's demise. In despair, the child sobbed, wondering if even the monster was its fault. Back in the present, Maria gently placed a comforting hand on its head. She pulled the child into her embrace and asserted, "No, it's not your fault." With tear-filled eyes, the child looked up and asked, "Really?" Maria smiled gently in response. "Yes, of course." Comforting the child, she suddenly remembered what Kang Yu-sung had said while fighting. In the flashback, he asked, "Do you believe there's someone else who believes the same thing I do?" His eyes flashed with a red light as he continued the story. He explained, "That person is just like this little girl. Oppressed by those around him, questioned for things he never asked." Yu-sung recounted, an image of him facing enemies alone appearing. He continued about his past suffering self. And finally, drowning in shame, he blamed himself for everything. But at that very moment, Alicia Serestina's hand appeared, preventing his collapse. Maria recounted a past story about Kang Yu-sung never giving up, even when Alicia and Ishia were astonished. In the flashback, Alicia's eyes shone with determination. She intervened with a massive surge of healing energy. Back in the present, Maria reassured the red-haired child that there was nothing to worry about. She looked up at the sky and affirmed her absolute faith in Kang Yu-sung. On the battlefield, Kang Yu-sung was highly focused, his eyes blazing. The Time Guardian crow hovered in the air. It emitted a ticking sound like a clock. This creature announced that 20 minutes had passed amidst the fierce battle. Kang Yu-sung secretly calculated the remaining time until Alicia fully recovered her strength. He determined there were only 5 minutes left and charged into attack. A flurry of icy slashes was unleashed towards the enemy, but his ice sword was immediately destroyed. Undeterred, Kang Yu-sung roared and activated frost form. He continuously created countless ice weapons, but they shattered as soon as they formed. The cosmic entity roared as an attack reached it. It furiously screamed, calling Kang Yu-sung a damned bug. A destructive energy blast was fired straight at Kang Yu-sung. He was pushed back by the overwhelming power, gritting his teeth and cursing. Kang Yu-sung desperately thought that with his current power, he could at best only scratch the cosmic entity. In his memory, Alicia Serestina resolutely prepared to cast magic. The colossal cosmic entity recoiled after the attack, while Alicia landed on a ruined wall. Kang Yu-sung collapsed from exhaustion, thinking that even if his wounds were healed, the fatigue would still accumulate. He gritted his teeth and cursed in helplessness. He punched the ground hard, wishing he had at least one more mythical-grade skill. Suddenly, a massive magic circle enveloped him, and Alicia declared that she had captured the target. Kang Yu-sung looked up with a completely astonished expression. Alicia cried out in bewilderment, "Hero!" The cosmic entity was struck by a powerful pink energy blast. It roared in fury, its two energy fists clenching. Alicia's witch hat was blown away by the tremendous pressure. She stood in front of Kang Yu-sung, believing that he would surely do the same. A massive orb of destructive energy hurtled straight towards them. Alicia braced herself, stopping the attack with her bare hands and screaming in pain. Kang Yu-sung screamed her name in horror. With burning determination in his eyes, he struggled to his feet and said he would help too. Alicia steadfastly pushed back the energy with all her might. But Kang Yu-sung collapsed once more, feeling his strength slowly drain away. Kang Yu-sung gritted his teeth, thinking he needed to become Alicia's strength but feeling powerless. In his memory, he knelt exhausted, as the monstrous hand of the cosmic entity reached out. He frantically screamed, telling Alicia to stop, but she had shielded him, thinking to herself that he was the one who shouldn't sacrifice himself again. Kang Yu-sung was thrown far back by an invisible force. He watched in horror as the destructive energy stream from the cosmic entity rushed towards them. His face contorted in a silent scream. Alicia used her blue energy shield to fend off the cosmic attack. Thrown to the ground, Kang Yu-sung desperately cried out her name. The Time Warden Crow appeared, its clock beginning to tick beside a writhing Kang Yu-sung. A voice echoed, announcing 10 seconds remaining. 10. Kang Yu-sung embraced the fading Alicia. 9. The crow soared past as time slipped away. 8. He held her in his arms, painfully asking why she did it. 7. Alicia gently placed her transformed hand on his. With a serene smile, she confessed, "From the very beginning, I came here to become your strength." Kang Yu-sung froze, his face contorted in agony. 4, she whispered, telling him not to feel guilty about it. 3. A ghostly silhouette with glowing red eyes briefly appeared as time was running out. 2. In the silent space, Kang Yu-sung knelt in exhaustion. The cosmic entity roared in fury. It mocked him. What will you do now? You only lasted a mere hour. Kang Yu-sung gritted his teeth, clenching his fists as the taunt echoed. But it was all for naught. Suddenly, he screamed in his mind. No, it wasn't for naught. He recalled the moment he received a legendary card. Pristine white feathers began to appear from thin air. They converged, forming a fabric-like substance. A new outfit formed around Kang Yu-sung's body, his eyes gleaming with determination. The system announced that he had received the title, Witch King. The cosmic entity merely let out a scornful laugh. It scoffed at his flashy transformation, doubting that a single skill could change the tide. Without a word, Kang Yu-sung summoned a demonic sword, made of azure energy. He whispered, "Just one." Then he swung his sword, unleashing a massive energy slash. His gaze remained firm, watching the attack hurtle towards the enemy. He faced the colossal cosmic entity, unwavering. The demonic sword named Dawnbreaker Sword glowed with destructive power. After unleashing the attack, Kang Yu-sung fell backward from exhaustion, and the enemy uttered its final challenge. Kang Yu-sung activated a legendary card, the Witch's Ring, created by Alicia before her death. This item granted magic attribute attacks and simultaneously increased attack power by 9,999%. Faced with this new power, the heavenly demon let out a fierce roar. While Kang Yu-sung stood firm, the heavenly demon's colossal energy hand slammed down onto the ground. After the attack, the heavenly demon gasped, astonished that it had been such a close call. He realized he had to sacrifice half of his consciousness to survive, and intended to recover with the remainder. The heavenly demon froze, unable to believe his own recent thoughts. He roared in his mind, enraged that a great Kurfürst like him felt his life threatened. The heavenly demon's furious gaze turned towards Kang Yu-sung, the one who had caused this humiliation. Kang Yu-sung scoffed back, calling the heavenly demon pathetic. He tightened his grip on his sword, and declared that he hadn't used his full power yet. Determined to avenge Alicia, Kang Yu-sung unleashed an even more powerful surge of blue energy. The heavenly demon recoiled before the terrifying power surging forth. From another dimension, the jester monarch watched the battle and laughed with glee. He burst into maniacal laughter, witnessing the great heavenly demon's fear of a mere human. Deeming the spectacle too entertaining, the jester monarch decided to share it with the entire world, leaving Lydia stunned. The raise the stage skill was activated, causing those on the ground to look up in bewilderment. Countless colossal screens appeared in the sky, broadcasting the battle live to the entire world. People across the planet watched in horror as the heavenly demon was overwhelmed. The heavenly demon roared in terror at Kang Yu-sung's unimaginable power as a colossal slash hurtled towards him. The attack struck the energy entity's face directly, making the heavenly demon scream in pain. The collision created a terrifying explosion, tearing apart the surrounding ground. The heavenly demon's energy hand trembled, and he panted after taking the hit. In a fit of rage, the heavenly demon cursed as he realized he was being overwhelmed. Another attack struck, causing his energy body to crack. Kang Yu-sung continued his relentless assault, carving a long gash across the heavenly demon's chest, making him shriek. After exhaling, Kang Yu-sung prepared for the finishing blow. He shouted defiantly, demanding that the heavenly demon open his eyes and witness it. In an office, employees stared dumbfounded at the broadcast screen, recalling a hero's burdensome declaration. Countless blue energy slashes were unleashed simultaneously. With his hair turned white and his aura blazing, Kang Yu-sung roared, asking his opponent if he still looked weak. Everywhere, Ishia, Elysia, and others watched with bated breath. While Kang Yu-sung embraced the world's misunderstanding, Park Tae-shik lay on the ground, desperately calling Kang Yu-sung's name. One of the heavenly demon's arms was severed, falling to the ground and beginning to disintegrate. His remaining hand trembled violently in its death throes. The heavenly demon watched his disintegrating body, unable to believe the impending defeat. His severed arm continued to vanish with a sizzle. Kang Yu-sung stood coldly over the remnants of his foe, asserting his absolute victory. The heavenly demon, impaled by the energy sword, tried to convince himself that this was just a nightmare. But Kang Yu-sung coldly declared that he was the heavenly demon's nightmare. With a cry of agony, the heavenly demon was pushed back by Kang Yu-sung's sword, his energy body beginning to disintegrate. Kang Yu-sung decisively withdrew his weapon from his dying foe. He landed on the ground as the heavenly demon's colossal entity completely collapsed behind him. Suddenly, his sword vibrated violently, making Kang Yu-sung wonder who was interfering. A figure in a beige cloak appeared, blocking the blade, and Kang Yu-sung recognized him as the Game Monarch. The Game Monarch remarked that the Heavenly Demon was a special case compared to the other monarchs. He explained that if Kerr first died, the entire game would collapse, so he was forced to intervene. "You've won," the Game Monarch declared, attempting to appease Kang Yu-sung. He even offered a greater reward if Kang Yu-sung spared the Heavenly Demon, but this only enraged him further. Kang Yu-sung roared, questioning why the monarch was begging when the Heavenly Demon was about to die after being allowed to wreak havoc freely. In his mind, Elysia's image resurfaced, and the pain of loss affirmed that because of beings like them, she could never return. Driven by rage, Kang Yu-sung unleashed a massive surge of energy from his sword. Caught off guard, the Game Monarch hastily erected an energy shield to defend himself. With tears of blood streaming down his face, Kang Yu-sung declared that what he wanted was simple. He shouted his demand, ordering the monarchs to revive Elysia. The two surges of power collided, creating a terrifying energy explosion. The Game Monarch struggled to hold on, confessing that the request was beyond his authority. Kang Yu-sung roared in anger, demanding that his opponent bring the one with authority here. He shouted, demanding to meet the Supreme Monarch, believing that only they could fulfill his request, while also warning the Game Monarch that he was overstepping his bounds. Suddenly, a stop command echoed, and an invisible surge of energy froze both of them. Completely immobilized, Kang Yu-sung was stunned, wondering what was happening. Both his sword-wielding hand and the Game Monarch's hand were frozen mid-air. The Game Monarch also realized that not only he, but everyone, had been affected. With just a single word, the entire world fell silent. Amidst the motionless space, the bare feet of a radiant, glowing entity gently stepped forward. Despite being paralyzed, Kang Yu-sung still heard the strange footsteps. In a world where even the Heavenly Demon's conqueror had to stand still, someone was approaching. A humanoid creature made of pure light, without a face, appeared. That person's energy feet continued to walk on the ground. The strange entity glided past Kang Yu-sung and went straight to the Game Monarch. That person snapped their fingers and allowed the Game Monarch to move again. The Game Monarch flinched, sweat pouring out in astonishment as his body was freed. The light entity directly called out the Game Monarch's title. Kang Yu-sung couldn't believe someone dared to speak as an equal to a monarch. The Game Monarch was stunned, seemingly having recognized the identity of the person before him. He immediately bowed respectfully, declared himself a humble servant, and welcomed the Supreme Monarch. Imprisoned in ice, Kang Yu-sung could only glare furiously at his enemy. The Game Monarch horrifyingly realized that the glowing entity was indeed the Supreme Monarch. The Supreme Monarch observed the ruined landscape and concluded that the game had reached its decaying end. He turned to the Heavenly Demon's energy form and demanded an explanation from the Monarch of Nightmares. The Heavenly Demon roared in resentment, blaming all faults on the Witch Monarch. The Game Monarch explained to the Supreme Monarch that the cause of this incident was the card created from the Witch Monarch. After listening, the Supreme Monarch replied concisely that he understood. Then he placed his hand on Kang Yu-sung's head, declaring that he was the problem to be solved. Kang Yu-sung writhed in pain as the Supreme Monarch's power affected his body. The Supreme Monarch declared he had found what he needed, and a source of energy began to be drawn from Kang Yu-sung's chest. An explosion of dark energy and card fragments burst from Kang Yu-sung's body, sending him flying. Witnessing the scene, the Heavenly Demon remarked that Kang Yu-sung had collected quite a lot, but then he scoffed that no matter how much he collected, it was all meaningless before the Supreme Monarch. In his mind, Kang Yu-sung desperately thought he could have reached the pinnacle. He recalled the moment he defeated a monarch and gained the power to take down even a Kerr first. But in the end, he realized a harsh truth. Drifting in the void, Kang Yu-sung wondered if all his efforts had been in vain. Back in reality, the Supreme Monarch held the extracted card in his hand, realizing its power came from another monarch. The Game Monarch respectfully reported, suggesting that the Supreme Monarch take measures to prevent this mistake from recurring. The Supreme Monarch held the card, deciding it was best to clarify everything this time. He raised his voice, issuing a decree to all monarchs. The entire Elders' Grand Hall trembled before the supreme power. He declared, "From this moment forth, the act of a monarch transforming into a card is forbidden." Immediately, the monarchs wearing golden masks prostrated themselves in obedience. The Game Monarch also respectfully bowed. "Yes, Supreme Monarch." The Supreme Monarch looked at the glowing card in his hand, affirming it was his will. He commanded it to return to its original form, Witch Monarch. As an unconscious Elysia appeared and fell, Kang Yu-sung screamed her name in his mind. He was determined to save her, but the Heavenly Demon's entity mocked his helplessness from below. The Heavenly Demon declared he would make Kang Yu-sung witness the Witch Monarch's destruction. Helpless, Kang Yu-sung collapsed in his inner space, his eyes vacant. But then, rage flared, and he gritted his teeth. "Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I'll just let that happen?" he roared, as his will began to crack the imprisonment. In the real world, Elysia was still falling straight towards the heavenly demon's energy form. Suddenly, Kang Yu-sung broke free from the restraint, appeared, and embraced Elysia. The heavenly demon gasped in shock. Impossible. The game monarch wondered in astonishment how he could have escaped the supreme monarch's power on his own. The time-freezing effect that enveloped the entire space completely shattered. The supreme monarch showed amusement at Kang Yu-sung breaking his restraints. He realized that not just the cards, but Kang Yu-sung himself was a problem. In his inner space, Kang Yu-sung held the unconscious Elysia tightly, feeling the situation was extremely dangerous. He frantically thought he had to get out of there quickly. The supreme monarch focused all his attention, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Suddenly, he questioned the newly appeared game monarch. "What are you doing?" The game monarch desperately pleaded with the supreme monarch to spare them. The supreme monarch coldly asked for a reason, considering Kang Yu-sung merely an insect ruining the game. "No, quite the opposite," the game monarch firmly replied. He asserted that, in this game, Kang Yu-sung was an absolutely essential factor. Kang Yu-sung was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. He confusedly wondered what the game monarch's words meant. The game monarch explained, "As you requested, I have revived the witch monarch. So, I hope you will continue to be strong from now on, player Kang Yu-sung." His encouraging words echoed as Kang Yu-sung returned to reality. He gasped for breath, exhausted after escaping the control. His strength depleted, Kang Yu-sung fell to his knees on the ground. He looked at the girl in his arms, thinking with relief, "I saved her. This time. I saved Elysia," he affirmed once more. Elysia moaned softly and began to wake, a black tear rolling down her cheek. Elysia Celestina woke up in confusion, not understanding what had happened, and only remembering that she had surely died. Meanwhile, Kang Yu-sung knelt on the ground, seemingly struggling. He asked Elysia if she wanted to hear the long or short version of what had transpired. Smiling through her tears, Elysia chose the long version. Kang Yu-sung returned a warm smile. He admitted that he knew she would make that choice. Suddenly, he heard Maria Jaeger's call as she and Ishia ran towards them. Maria rushed over with a look of panic and worry. She questioned Kang Yu-sung's disheveled appearance, suddenly remembering his condition. Maria panicked upon seeing his skills sealed and a hole in his chest, but Kang Yu-sung merely smiled and tried to reassure everyone. Elysia calmly declared that there was no need to worry about any threats. She summoned a black crow carrying a clock, announcing that an hour had passed. With the command bow in reverence, a wave of green energy spread from beneath her feet. After a long, nightmare-like period, her power enveloped the entire land. Kang Yu-sung looked up in astonishment as the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. His eyes widened in amazement at the transformation. The group floated in mid-air, and Maria shrieked in horror. Did the witch reclaim the tower? A brilliant blue energy enveloped Kang Yu-sung. He looked down at his hands as his system windows and skills began to restore. In a field of flowers, Kang Yu-sung cheered joyfully as he regained all his power. He lightly patted his chest, confirming that everything was back. Maria Jaeger anxiously asked if he was truly okay, but Kang Yu-sung confidently replied that he had found all his skill cards. Maria interrupted, stating that wasn't what she was worried about. She looked directly at him and inquired about the state of his heart after everything. Kang Yu-sung paused, contemplating her question. He honestly admitted that he hadn't been okay at all before, but then he smiled gently, saying that he felt better now, and thanked Maria for her concern. Suddenly, Kang Yu-sung's gaze turned towards the distance, where Elysia Celestina stood with a child. Elysia stood behind the red-haired child, her eyes full of protectiveness. She gently placed her hand on the child's head, whispering that it had been through too much. "But now everything is all right," Elysia said as a blue energy enveloped them. "We will protect you." The child looked up, its eyes welling with tears of emotion. It turned towards Kang Yu-sung and called him hero. Elysia picked up the child, smiling as she thanked Kang Yu-sung for protecting their world. Kang Yu-sung and Maria silently observed the warm moment. He let out a relieved chuckle. "So, it's really over, then," he murmured to himself, and then his body swayed. An exhausted Kang Yu-sung collapsed into Maria's arms, just as a panicked Ishia ran over but was signaled by her to be silent. Maria Jaeger realized Kang Yu-sung had fallen asleep. She looked at him with a relieved and gentle smile. Sitting amidst a field of flowers, she rested Kang Yu-sung's head on her lap and whispered that he had worked hard. Meanwhile, in another space, the residual energy of the heavenly demon fell onto the cracked ground. The pink entity writhed, gasping as it tried to reform. It looked up with a monstrous, enraged face. "Roaring bastard. How dare you humiliate me?" the heavenly demon shrieked as it recognized the presence of the clown monarch. The clown monarch indifferently questioned back, claiming it wasn't his fault. He continued to mock that it was his own carelessness that led to the heavenly demon's humiliating defeat, further infuriating the heavenly demon. The Elder of Jesters seriously stated that this was no time for complaints. He warned that with the heavenly demon's power weakened, others were eyeing his first position. Among them were those with the appearance of vampires, bearing sinister smiles. Another mysterious entity in a red cloak was also lurking. The heavenly demon seethed with indignation at those who dared to challenge him. Suddenly, the Elder of Games appeared and declared that everything would be decided in the next game. The Elder of Games turned to the Elder of Jesters, announcing that he had reported his player to the Supreme Monarch. He began to relay the Supreme Monarch's words. In a vision, the Elder of Games stood before the Supreme Monarch's colossal light entity. He bowed, acknowledging that he understood that body was essential for the game. The Supreme Monarch mused that, while necessary, the truth was that individual was ruining the game. He declared that he had made his decision. The Elder of Games solemnly listened to the command from his superior. The Supreme Monarch ordered that the individual must not deviate from the predetermined path. Otherwise, he commanded that the individual must be dealt with. The Elder of Games turned to call the Elder of Jesters. He ordered his subordinate to prepare that thing. The Elder of Jesters was stunned, muttering that this day had finally come. He collapsed to his knees in despair. In a dark room, the Elder of Jesters' thoughts echoed, "But this isn't fun at all." The scene shifted to a flashback, where Park Tae-shik sat pensively beside an ashtray full of cigarettes. A nurse approached, asking if he was the guardian, and he confirmed. She informed him that the professor wanted to see him, and Park Tae-shik agreed to follow. He sat silently beside a hospital bed, where someone was covered with a white sheet. Park Tae-shik anxiously asked the doctor about the patient's condition. The patient in the bed was revealed to be a young, unconscious Kang Yu-sung. Suddenly, Kang Yu-sung's eyes snapped open. The boy frantically sat up, wondering if this was a hospital, and ripped off the medical equipment. Kang Yu-sung held a scalpel, startling Park Tae-shik, who was sitting nearby. Park Tae-shik stared in shock at Kang Yu-sung, who had just attacked him with a scalpel. In the flashback, a young Park Tae-shik was overjoyed to see the boy Yu-sung wake up, but the boy frantically pushed him away. Park Tae-shik tried to explain that his reaction was natural upon seeing the child he cared for wake up. He hugged the boy tightly, choking back tears as he said Yu-sung had been in a coma for a week. The boy Kang Yu-sung was simply stunned, sweat pouring down as he couldn't understand what was happening. Back in the present, a TV announcer reported that tomorrow marked the 6th anniversary of the tower's appearance. Park Tae-shik was astonished to hear that there would be a memorial ceremony for the tragedy of 6 years ago. He turned to ask Kang Yu-sung, who had woken up, if he had met the Supreme Monarch. Yu-sung casually confirmed, and said he had obtained something even greater, piquing Park Tae-shik's curiosity. He revealed it was information about the characteristics of all the monarchs. Park Tae-shik questioned its importance, thinking the monarchs were only obsessed with identity. But Yu-sung asserted that was precisely the key. Park Tae-shik was speechless when Yu-sung said the reason he survived was because the Elder of Games had spared him. Yu-sung smiled, saying he finally understood why the Elder of Games always favored him. He explained that what the Elder of Games wanted was for the game to continue, and if he disappeared, the game would end immediately. Park Tae-shik suddenly realized that even the Supreme Monarch was still a monarch. He asserted that the Supreme Monarch must also be obsessed with something. Kang Yu-sung revealed that weakness was the Supreme Monarch's name. He confidently declared that if they could find that name, they could turn the tables. Park Tae-shik silently pondered Kang Yu-sung's audacious plan. Kang Yu-sung let out a sigh of relief, then wondered at Park Tae-shik's surprise. Park Tae-shik confessed that he had worried he would become so obsessed with killing the Supreme Monarch that he would collapse from exhaustion. He smiled, thinking that his current plan was at least safer. Kang Yu-sung smiled back at the concern of his mentor. He agreed, ending the conversation with mutual understanding. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion rocked the city center. A panicked police officer yelled into his radio, repeatedly requesting backup. He reported that a brawl had broken out between drunk players right in the middle of the street. 2 players, one engulfed in furious flames, the other radiating electrical energy, roared challenges at each other. The police officer desperately realized that suppression with ordinary forces was impossible. As he called out for any player to help, a familiar figure descended from the sky. Kang Yu-sung landed, delivering a lightning-fast strike that took down both troublemakers. He coldly warned them that if they were drunk, they should quietly go home and not cause a disturbance. Dressed as the Hero King, he stood there as the police announced the situation had been resolved. From atop a tall building, a mysterious figure with white hair observed the entire scene. That person's deep, swirling green eyes gleamed with mystery and danger. Down on the street, 2 police officers bowed in gratitude to the Hero King for his intervention. The mysterious observer immediately jumped off the rooftop, a sniper rifle clutched in his hand. Kang Yu-sung merely chuckled, humbly dismissing the police's apologies and saying it wasn't their fault. From above, a white-haired sniper muttered that ordinary people couldn't handle rebellious players. Kang Yu-sung turned to the officers, offering to help them apprehend the 2 troublemakers. But before he could act, 2 blue laser beams struck the 2 fallen players. Kang Yu-sung and the police officers turned back, horrified by the sudden attack. An officer realized in shock that both had been sniped and lay dead in pools of blood. Kang Yu-sung yelled to pinpoint the attacker's location, but was met with a volley of darts. A dart lodged directly into his head, splattering blood to the horror of the police officer. Witnessing the scene, the crowd and remaining officers screamed in terror. On the rooftop of the opposite building, the sniper looked down as everyone panicked, shouting that the Hero King was dead, and fled. The blue-cloaked attacker quickly moved across the rooftop to escape. Suddenly, he stopped and turned his head, asking his pursuer where he intended to go. A blue sword suddenly appeared, blocking the sniper's gun. It was Kang Yu-sung. Kang Yu-sung disarmed his opponent with a powerful kick, sending the gun flying. The system announced the activation of the skill, Super Regeneration, and the fatal wound on his face immediately healed. He angrily questioned the sniper. "You bastard, how dare you kill someone right in front of me?" The attacker transformed into an elderly man with a thick, gray beard, who smirked and was about to say something. Kang Yu-sung was stunned by his opponent's sudden transformation. He suddenly realized in horror that an explosive device had been placed right under his feet at some point. The attacker jumped off the building as a massive energy explosion engulfed the entire rooftop, while Park Tae-shik yelled Kang Yu-sung's name from afar. A man in a red shirt rushed to Kang Yu-sung, who was dazed after the explosion, and anxiously asked about his condition. He picked up a stun grenade that the attacker had left behind. He couldn't believe that someone dared to use a sniper rifle and stun grenades in the middle of the city. When he suggested contacting a weapons dealer to trace the identity, Kang Yu-sung calmly dismissed it, saying it wasn't necessary. Kang Yu-sung confidently pointed to the sky, while his new teammate remained confused. He asserted that he knew who it was, and an image of the Task Force 077 emblem appeared. Kang Yu-sung explained that they were soldiers who had stopped the tower disasters with human strength alone, even before players appeared. The man in the red shirt was shocked to hear Kang Yu-sung say that the memorial service for that unit would take place tomorrow. He yelled that the person was Baek Kyung-oh, the heroic commander who had sacrificed himself 5 years ago. At another location, Kang Yu-sung gathered a group of people and introduced the skill is less than string phone is greater than. He explained that with this skill, they could contact him anytime, anywhere. Another member held up a photo of the target and announced that they were hunting the mass player killer, a person wearing a poncho and using homemade weapons. Kang Yu-sung sternly warned the group to be careful and absolutely avoid engaging in combat. He emphasized that the target had killed over 20 people, and none of them could be his match. Therefore, Kang Yu-sung ordered them to simply find the person and call him immediately. He flashed a confident smile and promised that no matter where they were, he would be there within 5 minutes. The new members of the group were incredibly excited and impressed by his bold declaration. The entire group unanimously responded to the guild leader's command, and Kang Yu-sung signaled for them to depart. Immediately, the members jumped off the rooftop, fanning out across the city to begin the hunt. Kang Yu-sung asked Park Tae-shik if he was satisfied. He confirmed that, as per his request, he had concealed the truth that the killer was Baek Kyung-oh. Park Tae-shik explained his reasoning, stating that the suspect was a former hero buried in the national cemetery, and revealing the truth would cause social upheaval. Kang Yu-sung angrily refuted this, asserting that the past didn't matter. A killer was still a killer. He emphasized that Baek Kyung-oh had taken 20 lives. Convinced, Park Tae-shik reluctantly admitted that Kang Yu-sung was right. He stood up and walked to the edge of the building. When Kang Yu-sung asked, Park Tae-shik replied that he was going to get some fresh air. He said he had just thought of a place he needed to go and would be back soon, then pulled up his hood. Kang Yu-sung told him to be careful, as Park Tae-shik leaped away. Kang Yu-sung turned to ask his guild member if Park Tae-shik had said where he was going. The member asked his guild leader what he planned to do next, and if they should wait. Kang Yu-sung declared that waiting wasn't his style, and then jumped off the building. He decided to investigate Baek Kyung-oh himself. Kang Yu-sung recalled the history of Task Force 077, the capital's main defense force during the first season. He reminisced about their sacrifice, volunteering to enter the tower to prevent a tower break catastrophe. Kang Yu-sung muttered, acknowledging that they had once been heroes. Suddenly, M's words echoed in his mind. that humans were too imperfect to be true heroes. Kang Yu-sung clenched his fists, bitterly admitting that M was right. Kang Yu-sung pondered how those who were once heroes 5 years ago had suddenly reappeared as murderers. He thought disappointedly that Baek Kyung-oh had betrayed everyone as a hero. With iron resolve, he vowed to make that person pay. That was the rule of a hero king. Suddenly, a glowing cup phone appeared, signaling a call from Master Park. Kang Yu-sung picked up the cup, wondering. Old man? He smiled, put the cup to his ear, and asked what was wrong. But on the other end, an unfamiliar voice spoke, asking if he had found anything yet. An old man with long white hair introduced himself as the caller, asking if he was the hero king. Kang Yu-sung froze, then gritted his teeth, and asked what the man had done to Park Tae-shik. He was horrified to realize the kidnapper had the appearance of Brigadier General Baek Kyung-oh, while Park Tae-shik lay unconscious at his feet. The killer coldly announced that Park Tae-shik was still alive. He looked directly at Kang Yu-sung and added, "At least for now." Standing before a wall filled with information about Kang Yu-sung, he remarked that he seemed to be enjoying this world like a game. He raised a finger, saying that because of this, he would make an offer. He issued an ultimatum, demanding Kang Yu-sung find him within the next hour. If he was even a second late, the hostage would die. After wishing him luck, the connection was cut, leaving Kang Yu-sung alone in silence. The cup phone disintegrated in his hand, making him cry out in despair. No. Roaring in anger, Kang Yu-sung dashed away at breakneck speed. Kang Yu-sung desperately searched for the kidnapper's location, recognizing the logo of Task Force 077. He frantically ran everywhere, speculating about possible locations like the old barracks or the tower. With a strained expression, he realized he couldn't pinpoint the location. He felt overwhelmed by the myriad possibilities as he sped down a long corridor. Suddenly, Kang Yu-sung stopped short as a thought flashed through his mind. He recalled that the kidnapper had been able to pinpoint Park Tae-shik's location instantly. He compared Park Tae-shik to former commander Baek Kyung-oh, realizing their only commonality was their role and age. A horrifying truth suddenly dawned on him. Kang Yu-sung realized the location could only be the abandoned old barracks. There, the serial player killer calmly waited beside a ticking bomb. Park Tae-shik, despite his injuries, questioned why a hero like him would do this. The kidnapper coldly replied that he had long given up on being a hero. Park Tae-shik recalled Kang Yu-sung's words about looking back at the past in the remaining 55 minutes. As the kidnapper burst into laughter, Park Tae-shik wondered if he was insane. With unwavering conviction, Park Tae-shik declared that 5 minutes had passed. Just then, Kang Yu-sung descended from the sky, astonishing the kidnapper. He grabbed the enemy's face, just as Park Tae-shik had believed he would. Kang Yu-sung slammed him to the ground with a powerful blow. He had kept his promise that he would be anywhere within 5 minutes. In a flash of memory, Kang Yu-sung suddenly remembered everything. He was shocked to realize the commonality between that man and Baek Kyung-oh. Another flashback appeared, showing Baek Kyung-oh as an office worker, asking someone he knew, "Are you working overtime again?" He tiredly said to a young Kang Yu-sung, who was waiting, "I want to go home too, kid." Baek Kyung-oh continued thoughtfully, "It's ironic, isn't it? All of this is all for the sake of protecting family." Back in the present, Kang Yu-sung looked at the information about Lieutenant General Baek Kyung-oh's residence. He shouted when he found the address, "Here it is." However, the house where Baek Kyung-oh once lived with his family was now just a pile of rubble. Another memory of a fierce battle suddenly flooded back, with the image of a heavily wounded white-haired man. The chaotic scene of a large explosion threw everyone back, including a mysterious purple-haired woman. Amidst the ruined landscape, Kang Yu-sung sensed the enemy was near while his teammate lay collapsed on the ground. He rushed over to ask, "Hey, are you okay?" But his teammate only managed to shout a warning. "Watch out, Yu-sung," that person yelled. "It's not over yet." As Kang Yu-sung horrifyingly noticed a nearby time bomb, a violent explosion erupted from the building. The villain's hand had just pressed the detonator from afar. Baek Kyung-oh appeared, his eyes full of hatred, looking down and muttering, "You damn monsters." He pulled open his jacket, revealing a vest packed with explosives, and roared, "I'll kill all of you." The scene of the ruined neighborhood was engulfed in silent night. A final explosion, more terrifying than all others, engulfed Kang Yu-sung and his teammate in screams. Amidst the rubble, Kang Yu-sung frustratingly realized he had fallen into another trap. Their enemy, Baek Kyung-oh, muttered in the darkness that an hour had passed and he still hadn't shown himself, clearly toying with them. The teammate suggested retreating, reasoning that the opponent was a master of guerrilla warfare, but immediately, sharp stakes pierced Kang Yu-sung's hand. The teammate looked in horror at Kang Yu-sung's new wounds. Kang Yu-sung gritted his teeth, realizing these traps were made from monster materials. When the teammate asked what skill it was, Kang Yu-sung asserted that it was not a skill. He revealed a shocking truth. Baek Kyung-oh was not a player, leaving his teammates stunned. Kang Yu-sung began to recall the first time he met this man. In the memory, a younger Baek Kyung-oh in a business suit used a gun to block a sword strike from a white-haired swordsman. Kang Yu-sung's Heavenly Demon Descent, true form skill suddenly activated, allowing him to see deeper into his opponent's past. He saw an older Baek Kyung-oh hunting monsters and using their materials to craft weapons. Kang Yu-sung recalled that the white-haired swordsman had realized Baek Kyung-oh was just an ordinary person. Nevertheless, the system still recognized him as a strong opponent, astonishing Kang Yu-sung. Back in the present, the teammate panicked upon seeing a time bomb, but Kang Yu-sung reassured him that he had a plan. "Get back," Kang Yu-sung shouted, pushing his teammate away. Baek Kyung-oh activated the explosives on his body, creating a terrifying explosion. Surviving the explosion, Baek Kyung-oh, with his white hair and a new scar, staggered towards the two collapsed figures. The injured teammate could only horrifyingly call Kang Yu-sung's name. With a desperate shout, he watched Baek Kyung-oh raise a bone knife, intending to finish off Kang Yu-sung. Just before the blade reached, Kang Yu-sung's adaptive cell armor activated, creating an energy shield that blocked the attack. Baek Kyung-oh was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, Kang Yu-sung smirked triumphantly, thinking to himself, "Finally, success." Without hesitation, he delivered a devastating kick straight to Baek Kyung-oh's face. The extremely powerful impact sent the old man flying backward, slamming hard onto the ground. Immediately, Baek Kyung-oh reached out and grabbed a nearby rifle. He furiously fired bullets at Kang Yu-sung, who remained motionless. However, the bullets only harmlessly sparked against him, and Kang Yu-sung scoffed, "It's useless, old man." With glowing red eyes, he revealed that he had copied his opponent's entire arsenal. Kang Yu-sung channeled power into his sword, plunging it into the ground to create an earthquake of sharp spikes. Thrown back by the attack, Baek Kyung-oh heard Kang Yu-sung's sarcastic remark about him staying on this map for too long. "Now, let's change maps," Kang Yu-sung declared with sharp eyes. Extreme horror was evident in Baek Kyung-oh's eyes. Kang Yu-sung unleashed the third form of Heavenly Demon Sword Art, Void Sword, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Amidst the desolate landscape after the attack, only he remained standing. The teammate anxiously asked if they had defeated him yet, but Kang Yu-sung coldly replied that they hadn't. He pointed to the bloodstain on the ground and said that he knew where Baek Kyung-oh had gone. The blood trail led them to a dilapidated, collapsed house in the desolate neighborhood. His teammate couldn't believe his eyes. Kang Yu-sung discovered that Baek Kyung-oh had hidden the entrance to a tower right behind a door labeled Princess Room. Kang Yu-sung decided to enter the hidden tower. As soon as the door opened, a fierce surge of energy pulled both him and his teammate inside. A system notification appeared, stating that the tower's rules had been applied to the players. Kang Yu-sung wondered what kind of restrictions awaited him. The system explained that this tower recreated the early days of the season. His teammate was violently thrown onto a rooftop, his body having transformed into a blue energy form. The system continued to announce that the stats of players entering would be forcibly adjusted to the level they had at that time. The younger version of Baek Kyung-oh was horrified to realize his stats had been reverted to their initial state. He screamed irrationally as a monster's claw lunged towards him. He desperately recalled that at that time, he wasn't even a player yet. The shadow monster's claw seized his struggling arm. Just then, Kang Yu-sung, in his blue energy form, appeared, blocking the attack and receiving a notification that he was in spectator mode. The system confirmed that players in spectator mode were granted invulnerability. Kang Yu-sung gritted his teeth, astonished by the sudden turn of events. He flinched back, thinking to himself that he'd just been scared out of a decade of his life, as another monster appeared. His teammate ran over to check on him, and Kang Yu-sung reassured him that he was fine because he was invulnerable. He deduced that Baek Kyung-oh didn't run in here for invulnerability, because he wasn't even a player to begin with. Still wondering about Baek Kyung-oh's reason for entering the tower, Kang Yu-sung decided to assess the immediate situation. A notification panel appeared, offering Kang Yu-sung a glimpse into a past story. He decided to follow the tower's instructions and accepted the teleportation to the designated location. Upon arrival, he noticed the wounds on the monster's corpse were from ordinary weapons, deducing that this was where Special Forces Unit 077 had stopped the tower break. His speculation was confirmed when he saw a younger version of Baek Kyung-oh in the distance. Kang Yu-sung was astonished by the scene unfolding before his eyes. Suddenly, a radiant humanoid entity appeared, muttering, "Unbelievable." The entity was astonished that an ordinary person who hadn't even awakened could stop a tower break event. Kang Yu-sung was stunned, wondering who the white-haired individual was. His teammate frantically realized it was the Supreme Monarch. Kang Yu-sung was shocked to learn that Baek Kyung-oh had met the Supreme Monarch since the very first seasons. The young Baek Kyung-oh raised his gun, not understanding what tower break meant. Nevertheless, he identified the entity as an enemy and aimed his gun at it. Kang Yu-sung silently praised Baek Kyung-oh's courage, while the Supreme Monarch explained that it had come to give him a chance to survive. The Supreme Monarch warned that in 5 minutes, monsters would once again pour out of the tower. It emphasized that Baek Kyung-oh would not be able to survive the next wave of attacks. However, the Supreme Monarch extended its hand, saying there was still a way to live. That way was to enter the tower, destroy all the monsters inside so that the tower would disappear, and he would live. The Supreme Monarch presented the final choice: die here, or accept the tower's challenge. The young Baek Kyung-oh gripped his gun tightly, facing a life-or-death decision. In his memory, the young Baek Kyung-oh stood amidst a ruined battlefield, surrounded by his fallen comrades. Images of his happy family flashed through his mind, fueling his resolve. With determined eyes, Baek Kyung-oh declared that he would enter the tower. Witnessing the scene, Kang Yu-sung murmured, finally understanding everything. It turned out that the Supreme Monarch was the one who had forced Special Forces Unit 077, Baek Kyung-oh, onto this path. Facing the powerful entity, Baek Kyung-oh questioned the reason behind it all. The Supreme Monarch replied with a question. Do you wish to know? The radiant entity continued to state its condition. If you conquer the tower, I will answer you. Kang Yu-sung was stunned by the conversation he had just witnessed. He deduced that Baek Kyung-oh's survival meant he had conquered the tower. This also meant that, at the end of this story, he would discover the Supreme Monarch's true purpose. Suddenly, the man in the red scarf pointed forward, telling Kang Yu-sung to look. On the glowing path laid out by the tower, a trail of Baek Kyung-oh's blood stretched onward. Kang Yu-sung realized that if they followed this trail, they would find Baek Kyung-oh and the Supreme Monarch's secret. He decided to carry out this plan that served 2 purposes, and so, they continued to follow Baek Kyung-oh's life story. Both were teleported inside the tower, where a dense forest appeared, and in the darkness, purple rhino monsters with glowing red eyes awaited. In the monster-infested dense forest, the young Baek Kyung-oh fought fiercely. Special Forces Unit 077 had to fight for their lives. Their commander gritted his teeth, determined not to retreat. Time flowed differently inside the tower. 10 years within was only 1 year outside. When supplies ran out, they had to survive by hunting monsters in the wild. 10 years passed, and half of them had fallen. And then, half of the remaining people also fell. And so on until 50 arduous years had passed inside the tower. Meanwhile, in the outside world, only 5 years had passed, and the 6th season was about to begin. Baek Kyung-oh had annihilated every monster, and in the end, he was the only one left alive. Having long forgotten what it meant to be human, he simply waited. He looked up, waiting for the one who had promised to meet him again. It was the entity that had promised to appear after he cleared the tower. The Supreme Monarch spoke, admitting that Baek Kyung-oh had surprised it twice. Baek Kyung-oh had waited for this moment for a very long time. For 50 years, he had nurtured pure killing intent, but the Supreme Monarch merely called his name calmly. Do you wish to see your family again? The entity asked. In that instant, Baek Kyung-oh's killing intent vanished, replaced by tears. Images of his wife and children flooded Baek Kyung-oh's mind, awakening emotions he thought long forgotten. The bone knife fell to the ground, symbolizing his completely shattered will to fight. Once suppressed, emotions burst forth. They could not be stopped. The man in red watched in shock. The image of hero Baek Kyung-oh no longer existed. Kang Yu-sung silently observed, realizing that only a human Baek Kyung-oh remained, sobbing in despair. Before the Supreme Monarch and the 2 observers, the man who was once a hero now completely collapsed. He began to prostrate himself on the ground in complete submission. Baek Kyung-oh pleaded with the Supreme Monarch to take him home. Kang Yu-sung remained silent, carefully analyzing the situation. The Supreme Monarch reminded Baek Kyung-oh of his original purpose, but he angrily dismissed it, stating he was no longer curious. He screamed that he didn't need information to save humanity. All Baek Kyung-oh begged for now was to see his family again. The Supreme Monarch showed disappointment, realizing Baek Kyung-oh was no longer the person it thought he was. Kang Yu-sung was astonished, wondering why the Supreme Monarch was disappointed. He compared this reaction to the heavenly demon, who always craved and reveled in the despair of others. Kang Yu-sung suddenly realized that the Supreme Monarch seemed to want the candidates to overcome the trials, not be destroyed. The entity of light ignored the plea, pointing at the 2 observers and ordering them to leave. Rejected, Baek Kyung-oh roared in fury and lunged to attack the supreme monarch. And so, Baek Kyung-oh returned to reality. But his face immediately filled with utter despair. He found himself standing amidst the ruins of his old home, with a shattered family photo at his feet. It was a preventable catastrophe that occurred at the end of the first season. Because low-level towers offered meager rewards, players ignored them. Eventually, a tower break occurred. Though new rules were established, for families who suffered losses, it meant nothing. Thus, Baek Kyung-oh's family became a sacrifice to that indifference. As the tragic story concluded, Baek Kyung-oh collapsed onto the floor. He coughed up blood, asserting that he had completed his assigned task. As a soldier and an ordinary man, he had fought and challenged the tower, but then he roared, questioning the players about their roles. He accused them of being given power to save the world, but instead, they ignored the suffering civilians. They only nurtured their greed and treated everything as a game. With eyes burning with hatred, Baek Kyung-oh declared that all players deserved to die. Kang Yu-sung calmly admitted that there were indeed many hopeless individuals, but he asserted that not everyone was like that. As images of his allies and true players appeared behind him, he turned away, refuting Baek Kyung-oh's biased argument and stating that there were players who truly wanted to save the world. Kang Yu-sung asserted that Baek Kyung-oh's rage was merely a tantrum born from the pain of losing his family. The man in red decided to turn off his spectator mode. The system announced that the invulnerable status had been deactivated, and Kang Yu-sung materialized, challenging Baek Kyung-oh to stop whining and fight. He drew his weapon and declared that he would show him what a true hero was. At that declaration, Baek Kyung-oh gnashed his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. He roared in anger, charging forward with the bone knife in hand. Kang Yu-sung also immediately charged forward for a direct confrontation. The man in red was shaken by the impact, muttering in pain. Pushed back, Baek Kyung-oh cursed at Park Tae-shik. The man in red pondered, feeling empathy for Baek Kyung-oh's pain and regretting his own past. He asserted that it was not too late to act. Thinking he would lighten Kang Yu-sung's burden, the man in red also charged into battle. His attacks created explosions on the arena floor. Meanwhile, Kang Yu-sung used his dagger to block Baek Kyung-oh's direct attack. Suddenly, his true form of heavenly demon descent activated, causing dark purple energy to erupt. The system announced that he was absorbing a part of the target's memories, starting with the image of a wedding ring. The first memory to appear was a young Baek Kyung-oh kneeling to propose to his future wife. Next was the happy moment when they welcomed their first child in the hospital. Amidst those beautiful memories, two blades still clashed, sparking in the brutal reality. Baek Kyung-oh's flashback returned to endless days of battle. He gasped for breath with a severe wound in his side. He recalled the horror of facing monsters throughout 50 years of captivity. Blood flowed on the cold ground. He desperately realized he couldn't win and would die here. Just as he thought this was truly the end of his life, a thought flashed through his mind. With determined eyes, Baek Kyung-oh had only one last wish. He yearned to return to the embrace of his family, where his gentle wife and young child awaited. The cruel reality cut through the stream of memories. Kang Yu-sung roared and poured all his strength into the attack. His blade powerfully struck Baek Kyung-oh, sending sparks flying. Kang Yu-sung finally pinned Baek Kyung-oh to the ground, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. He gasped, telling himself that Baek Kyung-oh was a murderer. He believed that he was a villain who would continue to sow death and disgrace heroes. Therefore, Kang Yu-sung forced himself to be ruthless, not allowing any hesitation. But at that very moment, the man in red appeared and stood between the two. He told Kang Yu-sung to step aside, intending to deal with Baek Kyung-oh himself. Kang Yu-sung was stunned by his comrade's unexpected action. A system notification suddenly appeared, stating that Kang Yu-sung had been forced to leave the tower. Teleported away, he confusedly called out to his comrade and received the reply that he didn't want him to make this painful choice alone. The man in red firmly told Kang Yu-sung to go, that he would handle everything himself. Kang Yu-sung was completely pushed out, only able to watch helplessly with a stunned expression. Kang Yu-sung felt dizzy as he was enveloped in light, leaving the tower's space. Inside, Baek Kyung-oh lay slumped on the ground and thanked the man in red for staying. As soon as he received the notification that the former hero's tower was completed, Kang Yu-sung was immediately questioned by a reporter about the arrest of the serial killer. Amidst the media crowd, Park Tae-shik also shouted, asking if the killer's identity had been confirmed. Kang Yu-sung calmly replied that they had identified the true identity of the person who had massacred players in recent days. He held up a device and decisively declared, "It's him." The reporters unanimously pointed their cameras at the screen in astonishment. Park Tae-shik broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe what he was seeing. He was shocked to realize that the person in the photo was not Baek Kyung-oh. The journalists were also confused, wondering who this strange man was. During the press conference, Kang Yu-sung stood on stage with the image of the mysterious man projected large behind him. He smirked at everyone's confusion. With a cheerful expression, Yu-sung confirmed that no one had ever seen this person before, but his identity would astonish everyone. He revealed that the man was the leader of the Blacker players. The crowd of reporters became chaotic, one person shouting to ask if it was true. Park Tae-shik remained silent, his expression hardening as he pondered what had just been revealed. He looked towards Kang Yu-sung with a thoughtful gaze. The scene suddenly changed, showing Kang Yu-sung lying unconscious in a hospital bed with a ventilator. A doctor informed Park Tae-shik that Yu-sung's physical condition was fine, but his mental health was a cause for concern. In the hospital room, a doctor worriedly announced that Kang Yu-sung's condition was very serious, and he could suffer a mental breakdown at any moment. Park Tae-shik, with a tense expression, admitted that it was to be expected. He mused, sinking into a flashback of a past conversation. At that time, Park Tae-shik had met Kang Yu-sung on the rooftop of a tall building. He secretly thought that the fate of all humanity rested on this young man's shoulders. Park Tae-shik slowly approached Kang Yu-sung, who was sitting on the ledge. He asked why he hadn't revealed Baek Kyung-oh's true identity. Kang Yu-sung firmly replied that the past didn't matter. Baek Kyung-oh was simply a murderer. Park Tae-shik still didn't understand, asking why he had changed his initial decision. Kang Yu-sung turned around and countered, asking what would happen if the truth were revealed. He explained that the world would only remember the fall of a hero, and the sacrifices of the innocent soldiers in Force 077 would be forgotten. Both stood silently amidst the city's night. Kang Yu-sung bitterly said that he would rather be a politician, because at least that way he could protect a hero's honor. Park Tae-shik could only quietly listen to those heavy words. Returning to the present, he looked at the unconscious boy and mused that sometimes he could feel that in Yu-sung. It was his strange obsession with becoming a heroic icon. Park Tae-shik believed that perhaps that obsession was the only thing that kept him standing. It was both the driving force that helped him overcome the burden of responsibility and the thing that always pushed him to his limits. The flashback ended with Park Tae-shik watching Kang Yu-sung's back as he left. Park Tae-shik reached out and held Kang Yu-sung back. He yelled, telling the kid not to act so arrogant. Park Tae-shik invited Yu-sung for a drink to drown his sorrows, but he refused, saying he couldn't drink much, so in the end, they just went together to talk. Deep down, Park Tae-shik thought this was the only thing he could do for him. He hoped there would be a time when he could share the burden with Kang Yu-sung. Hearing that, Kang Yu-sung smiled faintly. Park Tae-shik also smiled back warmly. As they walked arm in arm, Park Tae-shik still pondered the burden weighing on him. The scene abruptly shifted to a dark space, where a clown mask fell to the ground. Kang Yu-sung woke up in the dream, bewildered and not understanding what was happening. He realized this was the dream he had seen when he awakened his power. Picking up the mask, he was surprised to be dreaming this dream from the beginning of this season again. A giant entity of the Elder of Jesters appeared, asking the child of 1,000 masks if he wanted to become a hero. With a tired expression, Kang Yu-sung dejectedly agreed to become a hero. The Elder of Jesters immediately questioned if that was what he truly desired. Kang Yu-sung was utterly terrified by the question that pierced his heart. The teasing clown entity clapped its hands once. Instantly, the dream space began to shatter like a mirror. Kang Yu-sung was thrown backward amidst the fragments of the illusory world. Thrown back by an invisible force, Kang Yu-sung fell backward in the shattering dream space. He was startled to realize something was different this time. Before him appeared an illusion of the Elder of Jesters, holding the mirror of truth and despair from his second awakening. The entity asked if he wanted to know the truth, warning that despair would follow. With a sneer, Kang Yu-sung demanded that the other party stop toying with him. He challenged that whether there was despair or not, it was his own business. Stepping forward decisively, he crushed the fragments of the illusory world underfoot. He advanced straight towards the Elder of Jesters, wondering if he was about to learn the truth. As he touched the mirror of light, a flood of information overwhelmed him, leaving him stunned. He realized that was the truth about this game. Kang Yu-sung suddenly woke up in bed, his eyes still hazy. He irritably brushed it off, thinking it was all just a silly dream. Just then, his phone rang with a call from Sir. He sat up and answered the phone, hearing Park Tae-shik's voice asking if he had gotten home safely yesterday. Park Tae-shik was about to invite him for hangover soup, but then suddenly changed his demeanor. From the other end of the line, Park Tae-shik frantically yelled, urging Kang Yu-sung to check the news immediately. Still sleepy, Kang Yu-sung was confused and didn't understand what was happening. He followed the instructions, opened his phone, and searched for the news section. As soon as he looked at the screen, Kang Yu-sung's expression immediately became astonished and serious.